Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. Unrivaled after 30 years loafing in the Navy 1 Astronomical Unit Chapter 1 Fishing Vice Admiral, stationed in New World for 30 years. New World. A Marine soldier holds a telescope and looks at the sea in the distance. On the sea, a big ship is breaking the waves. The soldier's gaze moved up, and he saw a pirate flag waving in the wind. It's not good, it's not good. The soldier quickly put down the binoculars and climbed down the observation deck. On the deck, under a parasol, lay a man wearing Vice Admiral clothes, sunglasses, cross-legged, and drinking watermelon juice leisurely. Two soldiers are standing on both sides at attention. The soldier reporting the message knelt on the ground and hurriedly said, "Vice Admiral, it's Jack the Drow's ship." The Vice Admiral took off his sunglasses and ignored the soldiers immediately. Instead, he drank the watermelon juice in the glass in one gulp, and didn't stop until the straw made a sizzling sound. Why panic? Isn't it Kaido's big billboard? The old man has been lying in bed for 3 days, and now it's time to exercise. The Marine soldiers on the side all had strange expressions when they heard what he said. It's really strange that the Vice Admiral of their family can say such a thing. In Marine, for their Vice Admiral, they have the nickname of Fishing Vice Admiral. Because, this Vice Admiral doesn't go out to catch pirates on weekdays, unless it is absolutely necessary to complete the performance. He will just catch a small guy and come back to do business. What's more, sometimes, because he was too lazy to do anything, he persuaded those big pirates to go to other places and drive the pirates to the territory of other Vice Admirals. So, normally, Vice Admiral would turn around and run away when he heard that Jack the Drow was ahead. It is impossible to be hard steel with the opponent. A guard standing beside him took out a reward order, pointed to the amount on it and said, "Zhou Vice Admiral, Jack is a great pirate with a reward of 1 billion Baileys, do you think we?" Clatter. Zhou stood up, ignoring the soldier, but walked to the bow of the ship on his own, stepping on the side of the ship with one foot. Advertisement: this is a young man with black hair and black eyes, handsome appearance, and even a little bit of evil charm. A head of fluffy black hair, slightly curly, fair skin, a pair of calm black eyes like a deep pool of ancient wells. I've been a Marine for 30 years. What big scenes haven't I seen? When I followed the Vice Admiral Garp to defeat the Rocks pirates, you kid wasn't weaned yet. Although the voice is young, the tone is full of the vicissitudes of time. Aboard the Mammoth. A pirate watcher is reporting to Jack at this time. "Boss, the Marine in front seems to be a Vice Admiral, it is said. What is his name, Zhou?" Jack's bloodshot eyes suddenly showed contempt. "Huh. Touching fish Vice Admiral, lousy heard about it. When he met him a few times ago, he ran away when he saw lousy's boat from a long distance. Unexpectedly, he didn't run away this time. Could it be that he was sleeping? Did you catch it? Or did you take the wrong medicine? Then, should we get out of the way? After all, the other party is from Marine," the subordinate asked tentatively. "Huh?" Jack immediately looked at this person with displeasure. "Who do you think I am? Pull the boat over for me." When Zhou's warship and the Mammoth met, Zhou saw Jack the Drow. "Hey, hello, if I remember correctly, this sea area seems to be our Marine's territory, right? You broke into our Marine's territory. Could it be that you want to launch an attack on our Marine base?" Zhou put his hands in his pockets and looked directly at Jack. Jack snorted coldly, and looked contemptuously at Zhou's height of 1.9 meters. "Did Marine send an ant like you to stop me?" While speaking, he couldn't help but jumped up, and jumped towards the warship. Zhou snorted coldly, and also took a step forward, stepping on the air to meet the other party. Just when the two sides were about to collide, advertisement. Jack slashed at Zhou's face with a sickle. On the blade, some black substances were quickly wrapped around it. Armament hockey. As for Zhou, still keeping his hands in his pockets, he kicked Jack's sickle. Similarly, his feet and calves instantly turned red and then black, with a layer of armed color attached. Next moment, boom, the sickle, the foot, collided fiercely. The terrifying strength in hockey's collision caused waves of air to spread around. After a moment, the two returned to their respective boats. Zhou, the Vice Admiral, was on par with Jack the Drow. This time, it completely surprised some newcomers Marine, Jack and other pirates. Jack looked at Zhou in surprise. The opponent just put his hands in his pockets, as if walking in a garden, but he blocked his own attack. Immediately, he thought of something, and said meaningfully, "It seems that the so-called Vice Admiral is not an ordinary character." The other side. Some of the Marines were surprised and even exclaimed. Dead tall and short, Zhou Vice Admiral unexpectedly has the strength comparable to the three disasters. HMPH, what's this? You're new here. I don't know about Zhou Vice Admiral, but we claim to be able to split 50-50 with anyone. Zhou Vice Admiral has been stationed in New World for 30 years, and can live safely in New World for 30 years. Can he be a weak person? Chapter 2 Luffy goes to sea. Zhou can't sit still. Zhou yawned. It seemed that he had just woken up. Then he said, "Jack, if you continue to attack me, I will call Sengoku and say that the 4 Emperors Kaido has declared war on Marine, and it will be Admiral's combat power that greets you at that time." It's not that he's afraid of fighting Jack, it's just that he doesn't want to show his strength. Once the strength is exposed, 5 elders and I will not let him, the top combat power, stay in Marine first. Hearing Zhou's words, Jack's pupils shrank. Then he sneered and said, HMPH, as expected of you, if you don't want to fight anymore, just move out of the Admiral, move out of the station and scare the pirates, whatever. As he spoke, he even waved his hand to make his subordinates back away. After all, this sea area is indeed Marine's territory. If he rashly declares war on Marine, Kaido may be the first to disagree. See the mammoth disappearing at sea level. Marine soldiers know that this crisis is finally over. Zhou sat back on the recliner. The soldiers standing guard had already prepared tea and snacks and served them. Vice Admiral, here's today's paper. Instead of reading the newspaper, Zhou picked up a snack and ate it. He yawned again. In front of him, a virtual interface appeared. At the same time, he silently said in his heart, System, sign in. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to host for completing the 10,885th check in One Piece world. You get 100 points. Close black lens bracket. When you complete the 30th anniversary sign in, you will get a mysterious reward, close black lens bracket. Zhou is a time traveler. He was originally an ordinary office worker on Blue Star, but one day he suddenly traveled to the world of pirates. He has also seen many pirate fans, and knows which protagonists in them, which pirates he wants to become when he crosses over, and which big secret treasures he wants to find. Advertisement, however, from Zhou's point of view, he just wants to have a more stable life in this world, and then live comfortably for the rest of his life. Fortunately, he is bound to the sign-in system. As long as he persists in signing in every day, he can get points. Points can be used to improve strength in exchange for various good things. Zhou chose to join Marine directly. If you become a pirate, you will not only have to face the pursuit of Marines and bounty hunters, but also wander in the sea all year round, without a stable life at all. And if you are a Marine, you not only have 5 insurances and 1 housing fund, but also have a special canteen, hospital, etc., with complete guarantees. The key is to have a vacation. As long as it is irrelevant and retired, there is no need to live in hiding. In the first year, he used the signing points to improve his physical fitness. In the 5th year, he lit up the 6 styles. For the 10th year, he lights up Conqueror's Hockey. In the 20th year, all of his 6 styles were advanced, and Hockey was also upgraded to advanced. Foretell the future, emission, bullying, master all of them. For the next 10 years, all the points he will get are used to exchange for life. He was originally 50 or 60 years old with an old body. After such an exchange, he became a youth again. All the diseases, dark wounds, etc. on the body have been restored to their original state. Not only that, but his body is full of vitality, and he feels that it is not a problem to live another 200 years. Well, it's all added to the lifespan. Without hesitation, Zhou exchanged all 100 points for life. Immediately, his body regained some youthfulness imperceptibly. Zhou picked up the newspaper on the table casually, and read it while eating his snacks. However, when he saw a wanted warrant slip from the newspaper, he suddenly choked on the snack. Advertisement, ahem. Zhou quickly took a sip of water to suppress his shock. Then he looked at the wanted notice on the ground with some doubts. A young man in a straw hat with a smirk on his face. Straw hat, Monkey D. Luffy, reward amount, 30 million Baileys. The soldier on the side explained, Vice Admiral, this is a rookie who has been active in East Blue recently. He defeated the Murloc Arlong as soon as he went to sea, and has a bounty of 30 million. This bounty is unprecedented in East Blue. Zhou couldn't sit still. Luffy went to sea. I have been lying flat for so many years, but I never thought that I would wait until this day. Back then, when Rox and Roger dominated the sea, they didn't make him so serious. Luffy goes to sea, then there's the Summit War, and then there's the final battle. In the final battle of Marine, a large number of masters died. The Straw Hat led a group of masters he gathered to challenge celestial dragons, 5 elders and IM. And Marine is cannon fodder. What is even more desperate is that in the final battle, the masters in Marine turned their backs one after another, and all chose to help the Straw Hats. What Fujitora, Kizaru, Sengoku, Garp. In short, most of the Marines have become 25 boys. Only some Marines who are obsessed with justice, such as Akainu and Green Bull, choose to fight against the pirates. Of course, in the end, under the halo of the protagonist of the Straw Hat, the fate of being destroyed is inevitable. Afterwards, the Revolutionary Army and some original pirates established a new Marine, while the Straw Hat continued to travel swaggeringly. How ridiculous it is to let a pirate be a Marine. The purpose of the Revolutionary Army is not the ism of Zhou's original world, but Wa's own set of world-ruling theories. In short, the world is still the original world, but the Celestial Dragons have been replaced by another batch of Celestial Dragons. Chapter 3 The King of Ships Jack. One kick. Well, stop Summit War, and when the Straw Hats come to New World, let him sink forever, and I can continue to live my little life. The abacus in Zhou's heart was pounding. He doesn't care who rules the world, he's living a comfortable life now anyway. And if he keeps signing in, his strength will become stronger and his lifespan will be longer and longer. As for ruling the world, that is a troublesome thing, and while enjoying rights, one also has to bear responsibilities. He wasn't interested in the slightest. Stand up. Zhou said. Set sail, go find Whitebeard. Marine under him thought he had heard wrong. Confirmed again and again. What, Vice Admiral, what did you just say? Zhou said. Go to the Whitebeard pirates. I have something to say to Whitebeard. He yawned, "Maid, it's really worrying. This old Whitebeard can't even control the people under him, so he said he is the strongest in the world." Okay. The Marine soldiers started to sail in fear. I don't know what's crazy about my Vice Admiral, but since it's not declaring war on Whitebeard, it shouldn't be a big problem. However, someone still secretly reported the matter to Marshal Sengoku. Not long after Zhou went to sea, the soldier in charge of security suddenly sent a message saying, "Report, the mammoth has been found. We have encountered Jack the Drow again." This is not surprising, they just met Jack not long ago, and now they meet again. It can only be said that it is bad luck. Hear the news. Immediately, the Marine soldiers felt uneasy. Although Zhou and Jack are evenly divided, but once the two sides really fight, Zhou can't take care of them. Advertisement: these little soldiers can only fight the pirates on Jack's ship. These are pirates from the Beast's pirates. Even among the pirates of the New World, they're the best of the best. They are likely to die in battle. How did we meet Jack again? Too unlucky. Zhou Vice Admiral doesn't seem to be planning to retreat. We are likely to have a conflict with the mammoth. Hey, get ready to fight. From the moment we became Marine, we should have been on our toes. But, I haven't written my suicide note yet. Aboard the mammoth. Report, Master Jack. We met the previous Marine again. Jack stared. What's wrong? Vice Admiral is no longer fishing? Want to regard Lousy as his performance this year? Immediately, he snorted coldly. Do you really think that you have blocked Lousy's knife and you think you have a billion combat power? Lousy kept his hand before? Little ones, prepare Lousy for battle. Let's kill these Marines. The pirates suddenly became excited. One by one, they took out knives and guns and wiped them, as if they were celebrating a holiday. Haha, Master Kaido said that if you kill 100 Marines, you will have the priority to eat Smile. Damn it. New World's Marine is like a tortoise. He ran away when he saw our 4 emperors. Lousy didn't know how long he hadn't fought Marine. My big knife is already hungry and thirsty, hee. I really want to see Mr. Jack chop off the head of that fishing Vice Admiral. I feel bad when I see his handsome face. Yeah. Why is he more handsome than me? Anyone who is more handsome than me will die. When the warship and the mammoth meet. Advertisement. Jack looked at Zhou at the bow of the warship, and said coldly, Zhou, Lousy didn't argue with you before, and let you go. Now that you come back, don't tell me you don't want to kill yourself? Zhou put his hands in his pockets, and said lazily, the old man has other things to do now. If you get out now, I can consider to spare your life. He didn't want to talk nonsense with the other party, but he was too lazy to make a move, so he spent a lot of time talking. Jack snorted coldly, who do you think I am? He waved his hand and ordered, sink this warship for me. Bang bang bang. Suddenly, shells flew towards the warship. Zhou jumped up and kicked the cannonball back with a few kicks. Court death. Jack stared with bloodshot eyes, stomped his feet suddenly, and jumped towards the warship. The scythe in his hand was wrapped around Hockey. He was obviously murderous. Seeing this, Zhou's calm eyes were still calm, but his right foot suddenly stepped on the ground dozens of times quickly. In an instant, he disappeared in place. In the next second, he suddenly appeared in front of Jack. Nani? So fast. Jack hasn't reacted yet. Zhou had already put his hands in his pockets in the air, and with an upside-down golden hook, he kicked Jack's cap with his heels. Pass. Even under the protection of the armed color, Jack's celestial cap was still slightly sunken, and his eyes instantly turned white. Then Jack fell towards the mammoth like a meteor. Boom. Then, the deck of the mammoth was pierced, shattering layers of ceilings and walls, and fell to the bottom. Chapter 4. Zhou looking for trouble with Whitebeard. Sengoku stunned. Bang bang bang. Zhou put his hands in his pockets, stepped on the air a few times deftly with his feet, and landed on the warship safely. He was calm and relaxed, as if he had just gone for a walk. However, the pirates and Marines were all dumbfounded. Kick. Zhou just used a kick. Actually kicked Jack the Drow, one of the 3 disasters on the 4 Emperors Kaido ship, with a bounty of 1 billion. Moreover, after so long, Jack showed no sign of climbing up. Good. So strong. Didn't I read it wrong just now? Zhou Vice Admiral is almost bringing out afterimages. One kick. With just 1 kick, 1 billion big pirates were kicked away, crushed. The pirates on the warship were all stunned and dumbfounded at this moment. The jaws drooped one by one, the eyeballs bulged, and the snot came out without even noticing it. Pirates have similar expressions at this moment. I'm going. Master Jack, he was killed with 1 kick. I'm not dreaming. Master Jack is a great pirate with a reward of 1 billion. He can fight with people for 3 days and 3 nights without sleep. He has amazing physical strength and endurance. How can he be kicked? Zhou yawned. It seemed that the battle just now didn't make his heartbeat faster at all. Okay, what are you waiting for? Don't you hurry up and sail? He looked at his subordinates displeased. Marine soldiers, it was only at this moment that they came back to their senses. Take back the shock inside. Keep sailing. The pirates silently moved out of the way. Advertisement intercept. What a joke. The opponent kicked Jack away. They intercept? Don't you think you have a long life? It wasn't until the warship was gone that the pirates began to search and rescue their own captain. Naval Headquarters. Sengoku is feeding a top-secret document into the goat's mouth. suddenly learned of Zhou's movements. What, you said that guy Zhou is going to find Whitebeard? Sengoku was stunned. He knows Zhou. Back then, when he was an admiral of the headquarters, Zhou was already a well-known, fishing, vice admiral. Now, he is the marshal, and Zhou is still, fishing. But, it is different from the reviews from the outside world. Sengoku knows that Zhou's combat power is definitely not just as simple as a vice admiral. His strength can be described as unfathomable. Even Sengoku doesn't know what Zhou's true strength is. The only thing that is certain is that this guy's combat power is definitely far superior to the average vice admiral, even admiral. But this guy, isn't he very lazy? He didn't even bother to catch the pirates who offered hundreds of millions of bounties, so he rushed to the adjacent vice admiral. This matter has been spread in the headquarters for a while, making many people despise him. Sengoku frowned. Yes, he didn't have much impression of Zhou either. However, he did not dare to underestimate Zhou's strength. A quasi-admiral or even a person with admiral strength, go to Whitebeard. Once there is any friction between the two parties, it is entirely possible to trigger a war between the four emperors and the naval headquarters. At that time, once Marine's strength is damaged, the power structure of the whole world will change. The other four emperors are likely to take advantage of it. The newly formed revolutionary army may also take action. No, you can't let him go on like this. Advertisement. Sengoku called Zhou. However, what, didn't connect? Sengoku was surprised. Then comes anger. This guy is too arrogant. So he started dialing the phone bug of a first officer on Zhou's ship. When connected, he first criticized Zhou's dereliction of duty. Why didn't Zhou's phone bug get through? He still doesn't care about me, the Marine's marshal. Doesn't he want to be the vice admiral? There was a hesitant voice from the opposite side. Master Marshal, there is no phone bug in my vice admiral. What? Sengoku frowned. Where's his phone bug? The opposite said. My vice admiral said that he was curious about the smell of phone bugs, so. Sengoku was curious. So? The opposite said. Ahem. So vice admiral fired the phone bug. Sengoku's mouth twitched. However, he subconsciously asked, how does it taste? The opposite said. It's better than shit. Well, it sure looks like this guy Zhou could do it. But it doesn't matter. Sengoku resisted the urge to twitch his mouth. He said. You tell Zhou to stop immediately. You can't provoke Whitebeard, let alone declare war on Whitebeard. Do you know how serious the consequences are? Opposite said. Master Marshal, do you think my vice admiral will follow our advice? Suddenly, there was an exclamation from the other end of the phone bug. Immediately, Sengoku heard, we've come to Whitebeard land. Click. The phone bug hangs up. Chapter 5 Going to the meeting alone. Whitebeard territory. Over the sea, a pirate ship flies Whitebeard's flag. White skull, cross-shaped clubbones, and crescent-shaped Whitebeard. Is Dad something you can see whenever you want? At the bow, a Cyclops pirate looked down at Zhou. Although Zhou is a vice admiral, as a captain of the Whitebeard pirates, vice admiral is nothing in his eyes. What's more, the young man in front of him doesn't look like the old vice admiral at all. How strong can a young man be? On the warship. Zhou dug his ears and blew. In that case, I can only ask you to get out of the way. Step aside. Cyclops laughed arrogantly as if he had heard some ridiculous joke. Ha ha ha, who do you think you are? Lousy is. Da da da. Zhou stepped on the ground with his right foot quickly and disappeared in place in an instant. Cyclops looked around in horror, trying to find out where Zhou was. Don't look for it, I'm behind you. Suddenly, Cyclops felt a chill behind his back. Just as he was about to turn around, a foot kicked him in the face suddenly. Boom. The one-eyed dragon flew away. Several houses on the deck were shattered, and the place where they were located turned into ruins. Enemy attack. The pirates drew their swords one after another. Zhou just glanced at it lightly, and if there was an aura that seemed to be emanating from nowhere, the pirates dared not move. Advertisement, I advise you not to shoot, my patience is limited. Listen to him. Don't do anything. An extraordinary-looking pirate stood up. He's the first mate on this ship. At this moment, his forehead was covered with cold sweat. He understood that the Marine in front of him was no ordinary vice admiral at all. If you act rashly, everyone on the entire ship will probably have to confess here. Marine, it really is a crouching tiger, hidden dragon place. The first mate was a little shocked, but on the surface he insisted. If you want to see Dad, I can take you there, but I can't guarantee whether Dad will see you or not. Zhou returned to the warship, and the pirate ship led the way. The soldiers worried. Boss Vice Admiral, are these pirates reliable? Don't lead us into a trap. Another soldier said. Yes, the pirates are very insidious and cunning. Zhou was lying under the umbrella, drinking fruit juice. Whitebeard won't only have this pattern. Their voices reached the ears of the pirates in the distance. Immediately, the pirates all looked sideways. Although he is unhappy with Zhou, as Zhou said, the Whitebeard pirates disdained to use this kind of conspiracy. Soon, a large white whale-like ship appeared on the sea level in the distance. Zhou narrowed his eyes under the sunglasses. Moby Dick, the ship of the Whitebeard pirates. The majestic Moby Dick is like a king above the sea, ruling over his own territory. Even the stormy waves of the New World couldn't shake the ship. The people on the boat, just like living on land, walk on the ground. A titan-like figure was lying on a chair, exuding an incomparably astonishing vigor. Advertisement Margot, whose hair was like a pineapple, flew over, and the flames on his arms were extinguished. Father, a Marine Vice Admiral wants to see you. That's right, this titan-like man is one of the 4 emperors above the sea today, known as the strongest in the world. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. Gurgling, Whitebeard didn't answer, but held a wine gourd that was bigger than a normal person, and sipped the wine. Whitebeard let out a long breath, and then looked at Margot with indifferent eyes. Marine Vice Admiral? Could it be that Sengoku is looking for me? After a pause, he said, let him come. A Marine Vice Admiral, who can be put directly on board. Don't worry about the other party's conspiracy at all. This is Haki of the 4 emperors, Margot and many other crew members, although there is no objection. But no slouch either. The people on Whitebeard's ship, who heard that Marine was about to board the ship, gathered around Whitebeard and lined up on both sides, which made Whitebeard as glorious as an emperor in a court meeting. There was a sound of footsteps. Zhou started to board the ship. Behind him, all his subordinates looked at his back with Jinkei's eyes. There is quite a feeling of wind rustling and easy water cold. Boss Vice Admiral, you have to take care of yourself. Woo. Hey, I thought I'd marry Alice when I went back to sea this time. Boss, don't be cowardly after seeing Whitebeard, even if we Marine die, we must die with integrity. Well, how do we go back? Chapter 6 Counterpoint Whitebeard, Zhou's Haki. Zhou boarded the Moby DK, and was immediately attracted by the scene in front of him. Hundreds of people were leaning on the side of the ship, and there was a sense of sight of a hero Liang Shan having a meeting. Phoenix Margot, Diamond Jazzy, Foil Vesta. Every character placed outside is an existence that shakes the sea. These characters, even if they don't exude any Haki, their aura can scare some unsteady people to pee. Zhou, on the other hand, had no expression on his face, just swaggering towards the man at the end on the main ship of the Whitebeard pirates. He walked steadily, unhurriedly, as if he didn't see the strong men around him at all. Everyone in the Whitebeard pirates looked at Zhou with surprised eyes. This man is not simple, he can keep calm in front of his father. Oh, it's just pretending to be a wolf with a big tail. Don't look at him calm on the surface, he must be panicking inside. If he didn't scare the pea on the spot, his mental quality is already good. At this moment, Margot frowned, because he seemed to find Zhou's face familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Zhou didn't look at the pirates on both sides from the beginning to the end, he looked directly at Whitebeard. The strongest man in the world, among other things, just by sitting here, he could already feel the aura of this man, his unfathomable strength. It wasn't until Zhou walked in front of Whitebeard that he realized that Whitebeard was several times taller than himself, and even sitting and looking at him was like looking at a baby. I think I've seen your face somewhere before, Whitebeard said. Zhou shrugged noncommittally. He's been a Marine for 30 years, and he did have a few encounters with Whitebeard. Did Sengoku call you here? Tell me, what did Sengoku want you to bring me? Whitebeard picked up the wine gourd and took a sip for himself. However, Zhou didn't answer his question, but said, Whitebeard, I came to see you today, just to tell you, don't chase and kill Blackbeard. In an instant, the expressions of all the pirates in Baidwan changed. Whitebeard's gaze sharpened suddenly. Blackbeard is their eternal pain. Advertisement. He was obviously a partner who had been with him for decades, but he killed the same partner, Sarge, and the purpose was only to take away Sarge's dark fruit. Now, this little-known Marine Vice Admiral actually came to their territory and told them not to hunt down Blackbeard? You kid, are you here to find fault? In an instant, Diamond Joe's took a step forward, and his body was covered with a layer of sparkling diamonds. The rest of the pirates also subconsciously put their hands on the hilt of the knife and the handle of the gun. It seems that as long as Zhou shows any behavior that makes them dissatisfied, they will immediately kill Zhou. Hey, Josie, calm down and let Daddy talk to him. Although Margot was also very angry, as a veteran of the Baidwan, he still had a city. Know that Whitebeard is talking to Zhou at this time. It's not easy for them sons to intervene. Zhou snorted coldly and stepped back. But the killing intent in his eyes almost overflowed. Regarding this, Whitebeard didn't say anything, he just looked at Zhou coldly. Diamond Chaozi is the second member of the Whitebeard excluding Whitebeard, equivalent to one of Kaido's 3 big kanbans, and the 4 generals of the Big Mom group. It's more than enough to instantly kill an ordinary vice admiral. He just deliberately made Chaozi angry, so as to make Zhou feel scared, and then be more honest. However, Whitebeard and the other pirates in the White group didn't see the slightest hint of fear from Zhou's face. Zhou ignored Zhou's directly, staring at Whitebeard without blinking. He took a sudden step forward, getting closer to Whitebeard. This distance, as long as Whitebeard thinks, can slap him to death. However, he still stared at Whitebeard, his eyes calm and deep. Don't hunt Blackbeard, advertisement, this is my advice. Otherwise the entire Whitebeard pirates will be destroyed. As he spoke, he ignored the angry eyes of everyone in the Whitebeard, pointed his finger at Whitebeard's nose and said, including you, you will die because of it. What did you say? Bold, don't want to live. Arrogant, too arrogant, may I think you're declaring war on the 4 emperors? The only ones who dare to point at Dad like that are the 4 emperors, not you little Vice Admiral. Father, as long as you give the order, I will immediately chop off this kid's head. FK. Kill this kid. Everyone in the Baituan was instantly enraged like a powder keg that had been detonated. Dare to provoke Whitebeard like this, it is simply reckless. Say what the Whitebeard pirates will be destroyed. Whitebeard dies too. Joke. It's a joke, they're the strongest pirate group in New World. With a power of 100,000 people, Whitebeard is the opponent who once fought Roger, the strongest man in the world. Now, someone is pointing at his nose and talking. This guy is absolutely dead. Chapter 7 Whitebeard's wooing. Everyone in the Whitebeard was shocked. As soon as Whitebeard raised his hand, everyone's words disappeared immediately. At this moment, it seemed that only he and Zhou in front of him were left in the whole world. Whitebeard was silent for a while, then suddenly smiled. HMPH, kulalalala, interesting guy. I met you more than 10 years ago, and you were so young at that time, and after so many years, your appearance has not changed at all. Zhou glanced at the corner of his mouth. Unexpectedly, after so many years, there are still people who know me. But you're much older, Whitebeard, Marco suddenly remembered. No wonder. No wonder I felt that Zhou in front of me was so familiar. It turned out that as early as many years ago, I had already met this guy once. It's just that he never dreamed that Zhou would still be so young after all these years. More than 10 years ago. New World. Young Whitebeard encounters Zhou. Stop it, Whitebeard, this is Marine's territory. If you go one step further, I'm going to make a move. Kulalalala. The Marine I haven't seen before. I didn't expect to become a Vice Admiral at a young age. But I'm looking for that guy Garp. I haven't made a move for a long time. I plan to fight him. Whitebeard, a blonde man, stood at the prow of the boat, looking very high-spirited. Zhou, who was also young, called Garp, and said helplessly, I'm sorry, Vice Admiral Garp is hunting Monkey D. Dragon right now. Whitebeard looked disappointed. Well, it seems that we can only fight him in the future. Whitebeard left. Advertisement, Father, this Marine looks like he's never seen him before, and he actually said he's going to shoot you. Marco said disdainfully. His father was a crew member of the Rocks Pirates. After the death of Rocks, the Rocks Pirates disbanded. The 4 cadres in it, Whitebeard, Big Mom, Kaido, and Ochaku each formed their own pirates, each occupying one of the New World. The route, known as 4 Emperors. Even Marine Admiral dare not single out the 4 Emperors pirates. A small Vice Admiral, where does it come from? A strange look flashed in Whitebeard's eyes. Margao, don't underestimate this man, he gives me a feeling that he hides very deeply. Don't judge people by their appearance. Don't mention the past again. Zhou waved his hand. However, everyone in the Whitebeard pirates looked at Zhou in surprise. He wanted to fight and kill before, but now he has forgotten about Zhou's provocation. Unexpectedly, Dad actually saw this Zhou. Yeah, it seems that the two people still know each other. HMPH. What's wrong with the acquaintance? Even if Roger is still alive, he dare not speak to Dad so arrogantly. At this moment, Whitebeard suddenly looked at Zhou and said a surprising sentence. Zhou, I think you are quite a good person. How about it, do you want to try to join my subordinate? Everyone in the Baituan was stunned. Whitebeard actually took the initiative to win over an outsider or a Marine Vice Admiral to join his pirate group. Back then, Whitebeard took the initiative to attract people, and he still recruited Rayleigh, the deputy captain of the Roger Pirates, and Odin of Wanokuni. Zhou, with so much energy, is it worth getting Dad to win over? Father, do you really want to recruit Zhou? This guy is Marine? Yeah, and he's Marine Vice Admiral, advertisement. Wait, Dad even wanted to get Garp into the gang, but Garp punched him in the face. Father, he was disrespectful to you before, however. Zhou waved his hand. You want me to be your son? Good idea? Kulalalala. What a principled man. After Whitebeard left, his face suddenly changed. In that case, please go back. As for Blackbeard, this is our own business, and there should be no need for you, an outsider, to intervene. He killed his companion. According to the rules on our ship, those who betray their companions should be executed. Blackbeard, he's dead. I said it. We will avenge Thatch. While speaking, an amazing conqueror's haki exudes from his body. The terrifying coercion immediately made the surrounding pirates breathless. Oops. It's Papa's conqueror's haki. Oh, is this the 4 Emperors' haki? It's amazing. I have no strength in my body. Cut. What are you guys doing? This is just Dad targeting Zhou. There are only a few haki attached to us, and the pressure Zhou is under is hundreds of times that of mine. Look, this kid has nothing at all. Zhou stood in front of Whitebeard, facing Whitebeard's conquerors with a calm expression. Whitebeard was very surprised by this. The haki he released, the General Marine Vice Admiral would faint and lose consciousness when Admiral came, and he would be surprised when Admiral came. He didn't expect that this Zhou was so close to him. Not only did he not lose consciousness, he didn't even frown. Wrinkle Chapter 8 Seriously injured Ace, will there be no summit war? Whitebeard paused when he realized that his coercion wasn't working. Kulalalala, you guy, you have pretty good willpower, unlike those guys who seem to be self-righteous on the surface, but are actually superficial, and they will soften when they meet haki. Whitebeard admires Zhou very much. You can be regarded as a man. I won't blame you for the previous offense. Let's go. Suga, I already knew you would not agree. But Zhou seemed not to have heard what Whitebeard said, and said to himself. He had known for a long time that Whitebeard would not agree to his request, and the reason why he said it was just to try it out. He suddenly looked at Whitebeard and said, "Then, I want to challenge one of your pirates." "Who?" Whitebeard asked. "Ace, Brush." All eyes were on Ace in the crowd. They couldn't imagine how Ace provoked Zhou. He came all the way to the white group just to challenge him. "Why should I accept your challenge?" Ace asked. "What, don't you dare?" Zhou used the aggressive method. Ace snorted, "I'm afraid you're not my match." The two sides came to a small island. The Baitwan people almost surrounded the island. In the distance, there are more than a dozen pirate ships. Even Whitebeard himself moved his chair here and sat on it to watch the game. This battle is probably about the same time as the Summit War. People who don't know may think that this is four emperors going to fight. Zhou put his hands in his pockets, and Ace folded his arms on his chest. The two stood opposite each other. "Even if you're a Marine, I won't show mercy. I hope you lose by then, and don't ask Admiral to avenge you," Ace said. Zhou shook his head. "If I'm not wrong, you should be going to trouble Blackbeard, right?" Ace's pupils shrank suddenly. "How do you know?" Advertisement. This was just a plan in his own heart, and he didn't even tell anyone else. I advise you not to go. You are no match for Blackbeard, and..." Zhou looked at Ace, whose eyes gradually became sharper, and said slowly, "If you lose, you will hurt more people." Ace snorted coldly. "What a brazen guy. How strong is that Teach guy? As his former partner, I don't know yet. Besides, one person does things and one person is responsible. Even if I am not his opponent, I will die in his hands, and I will not have the slightest complaint." Zhou smiled and shook his head. "You guys are so naive." He glanced at Whitebeard half-consciously. Ace doesn't know. His identity has already been known by Whitebeard. He is the son of One Piece Roger, and once Ace is defeated by Blackbeard, Blackbeard will deliver him to Marine. When the time comes, Marine will be publicly executed, and Whitebeard will come to the rescue. Summit War is about to start. Just because of personal willful behavior, it led to the death of Whitebeard and the disintegration of the Whitebeard. "Ace, this guy is really naive. Let's do it. Stop talking nonsense." A scorching flame burned on Ace's body, and he let out a low drink. Green fireflies flew out of him. These fireflies flowed towards Zhou like fireflies one by one. These seemingly harmless green lights will actually have terrifying high temperatures once they erupt. In the original book, Blackbeard was fooled by this trick and almost overturned. However, Zhou activated the razor and appeared behind Ace in an instant. "Nani?" Ace's eyes widened in disbelief. Now, seeing Whitebeard at Zhou's speed, his eyes also became surprised. Advertisement boom. Zhou kicked Ace's lower back, and the armor was attached to his calf. Even if Ace was Logia, he couldn't dodge it and was kicked flying. He rolled on the ground more than a dozen times before stopping. A small mouthful of blood spat out of his mouth. He looked at Zhou with serious eyes. So fast, Ace's expression became serious, and he didn't dare to underestimate Zhou anymore. Fire punch. He raised his hand and punched, and the terrifying flames roared out like a giant beast, almost swallowing a ship. However, facing this terrifying punch, Zhou did not change his face. Razor. He disappeared in place and appeared in front of Ace. "What?" Ace's eyes widened. However, Zhou's speed was so fast that he couldn't react at all, and he had already punched him squarely in the chest. Boom. Ace suddenly felt a surge of energy and blood, and spit out a mouthful of blood again. Then it flew upside down. Crush. This is the crushing of Chi-Guo-Guo. There is no sneak attack, no bells and whistles, just a pure competition of speed and crushing of strength. When Ace wanted to stand up again, he found that he had no strength. Just a little movement, all the bones and muscles of the whole body are in pain. This is what Zhou aims to do. As long as Ace is seriously injured, he can't go to Blackbeard's trouble for a short time. In this way, Whitebeard will find someone else to deal with Blackbeard. Ace will not be sold to Marine, and Summit War will not break out. Zhou can go back to living a flat life again. Chapter 9. Capture Blackbeard's candidate, Whitebeard's choice. Ace. Everyone in the white group exclaimed. On the one hand, I feel sorry for Ace. On the other hand, it was shocking that Ace was beaten violently by Zhou with his strength. An unknown Vice Admiral has such strength, it's incredible. You must know that Ace's strength is one of the best in the white group. Suddenly, a burning figure attacked Zhou at an extremely fast speed. Seeing this, Zhou threw out his leg suddenly, and the long leg swung quickly brought out a wind blade. Tempest kick quick slash. The flying pyro stopped suddenly, waving its flame wings to create a barrier to block Zhou's tempest kick. It was Margot. Hey, the battle is over, don't shoot anymore. Margot stood in front of Ace. He didn't know that Zhou was not going to make a move, so he hurried out to protect Ace. At this time, Xiaozi, Bista and the others approached step by step. He looked at Zhou with an unfriendly look. Zhou chuckled lightly. I gotta go. After finishing speaking, regardless of the eyes of everyone in Baitwan who were about to kill him, he swaggered towards his warship. The pirates of the white group, none of them did anything at this moment, they could only stare at Zhou with their eyes. This is the rule of the Baitwan, no beatings are allowed, and Zhou didn't do anything that crossed the line. He neither killed Ace nor disabled Ace. His fight with Ace was also free of any tricks, completely fair and just. Speaking of which, this kind of battle is very common in the Baitwan. When Ace challenged Whitebeard, he first fought with Jinbei, and then attacked Whitebeard many times. Neither Whitebeard nor the Whitebeard were angry. Advertisement, just like that, Zhou came carelessly, and left intact, not even injured. Entering the Whitebeard pirates was like returning to his own home. When he returned to the warship, the marine soldiers all looked at him with eyes that looked at Shinhua. In their view, the Whitebeard pirates is the gathering force of the most evil group of people in the world. It is Longtan Tiger Den, once in, you can't get out. But Zhou not only went in alone, but also came back intact. Isn't this a myth? This is so amazing and a miracle? Vice Admiral, are you okay? A marine soldier looked at Zhou with adoration and respect. Zhou sat down on the recliner, and seemed to have returned to the usual, fishing Vice Admiral look. Go back. Good. A group of marine soldiers are eager to leave Whitebeard's territory as soon as possible. Every second spent here is dangerous. Now that they finally have the chance to leave, everyone is busy. The Whitebeard pirates. Ace's wound was bandaged by the doctor. A group of people surrounded him with concern. Are you all right, Ace? Margao asked. Beasta said. Who is that guy, who can beat you to such an injury, Ace? Damn it, don't let me see him again, or I will beat him to death with my own hands. Zhou clenched his fist, which was covered with a layer of diamonds, as if he wanted to immediately smash the diamond-covered fist hard on Zhou's face. Advertisement. Margao's ability Phoenix Fruit can heal injuries with flames. In addition to your own body, other people's injuries can also be healed. After other doctors examined Ace and provided preliminary treatment, Margao used his own ability to speed up the healing of Ace's injury. It didn't take long for Ace to recover most of his injuries. It will take about half a month for the rest of the injuries to heal completely. During this period, Ace, you should not move around, and just lie down on the bed to recuperate, Margao said. Although my ability can heal, it will also consume your body's foundation, and once it heals, your body will not become stronger, but will only become weaker. If you heal naturally, your strength will be improved instead. Ace nodded, expressing that he wanted to heal naturally so that he could become stronger for it, instead of becoming weaker than before. Then Ace looked at Whitebeard. Father, what do you think of Zhou's words? He seems to think that Teach is not an easy guy. He came to our side at the risk of his life to persuade us not to touch Teach. He certainly didn't do it out of his mind. Whitebeard murmured. Ace, you are injured now, don't think too much, just recover from your injuries. As for that traitor Teach, I will never let him go. After a pause, he said, Margao, how about you go and catch Teach? Margao was about to agree. Suddenly, I felt someone grabbing my wrist. Immediately, he looked at Ace, who grabbed his wrist. Ace sat up by now. His expression was extremely determined, and a flash of coldness flashed in his eyes, and he said, that guy Teach, he seems to be a good old man on weekdays, so that all of us regard him as our own family, but he deceived our feelings and treated Sachi was killed. I will never let him go. Speaking of this, he suddenly gritted his teeth and said, at first, he was asked to be the captain of the second team, but he pushed it to me. This guy is actually more capable than me to be the captain. This B***** D is just it is to let me be the first bird, while he himself hides in the dark. Father, leave Teach to me. He is a member of the second team. He made a mistake. Naturally, I, the captain of the second team, should teach him lesson. Whitebeard looked at Ace darkly. For some reason, Zhou's words flashed in his mind, but he was more willing to believe Ace. I believe that this man who inherited Roger's blood will not let himself down. Okay, here you go, Ace, Chapter 10. When it comes to fishing, Kizaru, you are the senior. Shortly after Zhou left Whitebeard's domain, he received orders from Sengoku. Open black lens bracket, return to Naval Headquarters, otherwise you don't need to be a Marine, close black lens bracket. Well, this is a dead command. Zhou doesn't want to give up this leisurely job yet. I simply didn't go back to the base of New World, and went directly to Marineford. A week later, Marineford, Naval Headquarters. Zhou is back. With his hands in his pockets, he walked swaggeringly on the Naval Headquarters square, towards the building in the middle. Along the way, the Marines who come and go are all at least with military ranks, and there are basically no soldiers in sight. They are busy, walking up and down, but some people recognized Zhou's identity. Isn't this Vice Admiral? Why did you come back to the headquarters? Maybe I made some mistake. I heard that Marshal Sengoku is very angry, because he heard that Vice Admiral's brain is wrong, and he broke into Whitebeard's territory. Whitebeard territory? This guy has that kind of guts? I guess I just broke in accidentally. No, I must have escaped back. Hey, I accidentally strayed into the territory of the 4 emperors. It's good enough to come back alive. What more bicycles do you need? The Marines I met along the way whispered to each other after seeing Zhou. Point at him. Obviously his Vice Admiral has a bad reputation in Marine. Even to an extremely bad degree. Even some Vice Admirals have a grudge against him. Advertisement because he once drove some big pirates to their territory and let them deal with them. This kind of wicked thing has made him many enemies. No, a Vice Admiral is walking ahead, wearing a horn mask with many holes. Bastu said to Zhou in a mocking tone. Hey, isn't this Zhou? What? He escaped from Whitebeard's territory? However, Zhou didn't pay attention to the other party at all, and didn't even look at the other party. But when he walked by, one of the subordinates who followed whispered, "Zhou Vice Admiral, it seems that it is not good to ignore the other party, you will be put on small shoes by your colleagues." Zhou yawned and said, "A guy who is being chased by only 80 million pirates is also worthy of being a Vice Admiral." Bastille, who was in the distance, heard it and almost fell to the ground. That's right, the pirates that Zhou rushed to his territory at the beginning only had a reward of more than 80 million. But at that time, he had just been promoted to Vice Admiral, and the pirate hid his strength, which caused him to be almost hacked to death by the pirate. Since then, he has been resenting Zhou, thinking that he is too cowardly and weak, and he is not worthy to be equal to him at all. What is infuriating is that Zhou, a person who dare not even be beaten, has the face to speak of himself. "What did you say?" Bastille couldn't swallow his anger, so he wanted to call Zhou to a confrontation with him. At this time, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. This person was wearing a yellow striped suit and a cloak of justice, also walking on the road with his hands in his pockets. Walking towards Zhou. When he saw this person, Bastille obediently shut his mouth that was about to shout. "Admiral Kizaru, Paluzolino. He is a Vice Admiral, dare to make a loud noise in front of Admiral, he is desperate." Most importantly, Paluzolino is a senior he admires, and he doesn't want his gaffe to be seen by his seniors. Advertisement, "Yo, isn't this Zhou? I haven't seen you in the headquarters for a long time. You are not staying in New World, why are you back?" At this moment, Kizaru suddenly stopped in his tracks and greeted Zhou. At this time, Zhou also looked like he saw an old acquaintance with a smile on his face. "Saxi Bradana, Senior Kizaru." A flattered expression suddenly appeared on Kizaru's face, and he quickly waved his hands. "What are you talking about? In terms of seniority, we are in the same period." Zhou smiled at this time. "I mean, in the field of fishing, you are my senior, Paluzolino." Within digging, Kizaru suddenly became expressionless, and said his own mantra at the same time. Then he decided not to talk to Zhou, and walked straight forward. The conversation between the two was very brief, but it left all the Marines around Bastille dumbfounded. Zhou actually knew Admiral Kizaru. That's right, I forgot. It has been 30 years since Zhou Vice Admiral joined Marine. He just looks young. In terms of qualifications, he is comparable to Admiral. It's amazing. Talking to Mr. Paluzolino won't let you down. It's really enviable. I also want to talk to Mr. Kizaru, that is the senior I admire. Hiss. Is this the benefit of seniority? The curtain is over. Listen to the public opinion that starts to change all around. Bastille was a little unhappy. What's the matter? Just now Zhou was still fishing for Vice Admiral, now he just talked to Kizaru and became a senior? The resentment towards Zhou in his heart intensified instead. He regards Kizaru as his senior, and he himself is too embarrassed to talk to his senior, but this guy Zhou is so casual and his tone is so frivolous, it is really unforgivable. He saw that Kizaru had gone far away, and he probably couldn't hear himself speaking. So he said to Zhou with a sneer, although you and Senior Kizaru joined the Marine together, but now they are admirals, and you are still just a Vice Admiral who is not successful enough and has more than enough failures." Chapter 11 Bastille, who was beaten into autism by Xiaolu. Zhou stopped this time. He was just too lazy to talk to each other before. In the end, I didn't expect this guy to make an inch of it. Bastille stopped when he saw Zhou, immediately pushed his nose to his face. Said, "You are the kind of trash who runs away when you see a pirate, and you can't catch a few pirates all year round. You are just free to stay in the Marine. You'd better quit the Marine yourself." Zhou said lightly, "Quit Marine? What if I don't?" Bastille said with a sinister smile. "Otherwise, if your little arms and legs are all broken, I don't know if you can still connect them." Zhou walked towards Bastille suddenly. "Can I take it as that you have declared war on me?" "Yeah, you're still in good spirits. Do you think you can be my opponent?" Bastille rolled up his sleeves. He had long disliked Zhou and wanted to abolish him. Now, the movement here attracted many Marines to watch. They are all young people. When I saw two Vice Admirals were going to compete. Suddenly someone shouted, "Bastille Vice Admiral, which of you two is better?" Bastille sneered and said, "What nonsense, is this trash worthy of being my opponent?" Someone else asked curiously, "Who is this young but handsome Vice Admiral? Why haven't I seen it before?" Someone gave him popular science and said, "You don't know, this is the legendary Vice Admiral. Fishing Vice Admiral's name has become legend in Marine." Suddenly someone couldn't hold back and laughed. It seems that without Zhou's knowledge, the rumors about him have become more and more outrageous. It is estimated that many of them were deliberately added by Bastille to discredit him. "You are careless." At this time, Bastille suddenly launched an attack. He stepped on the ground suddenly and started shaving. He disappeared instantly. Advertisement. This astonishing speed immediately made the onlookers exclaim. Boom. However, just when people's exclamation has not yet landed. But Bastille flew backwards at a faster speed, and the eyes of those who didn't know why suddenly widened. He stared at Bastille flying in midair. His chest was sunken at this moment, and blood spit out from his mouth. Obviously it was blown away by someone, but who is it? In this place, who can defeat Bastille, who is Vice Admiral, in one blow? People looked around in a daze, but there was nothing but Zhou's figure. Boom. Bastille fell heavily to the ground. Others didn't see it, but he saw it, and it was Zhou who shot. But how is this possible? This garbage trash idiot thing. A cowardly B********. D. How is it possible to have such a powerful strength? His face was pale, and he was about to stand up to verify whether Zhou was really that strong. Whoosh. It can be next second. Zhou had already appeared in front of him in an instant. A foot stepped on his chest. Such a strong force, not to mention standing up, his chest was almost crushed. Ah! Bastille howled miserably. Zhou stared coldly at Bastille's eyes under the mask. If you hadn't captured and killed many pirates, you would be a corpse now. Advertisement after a pause, he said, I've caught many pirates, but I'm different from you. I'm lazy. Well, I don't bother to hand them over to the headquarters. As he said, he stared at Bastille coldly. Otherwise, do you think Sora will promote me? Sengoku will let me be Vice Admiral? Not only is your strength rubbish, but your brain is not good. People like you will be beaten to death sooner or later. After speaking, he turned and left, but at this moment, Bastille suddenly roared from his throat. He drew out the machete on his back and slashed viciously at Zhou's back. His eyes were bloodshot, and he didn't hear what Zhou said just now. Zhou's sudden burst of strength made him unwilling to accept it. He couldn't accept that this waste thing, which he had always regarded as garbage, surpassed him. He couldn't accept that this guy actually stepped on himself. The one who should be stepped on is the other party. At this moment, Bastille has lost his mind. This scene made the watching Marines lose their voices. They stretched out their hands one after another, wanting to stop Bastille. Open your mouth to remind Zhou, but it's too late. They could only watch Bastille's machete strike Zhou's back. Some people even couldn't bear to close their eyes. However, the picture that people imagined did not appear. Zhou turned around suddenly, and kicked Bastille's face fiercely with the sole of his foot. Whoosh! He flew out like a cannonball. It directly shattered a building in the distance, then unstoppably pierced through the building, and shattered the second building. Then came the third building, the fourth building, the fifth building. Bastille directly pierced through half of the Marineford building complex and disappeared into the ruins. Chapter 12 Sakazuki, how many civilians did you kill today? Dead silence. The Marine soldiers present were stunned to see all this. Their jaws almost hit the ground, their eyeballs protruded, and they didn't notice the snot coming out of their noses. Zhou still kept kicking, with his hands in his pockets and one leg raised horizontally. Immediately, he withdrew his legs, as if nothing had happened, and continued walking towards the headquarters on his own. But the Marines watching couldn't hold back. What's the situation? Bastille Vice Admiral was seconded. Is this a hallucination? If it was said that the kick just now was kicked by Kizaru Admiral, I still believe it, but it happened to be this fishing Vice Admiral. Shouldn't fishing Vice Admiral Zhou be rubbish? Isn't it rumored that he doesn't even have the strength of a soldier? Are the rumors false? I can't accept it. Bastille Vice Admiral is a very strong man. Last time I wrestled with him, he beat me to it. How could he be defeated so easily? This fishing Vice Admiral, it turns out that he hides his strength, it's really hidden too deep. But even he fled back from Whitebeard's territory in a hurry, so it can be seen that Whitebeard is stronger. Zhou almost fell down. FK, fleeing from Whitebeard land? Which 2B rumor is this? Co-authoring and spreading rumors at zero cost, just spread them casually. Zhou came to the interior of Naval Headquarters. Walk in the corridor, looking for the direction of Marshal Sengoku's office in memory. Advertisement. A muscular figure walked towards him. A red suit, a peaked cap, and a cigar in his mouth. Zhou stopped in his tracks. Hey, Sakazuki, how many civilians did you accidentally kill today? Akainu glanced at Zhou with a cold look. Unexpectedly, Vice Admiral came back from Whitebeard's territory alive. It's hard to get back alive, right? Cherish everything you have now. After speaking, he left without looking back. Zhou chuckled. Akainu's philosophy and his philosophy are simply in absolute conflict. What Akainu advocates is to obliterate pirates at all costs, regardless of whether the pirate is good or bad. In this process, no matter what the price is, even if 10,000 civilians are killed, as long as one pirate is killed, it will be blood. Marine can't do without this kind of person. Without this kind of person, the number of pirates in this world will soar. But Zhou personally doesn't like Akainu, because he feels that once Akainu becomes the marshal, he will be arrested at any time. If you become a pirate, or if you are directly wanted by the Five Elders or something, then Akainu was definitely the first one to kill himself. Now Akainu can keep from doing anything to him, but he doesn't want to affect Akainu's career as a marshal by killing him, Vice Admiral. Zhou continued walking, and this time came to Sengoku's office door. Thump thump. Come in. Crunch. Zhou pushed the door open and entered, and sat down on the sofa directly. Seeing that it was Zhou who came back, Sengoku jumped up. Advertisement, Zhou. You still have the face to come back alive. Tell me, why did you go to Whitebeard's place? Also, what did you do in Whitebeard's place? Just when Zhou Jin entered Sengoku's office. News of Zhou's return to Naval Headquarters has also begun to spread. All the Marines who were staying at Naval Headquarters heard the news. Momosagi Vice Admiral, did you hear that? Fishing Vice Admiral came back alive from Whitebeard land? A female Marine excitedly found Momosagi. Momosagi's beautiful eyes blinked, and a young and handsome face appeared in his memory. Oh, is it so? The female marine didn't notice the change in Momosagi's expression at all, and still said to herself, I heard that Vice Admiral escaped from the Whitebeard territory in a piece of shit. Peeved, Momosagi Vice Admiral suddenly covered his mouth and burst out laughing. His eyes suddenly curved into beautiful arcs, FK the shit, haha. The female marine couldn't understand where Momosagi's smile was, so she could only laugh along with embarrassment. Hey, T-Dolphin Vice Admiral, have you heard, Fishing Vice Admiral is back. The T-Dolphin Vice Admiral, who was smoking a cigarette and crossed his legs, took a puff of his cigarette, and his face changed. This guy is back again. No, I have to go find Momosagi quickly. The marine who reported the letter was puzzled. T-Dolphin Vice Admiral, Fishing Vice Admiral is back. Why are you looking for Momosagi Vice Admiral? The T-Dolphin picked up a bouquet of roses on the table and said angrily, last time, I saw that Momosagi's eyes were not right when he looked at that little boy. No, I must marry Momosagi before him. Before he finished speaking, the person had disappeared at the end of the corridor. Reported to Marine. Vice Admiral, this is the 101st time you have confessed to Momosagi Vice Admiral. I think she might not like you, Vice Admiral. Vice Admiral, did you hear that? Chapter 13 Zhou's record exposed? Boom Naval Headquarters? Have you heard? Fishing Vice Admiral is back. Fishing Vice Admiral. That guy who does nothing but pretends to be Vice Admiral? Ah, it seems to be him. Hiss, as expected, qualifications are still useful. When Vice Admiral joined the Marine, Sengoku was not a marshal, and Admiral was not the three people he is now. Now that so many years have passed, Zhou actually became a Vice Admiral. Hey, that's not necessarily the case. It all depends on luck. Isn't there some people who spend their whole lives fishing and still become colonels? This guy's luck is really good. I also want to do nothing and become Vice Admiral. Woo woo woo. Tush walked in the cafeteria of Naval Headquarters, and it was mealtime. Hearing that the people around seemed to be discussing Zhou, he was stunned. He didn't expect Zhou to be so famous in the headquarters, everyone had heard of him. However, what puzzled him was that the rumors they said about Zhou were too outrageous. Some people say that Zhou didn't even dare to kill a chicken. Others said that Zhou colluded with the pirates secretly and deliberately let the pirates go to obtain benefits. It is also said that Zhou was actually a relative of Sengoku, who was promoted to Vice Admiral in an exceptional way. Tassie is an ordinary marine on Zhou's ship. By chance, he boarded Zhou's warship. But never had the chance to come to Naval Headquarters. Zhou was recalled by Sengoku this time, and only then did he get a glimpse of Naval Headquarters. But I didn't expect that people around were talking bad things about my Vice Admiral. Tush is an honest person. He heard these far-fetched rumors. Advertisement immediately anxious. You don't know anything about Zhou Vice Admiral. Zhou Vice Admiral is very strong. He kicked away one of the 3 disasters under 4 emperors Kaido, Jack the Drow. Then, he broke into the Whitebeard pirates alone, faced the 4 emperors unafraid, and came back intact. He even severely injured Fire Fist Ace, the captain of the 2nd squad of Whitebeard pirates. His words were like a big Ivan thrown into a calm lake. There was an uproar immediately. First of all, a marine couldn't hold back anymore. After a short silence, he suddenly burst out laughing. Peeved. Ha ha ha. Immediately afterwards, more and more marines couldn't hold back and couldn't help laughing out loud. Don't, stop joking. How can Vice Admiral be so stupid? You can really make it up. Still very strong. Don't you know that he didn't dare to fight tens of millions of pirates and chose to run away? That's right, I also drove the pirates to the territory of other Vice Admirals. Bah, shameful. It's fine if you say he's great, but you still talk about the specific record. Do you know how strong Jack the Drow is? Even the veteran Vice Admiral can't guarantee victory. The big pirate with 1 billion Baileys kicked away? Are you afraid that this is not a dream? Ha ha ha, I laughed to death. No, I can't laugh anymore. If I laugh anymore, I'll show my abs. I'm not afraid to face the 4 emperors. Ha ha ha. I guess I'm scared to pee after seeing Whitebeard's pirate flag. It is indeed back intact, but what does this mean? Lousy has also been to the place where Roger was executed. I also said that I don't change my face when I face One Piece. Ha 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 ha. Severely injure Fire Fist Ace. He's Logia. Vice Admiral needs to know armament hockey at least to do it, right? I guess he doesn't even master the 6 forms. What's he talking about? I also said I know Conqueror's hockey well. Do you believe it? In the distance, on a table, a group of female soldiers are eating. Among them, there is Momosagi, Suru Vice Admiral, and some powerful female marines. Advertisement, what are they talking about? A female marine asked curiously. It seems to be talking about Fishing Vice Admiral, another female marine said. Momosagi's face suddenly became a little unhappy after hearing those nonsense words about Zhou. She was about to speak. Then I heard a female marine with a strong personality say, TCH, that trash, he has the nerve to be a marine. It's a pity for his face. Tisk tisk. Another woman, marine, was also yin and yang at the moment. Yes, it's better to give this face to Admiral, who has strength and good looks. How wonderful. Momosagi suddenly put down the chopsticks in his hand. I'm stuffed. All the female soldiers were surprised. Momosagi eats a lot. Although she is slender, a strong person needs more nutritional supplements. Now, Crane Vice Admiral on the side looked thoughtfully at the back of Momoshagi leaving. Zhou, an unremarkable guy, or is he deliberately hiding his strength? At this time, an intelligence officer from the Marines suddenly ran in from the outside, took a few mouthfuls of food in a hurry, and was about to leave. His companion grabbed him, and 8 trigrams said, "What's the news? You're so anxious that you can't even take care of your meal?" The intelligence officer was out of breath, and he didn't bother to speak in a low voice. He just ran and shouted to his companion, "Big event, big event." At this moment, the Marines who were eating also turned their attention. Curious what happened. The intelligence officer shouted, "Jack the Drow under the command of the 4 Emperors Kaido was seriously injured, covered in bandages, and was photographed. It seems that he has experienced a life-and-death battle." Chapter 14. What? Was it really Zhou who did it? The originally noisy Marine canteen suddenly became quiet. People looked at the backs of the intelligence personnel who had gone away in surprise. All of them have big mouths, and they can't even chew the food in their mouths. Drought, Jack? Seriously injured? Covered in bandages? In an instant, almost everyone thought of a name. Zhou. Just now, another Marine on Zhou's boat said that Zhou kicked Jack the Drow away. They even laughed hard. Now, in less than 5 minutes, an intelligence officer actually said that Jack was really injured. This is not a coincidence, however, some people said in disbelief. How is it possible? He really did it. Another person said in a firm tone, even if Jack was really injured, it wasn't Zhou's fault. It can only be said that the real culprit is someone else. More people were skeptical, neither believing that Zhou did it, nor believing that it had nothing to do with Zhou. At this time, someone in the crowd said, "Jack is one of the big signs of the 4 Emperors Kaido. He has a reward of 1 billion. Fall, unless someone of the Admiral level comes, or a stronger existence, no one will be able to injure him to that extent." Immediately someone echoed, "Yes, Zhou is a Vice Admiral, how could he have such a strong strength? He's not Vice Admiral Garp, and he doesn't have the strength of Admiral. He's a fisherman who is just waiting to die. How can he get the strength to hurt Jack?" Someone said in a strange way, maybe, he learned about Jack's injury in advance, and then deliberately let his subordinates spread that he defeated Jack. At this time, someone asked Zhou's subordinate in a questioning tone, "Did you really see Zhou hurt Jack with your own eyes?" He didn't wait for the other party to reply, and pressed on step by step. "You'd better think about it before you talk about it. If Jack is injured by Admiral or some big shot, then Zhou is likely to be suspected of taking credit, which is a serious crime." Immediately, more people said aggressively, "Yes, it is the most shameless behavior to take credit for other people's achievements." Advertisement. Zhou's subordinates were in a hurry. Why all of a sudden, public opinion started saying that Zhou Vice Admiral took the credit. If this really reaches the ears of the Marine executives, Zhou Vice Admiral will be in serious trouble. Immediately, he stood up and argued, "It's true, not only I saw it, everyone on board saw it. Zhou Vice Admiral kicked Jack away. Then, he boarded Whitebeard's Moby DK alone and negotiated with the 4 Emperors. In the end, he even had a one-on-one fight with the second captain of the White Group, Fire Fist Ace, and then defeated Fire Fist Ace. These are all facts that we have seen with our own eyes. It can't be fake at all. Kaido and Whitebeard can both testify." Puff, someone suddenly laughed. "And Kaido and Whitebeard can testify? Are you kidding? Who in the world can go to these two to testify? They're the 4 Emperors. You know that we can't prove the 4 Emperors, so you just say that on purpose? I also said that I had a fight with the red hair, you go ask the red hair. Isn't it enough to ask you to say that? I also said that I am Roger's son? Tisk tisk, it's true that those who are close to vermilion are red and those who are close to ink are black. The characters of Vice Admiral's subordinates are not very good." Zhou's subordinates were speechless. He didn't expect Zhou to have made so many enemies. In fact, this is also Zhou's fault, who made him always be so careless and unceremonious to everyone. Not all Marines are good people. In the past 30 years, they may have offended some villains. Seeing that the situation is getting worse, some people have even started to report Zhou. At this moment, Bastio walked into the cafeteria in a bandage. Bastio, who was kicked by Zhou, was not dead, but he could barely walk, and his wound would burst open with a little strenuous activity. Advertisement. But in order to show that he was all right, he refused the soldiers who brought him food and insisted on coming to the cafeteria to eat by himself. When you see his seriously injured appearance, suddenly someone became curious again. "Bastio Vice Admiral, I remember seeing you well this morning, how did you get injured?" Bastia's face darkened. This is a black history that he doesn't want to mention. However, he couldn't help but say it was beaten by Zhou. "Oh, Zhou. Wait, what, who are you talking about?" This person didn't care anymore, but he suddenly noticed something was wrong. Bastia's face darkened even more. "It's Zhou. Zhou." All of a sudden, many pairs of eyes looked over at the same time. Crane Vice Admiral also looked at Bastio with sharp eyes at this time. After seeing Bastio's injury, a hint of imperceptible surprise flashed in Crane Vice Admiral's eyes. Momoshagi Vice Admiral, who was about to leave, also stopped and looked at Bastio in surprise. A table of female soldiers who were discussing and belittling Zhou was speechless at the moment. More and more people noticed Bastio's injury. "Are you kidding me? Zhou, you can beat Bastio Vice Admiral like this?" In the crowd, a person's face became very ugly. He was the one who kept slandering Zhou before. He stepped out of the crowd and came to Bastu. Are you joking? Bastu? That useless Vice Admiral can beat you like this? Chapter 15 Zhou is famous, Admiral is a substitute. Bastu was already in a bad mood. Being defeated by Zhou is a shame for his whole life. Even now, the scars have been uncovered again and again. He was completely angry. If you don't believe me, you can challenge Zhou yourself. If Zhou is really as rubbish as you say, he won't be your opponent. I hope you'll still be alive. The man's face turned blue and white after being told, and then he snorted coldly and walked away. He is just a colonel. In terms of military rank, he is not qualified to be on an equal footing with Zhou. In fact, seeing Bastu's injury, he had believed it for the most part. How could it be possible to really challenge Zhou? Isn't that courting death? The cafeteria was silent for a few seconds. A more lively discussion ensued. Hiss, is it possible that Zhou really has great strength? Although Bastu Vice Admiral is only at the middle and lower level of Vice Admiral, it is also powerful. It once captured a big pirate with a reward of 200 million. Zhou can defeat him, which shows that his strength is extraordinary. At least he is at the upper middle level of Vice Admiral. Tisk tisk, I didn't expect that Vice Admiral is a man who pretends to be a pig and eats a tiger. He has been hiding his strength. After all, he has been in New World for so many years. If he has no strength, he can be wiped out by any small pirate he meets. Do you really think Zhou is trash? If Zhou is useless, how could the former Marine Marshal Kong Kong and the current Marine Marshal Sengoku promote him? Let him be the Vice Admiral. Yes, it makes sense. Just in a split second, the wind direction of public opinion began to say good things about Zhou. The faces of those who had ridiculed Zhou before were turning green and pale. The slapping in the face was so fast that they were caught off guard. Advertisement. Some people did not give up and said, but why is a trash so powerful all of a sudden? It was Marine, a woman who was dining at the same table as Suru Vice Admiral and Momosagi. I've said it a long time ago. If you are not convinced, you can challenge Zhou Vice Admiral. Suddenly, Momosagi came back at some point, sat next to Crane Vice Admiral, and continued to eat her own food. The female Marine who was reprimanded suddenly turned blue. Then he turned around and left with a cold snort. Momosagi Vice Admiral looked at the man's back with disdainful eyes. Gion, you seem to care about this Zhou Vice Admiral. Crane Vice Admiral said suddenly. Momosagi's eyes flustered imperceptibly, then regained his composure, and said in a reproachful tone. Miss Suru, are you still so 8 trigrams at such an old age? Crane Vice Admiral sipped the porridge slowly. You are not too young, you should have thought about lifelong matters long ago. After a pause, he suddenly said in an imperceptible voice. This Zhou Vice Admiral looks good, and you know his strength. I think he is a good candidate. Miss Suru, Momosagi snapped angrily. Zhou, are you going to tell me or not? Sengoku office. Sengoku looked gloomy, looking at Zhou who was lying leisurely on the sofa. Zhou crossed his legs. I already said, I just told Whitebeard not to go after Blackbeard. What's the reason? Sengoku asked. He couldn't believe that Zhou risked his life to go to Whitebeard's territory for this inexplicable reason. The reason is the fear of the destruction of the Whitebeard pirates, Zhou said impatiently. Sengoku let out a long breath. Do you think I can believe that reason? You liar. Zhou shrugged. Tisk, honestly, no one believes it. It's really hard for me. Call, advertisement. Sengoku let out a long breath. Okay, let's not talk about it first. He suddenly took out a photo. Then explain this to me. He handed the photo to Zhou. Zhou saw that the photo showed Jack resting on an island. Jack had a bandage on his body, with an ugly look on his face. But it can be seen that he was not lightly injured. Did you do this? Zhou nodded. Sengoku's eyes changed. You can beat Jack? How did you do it? Zhou waved his hand. Kick. As he spoke, he lifted his feet up. Almost rubbed the dirt on the soles of his feet on Sengoku's glasses. Sengoku jumped up and cursed. I'm done. Don't be so arrogant, you be *****D. Do you think you are Garp? I'll beat you up if you get in a hurry. After a fire, he calms down, then take out the second photo. Here's a picture of you boarding the Whitebeard pirates. You really did, Whitebeard. He didn't kill you. Zhou saw that in the photo, he was stepping on the Moby Dick step by step. The person taking the photo should be under the boat. Hey, it seems that our marine's intelligence system is really powerful, even the Whitebeard pirates have our people inside. Sengoku said. How much strength are you hiding? Zhou, your strength has completely reached the quasi-admiral level, even, admiral. He pushed his glasses. You go and complete the following strength test. If you meet the standard, I will list you as admiral substitute. Chapter 16 The Past of Momosagi and Zhou. Admiral substitute. Zhou shook his head. How can it be? Being a vice admiral yourself is pretty good, impossible to be admiral. For specific examples, see Garp. If admiral were to be, he would be the lackey of the celestial dragons. As long as the celestial dragons need it, admiral must be there. Don't look at admiral's arrogance, but he can also launch Buster Call or something. However, once something big happened to Marine, admiral was the tall man after the sky fell. Isn't he good at being vice admiral? The salary is already a lot, and at my current age, it's time to retire. Zhou shook his head, determined not to be admiral. Sengoku's face turned black immediately. In front of you, there are Momosagi and T-Pig who are admiral substitutes, which means you are only in the third place. That's not okay. Zhou continued to wave his hands. Sengoku was angry. Completely angry. First Garp, then you, all of you, what do you think Marine is? Where is your heart of justice? Zhou sneered. Kizaru is ambiguous justice. That is to say, as long as it is not a matter that endangers his interests, he is too lazy to care about it. Aokiji is lazy justice, and Akainu is absolute justice. In order to enforce justice, it can even go against Marine's original intention. 3 admirals, each with a different idea of justice. Sengoku actually has the face to talk about himself? After some persuasion by Sengoku, I found out that Zhou really doesn't like oil and salt. So, he could only take a step back and said, in that case, you can be the Vice Admiral of the headquarters. Outside, you don't work and even cause trouble. Returning to the headquarters to report on your work is your best destination. Zhou agreed this time. Advertisement he had planned to catch fish. Dawdle. If you can be the Vice Admiral of the headquarters, you don't even have to go to sea. It's like a civil servant. What's more, Ace will not go to Blackbeard now, and the Summit War will not happen. Zhou thought in his heart. As for Luffy, it won't be too late to solve it after he reaches the Sabaody Islands and fights the Celestial Dragons. I thought about it in my heart. Zhou was very satisfied with his plan. Leave the Sengoku office. Zhou successfully became a Vice Admiral of the headquarters. His crew members also followed suit and began to report their duties in the headquarters. After notifying the first officer of the good news, Zhou went to the cafeteria without incident. When he came to the cafeteria, suddenly found that the atmosphere here is not right. Something is wrong. Everyone looked at him as if they were watching a ghost. However, he didn't pay attention to the eyes of these people. His reputation as a Vice Admiral has long been known, so he has long been used to the strange look. He asked for a piece of food on his own. Vice Admiral can directly go to Vice Admiral's meal window, and has the high-level treatment of Vice Admiral. The meals are naturally full of nutritious fresh sea king's meat, fresh vegetables and fruits, etc. Then he came to the exclusive seat of Vice Admiral and sat down to eat. When he just sat down, immediately, a Marine ran over. He looked at Zhou with admiration. Zhou Vice Admiral, may I ask if you really defeated Jack and Fire Fist Ace? You really confronted 4 Emperors Whitebeard? Zhou tore a big mouthful of flesh and said vaguely, young people, don't fantasize about unrealistic things all day long, and keep your feet on the ground. Besides, haven't you heard of my strength? I'm just a B******D. Another Marine ran over and said, touching fish. No, Zhou Vice Admiral, did you cause the injury of Bastille Vice Admiral? Zhou took a sip of the soup, maybe he accidentally fell? Zhou Vice Admiral, at this time, someone else sat down. Advertisement without raising his head, Zhou said, is there something wrong? As soon as he finished speaking, he looked up and was immediately amazed. With a beautiful face, a curvy figure, and a temperament like a lotus flower blooming on the top of a snow-capped mountain, Momosagi rested her right elbow on the table and her right wrist on her face. A pair of beautiful eyes were staring at Zhou with great interest. Momosagi said in a teasing tone, Zhou Vice Admiral seems to have become a big celebrity. Zhou looked at Momosagi. His eyes were lost for a while, but he recalled a past with Momosagi in his mind. 10 years ago. A naval battle is over. Momosagi, who had just been promoted to Vice Admiral, encountered a big pirate, Blood Knife, with a bounty of 500 million and was seriously injured. Shui Knife held a blood-colored long knife, pressing every step of the way, with a sinister smile on his face. Hey, beauty, you just follow me. I haven't tasted the taste of Marine Vice Admiral yet. Momosagi knelt on the ground, clutching her injured left arm. Her face was full of despair. As a female Marine, the biggest inconvenience is that after encountering pirates, once they lose the battle, they may take advantage of the other party. Shueidao grinned grimly and raised the long knife in his hand. HMPH ha, let me taste your fresh blood. Fortunately, the other party just wanted to kill her. Momosagi resignedly closed her eyes. Just when the long knife was about to fall on Momosagi, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Momosagi. One foot stepped on the bloody long knife. The voice that Momosagi will never forget rang out. Hey, I really don't know how to be sympathetic. Zhou blocked the full blow of the blood knife. Shui Dao looked horrified. He knew that the Vice Admiral in front of him was stronger than himself. So he retreated immediately. When Momosagi opened his eyes, he saw Zhou yawning. Yes, you repelled the blood knife? Asked Momosagi. Zhou thought for a while. If he answered yes, then Momosagi would probably suspect that he deliberately let go of the blood knife. Of course, he didn't do it on purpose, he just didn't want to chase after him. He said, I am not his opponent. He should have been seriously injured by you. He ran away after seeing me. Momosagi let out an O. Chapter 17 Admiral's Strength, The Persecution of T-Dolphins. Momosagi looked at Zhou with a complicated expression. 10 years ago, Zhou saved her. She has been paying attention to Zhou. Everyone is strong. Zhou's appearance is definitely top-notch, but his strength is beyond praise. Afraid of gossip, she has been secretly watching Zhou. Gradually, she heard various rumors about fishing Vice Admiral. What a funk in the face of pirates. Join forces with pirates and so on. But Momoshage stubbornly believes that Zhou is not the kind of person in the rumors. 10 years ago, she was cornered. The opponent is Bloodknife. A big pirate. If Zhou was really the coward as rumored, then he would have run away long after seeing the pirate ship, and it is impossible for him to have the courage to board the ship to check the situation. And Momoshage recalled the details of that day countless times. She was 90% sure that Zhou should have blocked the attack of the Bloodknife at that time. But if Zhou is really so powerful, why would he run away when he sees a pirate? Momoshage has been puzzled, until today. Momoshage finally nailed it. This guy Zhou does have impressive strength, but he usually hides it. Why are you hiding your strength, Zhou Vice Admiral? Momoshage approached Zhou, staring at Zhou's eyes without blinking. Zhou subconsciously stepped back a little. Because Momoshage's hair was drooping on his clothes, the woman's unique fragrance from Momoshage's body floated over, which made his nose feel a little strange. Momoshage's snow-white skin and towering twin peaks are close at hand. Advertisement, at this time. Zhou Vice Admiral, stay safe and sound. T-Dolphin Vice Admiral appeared in front of Zhou at some unknown time. There was a cigarette in his mouth, and a rose that had been crushed by him in his hand. The veins on his forehead popped up, and he was obviously about to confess to Momoshage for the 101st time. Seeing Momoshage getting so close to Zhou, his blood pressure rose and he couldn't accept this scene. I have pursued Momoshage so many times, but every time Momoshage rejected me without hesitation. As for Zhou, he obviously didn't do anything, and he didn't even meet Momoshage a few times, but in the end he got Momoshage's favor and heart. As a man, it would be a lie to say that you are not jealous. Zhou looked at the T-Dolphin. Who are you? T-Dolphin. This is Admiral's substitute, the T-Pig Vice Admiral. A Marine on the side introduced. While speaking, his tone was full of arrogance. Obviously, Admiral's substitute is not much different from Admiral. The difference between Admiral and Vice Admiral is naturally quite large. Even if he was just standing next to Admiral as a soldier, the other side looked at Zhou with a sense of superiority. Zhou said, "Oh, then continue eating." Momoshage stood up in dissatisfaction, gave the T-Dolphin a white look, and then left. The T-Dolphin smiled at Momoshage, and then looked at Zhou with a gloomy face. "I want to challenge you, Zhou. You are my rival in love, I see it. If I don't beat you, then I will never be able to marry Momoshage. So, accept my challenge." The T-Dolphin stared at Zhou with burning eyes. While Zhou was eating, he couldn't care less about this B********* D at all. Advertisement, however, more and more people gathered around. Suddenly someone said, "Zhou Vice Admiral, the T-Porpoise Vice Admiral is theoretically above you. He is Admiral's substitute, and you are just a Vice Admiral. His words are half an order to you. Come on, don't you obey the orders of your superiors?" Zhou raised his head. Seeing the crane, Vice Admiral looked at him with a half smile. The corners of his mouth twitched. What the hell? Old silver coins. How dare you cheat yourself like this? The T-Dolphin's eyes lit up. That's right, I'm your superior now. Zhou. Accept my challenge. Zhou regrets not being Admiral's substitute now. Otherwise, you can save yourself a trouble. Momoshage stands behind Crane Vice Admiral. He whispered in a complaining tone. "Miss Suru, why are you targeting Zhou Vice Admiral?" Crane Vice Admiral also said in the voice of only the two of them. "Oh, you are starting to care about Zhou now? Doesn't a certain person not want to get married at all?" After a pause, she said in a soothing tone, "I just want to see how capable this Zhou Vice Admiral is. If he is really just an idiot, then you will just suffer by following him." Momoshage anxiously said, "But the T-Dolphin has Admiral-level strength. No matter what Zhou is, he will not be his opponent." Crane Vice Admiral shook his head and said, "Although the T-Dolphin regards Zhou as a rival in love, he is still a good person. He will not seriously injure Zhou and prevent him from stepping down." Momoshage. But, Crane Vice Admiral suddenly said, "Look, Zhou has already agreed." "Really?" Zhou finished his meal. Wiping his mouth, he said, "Okay, since it's an order from the officer, I can't disobey it, otherwise that old Sengoku would have a reason to fire me." Chapter 18 Battle of Love Rivals, Zhou vs T-Pig. Training Course. The training ground of Naval Headquarters is very large. Here, you have to be able to withstand Vice Admiral level destruction. And if Admiral wants to train, there is a special uninhabited desert island. The battle between Zhou and the T-Dolphin started here. Come to see the lively marine, there are many of them. Originally, it was already something worth watching for a tealfish with Admiral-level strength and as Admiral's substitute to fight with others. After all, the rest of the Admiral class are above: Sengoku, Garp, Akainu, Kazaru, Aokiji. These characters are all high above, or they don't take action at all, or they don't even see each other. So, seeing the Admiral class fight firsthand, for many, for the first time. Hey, there are so many people, no, I have to squeeze to the front to see. Brother, are you crazy? That's an Admiral battle? That's right, brother, you don't want to die? What happened to the Admiral battle? They didn't hit me. However, Admiral-level battles destroy the world at every turn. Even if you are just an innocent passerby, you will still be affected if you stand on the sidelines. Hiss, it's scary. This is Admiral-level combat power. Yes, it's scary and powerful, but it also gives people a sense of security. Yeah, the more powerful existences of this kind, the safer our Marines and civilians all over the world will be. However, when more Marines arrive, someone doesn't know the details. Began to ask. I know the T-Dolphin, that average-looking guy with a cigarette in his mouth. But who is that other person? You don't even know this person. I have no idea. That's Vice Admiral, advertisement. Fishing Vice Admiral, against the Admiral-level Tealfish Vice Admiral? Is he courting death? Just watch it. Some people who knew that Zhou was hiding his strength didn't bother to explain to these people at the moment. They really wanted to see the surprised expression on their faces when they saw Zhou's strength. Somewhere on the training ground, Crane Vice Admiral Momoshage sat on the seat, and the surrounding crowd automatically moved away. This is an exclusive seat for the top Marines, and they are not eligible to sit on it. Miss Suru, this reply is hard to come by. The two of them are really going to fight. Momoshage complained a little. In front of so many people, if Zhou made a fool of herself, she didn't know how Zhou would be hit. Fighting the strong is a shortcut to becoming stronger, and this may be an opportunity for Zhou, Crane Vice Admiral said. Momoshage wanted to say something else. Allah, it seems that this place has become quite interesting. Suddenly, a man's voice sounded. Suddenly, the surrounding Marines all burst into exclamations. It's Admiral Aokiji. How did he come back here? Did he also come to see the T-Dolphin fight? It should be. The T-Dolphin is also an Admiral-level combat power, so he should also want to learn it? What else does Admiral need to learn? What do you know? The strong can only become stronger in this moment of learning, so garbage like you will always be garbage. Wearing a turban, black curly hair, and small round sunglasses, the 3-meter tall man is Aokiji. He sat beside Suru Vice Admiral. Suru Senpai, please stay safe. Momoshage was obviously already familiar with Aokiji, so she didn't show the slightest surprise at the moment. She just looked at Zhou in the field by herself, with deep worry in her eyes. Advertisement. It seems that he can't wait to play in person to replace Zhou, and beat the T-Dolphin wildly. Crane Vice Admiral asked, Kuzan, are you here to watch the battle? Kuzan pushed his glasses, just looking at a friend. Friend? Crane Vice Admiral looked at the two people in the field. Is it T-Dolphin? Or, is it Zhou? Zhou actually knows Aokiji, and has such a good relationship with Aokiji? Field. The T-Dolphin put his hands in his pockets, and the cigarette in his mouth kept burning. Zhou, I will be merciful, I know you will not be my opponent. Zhou also put his hands in his pockets. You are Admiral, and I am Vice Admiral. Isn't it only natural that Vice Admiral loses to Admiral? There was a lazy look on his face. The T-Dolphin frowned upon hearing this. Zhou, what I hate the most is your face. No matter who you face, you are so rude, as if you don't take anyone seriously, but your strength. Does it really allow you to be so willful? Zhou yawned. Anyway, I have to lose to you. This is the result. Come on, don't talk too much. After the fight, I have to go to sleep. The corner of the T-Dolphin's mouth twitched. I am coming. Next moment, he suddenly ran towards Zhou. He didn't intend to continue rambling anymore, but he wanted to see if he could still show this indifferent expression when Zhou lost to him. Look, Momoshage, Zhou's strength is not worth mentioning in front of me. He kicked Zhou, but there was no hockey attached to his foot. Obviously, in his eyes, Zhou is not worth his use of hockey at all. Chapter 19 Zhou's 6 Styles, Shocking Marine. The T-Dolphin kicked Zhou without any fancy skills or tricks. Yes, it's just the speed and strength gained from long-term exercise. This is crushing. This kick alone has already caused countless Marine soldiers to feel overwhelmed. They have already lagged behind the T-Dolphins in the most basic physical training. This is the strength of the Admiral class. This is the crushing of strength. People want to know, how does Zhou deal with this kick? At this moment, countless pairs of eyes turned to Zhou. Momoshage, Crane Vice Admiral, Aokiji, etc. However, what they saw was Zhou with his hands in his pockets and yawning. B********D. Get out of the way. The T-Dolphin has already attacked. This guy, doesn't he realize that the danger is coming? Just when everyone was anxious, the T-Dolphin's foot has also arrived. At this moment, Aokiji next to Suru Vice Admiral suddenly said, he escaped. Sure enough, the next moment, Zhou's body suddenly became erratic, and he still had his hands in his pockets, looking listless. However, he dodged the T-Dolphin's kick. Boom. The T-Dolphin kicked a training dummy behind Zhou, and the dummy was immediately exploded. In an instant, the audience exclaimed, how did he do it? What just happened? Vice Admiral's kick was so easily dodged by him. Unbelievable. Could it be that this guy, Zhou, actually has Admiral strength? Now, only a few people can see the doorway. Crane Vice Admiral said, it's paper arts. Aokiji said, it's paper arts. Paper arts is one of the 6 styles. The so-called 6 styles are shave, moonwalk, tempest kick, finger pistol, paper arts, iron body. These 6 stunts are the stunts derived from training the human body to the ultimate level. Shaved, Stepping on the ground multiple times in a flash, the powerful kinetic energy erupted can give people an amazing speed like teleportation. Moonwalk, through non-stop exercise, you can step on the air and move. Tempest kick, through a quick kick, the wind blade generated by the friction between the legs and the air. Finger pistol, shoot your fingers like bullets, and your fingers are as hard as steel, which can penetrate the enemy's body instantly. Paper arts, unloading the whole body strength, through the airflow changes generated by the opponent's movements, can make the body as thin and light as paper, can easily control the body, and can dodge the attack towards itself with a hair. Iron body, similar to hard qigong, makes the body as strong as iron body through exercise, but when performing iron body, the body cannot move and can only stand still and be beaten. But with exercise it is possible to use iron body while moving. Advertisement, what Zhou just did is paper arts, one of the 6 styles. Only, the T-Dolphin looked at Zhou with a serious expression. Advanced paper arts, can you even evade the opponent's attack in advance? Crane Vice Admiral also commented, 6 styles actually have advanced application methods, and paper arts is actually the embryonic form of observation hockey. Yes, observation hockey, compatible with paper arts. That is the invincible dodge ability, and Zhou has used this stunt to ultimate. Zhou yawned. As for me, I don't like fighting and killing, so I have practiced life-saving skills. Everyone. Do you want to say it directly, life-saving skills, why are you so proud? Don't you know how to write the word shame? The Marines were complaining crazily in their hearts at this moment. Even Crane Vice Admiral was speechless. Ha ha ha, it's really his style, Aokiji said. Momoshiki breathed a sigh of relief. The T-Dolphin just snorted coldly at this moment. Immediately said, so that's the case, did I underestimate the enemy? I shouldn't imagine you as a worthless waste. After a pause, he said, next, I'm going to get serious. Zhou yawned, seriously or not, anyway, I definitely can't W-in you, otherwise my good days will be over. The T-Dolphin curled her lips, it's as if you can really beat me. He suddenly started to shave, and disappeared in place in an instant. When he reappeared, he had already appeared in front of Zhou. Such a fast speed, can you dodge it? The T-Dolphin hit Zhou fiercely with its right fist. Boom. This punch. Not surprisingly, Zhou was hit. He flew out directly. There was a sudden exclamation from the crowd. Hit. Punched by a T-Fish Vice Admiral, this guy is dead. Ha ha ha, the T-Dolphin Vice Admiral is still amazing. After all, it is at the Admiral level. How could it be possible that Vice Admiral can handle even a fish-fishing Vice Admiral? Wait. Something seems wrong. Look, that guy didn't fall down. People look. It was discovered that Zhou was standing there without incident. Advertisement after being punched, he slid out tens of meters away, and his feet drew 2 deep scratches on the ground. Iron Body Diamond. Zhou exhaled a foul breath and said lightly. Nani? People were shocked. How can this be? Did he use Iron Body? How could Iron Body have such a strong defense? Even Crane Vice Admiral was moved. What a strong Iron Body. Has Zhou also cultivated Iron Body to the top? What an amazing man. Momoshiki glanced at Crane Vice Admiral and asked, Miss Suru, can Iron Body have such a strong defense? Crane Vice Admiral said, well, paper arts is the prototype of observation hockey, and Iron Body is the prototype of armament hockey. It is said that a real 6-style master can train his body to a level not inferior to hockey. Hiss, Momoshiki gasped. I see, the strength of Zhou is that his 6 styles are unmatched by anyone. It's not impossible. Many marine powerhouses don't even know the 6 forms. They learned hockey directly, leaving only the more practical skill of razor. And there are very few people who really devote themselves to practicing the 6 styles. The T-Dolphin looked at Zhou expressionlessly. I see. Is this what you rely on? Top-notch paper arts and top-notch Iron Body are really amazing men. Zhou rubbed his forehead. The T-Dolphin's right foot suddenly turned black. Armament hockey. He looked solemn. Since your Iron Body and paper arts are so strong, then I won't show mercy. Shave. The T-Dolphin suddenly kicked Zhou in the lower abdomen. At this moment, Zhou suddenly let out a foul breath. Then, he closed his eyes, just when the T-Dolphin didn't know why. He suddenly felt that he had kicked Zhou's foot, but he didn't feel much reality. It's like kicking cotton. He was shocked to see that Zhou actually used shave, paper arts, Iron Body at the same time. Whoosh! Zhou flew out backwards, but then it stopped lightly. The T-Dolphin was shocked. First a quick back with shave, then with paper arts to dodge an attack, and with Iron Body to block a crippled kick. The combination of the 3 made Zhou dodge his foot abruptly. Chapter 20 Invincible Kick. The T-Dolphin was shocked. The T-Dolphin looked at Zhou who flew out in surprise. However, great, T-Dolphin Vice Admiral Niyubi. Amazing, as expected of the T-Dolphin Vice Admiral. It has to be you, T-Dolphin. Moyu Vice Admiral was finally beaten. The crowd cheered. Among these Marines, there are not many bull-nosed ones. It's all rubbish. No one saw what Zhou did just now. Only the T-Dolphin, the person closest to Zhou, saw that Zhou used 3-6 moves in an instant. Moreover, his own attack did not cause any damage to Zhou at all. This kind of power, the T-Dolphin himself thinks that he can't do it. But, the cheers of the crowd are heard. he felt worse than eating a fly. Momoshage Aokiji and Crane Vice Admiral, seeing Zhou flying out, thought what happened to Zhou. But when they saw Zhou standing up, all three of them breathed a sigh of relief. Zhou, it's all right. It should be the T-Dolphin who kept his hand at the last moment, Crane Vice Admiral said with a smile. Momoshage said, if this B***** D dares to do anything to Zhou, I will go up and beat him up immediately. Hearing this, Vice Admiral suddenly smiled wryly. Immediately, he shook his head in his heart. The T-Dolphin looked at the crowd angrily, he scolded these idiots in his heart. Waste. He didn't even know that Zhou took the initiative to avoid his attack just now, but he was still bragging about himself? Shit. It's like shit. He then looked at Zhou, you guy, do you really think it's fun to pretend to be weak like this? Do you think it's good to have your reputation spread more and more? Advertisement Zhou yawned, are you still playing? The T-Dolphin said angrily, it's not fun at all to fight someone like you. Said, turned around and left. No more fights, no more fights. It's not interesting at all, watching the T-Dolphin leave. The Marines were all startled. Immediately, the crowd roared again. Ha ha ha, so it turns out that Vice Admiral is too good at fishing, and Vice Admiral doesn't even bother to continue fighting with such a weak person. Yeah, just now the T-Fish Vice Admiral kicked Zhou Vice Admiral in seconds, doesn't that explain the problem? Zhou Vice Admiral's tricks are all 6 moves for life-saving, shaving, paper arts, iron body, all practiced to the ultimate. This is also a kind of talent. Yeah, after all, without these life-saving skills, how could it be possible to survive in a dangerous place like New World? That's also understandable. It can only be said that he deserves to be a Vice Admiral who is trying to practice life-saving skills in order to survive. Listen to the discussion of the crowd. The T-Dolphin is about to leave. Suddenly I don't want to leave, he is not reconciled. If it is said that he defeated Zhou with his real strength, it is only natural for him to enjoy the cheers of the people. But, the fact is, Zhou deliberately didn't want to fight with him. He could see that Zhou didn't contribute at all. He doesn't even want the so-called victory obtained in this way. He knew that Momoshage didn't like himself like this either. Ever since, he suddenly stopped and turned to look at Zhou. At this moment, the momentum on his body continued to rise. Zhou, I will attack with all my strength in the future. If you still want to steal and play tricks, you must be prepared to die. Original. Zhou, who thought the battle was over, felt helpless again. Advertisement, what the hell, is it over yet? I just want not to expose my strength, and to spend my time with peace of mind, and sign in for nothing. Who is this to provoke? Why is it not over yet? There was also a hint of anger in his heart. To be honest, deliberately hiding his strength made him feel a little uncomfortable. Do you want to die? The T-Dolphin was angry when he saw Zhou. Immediately overjoyed. Immediately, he cast the razor with all his strength. With the strongest armament hockey attached to his right foot, he kicked Zhou with all his might. Hurry up! The T-Dolphin's speed is so fast that except for Aokiji and Momoshage who can see it, other people present including Zhou Vice Admiral can't see his movements clearly at all. Just when the T-Dolphin kicked Zhou in the face, Zhou kicked out suddenly. Boom! The legs of both sides collided together. And the feet of the two did not touch each other at all. The same armed color, and it is an advanced application method of armed color emission. The T-Dolphin laughed. Haha, so that's the case, you really are hiding your strength. Such a fast speed, and advanced armament hockey, Changwei, you still say you don't know martial arts? However, the T-Dolphin soon stopped laughing. He found that with all his strength, he couldn't break through Zhou's defense. His pupils shrank, and he exploded with all his strength. Hockey burst out with all his strength, attacking Zhou with all his strength. However, Zhou put his hands in his pockets, his eyes were calm, but his feet were as steady as Mount Tai. The T-Dolphin felt that what he kicked was a mountain of diamonds, and he couldn't break through the defense at all. He didn't even know if Zhou had used all his strength. No, it's impossible. Good. So strong, incredibly strong. Zhou, definitely more than Admiral's strength. Chapter 21 Admiral level strength? Zhou's strength? Boom boom boom. The collision between the T-Dolphin and Zhou, the energy surge, the crazy collision of hockey. The dazzling light made most of the people present unable to look directly. The location of Zhou Vice Admiral, Aokiji and Momoshage is just behind the T-Dolphin. They can't see the details. What's more, the T-Dolphin could hardly see Ultimate's face at this time. Cold sweat dripped from the T-Dolphin's forehead. The face is even more ugly to see Ultimate. He found that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break through Zhou's defense. He growled, gritted his teeth, and the veins on his forehead popped out. However, Zhou's legs were still as stable as Mount Tai. Are you satisfied now? Zhou's eyes were calm, like a titan looking down on an ant. Impossible. How could you be so strong? There was a hint of despair in the T-Dolphin's heart. He thought of Zhou hiding his strength. He even guessed that Zhou might have Admiral strength. But, he never dreamed that Zhou's strength was superior to his own. Actually, strictly speaking, T-Dolphins and Momoshage are not Admiral class. Or, there is still some gap between the two of them and the current 3 Admirals. Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru, they are all old Admiral. If you have to say it, then the strength of the T-Dolphin and Momosagi should be at the admiral level. As for the 3 veteran admirals, their strength is already unfathomable. Otherwise, Akainu will be promoted to Marshal 2 years later, Aokiji will quit Marine, and Marine will not be able to make Fujitora and Green Bull Admiral. Ah. The T-Dolphin's face turned red, but he still couldn't beat Zhou. B*********D. Advertisement. He couldn't accept this fact. However, Zhou's feet are as steady as mountains. Whether it is strength or hockey, they are unparalleled and powerful. It's the first time you've seen my strength, but I believe that even if you tell it, no one will believe it. Zhou said lightly. The T-Dolphin gritted his teeth and said, with your strength, you can become an admiral. Zhou Dao. Admiral status is just a bondage, you guys are not as open as Garp, isn't he not going to be an admiral for the rest of his life? The T-Dolphin's pupils shrank. Zhou said with a smile, being an admiral is just a dog for the celestial dragons. No matter how strong admiral is, even if he is a marshal, he still has to listen to the celestial dragons. Don't you think it's sad? The T-Dolphin's expression darkened. Yes, no matter how strong it is, it cannot be stronger than blood. Then what can we do? Celestial dragons are supreme, T-Dolphin said. Zhou sighed and shook his head, then he said, I'm going to lose. What did you say? Halfway through the T-Dolphin's speech, he suddenly found that Zhou's strength had become weaker. He actually lowered his legs little by little and then conceded. The T-Dolphin stood there in a daze, don't understand what's going on. I saw Zhou swaggering away. Immediately, just the cheering crowd. T-Dolphin Vice Admiral wins. The T-Dolphin looked at the swarming crowd. Realized that I was played by Zhou again. Zhou actually let go of the water so nakedly, and then lost to himself. And this group of idiot marine soldiers actually thought that they had defeated Zhou by virtue of their strength? What a big joke. He wanted to find someone who could see Zhou's true strength. He saw Crane Vice Admiral, Momosagi, and Aokiji. However, his desperate discovery, these people sat behind him. I didn't see the strength of Zhou just now, that is. Advertisement. I am the only one who knows Zhou's true strength. Hateful. The T-Dolphin was a little upset, he quickly caught up with Zhou. You be ******D. Wipe at water? Are you looking down on me? You guys definitely have admiral level strength. I'm going to tell Marshal Sengoku, you can't hide it. Zhou looked at the T-Dolphin with a smile. Do you think Sengoku would believe it? Our battle was neither recorded by the phone bug nor seen by a third person. Do you think, just based on your words, can others believe it? Sengoku did doubt my strength, but he wouldn't believe it until he saw it with his own eyes. I advise you, it's better not to waste your energy. After speaking, he swaggered away. Only the T-Dolphin was left in a daze. Damn it, Admiral Class, Admiral Class. The T-Dolphin clenched its fists tightly. He was full of frustration. Zhou found his own exclusive office. In a remote location in Naval Headquarters. Open the office, which is full of sundries. It seems, previously, this place should have been used as a warehouse. He shrugged helplessly, called a group of his subordinates, and asked them to clean up for him. Bookshelves, desks, sofas and more, everything is available. Those who didn't know thought he was on vacation. Just when Zhou had just cleaned up the office. Drive away the subordinates, close the door while lying on the sofa. Thump thump. There was a knock on the door. Then, a beautiful figure pushed the door and walked in. Momosagi? Chapter 22 Momosagi's Offensive, Zhou's Defeat. Momosagi? Zhou looked at Momosagi in surprise. That's right, his headquarters Vice Admiral just took office on the first day, and the first visitor turned out to be Admiral's substitute, Momosagi Vice Admiral. Momosagi closes the door. He sat down facing Zhou. Zhou was at a loss. Zhou Vice Admiral, do you still remember me? In Zhou's mind, he recalled the scene 10 years ago. Then he shook his head. No, I don't remember. But Momosagi didn't care at all. Instead, his eyes were bright, and he said as if he didn't hear it. At the beginning, your figure was deeply imprinted in my mind, and I can't get rid of it. Yes, is that so? A playful expression appeared on Momosagi's face. Looking at Zhou as if looking at a prey. Zhou Vice Admiral, your panic expression is also cute. Zhou coughed dryly. Ahem, first of all, I didn't panic, and secondly, my age. Momosagi suddenly half-kneeled in front of Zhou, a green onion-like slender white finger blocked his mouth. I know, but I don't care, and Momosagi's beautiful eyes were close at hand, and she winked at Zhou, your body age is very young. She suddenly sat back on the sofa. A pair of beautiful long legs are crossed, and the slender waist is full of grips. Above are amazing peaks, swan-like slender and white neck, and that beautiful face. Do you know that many girls in this department are envious of your secret to maintaining youth? You are as immature as a teenager in your 20s even though you have reached the age where you can grow gray hair. To be honest, even I'm a little jealous. Momosagi bit her lower lip. The white teeth formed a sharp contrast with the bright red lips, making it impossible to look away. Zhou waved his hand. He has been in this world for 30 years, and with his experience and character, he can naturally restrain his desires. Momosagi Vice Admiral, you are Admiral's substitute. In terms of rank, you are my officer. How can an officer enter a subordinate's office? So, you'd better leave. Advertisement. Momosagi bit her lip, and took a deep look at Zhou with resentful eyes. She suddenly said, Zhou Vice Admiral, have you considered getting married? Zhou. On Momosagi's face, a shyness like a little woman suddenly appeared. Do you think I'm not pretty enough? No, no, when did the topic move so fast? Zhou felt that his brain could not function properly. Momosagi's offensive caught him off guard. If he were to face the four emperors, he would remain calm. But this situation was beyond his expectation. Seeing Zhou was stunned. Momosagi sighed. Once again, he looked at Zhou with resentful eyes. She suddenly moved closer, and tapped Zhou's mouth superficially. Then he left with a red neck. Zhou was stunned. Then he realized that he had been molested, made. Zhou was angry. My first kiss was gone just like that. But then he realized that he didn't seem to be at a disadvantage. Momosagi's appearance and figure are unmatched by anyone in the world except the Empress. It seems that Momosagi is the only one who suffers. All right, Zhou lay flat, reluctantly accepted this reality. He licked his dry lips and suddenly thought of something. Take out today's newspaper. Open black lens bracket. Straw Hat Boy. Monkey D. Luffy appeared at the place where Roger, the Pirate King, was executed in Rog Town, but an astonishing lightning bolt accidentally saved him. Close black lens bracket. This is the headline of today's newspaper. Advertisement. Zhou looked at the smiling Luffy in the photo. Tisk. This kid really went to sea according to the route in the original book. According to Marine's internal information, Luffy's current crew includes Pirate Hunter, Roronoa Zoro, Usopp, Thief Cat, Nami, Chef Sanji. There is no difference from the original book. It seems that my appearance did not cause the butterfly effect. That is to say, if there is no accident, Luffy will become stronger all the way, and finally become one piece. Then overthrow the old marine and world government, celestial dragons, etc., and establish a new world. That's not okay. He overthrew the marine and world government, so am I out of a job? I have worked so hard to be a marine for most of my life, and if you kill me, who am I going to ask for a pension? Zhou tapped his fingers on the table. As long as you dare to come to the Bubble Islands, I will let you come and go. In the following time, Zhou has been trying his best to catch fish. The headquarters of Vice Admiral actually doesn't have much to do. But he didn't even leave his office at all. Lie on the sofa every day, read a book and drink tea. Momosagi comes once a day. Momosagi started bringing lunchboxes to Zhou. And every bento, there will be a heart-shaped fried egg. I have to say that Momosagi's workmanship is good. If I can eat her cooking every day from now on. Zhou shook his head, dispelling the unrealistic thoughts in his mind. Just when he thought that his life was going so smoothly. He's on a mission. Buster call. Admiral launched a buster call. Summon 5 Vice Admirals immediately. No, there are only 4 of us. Isn't there a Vice Admiral who just took office? You mean Vice Admiral? Let's go immediately. A big event has happened. Chapter 23 Kill Celestial Dragons. Admiral is out. Sabadi Bottom Islands. A group of pirates is looting. Ha ha ha, what a good place. The commoners here are all filthy rich. The leading thief carried a big knife on his shoulder and laughed arrogantly. Little ones, hurry up and grab it. This place is very close to Naval Headquarters. You never know when Marines' reinforcements will arrive. I'll cut off all those who stand in the way. Don't worry about those women. Why can't you find rich women? After completing this vote, Lousy will take you to Happy Street, which is the most wonderful place on the whole sea. A group of vicious pirates cheered immediately, then desperately snatch it up. If you see someone in the way, cut it off, without the slightest hesitation. They are real outlaws, not some play pirates. A group of Marines stationed in the Sabadi Islands surrounded this place at this time. However, when he saw the appearance of the leader of the pirates, the speaker in Marine immediately stopped the soldiers. Stop. This is the big pirate with a bounty of 300 million Baileys. We are no match for him. Now the past is just death. Let's wait for someone at the Vice Admiral level to talk about it. The pirate chief notices Marine, after seeing that Marine dare not come over. Immediately became more arrogant. Ha ha ha, did you see it, little ones? Marine is afraid to come over, and you bloody untouchables, Marine doesn't care about you. The civilians looked at Marine in despair. The Marine soldiers all bowed their heads in shame. Don't dare to look directly at the eyes of the civilians. The civilians donated part of their labor income to the Celestial Dragons, and part of it was given to the Marine as military expenses. But when the critical moment came, they were unwilling to protect themselves. This made the civilians desperate. At this time, there was a sound of footsteps. At the end of the street, a group of people came. Now, be it pirates, Marines or civilians, they all looked over in surprise. Who would dare to walk in the direction of the pirates at such a time? Is this fatal? The Marines were hopeful, thinking that rescue was coming. The pirates are vigilant. The civilians looked hopefully at the direction of the footsteps, no matter who it was, as long as they could save their lives and finances. You untouchables, you don't kneel down when you see Lord Celestial Dragons. However, advertisement, a voice full of arrogance and contempt sounded. People saw that what appeared was a man in a spacesuit with a strange hairstyle, an ugly appearance and dull eyes. Under his feet was a person who was prostrate on the ground like a crawler, but this person was dressed in rags, with a collar tied around his neck, like a pig and dog with no dignity. On both sides are several bodyguards in suits and leather shoes and sunglasses. Celestial dragons. The civilians who were originally full of hope suddenly fell into the abyss. It was as if he had been thrown from heaven to 18 levels of hell all of a sudden. Almost reflexively, they knelt down and prostrated themselves on the ground, expressing their submission just like the slave. Even some civilians who were being hacked and killed by the pirates knelt in a pool of their own blood, allowing the pirates to chop and hack without daring to escape. Finally, a civilian couldn't bear it anymore. Pounced in front of Celestial Dragons, grabbed Celestial Dragon's ankles and said eagerly, "Master Celestial Dragons, save me." However, boom, a bullet went right through the poor man's skull. His dead-eyed corpse slid to the ground, trampled by slaves. Celestial Dragons said indifferently, "What a disgusting pariah, appearing in front of me and blocking my sight." Smoke came out of the muzzle of the gun in his hand. The black pistol inlaid with gold thread is full of luxurious atmosphere. Celestial Dragons came to the front of the pirate leader. After seeing the pirates and the man in front of him, he didn't kneel down after seeing him. "Also, don't get out of the way, it is simply unreasonable." He yelled loudly, "Untouchable, get down on your knees." As he said that, he already raised his pistol reflexively and shot the short-sighted pariah in front of him like he was shooting a wild dog on the side of the road. His grandma's. What the hell? The pirate leader cursed and chopped off the heads of the Celestial Dragons with a swoop of the big knife in his hand. Blood splattered. The body fell to the ground. The pirate leader licked the blood from his lips. "Pooh. It's so terrible." Silence. Dead silence. People in the whole street, Marines, civilians, slaves, and bodyguards all looked at the pirate leader with monster-like eyes. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, ah. A civilian screamed. It was followed by second place. Third place. Advertisement, he killed it, Celestial Dragons ah. A woman covered her head and screamed frantically. "My God, Celestial Dragons are dead, killed, it's over." A civilian covered in blood who was about to be killed by pirates looked at the corpse of Celestial Dragons in horror, as if he was looking at himself. "Quick, save," the Marine speaker suddenly yelled. Marine, who was stupefied at first, looked at each other in blank dismay. One person said, "If this is still possible, I have to come back?" Another person asked, "Aren't Celestial Dragons gods? If you cut off your head, you should be able to connect it, right?" "Maid. Get the body back first," the speaker growled with a red neck. Immediately, the Marines who were still on the sidelines rushed forward. "Start fighting with pirates." One by one, they turned into berserkers who were not afraid of death, and broke down the pirates' defense with their own blood and lives. The pirate leader was stunned. His grandma's, "What did Lousy chop up just now? Why do these people seem to be possessed?" Apparently the pirate chief is an idiot who has never heard of Celestial Dragons. Even if the Celestial Dragons are beaten once, Admiral will chase them down. Now he just kills the Celestial Dragons, but the current situation couldn't be more obvious. Both civilians and Marines are crazy. It looks like he's going to be smashed into pieces. He immediately waved his hand, "Little ones, get out." Ever since, the pirates don't want to grab the treasure. Pidian followed the leader and ran away, not long after the pirates ran away. The news of the killing of Celestial Dragons has spread like a nuclear bomb to the entire Sabaody Islands. All of a sudden, people who heard the news, they were all stunned. The Celestial Dragons were killed. How many years has this happened? The most recent time was also in the Valley of the Gods decades ago. In a tavern, a silver-haired old man who was drinking heard the news. Almost spit out the wine, he looked at the speaker in horror. "Celestial Dragons killed? Admiral is coming? Now, it's a big deal." Chapter 24 Start Buster Call, Rayleigh panics. Inside the tavern, Rayleigh looked at the speaker in horror. A few drops of cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Kill the Celestial Dragons, this is no small matter. But really big strips. If he killed the Celestial Dragons himself, he could still run. But if the Celestial Dragons were killed in the Sabaody Islands, then, it would likely cause the Marine to launch a Buster Call, thereby leveling the Sabaody Islands. What Rayleigh cares about is the large number of civilians on the bottom islands of Sabaody. If the Buster Call is launched, Marine will not care about the life and death of the civilians above. It will only burn this place to ashes, if you meet the unreasonable Marine. Maybe civilians will be massacred indiscriminately. Think here, Rayleigh couldn't sit still anymore. He stood up immediately and walked out of the tavern. However, the people in the tavern were still in shock and amazement at the killing of the Celestial Dragons itself. They even used it as a conversation piece after dinner. But they didn't even realize that the crisis was coming. Naval Headquarters. "What? Are you kidding me? Celestial Dragons were killed?" Sengoku roared, almost crushing the phone bug in his hand. He clenched his teeth, his eyes widened, and his face was full of bruises. Yes, Marshal Sengoku, a Celestial Dragons was killed by pirates who robbed the streets of the Sabaody Islands, and was beheaded directly. There is no chance of being saved. Boom. Sengoku slammed his fist on the table. The table suddenly exploded into pieces like a bomb. However, Sengoku still couldn't vent his anger and disbelief. How is it possible? How can there be such an idiot? You said you beat celestial dragons and killed him instead. What the hell is the level of ignorance and arrogance required to do such a thing? Do you think you are 4 emperors? Advertisement? Back then, Rox, who was stronger than the 4 emperors, also used the celestial dragons, which ended up being wiped out. Even if the 4 emperors touch the celestial dragons, they must consider the consequences. You're not even the 4 emperors, where do you have the guts? Click. Hang up bug. Sengoku hurriedly walked around the room like ants on a hot pot. Oops. This is bad. As the Marine Marshal, Sengoku naturally knew how serious the consequences of the killing of celestial dragons would be. Thinking of the terrible consequences, he felt his heart twitch violently. Holy Land Mariajoy, Pangu City, Hall of Power. 5 neat and elegantly dressed old men who took care of themselves meticulously sat on the sofa, enjoying afternoon tea. However, the phone bug rang. This is the call from CP0, the intelligence agency directly affiliated with the 5 elders. Pick up the phone. Said a voice. On the 13th island of the Sabaody Islands, a celestial dragons was killed on the street. The one who killed the celestial dragons was a pirate. This pirate is probably still on the Sabaody Islands. Just a few words. Immediately, 5 elders couldn't sit still. Are you sure the celestial dragons were killed? A 5 elders asked in an unbelievable tone. This thing is really too bizarre. Could it be that the untouchables below have become so arrogant? Sure. The opposite CP0 member said. 5 elders naturally would not doubt the authenticity of the CP0 news. They were silent for a few seconds. One person said calmly, "This is a big event, first contact the family of the celestial dragons who were killed, and appease their emotions." Paused. This 5 elders, with a calm tone, said in a relaxed tone as if yawning. "Activate the buster call, level the Sabaody Islands, kill everyone on it, and don't let a single one go." Advertisement, Naval Headquarters. The silver phone bug suddenly rang violently. Buzz, 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 like a war siren, the entire hall reverberated with this terrifying sound. All Marine agents were caught off guard. After 2 seconds, one person reacted. "It's Buster Call." Admiral started Buster Call. Soon, others also reacted. Apparently, Buster Call is very rare, and it will only be activated once in an unknown period of time. However, well-trained Marines know what to do next. Take action quickly, immediately mobilize 10 large warships, and 5 nearby Vice Admirals, and go to the Sabaody Islands. Buzz, 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 the silver phone bug is still sounding the alarm. But the Marines have already set off in line. Akainu office. The phone bug rang. Akainu picked up the phone. Well, I see. Click, put down the phone. Akainu stood up, opened the door with a solemn face and walked out. Really, the Sabaody Islands will disappear in the future. Zhou's office. Thump thump, there was an anxious knock on the door. Zhou, who was dozing off on the sofa, was awakened by the loud knock on the door. Immediately, a Marine soldier rushed in and said, "Report to Zhou Vice Admiral. The silver phone bug has detected that the Sabaody Islands have launched a buster call, and now immediately mobilizes you to lead 2 large warships there, please go immediately." Chapter 25 Panning the Sabaody Islands? Really shot? On the warship. Zhou yawned. The oncoming sea breeze flapped his cloak of justice. From his perspective, he can see the other 4 Vice Admirals. They are Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral, Ghost Spider Vice Admiral, Doberman Vice Admiral, Huashaoshan Vice Admiral. Really, why is Buster Call calling me? Didn't I just take up the position of Vice Admiral? Zhou complained. The subordinate at the side said, "Zhou Vice Admiral, because now there are only you and the other 4 Vice Admirals in this department." Zhou waved his hand. He was calm on the surface, but he was already cursing in his heart. Maid. Marine actually launched a buster call. And the target location turned out to be the Sabaody Islands. Heard the news that a good-for-nothing idiot pirate killed the celestial dragons. Zhou was stunned when he heard the news. I thought Luffy hadn't arrived at the Sabaody Islands so soon, had he? Besides, even if Luffy arrives, he won't kill the celestial dragons. Which god did this? The guy Zhou immediately thought of was Rayleigh. As the right arm of the One Piece King Roger, the first mate of the Roger pirates. Rayleigh has great strength. Even if he kills the celestial dragons, he can retreat unscathed. From Zhou's understanding of Rayleigh, he is not the kind of person who kills, and he probably just beats up when he meets celestial dragons. What's more, Rayleigh is a calm man, and it is impossible for him to do such a reckless thing as killing celestial dragons. And Rayleigh should be able to figure it out. Once the celestial dragons die in the Sabaody Islands, then it will burn down in no time. The so-called Buster Call. It is a right that Marine Admiral has. As long as it is activated, 10 warships and 5 nearby Vice Admirals can be mobilized to bombard the target island and destroy the targets above. This Buster Call is very powerful. In addition to warships and Vice Admiral, there is actually a hidden factor. That is, it was Admiral who initiated the Buster Call. This also means that it is very likely that along with Buster Call, there is also an Admiral-level combat power. Admiral plus 5 Vice Admirals, this combat power can almost push evenly against forces or organizations below the 4 Emperor's regiment. However, when Zhou's gaze moved, he saw a red figure standing on a warship nearby. Advertisement Sakazuki. one of the 3 admirals, Akainu. That's right. Akainu also followed. This made Zhou completely confused. Akainu hasn't been to the Sabahadi Islands yet, how did he activate the Buster Call? Zhou couldn't understand it. At last, he could only think of one possibility. That someone with a golden phone bug had activated Buster Call in the Sabahadi archipelago. Just like in the original book, Spandam, the chief of CP9, used the golden phone bug given by Aokiji to launch Buster Call. When the warship came to the bottom islands of Sabahadi, some civilians along the coast ran to the shore to watch the arrival of the warship. The civilians at this moment don't know what happened. Then, I saw with my own eyes that the gun barrel of a warship suddenly aimed at the island. Next moment, under the horrified eyes of the crowd. Boom. 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 There was a sound of cannonball, and the shells with the size of a human head roared and landed on the Sabahadi Islands. Rumble. Immediately, there was a sound of explosion. Immediately, the fire flared up. Boom boom boom. Chirp, 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 boom boom boom. The artillery fires. Marine warship, start Buster Call. At the bow of the leading warship, Admiral Akainu stood proudly with his arms folded, with a serious look on his face. Burn it up. Cover every inch of land here. I don't want to see a single person leave this place alive. Yes. Akainu Admiral. Boom boom boom. Advertisement. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. With the continuous explosion of artillery fire. Residents of the Sabahadi Islands ran out of their houses crying and howling. Under some collapsed houses, some people cried and looked at their relatives who were crushed to death inside. But there was nothing he could do. On the pier, the civilians who are preparing to meet the Marine are all stupid. Those Marines who are usually responsible for protecting them. The Marines, who they seem to be extremely kind and righteous, were slashing at them like demons wielding butcher knives. This scene. Those with a slightly lower psychological quality will immediately pass out. Whoosh. A shell suddenly flew towards the crowd on the pier. The crowd looked desperately at the growing shells that were about to be seen. Sudden. A figure wearing slippers appeared at the end of the street. Silver hair, cape, and round glasses. Roger Pirate's vice captain, Pluton, Rayleigh appears. He jumped up suddenly, waved the long knife in his hand, and dozens of shells were cut open immediately with a puff. And a knife light also flew towards the warship at an astonishing speed. This moment, Akainu also jumped up at the same time. He slammed a punch and landed on Rayleigh's knife light. Boom. The two sides collided together, and powerful energy fluctuations erupted instantly, and the terrifying airwaves blew the warship away. The sea was constantly choppy, and the crowd was blinded by the blowing. Puff, finally. The light of the knife exploded. Akainu also fell back on the warship. He looked at Rayleigh with burning eyes. Rayleigh stood alone on the pier with a single knife. Hey, Akainu little devil, don't you want to kill this old man too? Chapter 26 Admiral Akainu's vs Pluton Rayleigh. On the pier, Rayleigh was alone, with a knife in one hand, facing 10 warships, 1 admiral, 5 vice admirals, and thousands of marine soldiers. There is quite the courage to be a husband and a husband. Hey, Akainu, you haven't forgotten that the old man is also retiring on this island, right? Could it be that you have forgotten Captain Roger's request that you can't take the initiative to violate the crew of Roger's pirate group? Rayleigh looked at Akainu with a half smile, but in the depths of his eyes, there was a gloomy coldness. Rayleigh? The remnants of the old era dared to come out and shout, even if you are a crew member of the Roger Pirates? We are not targeting you this time? Celestial dragons have been killed here. Akainu folded his arms across his chest, a look of pride. As for Buster Call, it's an order from the 5 elders. Could it be, do you want to defy the will of the 5 elders, openly confront the Marine and the world government? Pluton Rayleigh. Akainu deliberately added an accent to the word Pluton. Obviously, in his eyes, Rayleigh, who has gray hair, was an extremely strong player when he was young. But now he is old. It also depends on how powerful he was when he was young, so he won't care too much about him. But if he is stubborn, then Marine doesn't mind killing him easily. There are hundreds of thousands of civilians on this island. They have no fault at all. The one who killed the celestial dragons was a pirate. You didn't catch the pirates, but you bombarded the civilians here. Rayleigh said coldly. Akainu said, this is the will of the 5 elders. The pirates must have infiltrated the civilian population. They would rather kill them than let them go. Even if this place is completely slaughtered, it is impossible to allow the murderer who killed the celestial dragons to leave this place. In that case, the old man hasn't drawn his sword for a long time. Rayleigh held his saber, pointing the blade at Akainu's face. I think so too. Akainu gave a low snort. With a sudden leap, he headed straight for Rayleigh. The battle between Admiral and Pluton is imminent. Advertisement. Hey, something serious happened. Akainu and Rayleigh got into a fight. Zhou watched the situation gradually develop out of control. But with a smile on his face, he has a mentality that watching the excitement is not a big deal. He simply sat on the side of the boat, watching the battle while drinking coffee. The other 4 vice admirals all looked serious at the moment, watching the battle on the field. After seeing Zhou's leisurely posture, several people frowned. This fishing vice admiral is really out of shape. When is this, and you still have the mind to drink coffee? This is Buster Call. Before our task is completed, he has already started to behave badly. He is too arrogant and excessive. After I go back, I must report him. More importantly, it's the battle between Admiral and One Piece's deputy. In such a fierce battle, he can still remain so calm. Don't you really know what this means? Guys, go ahead and activate Buster Call. Don't you see that Akainu has already entangled Rayleigh? Zhou suddenly waved at several Vice Admirals. It turned out to remind them to continue bombarding the Sabaody Islands. The expressions of several Vice Admirals changed immediately. In fact, a few of them might not want to stop this Buster Call. They also don't want to hurt innocent people for some G celestial dragons. But they are Vice Admiral. If they don't obey orders, they can only be kicked out of Marine. So I had to execute Buster Call as a last resort. Now it's time to stop for a while Akainu fights. Let the civilians take the opportunity to run away. As a result, this damn Zhou Vice Admiral let them continue to execute Buster Call and bombard civilians? This is too cheap, right? Great eruption. On the battlefield, Akainu's right fist condensed an exaggeratedly huge magma fist, and he punched Rayleigh hard. Rayleigh's saber is wrapped with black hockey, and he is not afraid of danger, and he resolutely kills Akainu. Advertisement with one knife, he slashed at Akainu's giant fist. Boom. The terrifying high temperature was blocked by Rayleigh's momentum. At this moment, the two sides began to wrestle. Akainu continued to exert strength, but felt that Rayleigh in front of him was standing still. As expected of Pluton, your hockey is so powerful. Boom. Terrifying energy burst out instantly. The energy explosion directly made the pier disappear. A large pit appeared at the feet of Rayleigh and Akainu, while the feet of the two men were intact, forming two pillars growing out of the basin. Go to hell. Akainu stomped his foot suddenly. Go for Rayleigh. The right fist slammed into Rayleigh's face. I can't wait to punch his head to pieces. Rayleigh greeted him with a knife. Boom. The knives and fists of the two did not touch each other, and black lightning burst out one after another. At the same time, the clouds in the sky of Sabaody Islands were actually divided into two halves. Almost everyone looked up at the sky at the same time. Seeing this shocking scene. Look, God, the sky is cracked. What the hell happened? How did the sky split? It's scary. What kind of power can do this? Chapter 27 Sweeping 4 Veteran Vice Admirals, Huge Slash. After Akainu and Rayleigh separated, Akainu was about to go on to Rayleigh. Sudden. Boom boom boom. The bombardment that had stopped, suddenly started again. Rumble. Shells began to explode in the Sabaody bottom islands. Countless civilians howled miserably. It's like being in hell. When Akainu saw this, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. That's right, these Vice Admirals are very enlightened, and they know to continue to carry out the Buster Call. And Rayleigh's complexion became extremely ugly. He took a deep look at Akainu. Immediately, he made an amazing move. He turned around and ran away. One Piece's lieutenant, Pluton Rayleigh, actually ran away. This is something Akainu did not expect, but after a brief hesitation, he continued to chase and kill him. Don't run, Rayleigh. You remnants of the old era have been abandoned by the times. Today is the time to end you. How could Akainu let Rayleigh do such a big job? The crew of One Piece, Pluton Rayleigh, such a big pirate, if caught by him, the credit is so great that he can directly be the next marshal. Akainu originally thought Rayleigh was good. Now it seems that Rayleigh is old. He is no longer the young man's opponent. Stop. Akainu while chasing. Magma condensed from one right hand. Pass. 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 One after another, the magma bombs rushed towards Rayleigh at an astonishing speed. Rayleigh seemed to have eyes on his back, and he knew the angle and speed of the magma bomb attacking him without turning his head. Just before each magma bomb was about to hit him, he dodged in an unimaginable way. Observation hockey. Yes, as the deputy of the One Piece Roger. How could it be possible to not even master observation hockey? Not to mention, advertisement Rayleigh is known for his hockey. His hockey is naturally far beyond the level of ordinary people. Akainu sees this. It's just that his face sank, but he wasn't surprised. Old man, don't think that your hockey is strong enough to be invincible. Your body is already old and you have never eaten devil fruit. You are not my opponent. You guys who have been abandoned by the times, there is no boat that can carry you in the new era. Bang bang bang. On the warship, the 5 Vice Admirals watched Akainu go after Rayleigh. Several people looked at each other in blank dismay. Akainu is gone. What should they do? The Ghost Spider said. Sakazuki Admiral is a Lobia lava fruit capable user. Ordinary shells will not harm him, so we keep shelling? Asked another Vice Admiral. Several Vice Admirals took a look at each. Then they found that Zhou had disappeared. Maid, this guy is really too arrogant. He was just sitting here and slacking off, but now he just disappeared. HMPH. You must have gone to sleep in the cabin, right? Fishing Vice Admiral lives up to its reputation. It seems that this guy is indeed a Vice Admiral with a bad personality. I really don't understand, how did such rubbish become Vice Admiral? He should be thankful that he didn't encounter any difficult opponents this time, otherwise he would be ashamed in front of us. Ha 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 ha. I'd really like to see, Fishing Vice Admirals G runaway bear. Just as the 4 of them were talking, sudden. Without warning, the leftmost one of the 10 large warships lined up exploded. Then, It was the second ship, and suddenly and without warning, it exploded. At this time, people saw that this was not an explosion at all, but a mysterious force that forcibly divided the warship the size of a small island into two pieces from the middle. Call out, a sharp piercing sound sounded. Several vice admirals were shocked to see that something similar to a slash cut the third warship in half. Rumble. A large amount of seawater was splashed, and the marine soldiers on the warship fell into the sea screaming. The broken warship made an unpleasant creaking sound and slowly sank into the sea. Just when the four of them were still in shock, boom. The fourth warship was cut in half by the slash, enemy attack. Someone yelled. Advertisement. The ghost spider ran up, activated the return of life, his hair turned into black arms, and 8 sabers came out. He jumped up, and his figure blocked the huge slash. Until this time, people finally saw the whole picture of the slash. This is a blue arc-shaped slash, standing upright, with a length of about 30 meters, like a moon falling from the sky. Ah! The ghost spider roared, and the 8 sabers swiped in front of him. Boom! The slash hit him violently, and he was instantly sent flying, without the slightest resistance. Boom! The fifth warship was cut in half. I come. Doberman Vice Admiral, with a scar on his face and a saber, stepped forward. With the black hockey wrapped around the saber in his hand, he resolutely blocked in front of the sixth warship. The huge slash fell on Doberman Vice Admiral, instantly. He felt a surging and unstoppable force that knocked him into the air. If he hadn't used armament hockey to protect the blade, he would have been broken in half like those ships just now. Doberman Vice Admiral in the air looked horrified. There are only a handful of people in the entire sea who can send out this terrifying slash. The only person he can think of is only one, Hawkeye Mahawk. The world's greatest swordsman, rumbling. Another warship was split in half. The aroused hundreds of meters of water splashed down like a galaxy waterfall. The marine above fell into the sea with howls. Some people clung desperately to the deck that sloped to the vertical, and finally fell powerlessly, leaving 8 deep scratches on the deck with their fingernails. Seeing that the Ghost Spider Vice Admiral and Doberman Vice Admiral were both slashed and knocked into the air. The remaining 2 Vice Admirals looked at each other, and they both stepped forward. The 2 used their weapons to protect themselves, and then resolutely slammed into the giant slash. Bump! The 2 were knocked into the air without accident. Boom boom boom. Slash cut off the remaining warships one after another. Marines jumped into the sea one after another. The scene was extremely tragic for a while. If you look down from a high altitude at this moment, you will see that the 10 warships are like broken branches. The first warship has sunk completely, and the 10th warship has just sunk. The combustibles in the cabin burned, igniting the wooden warship into burning torches. On the sea surface on the left side of the first warship, Zhou stepped on the moonwalk, with his hands in his pockets. His eyes were indifferent, and the burning sea of fire was reflected in his dark eyes. Chapter 28. Kill Rayleigh. The time went back to tens of seconds ago. A Kainu hunts down shortly after Rayleigh leaves. Zhou disappeared immediately. At his speed, it is impossible for ordinary people to catch it. Zhou stepped on the air, and adding moonwalk allowed him to move at high speed in midair. Probably right here. Zhou stopped on the left side of a row of warships. Suddenly kicked, Tempest Kick Profound Truthfoot Jade. Profound meaning is a move developed by Zhou after the 6 moves reach the top level. At this time, the 6 styles are no longer just auxiliary skills. Instead, it became a move comparable to high-level hockey. A majestic slash roared out from the sole of Zhou's feet. He rushed towards a row of warships at high speed. The large marine warship as huge as a hill is vulnerable to Zhou's Tempest Kick Profound Truth Jedi. And the 4 vice admirals from the headquarters, under the full interception, were also directly knocked out. This is the terrifying power that Tempest Kick develops to ultimate, combined with powerful body skills. Back to the present time. Zhou saw 10 sunken warships. His eyes were gloomy, and there was no wave in his eyes, as if he had just done a trivial thing. Sabadi Archipelago must be kept, otherwise what if Luffy and the others don't come? Zhou shook his head, returned to shore on the moonwalk. Then, with his hands in his pockets, he walked into the forest of the Sabadi Archipelago. Soon after, 4 vice admirals returned to shore. Advertisement: everyone is bandaged. Obviously, they just blocked Zhou's Tempest Kick, and they were injured a lot. What about Zhou Vice Admiral? I don't know, shouldn't it sink to the bottom of the sea? HMPH, leave him alone now. None of the vice admirals took Zhou's life seriously. They looked at the 10 warships that sank, and their hearts were bleeding. You know, such a warship can only be built by spending hundreds of millions of Baileys in military expenditures. What should we do now? Without the warship, will the Buster Call continue? One person said suddenly. Everyone was silent. This situation is unprecedented. Buster Call's warship was destroyed. Contact the headquarters first. Naval Headquarters. After Sengoku learned that 10 warships had been destroyed, suddenly stood up in surprise. How come? In the Sabadi Islands, except for that old guy Rayleigh, there are actually people who can destroy 10 warships with one blow. The person who can make such a slash must be a master of the sword. Great swordsman. Could it be him? A master with a sword that comes to Sengoku's mind. Only a few. The first place, of course, is today's 4 emperors, the red-haired Shanks. The second place is the friend of the red-haired Shanks, the world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye Mahawk. The third place is the great pirate who once competed with Roger and Whitebeard, Golden Lion Shiki. As for the rest, for a while, he couldn't remember. However, Shanks is obviously in the New World. How could he go to the Sabaody Islands, and why did he stop Buster Call? Advertisement in the case of Hawkeye, he is Shichibukai, a member of Marine, so it is impossible to attack Marine. And Shiki. He's been gone for decades. If it appeared suddenly, it would definitely cause a big commotion. It's not a bad thing that the Buster Call was stopped, at least the civilians in the Sabaody Islands survived. Why should I worry about this? I should tell 5 elders, let 5 elders have a headache. Sengoku thought about it, and suddenly slapped his head. Laughed. Sabaody Bottom Islands. A figure in a cloak appeared on the shore. Hiding behind a big tree, watching the sunken warship on the sea in the distance. Immediately, under the cloak, a small phone bug was taken out. He whispered, "My lord, the 10 warships that Marine was responsible for carrying out the Buster Call were sunk by unknown persons." Holy Land Mariajoy. What? Buster Call blocked. 5 elders looked at the CP0 agent's phone bug in front of him. Looking bad. What a bunch of trash. Even the Buster Call can't be executed well. Where is the majesty of the Marine and the majesty of the world government? It seems that Marine is really getting better and better now. What is Sakazuki doing? The eyes under the CP0 agent's cloak flashed faintly. Admiral Akainu is hunting down Rayleigh. Rayleigh came forward to stop Buster Call before, so the original agreement between Marine and Roger has also been annulled. Rayleigh is committing suicide. One of the 5 elders snorted coldly. Pluton Rayleigh. A guy who is already outdated, how dare he jump out? Well, let Akainu kill him, and there will be one less variable in this world. Another person sneered and said, that's fine too. Killing the vice captain of One Piece, if such news is reported, it will be a major blow to today's era of great pirates. You monitor the battle between Akainu and Rayleigh, and if necessary, kill Rayleigh. Chapter 29 Farewell, Rayleigh. Rayleigh. You can't escape, Akainu is after Rayleigh. Seeing that he was about to catch up with Rayleigh, Rayleigh suddenly accelerated and directly avoided Akainu's attack. Oh, I really don't give up. Rayleigh looked back. Suddenly stopped. Akainu, haven't you noticed that the Buster Call has stopped? Rayleigh laughed. Akainu actually found this out too. However, he didn't care. In his eyes, Rayleigh is the only one. In his opinion, as long as Rayleigh is killed, it will be the biggest gain of this trip. Even if the 5 elders' orders are not fulfilled, that's fine. Oh, so what? Akainu doesn't care. Do you really think I ran away because I was afraid of you? Rayleigh looked at his saber and wiped it with a clean cloth. Akainu's expression changed, isn't it? Not? Of course not. Who do you think you are? Even if Sengoku and Garp were here, they wouldn't be able to scare me. Rayleigh wiped his saber spotlessly clean, folded the cloth and put it in his pocket. Akainu's expression darkened, then you. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Rayleigh. My purpose is to prevent Buster Call from killing civilians. At that time, you blocked me and those warships bombarded the island. My purpose could not be achieved. Why not if you leave directly, maybe you can save a few civilians. Akainu looked ugly and looked at Rayleigh without saying a word. Rayleigh continued. Now, Buster Call has stopped, although I don't know why. Having said that, he looked at Akainu sharply, with a calm smile on the corner of his mouth, but I don't have any worries anymore. Hey, what nonsense are you talking about? Akainu said with a low voice and a gloomy face. Pirates protect civilians. A joke, it's an anecdote. His self-esteem did not allow himself to hear such words. Marine, who was supposed to protect civilians, was massacred by Marine. Pirates, on the other hand, became the guardians of civilians. Advertisement. Where does this leave Akainu's face? Where does this leave Marine's face? That puts the 5 elders, well, 5 elders in shame. Akainu took a step forward, lava surging on his body. It's like a volcano that could erupt at any moment. Are you kidding me, mere pirate, kill you and execute justice. Akainu's eyes are firm. What Rayleigh said just now can't shake his philosophy at all. It should have been like this a long time ago, lava brat. Rayleigh held his saber and greeted Akainu calmly. The battle is about to start, rumble. People found that the originally calm sky was divided into 2 halves again. Boom boom boom. The collision between Rayleigh and Akainu caused a great energy surge, and the aftermath blown away all the nearby stones, dust, leaves, etc., and the dazzling light burst out from the area where the two collided, making the sun eclipsed. Rayleigh's hockey had a big collision with Akainu's hockey. Akainu actually felt a little strain, it's a Pluton. Hockey definitely outdid himself. Akainu recognizes this point. Old thing, it depends on how long your physical strength can last. Akainu stared sternly at Rayleigh. Rayleigh still had a calm smile on his lips. It's just that this time there's a bit more domineering king. Physical strength? How much of that kind of thing do you need? Suddenly, Rayleigh hockey exploded and pinned Akainu in an instant. Akainu let out a low growl, but it was of no avail. He was firmly suppressed. The ground under his feet shattered, and his body gradually sank. And Rayleigh's blade approached Akainu's neck bit by bit. A drop of cold sweat quietly slipped from Akainu's forehead, and was vaporized by the high temperature of the magma before landing. Advertisement, at this time, in the alley in the distance. Suddenly, a mysterious person wearing a cloak and a mask walked out. CP0, an espionage organization affiliated with the Five Elders. After this CP0 appeared, Akainu and Rayleigh noticed it instantly. However, neither of them cared. Pluton Rayleigh, One Piece's second in command, what a powerful hockey. The corners of the mouth under the CP0 mask were raised, revealing a dangerous arc. Unfortunately, today is your end. Order of the Five Elders, kill you. Razor. He fired the razor and ran behind Rayleigh. Seeing this, Akainu's pupils shrank, but he didn't remind Rayleigh. Rayleigh's expression moved, but he didn't pay any attention to it. CP0 came behind Rayleigh, stretched out a finger without hesitation, aimed at Rayleigh's heart. Goodbye, Pluton. Armament hockey attached to the finger, and then, his finger pierced Rayleigh's heart like a bullet. At this moment, an invisible force suddenly blocked the man's fingers. The pupils under the CP0 mask shrank. Akainu's pupils also shrank. A disdainful smile played on Rayleigh's mouth. Who said hockey can only extend from the hands and feet? On his back, a stream of real hockey suddenly appeared. Like a shield, blocking CP0's finger pistol, CP0's pupils constricted sharply, as if his hand was trapped in a jelly, unable to advance an inch. Chapter 30. The Last King of Daughter Kingdom vs CP0. How can it be? The expression pupils under the CP0 mask shrank. His own attack was actually blocked by Rayleigh with the hockey on his back. Moreover, this hockey is not possessed, it's external. It's like emission, only, this emission was actually made with the back. This level of hockey skills, CP0 before this is simply unheard of, never seen. Even the well-informed Akainu, who is Admiral, shrank his pupils at this moment, with a shocked and incredible look on his face. Apparently he didn't know that hockey could still use it like this. Young man, it's very impolite to sneak up on someone from behind when they're fighting. There was a calm smile on the corner of Rayleigh's mouth, and a murderous look flashed in his eyes. Next moment. Boom, CP0 flew out suddenly, he clutched his right hand. A severed finger spun in the air and landed. His finger was broken directly by Rayleigh's hockey. What a powerful hockey. What a wonderful way to use hockey. As expected of you, Pluton, Rayleigh. Akainu was also amazed at Rayleigh's hockey at the moment. Never seen hockey used like this before. This can almost be described as, like an arm and a finger. Perhaps next step, Rayleigh can actually replace the arms and fingers with hockey. It's just that at his age, I'm afraid he doesn't have that much time to practice hockey. But you are old, Rayleigh, and I see your frailty. A gleam flashed in Akainu's eyes. He saw Rayleigh's gradually rapid breathing. This shows that Rayleigh's physical strength is no longer good. The dark dog. Several magma hounds suddenly grew out of Akainu's arms, biting towards Rayleigh. Rayleigh's expression remained unchanged, as if he had anticipated Akainu's attack. The whole body was immediately covered by armament hockey. All of the magma hounds crashed into his hockey shield. Advertisement, however, Akainu's offensive became more and more fierce. Rayleigh gradually began to show a little difficulty. He is old after all. When I was attacked by CP0 just now, I was distracted again. At this moment, it is gradually not Akainu's opponent. At this time, CP0 continued towards Rayleigh. He stopped the blood from the severed limb. The eyes under the mask acted as if nothing had happened. By order of the Five Elders, kill Rayleigh, he slammed the razor and stalked Rayleigh's back again. Just when CP0 was about to sneak up on Rayleigh from behind. A figure appeared behind Rayleigh with a cigarette in his hand. Hiss. Foo. Sneak attack from behind? Shaki raised his foot and kicked at CP0 who was trying to sneak up on Rayleigh from behind. CP0 didn't care about Shaki at all, also kicked at Shaki. Boom. However, CP0 obviously underestimated Shaki's strength. He was kicked and flew out. How come? The face under the CP0 mask is full of disbelief. When Akainu saw Shaki at this moment, he seemed to think of something. His expression changed. I remember that many years ago, Garp often chased you down, but you escaped him many times. Shaki took a drag on his cigarette. Shishfu, yes, but that era is long over. Garp is old, and so am I. Although Shaki's hair is still black, and he looks only about 30 years old. Even the appearance and figure are the gestures of young people. But, she is already in her 60s, at the same time, she also has an identity, that is. The last king of the Daughter Kingdom, advertisement. Before the Empress, she was in charge of the Kingdom of Daughters. CP0 got up from the ground, his face under the mask was already ugly. Information error, unexpectedly another strong man appeared. Shaki stubbed out the cigarette. Little baby, you were not born when I was still galloping on the sea. I advise you to leave here as soon as possible. CP0 is moving towards Shaki step by step. He was very upset and said, everyone, do you think I don't exist? Who do you think you are? I'm CP0. I'm a rare genius. I belong directly to 5 elders. He didn't finish his sentence. Shaki suddenly disappeared in place. Kicked CP0 out with one kick. CP0 used armament hockey to protect his chest at the last moment, thinking that nothing would happen. However, Shaki's hockey pierced his defense with an overwhelming advantage. He instantly felt the bones in his chest shatter. Spit out a mouthful of blood. Impossible, such a strong hockey. Shaki tutted and shook his head. She is the former king of the daughter country. In daughter country, almost everyone has mastered hockey. As a king, she naturally had the top hockey at that time. Conqueror's hockey, armament hockey, observation hockey. Just when CP0 stood up again, Shaki suddenly flashed in front of him with great speed. Before he had time to react, kick him in the stomach. He subconsciously defends with hockey, however, Shaki's feet never touched him. A strand of hockey was injected directly into his body. Emission. Boom. CP0 felt his guts explode. Then it flew upside down, crashed into several houses, and disappeared into the ruins. Shaki didn't even look at the ruins. For such an opponent, there was no challenge at all. The CP people are getting more and more crotch stretching. Does anyone dare to send them out to perform tasks? Shaki said in a slightly mocking tone. Chapter 31 Sakazuki, I'm sorry. Zhou walked into the Sabaody Bottom Islands. There are no more warships. The artillery bombardment of Buster Call ceased immediately. The people of the Sabaody Islands, after discovering this, immediately began to evacuate in panic. Those who had boats sailed away, and every boat was full of people. Just a ticket costs millions of Baileys. Some are even worth hundreds of millions of Baileys. At this time, money is not important at all, life is the most important. Zhou walked through the swarming crowd. He easily dodged everyone who bumped into him, and continued to swim through the dense crowd of people like a butterfly wearing flowers, but the passing crowd didn't notice his existence at all. Observation hockey. You can predict what will happen in the next 3 seconds in advance, and avoid attacks in advance. Zhou, who owns observation hockey, can also sense the breath of Akainu and Rayleigh at the same time. Oh, stopped in one place? Zhou was surprised and noticed something. Razor. He disappeared in place in an instant, moving rapidly in the air, and no one could see his figure. Hurry up. Zhou's figure is unbelievably fast. It didn't take long to see Rayleigh and Akainu confronting each other. Akainu and Rayleigh discovered Zhou. Zhou Vice Admiral, this is not a battle you can intervene in. Akainu glanced at Zhou, then continued to look at Rayleigh. Obviously, in his eyes, Zhou couldn't intervene in their battle at this level. Getting involved would only add to his confusion. Rayleigh just glanced at Zhou at the moment, then he continued to look at Akainu indifferently. Only Shaki, who was at the side, became serious when he saw Zhou. Apparently, I saw the clothes that Vice Admiral could only wear on Zhou. Advertisement: a Marine Vice Admiral is better than CP0 anyway. Zhou didn't look at Shaki, did not leave either. He said lightly, Akainu, the warship that carried out the Buster Call, was destroyed by someone. What? Akainu's pupils shrank. Then he said coldly, then you should contact the headquarters immediately and let them continue to send warships over, instead of standing here and talking to me. Oh, is it so? Zhou walked towards Akainu step by step. That is to say, Buster Call will not stop until the Sabaody Islands are completely razed to the ground? Certainly, Akainu said. Is this what the 5 elders mean, or is it your own personal judgment? Zhou asked suddenly. Akainu hesitated for a moment. The 5 elders did not explicitly say that they wanted to raise the Sabaody Islands at all costs. However, for his own justice, he will not give up. HMPH, of course I won't give up, but you are a Vice Admiral, why ask these questions? Akainu snorted coldly, expressing disdain for Zhou. That's when Akainu turned and continued to face Rayleigh. Zhou made a move suddenly. Razor. He appeared behind Akainu in an instant. At this moment Akainu's expression changed. As Admiral, he naturally has observation hockey who can predict the future, but because most of his attention is on Rayleigh in front of him, he doesn't care about Zhou behind him. In addition, Zhou is Marine Vice Admiral, and he is his own, so it is even more impossible for him to have the slightest defense against Zhou. Therefore, it was only at the moment before being attacked by Zhou that he realized that something was wrong behind him. Zhou. Akainu was furious, shouted violently, turned around abruptly, and saw Zhou pointing a finger at himself. The fingers are black and apparently have hockey attached. Advertisement: at this moment, Zhou's eyes were calm, without the slightest murderous intent. And this is also the quality that a qualified sneak attacker should have. If there is a murderous intent, even if the other party has no knowledge, they will use their biological intuition to perceive the danger. Finger pistol mystery Wugon spear. In an instant, it seemed that there were only Akainu and Zhou left in the world. A black line as black as ink instantly penetrated Akainu's heart, and the starting point of this black line was Zhou's finger. At this moment, Akainu's pupils narrowed slightly, anticipating a strong smell of death. At this extreme moment, he forcibly moved his body and shifted slightly. The next moment, the black line disappeared, and the flesh and blood on Akainu's shoulder that overlapped with the black line disappeared instantly. Puff, flesh, bones, etc., all disappeared in an instant. A dark hole can be seen above Akainu's shoulder, forehead. Akainu saw sweat on his forehead, and his face was ugly. Time began to flow again. Akainu backed away quickly, breathing heavily. He looked at the wound on his shoulder in disbelief. There is no slightest feeling, no pain. It was as if the flesh and blood still existed there. But Akainu knew. The flesh and blood there, including the bones, are gone. Say no to Akainu. Even Rayleigh and Shaki, who were watching from the sidelines, were dumbfounded. Zhou, a Marine, unexpectedly attacked Akainu, a Marine Admiral, from behind. What's more, his speed, strength, and the fighting power he showed just now crushed the Admiral Akainu. Chapter 32 Zhou's Akainu. What are you doing, Zhou? With round eyes, Akainu glared at Zhou. Rayleigh and Shaggy had no intention of making a move at this time, but just watched with cold eyes. Zhou didn't say a word, just kept the posture of just playing finger pistol, with a calm expression. Tisk. I couldn't beat you in seconds, he suddenly said in a tone like talking to himself. Seems very disappointed. However, Akainu, Rayleigh and Shaggy, who heard his words, felt a chill in their hearts. Zhou's calm posture seemed as if Akainu was a chicken that could be slaughtered at will. And the reason why he was not killed just now was because the chicken avoided it. This is a condescending attitude of the strong in the face of the crushing power of the weak, with a sense of certainty that everything is under control, and the madness of not paying attention to the enemy at all. It seems that the situation has changed. This Marine Vice Admiral, is called Zhou, right? It seems to want to kill Akainu. Shaggy quietly walked over to Rayleigh's side, speaking in a low voice that only the two of them could hear. Rayleigh also said at this time, it seems that this guy wants to stop Buster Call. He took a deep look at Zhou. Immediately, he grabbed Shaggy's shoulders and ran away from the place as fast as he could. Seeing the disappearance of Rayleigh, Akainu has no extra thoughts to take care of. As for Zhou, originally his goal was only Akainu. Rayleigh's words. First of all, he had no grievances with Rayleigh, and he didn't want to kill Rayleigh at all. Second, he wouldn't gain anything by killing Rayleigh. Thirdly, Rayleigh is also a member of Roger's ship, maybe hiding his strength. If he fights against him rashly, it's hard to say that he can take advantage. Akainu said with an ugly face. Zhou, could it be that you belong to a pirate? Zhou snorted coldly. Disdainfully said, it's really stupid, why did the pirates send an undercover agent to Marine? What's more, with my strength, who in the whole sea is qualified to send me as an undercover agent? At this time, there was no third person here, and Zhou was no longer smiling and listless. He looked at Akainu with the posture of the superior looking down on the inferior, like looking at a turtle in an urn. Until now. Akainu suddenly felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. Strands of blood started gushing from there, sudden. Advertisement Zhou disappeared in place again. Akainu was taken aback. Zhou suddenly appeared behind Akainu, and swept his foot away. Boom. Akainu only had time to attach the hockey to the back. But he himself was kicked out directly. Whoosh, Akainu turned into a cannonball and flew backwards. Boom boom boom. He smashed houses one after another, and finally broke the mangrove tree on the island. Crunch crunch, the red tree made an unpleasant sound and slowly fell to the ground. Soon after, a red dot suddenly appeared on the red tree in this section. Then the red spot gradually expanded, and finally formed a cloud of magma. Akainu slowly stood up from the lava, his expression suddenly changed. It turned out that Zhou unexpectedly appeared behind him at some unknown time. This time, Akainu reacted quickly, suddenly turned around and punched. Oncoming is Zhou's kick. Boom. The fists and feet of the two sides did not touch, and there was a layer of air between them. A streak of black lightning kept appearing. The terrifying hockey collision makes the world change color. Rumble. The conquerors collided and the skies split apart. Far away. Seeing this scene, the four vice admirals felt sweaty on their foreheads. I can feel it from such a distance, too strong hockey. It must be Sakazuki Admiral and Rayleigh's hockey collision. Advertisement, I can only look up to a master of this level. If I want to reach that level, I guess it will be impossible in this life. Boom. Akainu flew upside down. This time the speed was even faster than the speed of the shells. Boom. 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 He crashed into three huge red trees one after another before stopping. Zhou still maintained the movement of kicking out his legs. Obviously Akainu was kicked out by him just now. Akainu crawled out of the ruins, a look of disbelief. You, who the hell are you? You have such terrifying strength. Akainu looked at Zhou with a look of despair. Just now he exerted all his strength, whether his weakness was physical strength or hockey, all of them were blows with all his strength. But in front of Zhou, he was vulnerable, crush. Zhou's strength was crushing against him. The point is, there was such a powerful person in Marine, and he, Admiral, never knew it. At this time, he finally started to think about what Zhou did in Marine. However, after searching the memory, he was surprised to find out. Zhou is quite low-key in Marine, never showed his combat power. The rest of the way, it is very mysterious. He, or Marine, knows nothing about Zhou. Razor. Zhou appeared in front of Akainu instantly. Under Akainu's stunned expression, Zhou's finger pointed to Akainu's forehead. Goodbye, Sakazuki. Chapter 33 Kill Akainu violently, deprive lava fruit. Finger pistol mystery Wugon spear, it's the previous trick again. At this moment, Akainu's pupils shrank suddenly, feeling the threat of death. It was this move just now, which directly pierced his shoulder. Since it was able to penetrate his shoulder, it was impossible for his skull to defend against the power of this move. That is to say, once you are recruited, I will definitely die. Moments of life and death. Akainu burst into full potential. Bang. His head exploded suddenly, only, not that Zhou's attack worked. Instead, he voluntarily turned his body into magma and then exploded. Immediately, Akainu's body suddenly turned into a lump of magma at an incredible speed, wriggling on the ground like a slime. Have to say, Akainu's reaction speed and combat experience are very strong. In an instant, he thought of an effective way to avoid Zhou's attack. However, Zhou's finger quickly pointed to the magma on the ground. Finger pistol profound truth jade rain spear, puff 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 puff. Countless black afterimages instantly sieved the magma on the ground. And what splashed out of this lump of magma was not magma but blood. Then there was a miserable howl. The magma suddenly flowed into a crack in the ground and disappeared. Zhou stomped his feet suddenly. Boom! The ground suddenly cracked. A magnitude 10 earthquake occurred on the entire island. A series of large cracks appeared, and in one of the cracks, a mass of dark red things wriggled. Found it. Zhou said lightly. Razor, he suddenly appeared in front of the dark red substance. At this moment, a half-body suddenly appeared in the magma, and Akainu punched Zhou. Advertisement Zhou kicked directly, and the sole of his foot stepped on Akainu's fist hard. Boom! Another collision of hockey. Akainu was still kicked out without any suspense, piercing the ground like a cannonball. The Sabaody Islands are made up of mangroves floating in the sea. Breaking through the ground means entering the bottom of the sea. Gurgling. Akainu spit out a string of bubbles in the seawater. He was so weak that he didn't even have the energy to swim. A large amount of blood oozed from dozens of blood holes on his body at this time. Goodbye, Sakazuki. Zhou stretched out his right hand, pinched his index finger with his thumb, and flicked it. A mass of air, like a substance, fell to the sea at lightning speed. Flying finger pistol Ui Tamamaru. Puff, a large amount of blood burst out from the front and back of Akainu's head instantly. His eyes lost their luster in an instant. See this scene. Zhou was still not satisfied, to avoid just in case. He stretched out his hands, snapping his fingers one after another. Flying finger pistol Ui Tamamaru. Puff 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 puff. Groups of air missiles pierced Akainu's body continuously, piercing through his face, neck, palms, arms, chest, abdomen, thighs, calves, soles of feet, etc., and brought out a large bunch of blood flowers. Akainu's corpse danced eerily like a dancer. In the end, it was completely beaten into a sieve. Looking at Akainu's face that has been smashed and can hardly be discerned, Zhou was sure that Akainu was dead, so dead that it was impossible to come back to life. Only then did he feel relieved. Akainu had to die. He was already dead from the moment he revealed his strength. There was not the slightest wave of emotion in Zhou's heart. His victory stems from his great strength. For 30 years, he has continuously exercised to adapt to his stronger body, and practiced various moves repeatedly. Otherwise, just gaining a strong body and powerful skills without combat experience is just a waste. Although Zhou is lazy, his ability to save his life does not hesitate to waste time. Puff puff, advertisement Zhou stepped on the air and returned to the ground. As soon as observation hockey was turned on, he scanned around to make sure no one saw what was going on here. He activated the razor and stepped on the air to move quickly across the Sabaody bottom islands. He is looking for a fruit shop. After demon fruit power dies, his fruit power will be revived in nearby fruits within a short time. And each fruit has a favorite fruit. So the fruit shop in Sabaody Islands is the most likely place for lava fruit to appear. Lava fruit is a powerful fruit in Logia. This rare treasure Zhou doesn't want to let it go in vain. Soon, Zhou saw a fruit shop. At this time there is no one here. Neither the shop owner nor the customer, nor the passers-by on the street have disappeared. He rushed directly into the shop, flipped the fruit quickly. Looking for a long time, his face darkened, no devil fruit found. Immediately, he starts the razor, move quickly again. Take the place where you fought Akainu just now as the center. Look around. Finally, 5 minutes later. In the third store, as soon as Zhou came in, he saw the top of a pile of fruits placed in the middle of the shop. A dragon fruit was slowly growing red patterns. The patterns were like flowing magma, which looked really beautiful. Just a few breaths, the dragon fruit has become a brand new fruit. Zhou walked towards the fruit quickly. He took it in his hand. Put it in front of you and examine it carefully. For 30 years, he had already read the devil fruit illustrated book, and after some identification, he confirmed that this is the Logia devil fruit, lava fruit. Perfect. Zhou's eyes lit up. Put this fruit into the pocket without any politeness. Chapter 34 Admiral was killed. News that shocked the world. The moment Zhou killed Akainu, Naval Headquarters, in a room. The room is quite unique with very little staff. In the room, there are rows of wooden shelves, similar to bookshelves, except that there are no books on them. It's a transparent glass jar. In this jar, there are sheets of white paper. These are all life cards. The top one is the life card of the high-level Marine. Commander-in-Chief Kong, Marine Marshal Buddha's Sengoku. 3 Admiral Akainu Aokiji Kazaru. Further down, there are the life cards of Vice Admiral in Marine. The ones after that belonged to the colonels, but their rank obviously did not qualify them to enter this room. Suddenly, a corner of the life card belonging to Akainu burned. At first no one noticed. After all, who would have thought that something would happen to Admiral and Vice Admiral? But when Akainu's life card burned again, Finally, someone was attracted by the firelight. Immediately shocked. Look, a life card is burning. Whose? Looks like it's from Vice Admiral. No, this seems to be the row of Admiral. What? This is Admiral Akainu's life card. Finally, someone discovered the owner of the life card. It is Admiral Akainu, Sakazuki. Now, everyone fell into an inexplicable panic. Looking at the half-burned life card, he was at a loss. What to do? It seems that Sakazuki Admiral's life is threatened. Do you want to report to the Marshal? This situation is a bit rare. Yeah, how could Admiral be in danger? Just before everyone reacted, soon, without warning, Akainu's life card suddenly burned violently. In just a few breaths, it was completely burned out. Moment. Several marine observers in the room were dumbfounded. Can't believe what I saw. Advertisement, Akainu is dead. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Akainu Admiral is invincible in the world. He is the only one who kills others. How could he be killed by others? However, no matter what, Akainu's life card did disappear. Soon someone reported this phenomenon to Sengoku. Nani? Sengoku was shocked. Opening his own drawer, he himself kept Admiral's life card. But then he also saw that Akainu's life card disappeared. Only a little ashes remained. Impossible, it's really dead. Sakazuki, but Admiral, who is capable of killing an Admiral? Or in such a short time, could it be that the four emperors appeared in the Sabadi Islands? Sengoku said in surprise. Soon, the news of Akainu's death spread like a tsunami throughout Naval Headquarters. Even the senior officials of some branches of the Four Seas heard the news. The people at the newspaper office naturally also learned of this amazing information, and printed a new edition of the newspaper as quickly as possible, and then dispatched it to all parts of the world in an expedited manner. Big news. Admiral of Headquarters, Akainu, Sakazuki died in battle today, close black lens bracket. On various islands, newspapers are flying all over the sky. Everyone looked at the news in the newspaper in shock. This news immediately caused a sensation all over the world. How? How come? Impossible. Big. Admiral actually died in battle. Scary. This is Admiral. Marine's highest combat power actually died in battle. What happened? Why is there no other report in the newspaper? How did Admiral die? Who killed him? Be it civilians or pirates, when I saw this news, I was in a cold sweat. You know, Admiral died in battle, which has never happened in decades. Even, they don't know if Admiral really died in battle in history. Naval Headquarters. Hey, what are you kidding? Kizaru and Aokiji, both sitting in Sengoku's office. Advertisement. After the two of them heard the news of Akainu's death in battle, they couldn't sit still. The two of them, with Akainu's combat power, it's hard to say who is stronger. However, since the person who killed Akainu had the strength to kill Akainu, the two of them would certainly not have escaped. That is, if it is not Akainu who goes to Sabadi this time, it happens to be one of the two of them. Then, they are the ones who died at this time. This feeling of passing Shinigami, they haven't felt it for a long time. As Admiral, they should have already stood at the pinnacle of combat power. At most, it's just an injury. Death is something that one never even thinks about. Now, Akainu's death made them feel a feeling they hadn't seen for a long time, fear. Yes, fear. Their majestic Admiral, the highest combat power of Marine, felt fear at this time. Who is it? Who is it? Aokiji said with sweat on his forehead. Sengoku said with a gloomy face. The only thing that is certain is that the 5 Vice Admirals who participated in this buster call are all fine. Oh, Aokiji and Kizaru, both looked at Sengoku, wanting to hear more information. Sengoku said with an ugly face. But they said that Akainu went to hunt down Rayleigh. They don't know what happened after that, but it is estimated that this matter has something to do with Rayleigh. Rayleigh. Both Aokiji and Kizaru understand the meaning of the name. Roger's vice captain. The strength is unfathomable. If it was him, it is indeed possible to kill Akainu. Sengoku suddenly said again at this time. However, there is another doubtful point, that is, after Akainu went to hunt down Rayleigh, the 10 warships responsible for bombarding the Sabadi Islands were all destroyed by unknown attacks. Kizaru caught the key words in Sengoku's words. That's right, it's a slash. This slash is so powerful that even 5 Vice Admirals can't stop it, and it directly destroyed 5 large warships. I'm afraid there are not many people in this world who can do this. Aokiji snapped his fingers and said, red hair, Hawkeye, golden lion. I've thought about this before, it can't be them, Sengoku said. Aokiji and Kizaru just thought for a moment and understood what Sengoku meant. Redheads are not the type to kill Admiral. For Hawkeye, it's Marines people now. Even if he wanted to find someone to fight, he would only find someone with a knife. In the case of Golden Lion, it won't be so low-key when it comes to the stage. It should be directly bombarded with one ship after another, so that everyone knows it, and it won't hide its head and show its tail. Sengoku crossed his hands under his nose. Then, this time the opponent is someone that has never been seen before. We don't know if the other party is a man or a woman, how old they are, or if they are capable. But, having said that, Sengoku paused. His eyes swept over Kizaru and Aokiji who were sitting upright. Then he continued. The only thing that is certain is that the opponent's strength is not inferior to the 4 emperors. Chapter 35 Zhou, Do you have EQ? Not under the 4 emperors. This sentence alone made Kizaru and Aokiji feel a strong sense of crisis. There are already 4 emperors in the world, and these 4 emperors cannot be cleared. Now there is another unstable factor. Marine stability in the world began to waver more and more. Holy Land Mariajoy, did Akainu die in battle? The 5 elders were also shocked by the news of Akainu's death. After all, admiral-level combat power is also very rare. The point is, the person who killed Akainu has not been found for a long time, and he dare not look for it. What do the families of the dead celestial dragons say? They want to find the killer. However, even Admiral Akainu is dead in the Sabaody Islands. There is a threat that can kill Admiral in the Sabaody Islands. You can send some marine soldiers to explore the way first. It's a pity that they die. Yeah, an admiral is very rare. 1 died, and now there are only 2 left. We need to save some. Sabaody Bottom Islands. Zhou returned to the coast. At this time, the remaining vice admirals had mobilized 3 warships. No way, these are the only 3 warships left in the vicinity. After several people saw Zhou appearing, the complexion is not very good looking. Where have you been? One asked. Zhou Zheng was about to answer. But the other party immediately said, forget it, I can't ask you anything if you ask this piece of trash. You hurry up and tidy up your appearance. The celestial dragons are coming later. We have to be the other party's bodyguards. Advertisement Celestial Dragons. Hearing this, Zhou frowned. He said casually, don't you want to return to the headquarters? A vice admiral glared at him. Stupid. How stupid? I don't even bother to talk about you. Akainu admiral just died in battle. Buster Call was stopped by a mysterious person. And now the celestial dragons are coming here again. Do you think we can go away open? Zhou clicked his tongue. There is no one in this world who can stop himself from going back to dinner. He suddenly caught a trace of detail from the other party's words. You mean, letting us be the bodyguards of the celestial dragons is not what the above means? The other party immediately looked at Zhou with the eyes of a fool. The rest of the vice admirals were also looking at Zhou with idiot eyes. This guy is hopeless. Yeah, such a stupid brain, he can also be a vice admiral. It's no wonder that after 30 years in Marine, he has been staying in that ghost place of New World. He turned out to be a guy with no emotional intelligence. Several people took one last look at Zhou with a look of disdain. Then I stopped looking at him. Zhou was speechless. Unexpectedly, I have traveled to the world of pirates, and there is such a thing as worldly sophistication. It turns out that being bodyguards for celestial dragons is not the meaning of the above, but the behavior of these guys kneeling and licking celestial dragons. He rolled his eyes, put his hands in his pockets, and walked towards a warship. I drove away a warship. What are you guys doing? Anyway, I'm going back. Zhou yawned. Stop, someone shouted violently. Zhou turned his head and saw a vice admiral walking towards him angrily, frowning into the word, Chuan. Who told you to drive the warship away? Advertisement. The rest of the vice admirals were also forced to come here at this time. By the way, Zhou vice admiral, are you too ignorant? The celestial dragons are coming soon. These warships are the faces of our marine. Do you want the celestial dragons to see our marine's jokes? Another vice admiral said, could it be that you really want to leave? Don't blame us for not reminding you. If the celestial dragons ask after a while, we will say that you don't want to protect them at all and leave alone. Zhou's eyes turned cold. He understood it. The concept of the supremacy of celestial dragons has been deeply ingrained in the minds of these scumbags, and when they see themselves as a misfit, they immediately criticize them. Because they know that their behavior of kneeling and licking celestial dragons is terrible, so when they see a person who does not kneel and lick celestial dragons, they instinctively think that the other party looks down on them, and become angry. Team up to crowd out and attack misfits. By belittling the other party to nothing, they demonstrate their superiority and moral superiority. He has seen this kind of person a lot. If you are not as strong as the opponent, then you'd better admit it. But if your strength is far superior to the opponent, you can directly slap them in the face, and if the opponent becomes so angry that they want to fight you, you can logically perform what is called face-to-face slap. Zhou continued to walk towards the warship as if he didn't hear what they said. A vice admiral was completely outraged. I told you to G stop. You little b D didn't hear. In an instant, he kicked Zhou's back. At this moment, Zhou seemed to have eyes behind his back, and suddenly turned his head to block the vice admiral's attack. The other party was taken aback. It seemed that Zhou had not expected that Zhou would have such a fast reaction speed, and he could also fend off his own attack. Zhou put his hands in his pockets and looked at the vice admirals indifferently. Your behavior has seriously violated the Marine's regulations. I will report this matter to the Marshal after I go back. After speaking, he left without looking back. Only a few vice admirals with livid faces were left standing there at a loss. Chapter 36 Celestial Dragons. How can I let you die so easily? The warship sails on the sea. Shortly after, a Marine in charge of reporting said, report to Zhou Vice Admiral. A ship has been spotted ahead. With that said, the other party handed the binoculars to Zhou. Zhou glanced through the binoculars. It was found that it was a magnificent ship. But he didn't care. Presumably this should be the ship of some rich man. After all, there is no shortage of rich people in this world. Some bounty hunters will find a remote island to build their own manor after hunting enough pirates in exchange for bounties. There are also some businessmen who took risks to go to sea to do business, and finally made a lot of money and became rich. Similar examples abound. It's a pity that these people don't understand that in this pirate world, strength is paramount. It only takes one pirate group to rob you of all your wealth, and the other party will also chop off your head, take away your female relatives, drink and eat meat and dance on your grave. At the same time, on the big boat opposite, two celestial dragons in spacesuits with soaring hairstyles are standing on the deck watching Zhou's warship. The two of them were representatives sent by the celestial dragons family that had been killed on the Sabaody Islands before. The purpose of coming down this time was to collect the corpse of that celestial dragons. The identities of the two are actually the parents of the dead celestial dragons. At this time, both had tears on their faces. "What a filthy world, my poor son was killed by a filthy pariah, it's so pitiful," said the female celestial dragons. The male celestial dragons said angrily, "I must let all the untouchables on that island be buried with my son, and that island will also be razed to the ground. I will let it sink into the sea." "Report, sir. A warship is found ahead." At this time, the bodyguard next to him reminded the two of them. The attention of the two was immediately attracted by the warship ahead. When they saw that Zhou's warship was coming close to their ship, there was no sign of avoiding it. Immediately angry, these untouchables, when they saw our celestial dragon's ship, they didn't move away. How arrogant. "Fire me and sink this ship." The bodyguard hesitated, "But, this is Marine's ship." Boom. There was a shot. The bodyguard was headshot. The female celestial dragons screamed. "Reverse. Really rebellious. Damn untouchables. How dare you even dare to resist and question my orders?" The rest of the people immediately got busy. They don't want to be the second to get headshots. Zhou, who was lying on the recliner, suddenly opened his eyes. Immediately, the magnificent ship in the distance suddenly fired. Advertisement boom. 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 Black cannonballs drew a black parabola in the air and hit Zhou's warship. The marine soldiers were stunned. Unexpectedly, the other party dared to fire at the warship. You should know that only Vice Admiral and above marine executives are eligible to ride the large warship they are riding on. At this time, there are only two situations. One is that the opponent does not know that there is a Vice Admiral on their ship. The other is that the opponent knows that their ship has Vice Admiral level combat power, but they still dare to fire. Arrogant. It's too arrogant. The Marines were all stunned. But they don't have the ability to resist the shells, they can only dodge the shells to prevent being affected. Zhou stood up at this time, seeing Zhou stand up. The Marine soldiers suddenly felt a big stone in their hearts fall to the ground. It's Zhou Vice Admiral, is he going to make a move? Great, with Zhou Vice Admiral taking the shot, we'll be fine. That's right, with the strength of Zhou Vice Admiral, there will be absolutely no problem facing a few shells. Come on, Zhou Vice Admiral. Zhou looked at the flying shells, and just said lightly, slow as still. As he spoke, he suddenly disappeared in place. When it reappeared, it was already in midair. It was like kicking a football, one kick at a time, kicking all the shells flying back. Whoosh, 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 all the shells flew back. The eyes of the two celestial dragons suddenly widened. Bang bang bang. Shells hit the deck, suddenly sawdust splashed. The two celestial dragons were shocked. Enemy attack. Forehead. The bodyguard was about to issue an early warning. He was horrified to find that a figure appeared in front of him at some point. Boom. The bodyguard flies away. Bang bang bang. With one kick, Zhou kicked all the bodyguards of celestial dragons into the sea to feed the fish. Two celestial dragons looked for fame. In the end, what greeted them was just a kick. Boom. Advertisement. Zhou stomped two celestial dragons under his feet. The two kept struggling. Like two fish, the two of them looked at Zhou. But now the sun is shining. They could only see a black figure and couldn't see Zhou's face clearly. Damn untouchable. Get off your dirty feet. Screamed the female celestial dragons. It can be seen that she likes to be clean. Her fair skin was spotless, like fine porcelain, well maintained. And the air outside the spacesuit was full of bacteria and dirty smells, but any contamination would drive her crazy. Zhou's ears were buzzing from the woman's scream. Can't help frowning, he kicked off the hood of the celestial dragons. Leave its face exposed to the air. The female celestial dragons suddenly vomited violently. It's as disgusting as if it smells like poop. A playful expression appeared on Zhou's face. He said with interest, "It's really interesting. You celestial dragons have lived on the red line for a long time. Could it be that you have become allergic to dust and bacteria?" Soon the face of the female celestial dragons was red. Suffocating red. Zhou found this very interesting. He suddenly looked at a slave with a collar around his neck. This is a muscular strong man. He kicked the female celestial dragons towards the strong man, and said with a smile, "I'll leave her to you." The strong man's insensitive eyes were like torches that were suddenly lit, filled with hatred, anger, and greed for the celestial dragon's body. He swallowed hard, and suddenly picked up the female celestial dragons on the ground and walked into the room, cabin. Female celestial dragons screaming and vomiting frantically. Soon after, with Zhou's well-developed hearing, he heard a beautiful sound. And the female celestial dragon's intermittent curses. "You. This untouchable. Actually. Did. This. Kind of thing to. Me. I. Can't forgive. You. Zhou then looked at the male celestial dragons on the ground. He found that another male slave was also swallowing his saliva. He then kicked the celestial dragons to the opponent. The other party smiled and dragged celestial dragons into the cabin. Looking at the dark cabin, the corners of Zhou's mouth curled up. Celestial dragons. How could they kill you so easily? Sometimes, living is scarier than dying, he could almost imagine it. How crazy and decadent the two celestial dragons will be if they survive. The slave they hated the most did that kind of thing, and it should last for a long time. The trauma of the two of them is not only physical, but also indelible. Chapter 37 Sign in for 30 years, the system mysterious gift package. Naval Headquarters. Sengoku office. Thump thump. There was a knock on the door. Come in, Sengoku, who was already very busy, said casually. Immediately, he saw Zhou walk into his office. How did you come back? Sengoku was surprised. Zhou sat down on the sofa unceremoniously. He spread his hands, with the same surprise on his face. Why can't I come back? Sengoku frowned. The celestial dragons are going to the Sabaody Islands, don't you know? Zhou was expressionless, as if the two celestial dragons who tortured him not long ago had nothing to do with him. What do celestial dragons have to do with me? Sengoku said. Don't you know how to protect? Forget it, you guys can't do such a thing. He understands. Take the character of Zhou, just like Garp. Don't take the celestial dragons seriously at all. Don't beat up the celestial dragons as already doing yourself a favor. Zhou did not let Sengoku go. He said, Marshal, I was attacked by my colleagues. What? Sengoku suddenly looked at Zhou. Zhou gave a general overview of the 4 vice admirals targeting or even attacking him. Heard the words. Sengoku's brow furrowed even tighter. As the resourceful general, he naturally understands that the 4 vice admirals are to curry favor with the celestial dragons. He waved his hand. I understand. When they come back, I will punish them. Finish the matter at hand. Zhou went to the marine cafeteria. Enjoyed my own dinner. As a fishing party, how could you work overtime? He is following the example of Senior Kizaru. He looked over to the area where Admiral was eating. I saw 10 dishes in front of Kizaru, including soup and meat, which were very rich and delicate. Advertisement have to say. Kizaru still knows how to enjoy it. Zhou glanced at the 3 dishes and 1 soup in front of him, but he was already very satisfied. Aokiji came over with a meal at this time. Allah, Zhou, are you back? Zhou nodded and buried himself in his meal. Aokiji continued. It's good that you're fine. This time Buster Call, Akainu died, and you vice admirals are fine. It's lucky. Zhou. Are you cursing me? Aokiji. He didn't dare to speak anymore, and simply buried himself in his meal. Momosagi is here. Momosagi came over with the food. He also sat beside Zhou. Next moment, the T-Dolphin also sat down suddenly. He looked at Zhou with the eyes of an enemy. This time, he didn't look at Momosagi. Without saying a word, he stared at Zhou while eating. It seemed as if he wanted to kill Zhou with his eyes. Momosagi looked at Zhou affectionately. The atmosphere made Zhou unable to eat anymore. What the hell, being stared at by 3 admiral-level guys, can you still eat? Even if it is changed to 4 emperors, it will not be able to eat it. He quickly took 2 mouthfuls of rice, then he left quickly. In the following days, Akainu's death had a huge impact on Marine. And the 2 celestial dragons didn't seem to be dead, but they didn't cause any trouble either. In short, Zhou has not been exposed. No one realizes that he killed Akainu. No one found out that he had anything to do with the celestial dragons. He regained the state of salted fish. In the newspapers, there was no news about the celestial dragons' accident. Seems to save the face of the celestial dragons. The news of Akainu's death continued to shake the sea for a long time. Shortly after Akainu's death in battle, some of the 4 emperors started to make a move. Kaido even attacked a marine base in New World, straight away there. Advertisement then. Big Mom's General Katakuri sank a warship transporting criminals. Marine didn't respond to either of these things, lost an admiral force. It made Marine a lot more peaceful, but Marine also started the world conscription. On the one hand, to supplement military strength. On the one hand, it is to find talents that can be cultivated. It would be best if admiral-level elites could be found directly. But none of this has anything to do with Zhou. He lives a life of eating, lying down, and continuing to eat after lying down. If you have to say that it has something to do with him, it should be the 4 vice admirals who troubled him. They were all suspended for viewing. Basically, it is impossible to continue to be vice admiral. Zhou just moved his lips. Let Marine lose 4 vice admirals. Of course, this is not mainly due to Zhou. Sengoku himself also hates celestial dragons. For vice admiral kneeling and licking celestial dragons. Naturally, it is impossible for him to let them continue to occupy high positions. Not long after, someday, he checks in as usual. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to host for completing the 30th year of sign in, close black lens bracket. You will get a super mysterious gift package prepared for you by the system, close black lens bracket. Hear the prompt tone belonging to the system in the ear. Zhou, who was lying on a deck chair basking in the sun, suddenly became refreshed. Mysterious gift pack. It is still a gift for signing in for 30 consecutive years. There should be something good in this gift bag, right? He was gearing up and his eyes were shining. System, open the gift bag. Open black lens bracket ding. Receive. Close black lens bracket, the gift package is being opened. Successful opening. Close black lens bracket chapter 38 no side effects, copy a fruit ability. Zhou looked at his reward. I can't believe my eyes. You can copy a fruit ability without any side effects, close black lens bracket. Introduction. After eating devil fruit, it will plant devil seeds in the body. From now on, you can't eat the second devil fruit. You are afraid of seawater and sea stone, and some devil fruits will also have side effects, such as poisonous fruits that are prone to diarrhea after eating weight. You can copy a fruit ability, you will not be afraid of seawater and sea stone, and the side effects brought to you by the fruit itself, and you will not die after eating the second fruit, but after eating the second fruit, seawater and sea stone will make you lose stamina. Zhou read it again. I immediately understood the meaning of this reward. Very simple. The fruit copy ability can perfectly copy all the positive effects of the fruit, but the negative effects do not. Such as fear of seawater and sea stone, etc. And after copying the ability, you can also eat the second fruit. Only, after eating the second fruit, then you will start to be afraid of seawater and sea stone. So that's what I want. I was afraid of the side effects of devil fruit, so I didn't eat it. Now it's better, and I can eat the fruit without any side effects. The corner of Zhou's mouth curled up, obviously very satisfied with this reward. He has not eaten any fruit for 30 years. Originally, based on his understanding of the world of pirates, as well as his strength, and at the same time he is in marine, he can mobilize the resources of marine, and he can completely find a suitable fruit to eat in 30 years. It's just that I haven't eaten it because of the side effects of devil fruit. Now, he has to start thinking about what fruit he needs to copy. He had never thought about this question before. The easiest thing I have on hand is a lava fruit. Do I want to copy the ability of lava fruit? Zhou stroked his chin and thought. Lava fruit is Logia's devil fruit. The fruit of Logia is naturally very powerful. At the same time, lava fruit is also a very powerful fruit in Logia. I don't know how many times stronger than smoke fruit and marsh fruit. The power of a Kainu is inseparable from this fruit. Hiss. But if I copied lava fruit and was discovered by marine, it would be tantamount to confessing that I was the one who killed a Kainu. Advertisement Zhou soon found out very painfully. This is a pit. Once you have copied the ability of lava fruit. It's like leaving marine, and also face the pursuit of marine. The loss outweighs the gain. He has struggled, lie flat, for 30 years, isn't it just to stay in the marine? Another. Zhou felt that he should not always think about Logia. Logia, for him now, can only be said to be icing on the cake. If the copy is Mara fruit, something that dogs don't even eat. It was a waste of the system reward this time, and the battle of the strong needs hockey. Logia, really tasteless in the later stage, and less awakened. From this point of view, Zone seems to be the best choice. Zhou pondered. For Zone, you demons must be chosen. As we all know, Zone's phantom beast species is YYDS. The green dragon fruit also has the abilities of fire, wind, flight, underwater breathing, etc., and also has a powerful physical bonus effect. One fruit is equivalent to the superposition of many fruits. And it also strengthens the physical body. If Garp eats the green dragon fruit, his strength will definitely be far beyond normal. Even if it's not the azure dragon fruit. The phoenix fruit of Margot, the phoenix, not only enhances physical strength, but also has a strong self-healing ability. As long as it is not a fatal injury, it can be recovered. If Kaido eats this, simply invincible, and once Zone is awakened, he can have a strong resilience. Advertisement as long as immune to death, lie on the ground for an hour and you will be back to normal. Wait, it looks like paramecia is also good. Zhou immediately thought of paramecia, some special paramecia. Very capable of heaven-defying and bugs, op fruit, can use immortality surgery. The meatball fruit can bounce away pain and fatigue, and even bounce one's own consciousness away. You can also travel around the world. Shock fruit, the fear ability that can trigger tsunamis and earthquakes. In short, paramecia is the most imaginative existence. As long as your imagination is bold and crazy enough, your abilities can be varied. But, paramecia doesn't seem to have any particularly interesting abilities. Zhou stroked his chin, said with a frown, some fruits increase combat effectiveness. For example, fruit of strength, teleport fruit, etc. But, there is little temptation for him, and, Paramesh's devil fruit development relies too much on imagination. Zhou doesn't want to spend a lot of time and energy on development. Zhou immediately thought of Logia. Among them, the fruit known as the strongest Logia. Thunder fruit. Chapter 39 The World's Big Conscription, Fujitori's Green Bull debut. Thump thump. Just when Zhou was thinking about what fruit he should choose. He was startled by a knock on the door, immediately. There was the sound of a door lock turning outside. Then, Momosagi walked in. By the way, Momosagi has obtained the keys to Zhou's office since this time. In order to prevent lava fruit from being discovered by her, Zhou hid it in an extremely hidden place. Zhou. As soon as Momoshage came in, he kindly called Zhou's name. It even directly omitted the word, Vice Admiral, at the end. Zhou was already used to this. Sit down. He gestured to the sofa opposite him, but Momoshage sat beside him carelessly. Strands of hair hung down to his shoulders. Drink tea, pour it yourself. Zhou hesitated for a moment and said. Instead of pouring himself tea, Momoshage said, did you know there was a big marine conscription recently? Conscription? Of course Zhou knew about it, in the original book. After the Summit War ended, due to the heavy casualties of Marine and the heavy loss of combat power, Aokiji left Marine. Sengoku and Garp also applied for retirement, which caused Marine's strength to decline a lot, and when the Summit War ended, Whitebeard, the phrase, One Piece is real, has inspired more people to go to sea to become pirates, thus opening the second era of great pirates, and the pressure on Marine is even greater. In order to obtain new forces, Marine launched a global conscription and collected a large number of recruits. At the same time, during the world conscription, Marine also received 2 admiral-level fighters. That is, Admiral Fujitora and Admiral Green Bull. Speaking of Fujitora and Green Bull, I have to talk about the fruits of the two. Fujitora, Paramecia, those with heavy fruit abilities, can increase the gravity of an area, immobilize the enemy, even compress the ground into an abyss, trap the enemy inside, and even use gravity to pull down meteorites in space. It is a truly terrifying ability, so powerful that it can even destroy an island. Green cows, Logia, those with dense fruit abilities, can turn into trees, or even a blade of grass. As long as the roots of the grass don't die, they won't die completely. During the battle, a large amount of vegetation can often be grown on the surrounding land. With its derived ability, the vines can also absorb the blood of the enemy, making a fat man become skinny. If this ability is used to lose weight, it can definitely make a fortune. Zhou looked at Momoshage, wondering, I know, what's wrong? Momoshage blinked and said, the world's big conscription needs a lot of examiners, so many vice admirals have gone, and there is still a shortage of people. Do you want to go? Zhou waved his hand. How can it be? But then his heart moved. Perhaps, among the recruits collected, are there any abilities that I have never seen before? If you come across an ability that suits you, then you can directly copy it on the spot. Ever since. Zhou nodded. Come to the scene of the big conscription. This is a place similar to the Colosseum in Rome. Advertisements surrounded by stands, one circle after another, and in the middle is a large duel area with boulders, forests, and even rivers in it. It can be said that the area in the middle is already a small island. In front of the stands are some large screens, which are used to watch some details on the battlefield. A marine, similar to the host, was holding a microphone and broadcasting to the audience with a phone bug. Next up is the focus of this global conscription. Killer, Lynch, Fight, Blind Man, Fujitora. Let's take a look at the performance of the two. Then, on the big screens, 2 figures appeared. One of them was a man in a black tights. The other one was an invisible uncle with a wooden stick in his hand. See this scene. Zhou in the stands was suddenly surprised. Fujitora. Unexpectedly, this guy appeared so early. Think here. A playful smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. I just don't know, when the Marines found out that this recruit has admiral-level strength, how exciting would his expression be? It fell with a begin. Killer, Lynch, that is, the guy in the black tights, suddenly rushed into the nearby forest at a very fast speed. Fujitora, on the other hand, stood there with a curious look on his face. Hey, the opponent ran away. Now, all the Marines who watched this battle had their hearts in their throats. Be careful of your back, your opponent has already run behind you. Uncle, what kind of world conscription do you, a blind man, take part in? Isn't the blind man's hearing very sharp? Why didn't he notice the opponent's existence? Stop it. This guy named Lynch seems to be really planning to kill the blind man. Hey, watch your back. The man in the black bodysuit quickly circled the forest outside Fujitora. Then he walked around behind Fujitora and approached him lightly. He, a blind man participating in the world conscription, must have extraordinary strength. Just in case, let's choose a sneak attack from behind. The hearing of blind people is generally very sensitive, but my shadow walk is even more clever. The man then resorted to a strange gait, and his body became fragmented after images. Approaching Fujitora quickly. That's when the man was almost at Fujitora's back and attacked. Fujitora suddenly turned around and drew his knife. Boom. The man was suddenly sent flying by a strong force, and then slammed into the trunk of a big tree behind him, and a circular depression appeared on the trunk, as if he had been hit by an invisible hammer. Oh. Advertisement. The man in black was pressed tightly against the tree trunk by gravity, unable to move at all. The junior who sneaked up on me from behind actually wants to enter the Marine. Fujitora muttered as he retracted the knife slowly. The strength of Fujitora is terrifying. The Marines were all shocked. It turns out that this blind man is not weak at all. On the contrary, he is strong, and it's ridiculously strong. Observation hockey, devil fruit abilities, and the extremely fast agility just now. It all means that this person may have the strength no less than Vice Admiral. In the stands, Zhou watched the fruits of Fujitora. The fruit feels pretty good too. Gravity. In fact, this ability can not only be used for fighting, it can also be used for cultivation. Similar to the training room with 100 times gravity in 7 Dragon Ball. Exercise physical function. After adapting to several times of gravity and then returning to the environment of normal gravity, the body will be as light as a swallow, and at the same time have powerful strength. And when fighting, creating multiple different gravity environments can turn the world upside down. Create an illusion similar to that in Ghost Slayer. If you have already adapted to the multi-gravity environment and your opponent enters it for the first time, then you will not be able to adapt at all. So he was easily killed by himself. Well, if you don't like this world, you can also directly summon meteorites to destroy human beings. But this is a bit surreal. Zhou thought to himself. The next match, Blind Man, Fujitora, will face Green Bull, Aramu. Not long after Fujitora won, a battle that excited Zhou began. Green Bull versus Fujitora, a duel of 2 admiral-level strengths. Field. Green Bull and Fujitora stood in the middle at the same time. Ah, I seem to have met a formidable opponent. Fujitora drew out his saber, his expression serious. It seems to have perceived the power of the Green Bull. Hey, old man, don't say I didn't warn you, my strength is very strong. With his hands in his pockets, the Green Bull warned arrogantly. The battle is about to start, Chapter 40 Admiral-level battlefield, Fujitora versus Green Bull. Boom. Suddenly, from the ground at Fujitora's feet, a green vine popped out. Like a boa constrictor, this vine is pointing toward Fujitora. This sudden attack did not catch Fujitora by surprise. On the contrary, he avoided the attack of the vines very flexibly, as if he knew that vines would appear under his feet from the beginning. Immediately, he slashed backhand, and a gravity field directly flattened the vine into a pulp. Sharp. The green cow was not stingy with his praise, and his body gradually began to turn into a vegetable. Uncle, since you have awakened observation haki, then I will not treat you as a real blind person. Fujitora smiled. Since I know you, I'm very grateful. What Fujitora dislikes the most is when others look down on him because he is blind. Then, old man, you're welcome. Fujitora drew his sword, and the blade pointed straight at the Green Bull. Boom. The green cow suddenly felt that his body became much heavier in an instant. It's like carrying a big mountain on your back, can't move. Amazing. So this is the ability of heavy fruit? A drop of cold sweat dripped from the green cow's forehead as he moved with difficulty. But soon, his body was crushed by gravity. Kacha, kacha, kacha. From the original mortal body, it became a big tree. Sudden. From the grass next to the overweight area, a brand new green cow grew. Don't forget, I'm Lobia. Drink, with a low drink. The right fist of the Green Bull suddenly grew a lot of vines, condensed a fist the size of a house, and smashed towards Fujitora. Just before the fist touched Fujitora, it was suddenly covered with a layer of black haki. Advertisement. Seeing this, Fujitora's expression suddenly became serious. The saber in his hand is also wrapped around black haki, and he slashes towards the giant fist. Rumble. The collision of the forces of the two sides immediately triggered a vision of heaven and earth. Look, the sky is cracked. This is Conqueror's collision. These two men, both have Conqueror's haki. Hiss. It's so terrifying. Conqueror's haki is a top talent that's unique in 1,000. How do I feel that the strength of these two guys is not inferior to Admiral? Have you ever seen Admiral go all out? Don't worry, the battle between the two of them has just begun. The stands. Zhou crossed his legs and watched the battle below boredly. To be honest, Fujitora and Green Bull do possess Admiral-level strength. Even if the two of them didn't make a full shot, but Zhou has already seen it. Just relying on the astonishing destructive power that the two of them shot at will, when they were able to do a job with ease. It can already be called a monster. Only, the strength of the two of them was not strong enough to surprise him. Momoshagi on the side watched the battle between the two seriously. She subconsciously asked, which of the two of them is stronger? After she said it, she realized that it was Zhou, not Vice Admiral, who was sitting next to her. Generally speaking, although Crane Vice Admiral does not have much strength, he has rich experience and often comments on the battles between the strong. And Zhou. Momoshagi doesn't know his true strength. In her eyes, Zhou's strength is still inferior to the T-fish and herself. However, this time Zhou made a rare comment. Advertisement. In my opinion, it's hard to say the strength of the two of them, but I know who will win. What? Momoshagi was startled. Unexpectedly, Zhou said in such an affirmative tone that he knew who would win. Allah, is that so? Who will win? Said Aokiji, sitting behind Zhou. If it's you, it's normal to see it, right? The T-dolphin sitting on the other side of Zhou said with an inscrutable expression. Zhou. What the hell? Can you guys not all sit next to me? I'm under a lot of pressure, okay. 3 Admiral-level combat powers were sitting beside him. If someone was out of his mind and suddenly hit him, no matter how strong he was, he couldn't stand it. Even the 4 Emperors can't say that they can beat the 2 Admirals together. It seems that this place seems to be very lively. Suddenly, a pale-haired man sat in front of Zhou. Now, he was completely surrounded. When Aokiji saw this person, he immediately recognized him. It turned out to be Vice Admiral Garp. Why are you interested in coming here? That's right, this silver-haired, carefree, and majestic man is exactly the legend among the legends, the hero Garp. He is currently holding a senbei and chewing it. Zhou suddenly felt dizzy. 3 admirals, in fact, his pressure is not too great, but one Garp makes him dare not do two frivolous things. Junior, tell me your opinion, and let the old man hear the quality of the young marine, Garp said. Zhou said. I think, if there is really a winner or loser, the winner should be the Green Bull. Oh, Garp was surprised, because he feels that Fujitora's strength should be the stronger one? Chapter 41 Replication Ability, Dense Fruit. Here Zhou speculate that the Green Bull will win. Aokiji and others were also surprised, although the Green Bull is very strong. However, Fujitora obviously gives people a mature, steady and unfathomable feeling. The Green Cow is obviously younger, giving people a feeling of frizz and carelessness. Fujitora should have a better chance of winning if they really want to fight hard. Why? Momosagi asked curiously. Zhou yawned. The reason is simple, Fujitora has no heart to win. No desire to win. The 3 of them were taken aback. Garp was also taken aback, but then burst out laughing. So that's how it is. It seems that I have underestimated the old man. Zhou continued to explain. This person Fujitora doesn't seem to want to compete for the first place, and he doesn't want to hurt others, especially a good person, so it is naturally impossible for him to hurt the Green Bull in order to win, but the Green Bull it doesn't take that into account. I see. After listening to Zhou's analysis, a group of people suddenly realized. I see. Although Fujitora is strong, but with his personality, he will not be the kind of person who is competitive. Field. The battle between Fujitora and Green Bull has reached a fever pitch. The Green Ox has built himself a mighty suit, similar to Susanoo in Hokage, but smaller, out of a plethora of vines and plants. Afterwards, cover the entire coat with a layer of armament haki. In other words, he directly grew in size and turned into a small titan. In the world of pirates, big often means power. Luffy's 3rd gear is the Fist of Titan. The 4 emperors, Ant Kaido and Whitebeard, are both huge. Many people's moves are often to summon huge things to fight. And this form of the Green Bull is obviously different from others. Advertisement because he covered the whole large shell with a layer of haki. This is so demanding of haki that even Vice Admiral can't do it. Fujitora, look at the trick. The Green Cow yelled and ran towards Fujitora and swept across a large force with a fierce kick. Seeing this, Fujitora sheathed the knife, and then pulled out the knife suddenly. Immediately, a huge meteorite fell from the sky, boom. Like a nuclear bomb explosion, the entire arena rose into mushroom clouds one after another. When all the dust is gone, people were shocked to find that the arena had disappeared and was replaced by a basin. Both Fujitora and the Green Bull were out of breath and appeared in their true colors. It seems that you and I are on par in strength, Fujitora said with a smile. The Green Cow said, my physical strength is almost reaching its limit. Next moment, under Fujitora's feet, some roots suddenly appeared. The roots grabbed Fujitora's ankles, and instantly Fujitora's expression changed. His blood color faded quickly, and the muscles above his ankles also shrank. After just a few breaths, Fujitora fell to his knees. And the Green Bull is in high spirits, jump up and down again. Ha ha ha, I can absorb nutrients from the enemy and survive. Green Bull said. Fujitora's forehead was covered with cold sweat. Yes, is that so? I was really careless. The Green Cow did not continue to absorb the nutrients of Fujitora, but withdrew its roots. As if he had just tasted a delicious food, he licked his lips and said, your strength is not bad, now I can improve my strength again. The battle is over. The Green Bulls and Fujitora are back in the stands. The two were told that they could go to the high-level VIP area. Advertisement, so they came to the area of Zhou et al. Sitting just below Zhou and the others. The Green Cow continued. It is said that I have just eaten this dense fruit for a few years, and I haven't awakened yet, but every time I taste the nutrients of the strong, it can feed back to myself, nourish my body, and make my body stronger. Strong. To be honest, a large part of my current strength is due to this dense fruit. Rear. Zhou heard the conversation between the two of them. Immediately noticed. Thick fruit, can absorb nutrients? How did he forget this fruit? Although sensen fruit is also lobia, it is also a special one in lobia. Green Bull claims that he hasn't eaten for several years and relies on absorbing nutrients from others. Unexpectedly, the dense fruit of the Green Cow can absorb nutrients and become stronger. This is still the effect of the dense fruit when it is not awakened. If it is awakened, its power is absolutely beyond imagination. Think here. Zhou's heart throbbed. If you copy sensen fruit, it should be pretty good. With a thought, he said in his heart, System, I want to copy the Green Bull's dense fruit ability. Open black lens bracket ding. It is detected that the sensen fruit ability user is within 100 meters of the host, and can be copied. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. May I ask if the host confirms the ability to copy devil fruits? Sensen fruit. Close black lens bracket. Yes. Zhou said in his heart. Open black lens bracket copying. Close black lens bracket in front of Zhou. A progress bar appears. Soon after. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the successful replication of host. You have acquired the Logia sensen fruit ability. Close black lens bracket chapter 42 develop sense in fruit, a terrifying new move. Copy succeeded. Zhou felt nothing special, but as long as he moves his mind, he feels that he can turn his body into a plant at any time. He is no longer interested in the upcoming marine conscription. Immediately, he got up and was about to leave. Zhou asked Sengoku for leave directly and then went to sea. Came to a small uninhabited island on the Grand Line. After 30 years in Pirate World, he naturally has some secret bases of his own. On weekdays, when exercising on these uninhabited islands, no one will see him, and he can keep his true strength from being exposed to others. Now, Zhou came to such an island. His purpose of coming here is very simple, that is to exercise the ability of the dense fruit he just obtained. Devil Fruit's ability requires continuous exercise and development to become stronger. What's more, each fruit needs to be developed to develop different skills. Zhou said to himself, there are actually many directions for fruit development. One direction is to reduce consumption. In the pirate world, the law of conservation of energy and matter does not exist. Capable users can erase part of matter out of thin air, and can also create part of matter out of thin air. If the fruit is continuously developed and utilized, theoretically speaking, it only needs to consume a small amount of physical strength to display a powerful destructive power. The most typical example is Enel. His own physical skills are very rubbish, but his fruit ability is very powerful, even to the point of destroying an island. Zhou calmed down and stood silently on the deserted island. Suddenly, his skin turned green. Immediately afterwards, his fingers turned into vines. He became a man made of plants. As soon as he raised his hand, the vine stretched out like a snake, directly smashing a rock in the distance. This is not the strength of sense and fruit, but even though Zhou's finger has turned into a plant, it still has the original strong hardness at the same time. Perhaps, finger pistol can be used in this state. Seeing this scene, Zhou suddenly had an idea. He stretched out his finger and aimed at a big tree. Finger pistol. Puff. He stood still, but his fingers stretched out, similar to rubber fruit, directly piercing the trunk of the big tree. Sharp. Seeing this, Zhou's eyes lit up. Sure enough, fruit development still requires imagination. Before copying sense and fruit, he had no idea how sense and fruit could be developed. Perhaps, I can use wooden dragon or wooden golem to fight like Hashirama in Hokage. However, after copying sense and fruit, he discovered that there are actually many ways to develop the fruit. Zhou raised his arm again. This time, it was 10 fingers. Finger pistol mystery 10 king spear. Puff 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 puff. In an instant, 10 holes were pierced through the big tree in front of him. The hole is smooth, as if it has been polished. Its speed and power coming to Ultimate's early art. Wait, maybe it's okay. Zhou's heart skipped a beat. Advertisement immediately, more vines split from each finger. Plants can fork. In just a few breaths, he has hundreds of fingers. Finger pistol profound truth 100 king spear. With a thought, Zhou activated the finger pistol. This time, the number has increased to hundreds. Pung bang 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 bang. Hundreds of phantoms hit the tree trunk at the same time. In just an instant, the tree trunk was directly smashed into a sieve. Immediately, the towering tree made a strange creaking sound and then fell to the ground. Zhou supported the ground with one hand and kicked out his right leg suddenly. It turned into a vine and kicked it for a week at an extremely fast speed. Tempest kicked Zhou Duan. Boom. The dozen or so towering trees around it seemed to have been cut off by a sharp blade in an instant, and the cut surface was smooth. Then, he looked towards a mountain in the distance. Tempest kick profound truth foot jade trio. His right foot split into 3 and simultaneously kicked out a dazzling tempest kick, forming 3 huge slashes. These 3 slashes were the same as when he smashed 10 warships with one kick. Boom. 3 slashes hit the mountain, followed by a loud noise. The peaks of the mountains were directly leveled. There are 3 cut marks left on it, which looks very terrifying and frightening. Call. Zhou let out a long breath of foul air. I feel that my physical strength has been exhausted a lot. But then his fingers dug into the ground, begin to absorb nutrients from the roots in the surrounding forest. After a few breaths, the vegetation on the ground suddenly turned yellow and withered at a speed visible to the naked eye, but Zhou's own physical strength recovered quickly. At this time, he looked at a herd of animals running out of the forest. Vines suddenly protruded from the ground, entangled these animals, and quickly absorbed the nutrients in their bodies. Visible to the naked eye, the bodies of the animals shrank rapidly, and finally died. But Zhou felt that not only his physical strength had returned to its peak, but also that his hungry stomach was no longer hungry at this time, as if he just had a full meal, very satisfied, and even wanted to hiccup. Continue. Zhou felt the physical strength regained. Continue to exercise your fruit ability. After some exercise just now, he already clearly felt that his body was more compatible with Sensen Guo's ability. It's easier to use abilities. The physical strength consumed has also decreased a bit. This is not because of his extraordinary talent, it's just that he is strong enough in his own right. The understanding of power has far surpassed others. The so-called avenue to simplicity, comprehend by analogy, but that's all. I just experimented with fine manipulation, and then I will try the limit of strength.
Zhou walked towards the depths of the uninhabited island with his hands in his pockets. When the animals along the way saw him, they instinctively wanted to lean towards him.
Because he is now very similar to the surrounding plants. Advertisement: the scent that emanates from the body is also plant. Even Zhou felt the sun shining on him, as if he was recovering his physical strength. Photosynthesis. Maybe from now on, he won't need to eat anymore. Come to the central area of the uninhabited island. Zhou took a deep breath. The power in the body surged. Immediately, the towering trees seemed to come alive, twisting their bodies and growing crazily, extending upwards, like long hair growing from the scalp of the earth.
The branches and leaves of the trees grew crazily, and the grass began to grow crazily, gradually growing from the height of the feet to the height of a person.
Only Zhou is surrounded by an open space. Plants seem to obey him as the king of plants. The tree world is coming. Zhou raised his hands, feeling that the whole world was in his hands. Seen from a distance, the entire uninhabited island looks like a mass of living creatures. Plants grow crazily, increasing more than 10 times. All the trees are Zhou's hands and feet. As long as he wants, he can control every plant to fight at any time. Wooden dragon. Zhou's faith moved again. The 3 big trees with a diameter of about 10 meters in front of them were immediately entangled together, forming a bigger tree. The big tree was like a snake, winding and shaking, and finally grew dragon horns and dragon claws. Go! Zhou moved his fingers. The wooden dragon suddenly swooped down towards the distant mountains. It was as if he had come alive. It can survive even without the roots. Wooden dragons twined the mountains, continued to exert force until the mountain made a sound of rocks cracking. Wooden golem. Zhou thought again. A large number of vines suddenly grew wildly on his body, wrapping him inside. In just a dozen breaths, he turned into a titan more than 10 meters high.
Move your fingers. He punched the mountain in front of him.
Boom. The mountain is about 500 meters high. His 10-meter high body is not worth mentioning in front of the mountains. But his punch is powerful. It directly shook the entire mountain. A large number of stones rolled down, and a large crack opened on the entire mountain. Zhou felt that his physical strength was draining rapidly. He didn't know how much physical strength was consumed by that punch just now. Rumble. At this time, the mountain in front of me suddenly disintegrated again. A large number of stones rolled down, and the entire mountain collapsed. With one punch, a mountain was disintegrated. So scary. Zhou did not dare to try a bigger titan, fearing that the entire island would not be able to support his destruction. Didn't he lose a secret base in this way? The wooden titan gradually disintegrated. The vine returned to Zhou's body, replenishing some of his physical strength. Made him a lot easier. Chapter 43. Ace arrested again? Zhou returned to Naval Headquarters. The world's big conscription recruited Fujitora and Green Bull. In the end, Marine made Fujitora Admiral, and Green Bull could only be a Vice Admiral, but he was included in the list of Admiral's substitutes. Zhou's departure did not attract anyone's attention. He can immerse himself in a leisurely life again. That's right. Why do you have to go sailing after crossing? Do you have to find One Piece? Doesn't he smell good lying down every day? What is the purpose of working hard? Isn't it just lying flat? Isn't it true that I have realized my dream by lying flat now? Zhou talked about his fallacies, lying on the sofa, drinking tea and reading a book leisurely. I have to say that the books of One Piece world are still very good looking, and the stories full of exotic customs made him addicted to it and couldn't extricate himself. It's similar to reading novels online in my previous life. However, the good times don't last long. In a few days, Momoshage enters his room with a message. The second captain of the Whitebeard pirates, Fire Fist Ace, was defeated by the traitor Blackbeard. Blackbeard wants to exchange Ace for a Shichibukai position. Shichibukai? Fire Fist Ace? Zhou blinked. It feels like my CPU is about to burn. Wait, not to mention that Fire Fist Ace was caught by Blackbeard. Isn't Shichibukai already full? Zhou said. Momoshage looked at Zhou and rolled his eyes. Do you know that Clock Doll was defeated by the Straw Hat Boys some time ago? So it is. Zhou suddenly realized. Some time ago, he had been hiding on an uninhabited desert island to exercise Sensen Guo, and he didn't pay attention to world news at all. Unexpectedly, that guy Luffy is so fast, already defeated K-Lock Doll. Doesn't this mean that he will soon be in the Sabaody Islands? Thinking of this, Zhou became excited. Finally, I finally waited for him. Advertisement. He had already thought of Luffy's ending. That is to kill him before anyone notices him, unknowingly. Nobody knew he did it. Garp, Dragon, and whoever else. There is no way to get revenge. Zhou. Are you listening to me? At this moment, Momoshage suddenly waved his hand, interrupting Zhou's fantasy. Only then did Zhou come to his senses. Where's Blackbeard? He stood up with a murderous look on his body. It was the first time for Momoshage to see such a murderous Zhou. Immediately, I felt so handsome. Momoshage stared at Zhou with staring eyes, and then said, he just came to Naval Headquarters and is waiting to negotiate with Marshal Sengoku. That's right. Zhou hurriedly left the office and headed towards Blackbeard. At the same time, Sengoku also received word that Blackbeard had arrived at Marineford. After pondering for a moment, he said, let him come to my office. Soon, Blackbeard comes out of Sengoku's office. There was a smug smile on his face. The thief, ha 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 ha. Lousy is finally Shichibukai. What's next? It's so exciting. With that said, he swaggered away, however, at this time. He suddenly felt a cold gaze staring at him. Turning his head to look, he found that it was a young man he didn't know. He didn't care, instead, he took care of himself and left in a swaggering manner. Zhou looked at Blackbeard with a sullen look on his face. Advertisement. I have already scolded this B***** D 10,000 times in my heart.
What's the matter? I have personally entered the territory of the Whitebeard pirates with my own body, and severely injured Ace.
Unexpectedly, he would be caught by Blackbeard, and the B***** D Blackbeard is too much. I have already crossed, and the butterfly effect produced, no matter how you say it, shouldn't let him catch Ace again to claim credit for Marine, right? However, he actually made the exact same choice as in the original book. This only means that Blackbeard already has similar plans. Catch a big pirate, prove yourself, and become a Shichibukai. Then enter the submarine prison to find partners. Now that Ace has entered the submarine prison, this is a foregone conclusion. It seems that I have to go to the submarine prison myself. Immediately, Zhou turned around and looked at Blackbeard's leaving back. His face was icy cold, but before that, Lousy will kill you first. The clay figurine still has 3 points of anger. Not to mention him, this Blackbeard disrupted his plan, and his heart was already full of anger. It is necessary to vent the fire, otherwise the heart will always feel uneasy. He walked quickly towards the pier. One of his subordinates asked, "Boss, are we going to sea?" Zhou waved his hand, "I'll do it myself," talking. He actually rose into the air, stepped on the moonwalk, and ran directly above the sea. This scene stunned the Marines on the pier. Run directly on the sea. This scene, no matter how you look at it, looks like a fairy tale. Could it be that this Vice Admiral is going to cross the sea? Chapter 44. Zhou crushes the Blackbeard pirates. Puff, 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 the sea, surrounded by endless sea. Zhou was alone, with his feet on the air, and kept moving forward. After the knowledge color can't perceive the existence of others. A few leaves suddenly grew from his back, then, it spun quickly, just like a helicopter. Chug 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 chug. Soon, on the sea ahead, a strange ship appeared. This is a raft, but each piece of wood is made of the trunk of a towering tree, so that the size of the whole boat is no different from that of an ordinary boat. The flag flying above is the flag of the Blackbeard pirates. Found it? A coldness flashed across Zhou's eyes. This Blackbeard, spoil my good deeds, damn it. As he spoke, he suddenly raised his hand, and his arm grew rapidly, turning into a huge vine, entwined in the air into a knot 3 times bigger than the boat below. Wood lumps fell from the sky and smashed down on the Blackbeard pirates below. At this time, the Blackbeard pirates, "Captain, enemy attack." A pale man with a cane in his hand yelled loudly. There was already some cold sweat on his forehead. A wooden lump many times larger than the boat appeared in the sky out of thin air. Anyone would believe that the boat was about to be smashed to pieces. Blackbeard walked out of the cabin swaggeringly, and just said, "What enemy attack? Let me see who is so brave, don't die, dare to attack my ship in the Shichibukai Black House." He then saw a huge wooden lump appearing in the sky. Like a meteorite, and like a mountain, it fell towards them. What to do? "Captain," another crew member rushed over. This is the helmsman of the ship, with great strength. But such a huge lump, he was not sure he could resist it. It would be okay if it was on land, but this is on the sea. Their captain is also a person with abilities. Once they fall into the water, the consequences will be disastrous. Thief, ha 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 ha. Why are you panicking? Lousy is a dark fruit capable person. Lousy can directly absorb objects of this level. Advertisement. As Blackbeard said, he jumped onto the roof of the house and opened up the dark fruit field. The huge black Uzumaki, like a funnel, wrapped the black knots in the sky into it. Slowly absorbed. Amazing, Captain, the pale man praised. Thief, ha 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 ha. Who do you think Lousy is? Lousy is Blackbeard. Hearing the compliment from the crew, Blackbeard burst out laughing. Clatter. At this time, Zhou's figure quietly landed on the boat. With his hands in his pockets, he looked at Blackbeard and the others indifferently. Who are you? A sniper appeared and took aim at Zhou. The helmsman and swordsman also became vigilant at the same time. Blackbeard was still absorbing the lump created by Zhou at this time, unable to move at all. I can only watch stupidly from the side. I am the one who came to kill you. Zhou said lightly. The pale-faced swordsman with a cane in his hand walked towards Zhou step by step, looking at the marine clothes on him playfully. You seem to be a Marine Vice Admiral. You don't know, our captain has become a Shichibukai now, we should be together now. Lousy doesn't care if you are F***** G Shichibukai or Celestial Dragons. Now you are making Lousy angry. Lousy is going to kill you. Zhou said calmly, raised his hand, and pointed his fingers at the swordsman's forehead. Base, the swordsman made a vigilant posture in an instant, and drew out the saber in the crutch. Lafayette, one of the earliest members of the Blackbeard pirates. Zhou looked at this person and recalled the relevant information in his mind. In the original book, this person went to attend the Shichibukai meeting alone, faced Mingo, Sengoku and other strong men, and recommended Blackbeard as Shichibukai. That is to say, Sengoku and the others were in a good mood at the time, otherwise just anyone could kill him in seconds. Zhou aimed at Lafayette with the index finger of his right hand. Finger pistol deadly wood. In an instant, his right index finger turned into a cuboid piece of wood, and grew at a rapid speed, piercing through Lafayette's heart. Puff! Lafayette turned pale and looked at Zhou in disbelief. Zhou's speed was so fast that he didn't even see Zhou's attack clearly. What is even more unexpected is that he is actually a capable person, capable of killing people from such a distance. Advertisement thump, Lafayette's body fell to the ground. The rest looked at Zhou in horror. You, who are you? Blackbeard's face turned ugly and he saw ultimate. The powerful and reliable partner he was looking for was not worth mentioning in front of Zhou, and was instantly killed by one blow. The other party killed Lafayette so lightly, his strength. Blackbeard no longer dared to think about it.
Zhou stretched out his left hand, and a wooden sword suddenly grew out of his palm.
He grabbed the hilt of the sword with his right hand and swung a beautiful sword flower. Snake sword. Then, he stood still and waved his right hand casually. The wooden sword in his right hand stretched like a vine and swept towards Blackbeard and the others. It combines the flexibility of a snake, the sharpness of a sword, and the terrifying speed under the powerful power of Zhou. There was a sound of, woo, the snake sword cut towards the helmsman. The man's name is Badgers, and he often likes to use the, wee ha ha, laugh. In the original book, he once went to Derice Rosa to snatch the Mara fruit, and then discovered the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, which attracted the attack of the Blackbeard pirates. Afterwards, he ate the fruit of strength, which was so powerful that he could throw a hill flying in one breath. However, at this time, Badgers had not yet grown up. He does, however, use hockey. Attaches a black armament hockey to the arm to stand in front of the body. Boom. Badgers was swept away by the snake sword, and even the sniper and poisonous Q also fell into the sea. Ah, Captain, a group of people fell into the sea. At this moment, only Blackbeard is left on board. Blackbeard was absorbing the log lump at this point. He was right, he could indeed absorb it, but during this process, he couldn't move at all. He could only watch helplessly as his subordinates were killed one by one.
You, who are you? Also, why are you attacking us?
Zhou said lightly. Hey, do you want to delay time by talking? Chapter 45 Blackbeard, forget it, let you die to understand. Zhou said suddenly. As if seeing hope, Blackbeard hastened to absorb the lump. At this moment, the lump was almost absorbed by him. Zhou acted as if he hadn't seen all this, and stood still and said, you have only one sin, and that is that you shouldn't give Ace to Marine. What? Blackbeard never expected that he and his pirate group were attacked because of Ace. Could it be that you belong to Dad? You're asking too much. Zhou didn't bother to answer. The snake sword in the right hand swept towards Blackbeard. Ah. Blackbeard's critical moment. Free up your right hand and use the dark fruit field to block in front of you. He is sure that he can block Zhou's attack. Thieves ha 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 ha, my dark fruit can restrain all other fruits. Blackbeard laughed. However, the snake sword cut off Blackbeard's finger in an instant, and drew a line of blood on his chest. If he hadn't stood far away, the sword just now would have cut him into two sections. Blackbeard looked shocked, looking at his fingerless right palm. This is impossible. How could your ability surpass my dark fruit field? Zhou Dao. I never said that I am a person with abilities. Yes, his ability is not a complete fruit ability in essence. If you are not afraid of seawater or sea stone, then naturally you will not be afraid of the ability of the so-called dark fruit. Blood was dripping from Blackbeard's palm, and a look of pain was on his face. Although his dark fruit can restrain all other fruit abilities, it also has the negative effect of doubling the pain. The pain that others can bear is fatal to him. At this time, the wooden lumps in the sky were finally completely sucked into the black hole. Captain. Badgers and others climbed up from the sea at this time. Surround Zhou in the middle, after seeing Blackbeard's right hand that lost his fingers. The pupils of Badgers and the others shrank suddenly. They knew how powerful Blackbeard was, but with Blackbeard's strength, he was still injured or even disabled. This is really unbelievable. Advertisement. Thief ha 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 ha, it's amazing. Blackbeard will give up. Blackbeard forcibly held back the severe pain in his palm, but he could still laugh. But I was just careless just now, yeah. Zhou flicked the snake sword again. Cut towards Blackbeard. This time, Blackbeard played armament hockey. Boom. Sure enough, the snake sword broke. I see, it seems that your physical skills are really good. Zhou said. At this moment, Badgers and the others saw that Blackbeard blocked Zhou's attack. Their morale was boosted immediately, and they rushed forward. Poison Q, Badgers, Sniper. But in an instant, the wood under their feet suddenly seemed to come alive, strangling them tightly. The three of them were subdued in an instant, and then wrapped in wood to form three wooden sculptures. No matter how the three struggled, they couldn't break free from the shackles of the wood. Zhou walked towards Blackbeard step by step. Looking at the fear on the opponent's face, do you have any whole cards that you haven't used yet? Blackbeard was really scared. You are not human, what the hell are you? He has never heard of it, who has not eaten devil fruit, but can have demonic powers. I've said too much, and I don't have to explain anything to a dead man. As Zhou said, the finger pistol in his right hand was activated instantly. Boom. 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 Blackbeard defended with haki, and the body was knocked back little by little. Finger pistol snake gun. At this moment, Zhou's finger pistol suddenly turned a corner, circled behind Blackbeard like a nimble snake, and pierced through his body in an instant. Poof. Blackbeard looked at Zhou in disbelief. Zhou's power was beyond his imagination. Dark Cave Road. Blackbeard slammed his palm on the ground suddenly, and black mist filled the air instantly.
Trying to absorb Zhou in. Zhou was indifferent.
All fingers on the right hand activated finger pistol. Finger pistol mysteries 5 Kings snake spear. Puff 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 puff. 5 finger pistols, piercing 5 blood holes from Blackbeard's back. Advertisement. It made Blackbeard instantly turn his eyes white, and the dark acupuncture point was automatically released. But the pressure of life and death made him regain consciousness immediately. Forcibly supporting the body, not daring to faint. Because he understands that the enemies in front of him are not those who play house pirates, Zhou will really kill himself. He suddenly showed a cruel smile. Since I am not your opponent, then we will die together. Black hole. A large amount of black mist suddenly erupted from his body, covering his body, and the black mist spread rapidly, with a tendency to swallow everything. Don't you understand? Suddenly, a powerful haki erupted from Zhou's body. At this moment, the sky and the earth changed color, as if only Zhou was emitting light. Haki is like the essence, constantly released, and the field of dark fruit, after touching haki, suddenly melted like ice and snow of magma. The black mist dissipated, revealing a startled Blackbeard. Fruit ability is useless in front of haki. As Zhou said, he suddenly accelerated and punched Blackbeard in the chest.
Blackbeard also punched in an instant, and the two's haki collided for a moment, and then Blackbeard saw that his haki exploded like a blown balloon, and his arm was like a twisted twist.
The domineering punch destroyed it, and it fell apart. The bone balls pierced the flesh and the blood spattered. Blackbeard was stunned. One of his arms was directly crippled. His brain hadn't even reacted to the pain, and he was bewildered looking at his empty right arm.
Snapped. Zhou suddenly grabbed Blackbeard's head.
Then he slammed hard at the wooden boat under his feet. Boom. The wooden boat exploded instantly. Blackbeard's head was covered in blood, and he sank into the sea, with a lot of air bubbles coming out of his mouth. Boom. At this time, suddenly Badgers broke free from the log. His strength can be regarded as one of the bigger ones among them. Poison Q and the sniper are both scrawny, and they are hopeless at the moment.
Badgers gasped for a while, and then jumped into the sea without hesitation.
Zhou ignored him. Badgers wouldn't be much of a thing without Blackbeard. From the beginning to the end, Zhou didn't make much effort, but he killed the Blackbeard pirates in 3s and 5s. Zhou was very satisfied with this result. Chapter 46 absorbed the nutrients of the Blackbeard pirates. At this time, Zhou's fingers suddenly turned into vines, stretching rapidly, piercing into Lafayette's body on the ground like a snake. Gurgling, as the nutrients were absorbed one after another, Zhou felt that the physical strength he had just consumed quickly recovered. Soon, Lafayette's body became scrawny, almost a heap of ashes. Then, Zhou looked in the direction of the poison Q and the dead body of the sniper. The wood carving shattered. 2 mummies were revealed inside. The 2 have already become Zhou's nourishment. Absorbed all the nutrients of the 3 powerhouses. Zhou obviously felt that there was a stream of pure life energy in his body. He has an intuition that if he continues to use this life energy to nourish his body, it will not only make his body stronger, but even prolong his life. Tisk. It seems that I'm still wasting too much. Zhou suddenly thought of Blackbeard and Badgers. He had planned to let Badgers go, but now it seemed that it was a shameful waste. He immediately pierced the bottom of the boat with vines and stretched out into the sea. Not long after, the mummified bodies of Blackbeard and Badgers were also recovered. Absorbed the nutrients of Blackbeard and Badgers. Zhou obviously felt that the pure life energy in his body became more and more pure. He simply sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and concentrated on nourishing his body with this life energy. He split this life energy into a strand, shattered it and rushed into every corner of his body. In an instant, his body automatically began to absorb life energy. Just like pouring water on dry land, the water is absorbed instantly. Soon, Zhou felt that his body was extremely full. It seems that he slept for 3 days and 3 nights and ate a lot of sea king's meat. The body is at its peak. Every cell seems to be cheering. Advertisement after some cultivation. Zhou obviously felt that his physical strength had improved a lot. The strength may not have increased, but the ability to resist blows is very strong. Even without haki or iron body, he can withstand shell attacks with his body alone. His muscles, when relaxed, were as hard as rocks. Maybe, if I continue to cultivate like this, my body can become as strong as Kaido. Zhou's heart skipped a beat. Suddenly his eyes lit up. There is no doubt about Kaido's strength. Marine had grabbed him several times, slashed him with a knife, and stabbed him with a spear. He has experienced the cruelest punishment in the world, yet his body is harder than any steel. A sharp blade will only break when it is cut on the body. Just imagine. When it comes to summit war, Whitebeard has this strong body. Even if he was attacked by someone, he would not be injured and the bullets would not hurt his body at all. Even if he stands still and is attacked, it is impossible for anyone to break the defense except Admiral. Zhou is a person who doesn't care about small things in order to survive. Since there are ways to improve your survivability, why not do it? Hence, Zhou simply smashed all the life energy in his body, allowing his body to fully absorb it. After a few hours, Zhou opened his eyes. He suddenly picked up Lafayette's saber on the ground next to him, pinched the blade of the saber with his palm, and squeezed it hard. Crunch. Jian Feng was directly crushed by him. Looking at his palm again, it was safe and sound, without a single wound, not even a single cut. A strong body. Although it may not reach Kaido's level, it is impossible for ordinary swords to hurt him. It is said that Haki can accumulate sabers and turn them into black swords. If I use life energy to accumulate my body, what height can my body reach? Zhou muttered to himself. Advertisement soon after. Zhou stepped into the air on moonwalk, suddenly kicked out. His foot quickly enlarged, becoming a huge titan foot with wooden veins growing on it. With a bang, the pirate ship of the Blackbeard pirates was split in half. Watching the pirate ship slowly sink into the sea. Only then did Zhou feel relieved. Step on the moonwalk and leave leisurely. Return to Naval Headquarters. Zhou rushed to the submarine prison without stopping. There, and Ace. His goal is to prevent Ace from being brought to Marineford and prevent the Summit War from happening. Meanwhile, somewhere on the Grand Line, a ship with a sheep's head on its bow and a pirate flag with a straw hat flying on it is sailing. On the boat, Nami was reading the newspaper, and when he saw the contents of the newspaper, his pupils shrank. No, Luffy, your big brother Ace got caught by Marine. She took the newspaper and found Luffy in a panic. Luffy was also surprised, took the newspaper and read it, and suddenly broke out in cold sweat. How is it possible, Ace, he was caught by Marine? Nami pointed to the contents of the newspaper and said, moreover, he was caught by Blackbeard. This Blackbeard is the guy we met in Magic Valley Town. Luffy was furious immediately. This guy, I thought he was some kind of nice guy, and I even had dinner with him, but I didn't expect him to be this kind of guy. At this time, the other people on board also looked over curiously. As soon as they heard that Ace had been arrested, a group of people immediately became filled with righteous indignation. This is unbearable. Luffy, Ace is a bold man. We must not let him stay in Marine's prison, Zoro said. Yeah, that guy praised me for the delicious food, Sanji also said. Yoshi. If that's the case, let's go save Ace together. Luffy clapped his fists and said, Chapter 47 Entering the submarine prison, Zhou kills randomly. Naval Headquarters. A warship is being loaded. A group of Marine soldiers were busy loading some cargo onto the warship. This is a supply ship about to go to the big prison on the seabed. And it was Zhou who was in charge of escorting this batch of supplies this time. Thank you, Zhou Vice Admiral. On the deck, a Marine soldier graciously fanned Zhou. Zhou Vice Admiral, you drink tea. There were also soldiers pouring tea for Zhou. Zhou lay leisurely on the recliner, eating snacks, drinking tea, enjoying the service of the soldiers, and waiting for the boat to set off. A figure suddenly walked onto the deck. Momoshage looked at Zhou and asked curiously, Zhou, what are you doing in the submarine prison when you have nothing to do? Zhou spread his hands. You've already said that I went there because I had nothing to do. I've been in Marine for so many years, can't I visit the largest prison in the world? Momoshage thought so too, seeing how she seemed to want to come together. Zhou said, it's just an escort of supplies. You don't need 2 vice admirals. If you go, it's really a waste of troops. Momoshage suddenly said in shame, so that's the case, then I won't go. Zhou sent Momoshage away contentedly, and could finally go to the submarine prison alone. Soon after, the warship was out to sea. As the warship sailed away from Naval Headquarters, a gap suddenly appeared in the sky ahead. Immediately afterwards, a giant door that towered above the sky slowly opened. Zhou looked at the giant gate and couldn't help sighing in his heart. Marine's power is still very strong. To build such a huge gate, it's still at sea. I don't know how much manpower, materials and resources it will consume. This door is the door of justice. In Marine's territory, there is a huge natural Uzumaki. Relying on this Uzumaki can quickly sail between Naval Headquarters, Enies Lobby and submarine prisons, and the 3 entrances of Uzumaki have set up 3 gates of justice. Only Marine insiders can open it. No one else can use it. As for Zhou, he can be regarded as the first to get the moon, and as the Marine Vice Admiral, he easily opened the door of justice. After entering the inside, the warship immediately changed its course and sailed towards the submarine prison. Zhou sat on the deck, looking at the clouds flying by in the sky, thinking in his heart. In addition to dealing with Ace's affairs, there is actually one more thing he really wants to do when he goes to the submarine prison. That's the large number of criminals in it. These criminals are the most vicious existences in the world. The key is that their physical fitness is far superior to that of ordinary people. Some may have been great pirates who once roamed the seas. These are exactly the nutrients Zhou longs for. Especially those on the 6th floor. The future is a member of the 4 Emperors Regiment. Advertisement. This also means that the nutrients in their bodies are very rich. Hey, I just don't know what will happen to my strength after I absorb the nutrients of the criminals in the submarine prison. Zhou muttered to himself. Soon after, In front of the warship, a second door of justice appeared. As the warship approached, the communication personnel on the warship quickly became busy. Use the phone bug to notify the people over at the undersea prison and ask them to open the door. Immediately, this second door of justice slowly opened a gap, allowing the warship to enter. Passing by the gate of justice, it feels like walking by the feet of a titan. Immediately, Zhou saw the submarine prison. It was a building that towered over the calm belt. Like an island, the main part is below the surface of the sea. There is only one castle-like building above the sea. As the warship slowly arrived, the people in the submarine prison came to greet them excitedly. Welcome, welcome, I've been looking forward to it for a long time. Yeah, the supply ship only comes once a month, so you can eat fresh food. Hey, this should be Zhou Vice Admiral, right? What a talent. As expected of Vice Admiral, you have the demeanor of Vice Admiral. It's also very handsome. Zhou stood up, and immediately a group of marine soldiers followed him, walking across the city to the submarine prison like an emperor traveling. A jailer said, Zhou Vice Admiral, are you going to visit the submarine prison? Please come with me, I will take you to see Warden Magellan. Zhou saw that no one searched him. Surprised, you just let me in so easily? The jailer said, there are many people like you. Many people who come to our place for the first time want to visit the submarine prison. However, only people at the Vice Admiral level are eligible to enter. Zhou suddenly realized. It seems, the submarine prison is not as airtight as I imagined. If he was imprisoned, with this level of security, he could definitely stage a wave of Shawshank's Redemption. Shaking his head, Zhou drove out the messy thoughts in his mind, and then walked slowly into the elevator into the prison. In the office, Magellan, Hannibal, all received Zhou. Come on, Zhou Vice Admiral, I've heard of you for a long time, have a cup of tea, Hannibal said. Zhou glanced at Magellan, thinking that he should forget it, and then he didn't even touch the cup of tea. Advertisement just when he was talking to Magellan, Hannibal. Outside, a marine soldier who followed him suddenly wanted to go to the bathroom. A jailer said, follow me. The marine soldier followed the jailer to the toilet. In the toilet, the second Zhou appeared. He moved his body a bit, and said with some surprise, I didn't expect that wood clone succeeded in one attempt. Wood clone is one of the abilities of sense and fruit developed by him. Mingo's string fruit can make string clones. Exactly like himself, even able to fight, and Zhou's wood clone has a similar principle. It's just that the one in the office is his clone, and now this one is his body. His body is hidden in the body of a marine soldier, and he will leave after the other party enters the toilet. In this way, he successfully sneaked into the submarine prison. However, Zhou has no intention of doing things secretly. Instead, he swaggered and walked out of the toilet. At this moment, his face was covered by vines, and the details of his face could not be seen clearly at all. Clothes are also made of vines. When he came out, it's a completely different feeling. When the jailer on guard saw him, he immediately opened fire. There are intruders. One was about to pull toward the alarm. He was knocked out by a sudden vine. Zhou was like a wolf among sheep, directly entering the crimson hell on the first floor. At the same time, the people in the monitoring room saw Zhou's figure using the monitoring phone bug. The alarm was quickly issued to Magellan et al. Nani? Someone actually invaded? Startled, Magellan subconsciously glanced at Zhou in front of him. Then he shook his head, thinking that it could not be the person brought by Zhou in front of him. Immediately, he stood up, sorry Zhou Vice Admiral, I'm going to deal with the intruder. Immediately, he left the room with Hannibal and the other jailers in the office. Zhou's wood clone suddenly showed a smile, still sitting on the chair, and there are monitoring phone bugs in the office. In order not to arouse suspicion, he must stay in the room at all times. Chapter 48 Crazy Absorption of Nutrients from the Strong. Zhou entered the first floor of Crimson Hell, and everywhere he passed were mummies. His feet walked on the ground full of spikes, and because of Logia, even if he was cut, he would heal instantly. He is almost immortal, walking on the first floor. Ah! Run! It's a devil, ah! My foot just touched that kind of vine, and it shriveled up. What a scary guy. This guy is a monster. It's scary, run away, ah! The criminals on the first level were almost defeated. And Zhou released the vines as he walked, entangled the criminals, turned them into mummies, and sucked their nutrients. Tisk. The criminals on the first level, even though they have lost a lot of blood, the life energy contained in their bodies is still frighteningly high. Zhou couldn't help sighing. At this time, a figure quietly approached Zhou from behind. When he was less than 10 meters away from Zhou, this man charged suddenly and slammed his fist hard at Zhou. Boom. A vine swiped violently, and swept the person away. Its body had disintegrated in the air, and it lost its vitality immediately after falling to the ground. Zhou stopped and took a look at this person. As expected of a heinous criminal, everyone is a desperado. He praised in his heart. Immediately, the slaughter continued. Soon, a group of jailers rushed over. Stop, what are you doing? Stop, or we'll shoot. What are you talking about so much with him? Bang bang bang. Seeing that Zhou was unmoved, the guards raised their guns one by one and pulled the trigger. Black bullets shot towards Zhou. Zhou's vines were just a sweep, directly sweeping away all the projectiles. Huh? Sea stone. He suddenly discovered that these projectiles were not broken by his sweep. After a closer look, I found that these are all sea stone bullets. What a luxury, to use sea stone to make bullets. Zhou clicked his tongue and said, the hardness of sea stone has reached the level of diamond, and at the same time it can also be effective for capable users. It can be said to be a strategic material. Advertisement. Unexpectedly, it was used as an ordinary bullet by the jailers here. Why protect these criminals? Zhou walked towards the jailers. There was a buzzing sound from the face covered by vines. The jailers were taken aback. Zhou continued. They are all criminals, and every one of them has human life on them, but you not only don't kill them, but also raise them, and even put your life on the line to protect them. Zhou spread his arms out like a preacher. The voice was full of sorrow and sympathy. Are you really willing to use your limited lives to guard these sinful people who deserve death? Some jailers wavered. Yes, this is also what they are confused about. They are obviously criminals, why should they protect them? You know, there are a lot of pirates doing evil in this world. But they are here to guard some damned guys. However, some stubborn people shouted. It's so fallacious. This is our duty. We don't guard, so why should people like you guard it? Zhou shook his head in disappointment. This person spoke completely illogically, and his words didn't make sense. He had obviously been brainwashed in the submarine prison. He stretched out his arm, and a vine instantly pierced through the man's head. The man remained silent, his body turned into a mummy. The rest of the jailers were all frightened and fled. Zhou did not pursue. After killing the criminals on the first floor, the next step is the second floor. His heart moved. Jumped into the second floor. Warcraft Hell. Here, there are a lot of monsters. Warcraft itself is the prison guard. They even treat the criminals here as food. However, in Zhou's view, all of this is also a joke. Since the monsters have been allowed to devour the criminals, why not execute all the criminals in the first place? It is really superfluous to set up a prison to guard and detain them. Zhou smiled and shook his head. It can only be said that the people who built this prison are out of their minds. There are so many pirates in One Piece world, so don't devote limited manpower and material resources to destroying them. Actually build a prison here, it's just playing tricks. Advertisement. Roar. Just when Zhou was walking in the corridor of Warcraft Hell. At the end of the corridor, there was a beast roar. Immediately, a huge monster slowly came into Zhou's field of vision. Finger pistol snake gun. Zhou's fingers instantly pierced through the monster's body like a snake. Immediately, the dense fruit was activated, absorbing the nutrients in the body of the monster. Warcraft struggled, but then the second finger pierced through Warcraft's thigh. Warcraft completely lost the ability to resist. The body shriveled up quickly. Well, forget it, it's really troublesome, why don't you just have a big one? Zhou glanced at the seemingly endless corridor. I feel that searching one by one is a bit troublesome. He was half kneeling on the ground, with one hand on the ground. In an instant, like the roots of a big tree, his hands quickly grew a large number of vines, quickly spreading to the entire second floor. The criminals in the cells were entangled in vines and turned into human beings. A huge amount of life energy flowed into Zhou's body, making him feel as if his body was going to be broken. Absorb. Zhou forcibly absorbed this life energy, rushing into his limbs and bones. At this time, he suddenly felt that his dense fruit had changed. At the position of his heart, there is a special energy that also absorbs life energy. Then, like a seed that took root and germinated, several energy roots grew out. Zhou frowned suddenly. He asked in his heart, System, what is this? The system immediately replied, Open black lens bracket. This is the demonic power of sense and fruit. It is self-evolving in your body. Close black lens bracket. Thick fruit. Zhou was surprised. Immediately, he realized that his control over sense and guo had improved a bit. So that's it. As long as you absorb enough nutrients, the sense and fruit can accelerate its development. The corners of Zhou's mouth curled up. Originally thought that it would take several years or even 10 years to awaken the dense fruit. Now it seems that as long as you absorb enough nutrients, you will be able to awaken soon. The awakening of Logia is really exciting just thinking about it. Chapter 49 Lethal Dose of Hormones, Tempering the Body. Compared with the criminals on the first floor, the quality of the criminals on the second floor has improved a lot. Each of them is a big pirate with a bounty of at least 1 million. Back then, with Buggy's bounty, he was also locked up on this second floor. Now the nutrition of these strong men is all provided to Zhou alone. His body obviously couldn't hold it anymore. Trouble, it seems that I am still too greedy, but I underestimated the number of strong people here. Zhou frowned. Because his body is full, but the criminals are still alive. He would obviously be unwilling to leave now. It seems that we can only go to that place first. A move in my heart. Zhou destroyed the surveillance phone bug on the entire second floor. Immediately, he closed his eyes and searched for something with the root system covering the entire second layer. Soon, he opened his eyes. The body quickly turned into wood, and the body quickly moved through the root system. 5.5 floors. Something has happened. Mr. Ivankov. Something has happened. Mr. Ivankov, come and see the surveillance screen. S*******E paradise. A ladyboy anxiously finds Ivankov writhing himself. This man with an extremely disproportionate head-to-body ratio is a cadre-level figure in the Revolutionary Army and the king of the Kamabaka Kingdom, Ivankov. Iha. Ivankov made a pause. What could be a big deal, eh? He was halfway through. A flower suddenly grew out of the crack in the wall in front of him. Immediately, the flower grew rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and turned into the appearance of a person. Ah! Immediately. The she-males in the S*********e paradise are all crazy. Ghost. They have not seen such a horrible scene. Only Ivankov is calmer, but still terrified. Advertisement. You. Who are you? The ladyboy on the side pulled Ivankov's arm at this time. He whispered. This is what I want to say. There is an intruder in the submarine prison. He is killing criminals frantically. He has already reached the second floor, but he doesn't know how to find us. During the conversation, Zhou had already slipped in through a crack in the wall. After falling to the ground, he has returned to his original form. With his head covered and his clothes made of vines, he looked like a monster. Is that Ivankov? Just when Ivankov was about to launch an attack on the unknown monster, Zhou spoke. You, how do you know my name? Could it be that you were sent by the dragon? Ivankov suddenly thought of something and said with surprise. Zhou hesitated for a moment, then nodded. If you're talking about Monkey D. Dragon, then I was sent by him. Paused. He stated his purpose. Of course, I'm not here to save you. You're a hormone fruit user. I just want to know, do you have hormones that can enhance your strength? Even if the price of increasing your strength is to lose your lifespan, it's okay. Apart from dealing with Ace, Zhou actually had another selfish motive in coming to the submarine prison. That's Ivankov on the 5.5th floor, hormone fruit ability user. Ivankov's hormone fruit, which can inject various hormones. Luffy was on the verge of death, so he was injected with hormones to stimulate the potential of his body and thus survived. Zhou felt that among Ivankov's hormones, there must be hormones that can make people stronger. And he came towards that hormone. Ivankov hesitated. Zhou said the dragon's full name. This already means that he has a good understanding of the Revolutionary Army. However, he still doesn't trust Zhou very much. Zhou saw this. He had to use his knowledge as a traveler to tell more secrets that ordinary people could not know. Bartholomew Bear is also a cadre of the Revolutionary Army. Dragon's father is Marine hero Garp. He also has a son named Monkey D. Luffy who just went to sea and became a pirate. What? You? How do you know so much? And the dragon actually has a son. Ivankov was quite taken aback. Advertisement. What Zhou said is obviously already quite a core secret. What's more, he even revealed a secret that he didn't know. Son of the dragon, although he had guessed, but that's just speculation. Now, confirmed by Zhou, as a result, he believed in Zhou even more. Iha, then I believe you, stranger. Ivankov suddenly became excited. You said just now that you want stronger hormones? At first, I wanted to say no. After all, you are considered half of your own. However, I know that since you have already found this place, you must have gained considerable awareness. If that's the case, then I'll tell you, this kind of hormone does exist. It can speed up your body's metabolism and stimulate your body's hidden potential. There's a certain chance of dying, but the greater chance is to make you stronger. But you have to think about it, even if you survive, your lifespan will be greatly shortened. Zhou waved his hand. Don't worry about longevity. I just need strength now. You, give me an injection. Ivankov saw that Zhou was so straightforward, not long-winded. Take him to a safe room, please leave everyone behind. His nails were long and shaped like needle tubes. His expression suddenly became extremely serious. One final confirmation, are you really ready? Once this hormone is injected, you can't go back on it. On Zhou's arm, the twine vines shrank a little, revealing a small piece of white skin. Bring it on. Ivankov saw this, it's not long-winded anymore. After posing a pause, he directly stuck the needle into Zhou's arm. Chapter 50. The strongest body. Zhou is out. At the beginning, what Zhou felt was just a tingling pain. Immediately, he felt a numbness starting from his arms and quickly spread throughout his body. Soon, the numbness turned into pain. The pain is like being bitten by 10,000 ants. He seemed to be able to feel the existence of every nerve of his own, the movement of every muscle, and the flow of blood in his blood vessels. This is indescribable pain. At this time, he suddenly felt that his muscles were torn one by one, and then repaired, torn, and repaired. Fortunately, there is still a large amount of life energy in the body, and it was all repaired the moment the muscle was broken. But this only made the pain worse, because his nerves are extremely sensitive at the moment. Just in this situation where life is worse than death, Zhou felt that every time his body was broken and restored, it became stronger. And his willpower has been honed, which has allowed his haki to be enhanced as well. Time passed by every minute and every second. Ivankov, who was standing aside, was shocked at the moment. Zhou didn't look like he was in pain at all, because from the beginning to the end, he sat there with a blank face. Not even a drop of sweat came out of my body. This kind of strong willpower is really amazing. At a certain moment, Zhou opened his eyes. You, are you okay? Ivankov was taken aback and asked stutteringly. Huh. Zhou let out a long breath of foul air. Come again. He didn't answer Ivankov's stupid question. If something happened to him, would he still be alive now? What? Ivankov felt like he had misheard. Again. What come again? Another shot for Zhou. What a joke. For this kind of thing, those who can survive with one injection are macho, but if they receive 2 injections, they are already superhuman. No, it should be said that they are in the category of gods. Ivankov once conducted an experiment. After injecting an animal for a while, the size of the animal doubled in an instant, the hair grew all over the body, and the teeth became sharp. The dog almost turned into a bear. But when he gave the dog a second injection, advertisement. That dog exploded and died. I mean, give me another shot of that hormone. Zhou said. Ivankov jumped to his feet. Are you kidding me? You are thankful that you survived the injection once, and you are not afraid of exploding to death if you inject it twice? He shook his head repeatedly. Zhou's request was directly rejected. What a joke. He saw Zhou's strong will, but this is the limit of biology. It cannot be overcome by willpower, unless it's a monster like Kaido of the beasts. But that kind of monster is a natural physique. Zhou looks like just a normal person. Zhou sighed. Why are you so wordy? If you let you come, you will come. Ivankov was immediately defeated by Zhou's aggressive method. Okay, that's what you said. If you have any problems, don't blame me. Talking. His fingernails had grown again, and then pierced into Zhou's arm. Hormone injections again. Soon after, Zhou opened his eyes. The muscle lines on his body are already obvious. Both musculoskeletal and internal organs have been significantly improved. But the side effects are still obvious. That is, he felt that his body was seriously worn out. If it weren't for the blessing of life energy, it would have been dozens of years old. Come again, Zhou said again. What? Ivankov was shocked. Originally, seeing that Zhou was injected with hormones twice and survived. Advertisement, it seems that he is still in good spirits. He was already shocked. Now, Zhou was so desperate that he wanted to do it again. What the hell is this monster? Made? Never mind, since you don't want your life, then I won't persuade you. Ivankov gritted his teeth and stomped his feet, but he didn't care. Anyway, he wanted to see if Zhou would die after 3 hormone injections. Immediately, Zhou injected the potential stimulating hormone for the 3rd time. With the previous 2 experiences, this time, he passed very quickly. In less than half an hour, the hormones in the body were completely exhausted. Immediately, he breathed a sigh of relief. There's actually a refreshing feeling. Ivankov was stunned. Unbelievable, he looked at Zhou as if he was looking at a monster. Are you kidding me? Ivankov dare not believe it. What are you? Can you resist 3 times? Are you still human? Now, Rao is based on Ivankov's experience. Can't keep calm anymore. Zhou's body has completely exceeded his comprehension. Well, it doesn't seem to have much effect. Then, let's stop here. Zhou smiled lightly. Stand tall, this moment. From his body, suddenly there was a sound like a mountain roar and a tsunami. Ivankov shuddered. It feels like standing in front of me is like the king of beasts. Like the most ferocious beast in the world. The other party just stood in front of him, and the biological pheromones emitted from his body made him tremble all over. Like a little sheep saw a lion, tiger, Tyrannosaurus Rex. Chapter 51 Criminals on the 6th floor, a lot of nutrition. I'm leaving. You take care. Zhou patted Ivankov on the shoulder. Leaving the 5.5 floor. After all, Ivankov is a person who helps him grow up, and he will not kill him with revenge. After leaving the 5.5 floor, he came directly to the 3rd floor. This time, without hesitation, he sucked up all the criminals on this floor. Warden Magellan. The guy who disappeared before appeared again. The guards quickly notified Magellan, during the time when Zhou disappeared. People in the submarine prison are looking for him everywhere. As a result, none were found. They then began to count the criminals killed by Zhou. It was found that all the 1st floor was dead. Most of the people on the 2nd floor died because they were absorbed by Zhou, and their bodies became weak, so they died very quickly. Those on the 3rd floor and below are still alive. So Magellan speculated, Zhou should still be hiding on the 2nd floor. It's just that for some reason, it suddenly disappeared. Join the criminals who have turned into mummies. Magellan had a guess. Zhou should be an ability user, similar to a vampire. Have to say, Magellan's speculation is still correct. What? The 3rd floor? Magellan and others quickly rushed to the 3rd floor. However, Zhou has already reached the 4th floor. His body was tempered by hormones. Not only has the previous life energy been consumed, but the upper limit of life energy that can be accommodated in the body has also increased. The dense fruit in the heart has absorbed a lot of life energy. Zhou glanced at his chest. When the hormone was injected before, the dense fruit in the heart has been absorbing energy. Still absorbing now. Now the dense fruit in the heart has grown very big. Advertisement at the same time. His dense fruit ability has also been enhanced a lot. It was almost as if he used his arms and fingers, and with a thought, a large number of vines grew out. After the criminals on the 4th floor are sucked dry. He came to the 5th floor. The number of criminals on the 4th and 5th floors is actually very small. Zhou soon came to the 6th floor. What? the criminals on the 4th and 5th floors are all dead too? Magellan, who was looking for Zhou on the 3rd floor, was shocked when he heard the news. The criminals on the 1st, 3rd and 4th floors were all severely punished. The 2nd floor is almost completely abolished. This intruder is really too terrifying. Oh no. Warden Magellan, the intruder, reached the 6th floor. Sudden. Magellan has bad news. The criminals on the 5th floor have all lost their lives. Now, Zhou has reached the 6th floor. The 6th floor, there are many terrific criminals imprisoned here. Zhou appeared on the 6th floor, walked leisurely in the corridor. Here, there are a large number of cages. The cage here is very luxurious, using a lot of sea stone. Yes. The cages here are all made of sea stone. Is this more than luxury? Simply luxury. Most of the criminals here are capable people. Even if you are not a person with abilities, facing the sea stone cage, you can't escape at all. The cages here are big and small. The biggest one is for the titans. The smallest, there are also villains. There are almost any race. This is where the most vicious criminals in the world are held. Advertisement: every criminal is extremely threatening. Ace, where are you? Zhou murmured. He is here. It is precisely to find a way to solve the problem of Ace and prevent the outbreak of Summit War. Once the Summit War breaks out, Marine will face tens of thousands of elite pirates from New World, 4 Emperors Whitebeard, and dozens of powerful captains. And Zhou will also join the battle as Vice Admiral. By the time, Vice Admiral can only be regarded as cannon fodder. Hey, why is the jailer here today such an ugly monster? At this time, Zhou was found by criminals in a cage. Said in an arrogant tone, Hey, that ugly monster, aren't you here to deliver food? Where's the food? Immediately, almost all the criminals were woken up. They beat the cage, making loud noises, and arrogantly insulted Zhou with all kinds of obscenities. What you can imagine, what you can't imagine, all kinds of ugly language, unpleasant, disgusting, all appeared. Zhou walked in the corridor calmly, almost deaf to the surrounding sounds. Hey, you guy, can't you hear these voices? Could it be that you can still kill us? Ha 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 ha. A criminal laughed arrogantly, obviously mentally disturbed. Immediately afterwards, the rest of the criminals also laughed arrogantly. However, this time Zhou spoke up. Don't worry, all of you will die. The cell suddenly fell silent. Zhou felt that all eyes were still on him. It's just that this time he looked at him with viciousness and malice. It seems that as long as there is a chance, these guys will rush up and eat themselves up. At this time, Zhou suddenly saw Ace. Chapter 52. Ace, you are so naive. Ace is locked in the innermost cell. There are a lot of scars on the body. Looks like he's been through a lot of torture before. At this moment, he drooped his head, as if he hadn't noticed that Zhou had walked out of his cage at all. Who are you? Ace looked up at this moment. I saw Zhou's strange appearance. It's me. Zhou's mask suddenly revealed a face. Only Ace can see this face, not even the monitoring phone bug. This is exactly Zhou's face. Ace's pupils shrank. It's you. He obviously recognized Zhou. That day, he broke into the territory of the Whitebeard pirates alone. And severely injured himself. At that time, the other party warned himself that he could not hunt down Blackbeard. However, I didn't listen. Instead, he stubbornly went after Blackbeard. Result. It turned out that he was no match for Blackbeard at all. No, not right. Blackbeard had used despicable means to sneak up on him, and he hadn't fully recovered from his injuries at the time. So I guess I was defeated by Blackbeard. You, why are you chasing Blackbeard again? Zhou looked into Ace's eyes and asked with a frown. It was obvious that he had been seriously injured. And, admonish him and Whitebeard. In the end, Ace, this guy, actually died without knowing his life. Ace said, he belongs to the 2nd team, and I am the captain of the 2nd team. It is my duty to catch him. Zhou Dao. Really? Pause. Continued. However, there is a premise that you can defeat Blackbeard. Ace said quickly. Don't look at Blackbeard beat me this time, but he was a sneak attack. Advertisement. Zhou laughed. Sneak attack? This time? His face changed and became gloomy. You have no next time. Ace heard the words. His face also sank. Yes, he has no next time. You were imprisoned in the submarine prison. Do you think you can get out? Or, did you think that Whitebeard would come to your rescue? Ace's face gradually darkened. Besides, Zhou continued, even if you fight Blackbeard in a fair manner, even if you can beat him, do you think those crew members of his are worthless? Ace looked at Zhou in disbelief. Hey, you guys are all playing pirate games. Do you think that Blackbeard will fight you openly? That guy is best at sneak attacks and bullying the few. So, from the very beginning, you are doomed to fail. After listening to Zhou's words, Ace fell into silence. Yes, he is indeed too naive. When he first went out to sea, he was powerful, and he would crush any opponent he faced, but he forgot. The world of pirates is a world where you live and die. You are powerful, you have defeated the enemy, and it is your kindness not to kill him. But when you meet an opponent who is stronger than you and is ruthless, whether the opponent kills you or not depends entirely on the opponent. Zhou sat down suddenly. Then are you here to save me? After a long time, Ace suddenly thought of something and asked suddenly. Am I familiar with you? Zhou asked. Ace shakes his head. Do you know me well? Zhou asked again. Ace shook his head with a wry smile. Then why should I save you? Ace was silent for a while and suddenly said, you are here to kill me. If you didn't come to rescue him, but took the initiative to talk to him, then you could only come to kill him. Snapped. Zhou snapped his fingers. Advertisement. Bingo. If Ace is released, God knows when he will be caught again? With Whitebeard's character, once Ace is caught, he will come to rescue him. I understand everything, so, for once and for all. Zhou's choice is to kill, after ending Ace's life. Zhou walked towards many criminals. Now, the criminals were still insulting Zhou. Seeing others on weekdays, now finally caught a person. Finally, they can unscrupulously vent the darkness in their hearts. Ha ha ha, retarded idiot. Do you have the ability to hit me? Don't you dare. We are criminals. Dare to touch us? Touch us, Magellan won't kill you? Lousy killed someone, but you still have to support Lousy. Quack quack quack. Zhou looked at the group of lunatics expressionlessly. Since you want to die so much, then I will fulfill you. In an instant, a large number of vines grew on his body, piercing towards the cage in all directions. At this moment, the criminals turned from arrogance to panic. Unexpectedly, Zhou actually made a move. Suddenly, there were a lot of screams and begging for mercy in the cage. Help! I'm dying. I was wrong. I was wrong. Let me go. Woo! I don't want to die. Zhou looked at the criminals indifferently. Unexpectedly, these desperados are still afraid of death. HMPH, it's really embarrassing. At this time, a calm voice came from a cage. Zhou searched for the sound, but recognized the identity of this person. Shiliu of the Rain. Originally in the original book, he followed Blackbeard, joined the Blackbeard pirates, successfully entered the array of winners in life, and became a cadre of the 4 emperors. 2 Astronomical Units Chapter 53 Invincible Body, Desperate Shiryu. What? You know me? Shiryu was a little surprised that Zhou knew him. You must know that I have been staying in the submarine prison as an errand, and I have never gone out. Logically speaking, the only people who know me should be the people in this prison. It should not be outsiders. You are considered a master. I can give you a chance to challenge me. If you win, I don't have to kill you. Zhou licked his lips and looked at Shiryu with playful eyes. A top powerhouse like Shiryu is rare. He also just wanted to test how strong his body was after being tempered by Ivankov's hormones. Shiryu took a deep look at Zhou. Immediately, he smiled and said, it's just right. Anyway, I've been in this prison for a long time, and I'm tired of it, so I'm going out for a walk. Zhou smiled and said, oh, listening to you, you seem to be sure that you will win? Shiryu held out his hand. Let me out, let you see it. Zhou looked at Shiryu. This guy is definitely a man who can be Blackbeard's teammate. Not only powerful, and loves intrigue, obviously wanting to escape, but pretending to want to compete with himself, to please himself. Tisk. Zhou shook his head inwardly, but on the surface. He released Shiryu anyway. Zhou used vines to find an ordinary knife and threw it to the opponent. Shiryu took a look at the knife. It was quite ordinary, and there were even some gaps in the blade. However, for the top experts, flying flowers and picking leaves can also kill people. Then, I'm not polite. Shiryu drew the sword and threw away the scabbard. A black hockey slowly appeared on the blade, entwined and attached to the surface of the saber. Armament hockey. Suddenly, without warning, Shiryu disappeared in place. Hurry up. Shiryu's speed was very fast, and a dodge appeared behind Zhou. Without the slightest reminder, without the slightest hold back. Even if Zhou was the one who gave him his freedom. Advertisement. Your head. I'm not welcome. With a small mouth corner, Shiryu slashed at Zhou's neck fiercely with a saber in his hand. This moment, there was a cruel smile on Zhou's face. For a moment, the same moment, his arms were on his neck. Boom. There was no sound of flesh and blood being cut open. Instead, it was more like the sound of metal colliding. Shiryu attached Armament Hockey's knife and slashed Zhou's arm like a diamond. His saber was directly bounced away. Nani? Shock crept up Shiryu's face. He took a few steps back, first glanced at his saber in disbelief, and then at Zhou's arm. It was as smooth as ever, without a trace of scars. Not even a red seal. Under the shock, he even forgot to continue the attack. Instead, he asked in an unbelievable tone, if I'm not mistaken, you probably didn't use hockey just now, right? Yes. Zhou didn't even bother to use hockey just now. Just so confident. It's that rampant. Zhou turned around slowly. With a smile on his face, showing 2 rows of white teeth. He looked at Shiryu with contempt. Your knife, not fast. Shiryu's heart skipped a beat. Furious, it's crazy. He gave a low drink without hesitation. Disappeared in place again, with afterimages of his body, and the saber in his hand slashed at Zhou's neck again. Advertisement. This time, Shiryu pulled out all the stops. He almost desperately increased his speed to the fastest. Speed is power. He wants to cut off Zhou's head before Zhou defends. Snapped. However, a big hand firmly grasped Shiryu's knife. Unarmed, useless hockey, grabbed Shiryu's full strength and covered hockey's knife. Shiryu looked at Zhou in despair, like a child looking at a man. A child tried to attack an adult with a toy, but was knocked to the ground by the adult's slap, telling you to stop messing around, it's time to feed. Shiryu gritted his teeth, his expression was angry, but also mixed with 3 points of fear. Impossible. How could it be so hard? Did you think you were Kaido? Zhou was still smiling, showing 2 rows of white teeth. I don't know anything else, but my name is definitely not Kaido. Crack bang bang bang. At this time, Zhou's finger moved suddenly. He actually used force, like crushing a biscuit, directly crushing Shiryu's knife into 8 petals. Then, in Shiryu's desperate eyes, he grabbed Shiryu's head and lifted him up. You sneaked up on me twice, do you really think I'm a Buddha and won't argue with you? Weak chicken.
Weak chicken. Shiryu was about to cry. When did I become a weak chicken?
Back then, he could compete with Magellan. If Magellan's poisonous fruit was not too buggy, he would have become the warden long ago. Chapter 54 Sensen fruit about to transform, snapped. Zhou's hand just exerted a little force. Shiryu's head exploded directly. He glanced at the palm of his hand. There are some wounds on it. It's like an ordinary person who broke the glass and was pierced by glass shards. Immediately, in the blink of an eye, the wound healed. Oh, Shiryu of the Rain, that's all. Hey, guy over there. At this time, suddenly someone spoke again. Zhou looked over. It was found to be a man with red skin and a big nose. Let me out, I want to fight you too. Just staying in the cell like this, being killed by you, is really aggrieved. My strength is very strong, I will definitely satisfy you. Zhou recognized this person. Alcoholic, what is his name, he forgot. However, this man also became a member of Blackbeard's crew in the original books. Strength should be good, but, he didn't believe that this guy really wanted to fight him openly. And before Zhou could answer, someone spoke again. I want to go out too, it's too embarrassing to die here like this. One is a female criminal. If Zhou remembers correctly, this should be the Nine-Tails Fox Fruit ability user. The other one is a guy with horns on his head. He suddenly looked towards a cage where the Titan was held. There, a Titan prisoner is imprisoned. This should be the Titan of the Blackbeard Pirates, the San Juan Hungry Wolf. Interesting, really interesting. No wonder Blackbeard chose you to be his crew in the original book. Forget it, if that's the case, then you two go together. Zhou released these guys. Drunkard, Nine-Tails Fox, Horns, Titan. The 4 of them stood at 4 corners, staring at Zhou covetously. Is it really appropriate to besiege like this? Yes, no matter what, you are also our savior. I think we don't need to fight and kill, isn't it good to make money with peace? I think we can form a gang of criminals and pirates and go out to make a living, wouldn't that be better? Yes, Zhou looked at these 4 guys, talking and giving each other a glance. That is, no one attacked first, these guys are all human beings. No one wants to be cannon fodder and serve as a wedding dress for other people. Sudden. Advertisement. The drunkard turned around and ran, surprisingly fast. When the others saw it, they immediately reacted. All turn around and start running for their lives. Zhou was taken aback, then he burst out laughing. Not bad, it's a smart person. The 4 people who escaped were naturally not fools. Naturally, they knew how powerful Shiryu of the Rain was. But such a strong man was crushed in front of Zhou. A few of them still have to send them off, so what if they are not fools? But, if you want to run, can you run away? Zhou raised his hand suddenly. Suddenly, vines grew on the ground in front of the 4 of them. Just 3 breaths away, their way was blocked by vines. Damn it. Cut off these vines. Nine-Tails reprimanded the drunkard beside him, cursing. The drunkard screamed and kicked towards the vine. But the vines were extremely tenacious, he kicked with all his strength, but he couldn't destroy them. Instead, a brand new Zhou grew on the vine, wood clone. Zhou's clone looks very similar. The attack method is also very similar. Boom. A huge vine suddenly grew rapidly from one arm of the clone, stabbing at the Nine-Tails Fox. Why target me? Isn't the big man next to him easier to deal with? Nine-Tails Fox did a deft somersault, avoiding the clone's attack. The avatar did not speak, suddenly shifted to the top of the vine. From the top of the vine, half of the clone's head grew instantly. The head opened its mouth and spit out a wooden thorn. The Nine-Tails Fox was taken aback, but people can no longer move in midair. Puff, a wooden thorn pierced the Nine-Tails Fox's calf. Ah! At this moment, the drunkard suddenly yelled. He punched hard on the vine wall, it really made him break a hole. He got into the hole, but in an instant, a large number of vines grew on the surrounding walls, entangled him tightly. Immediately, strands of nutrients were absorbed. Soon, the drunkard's body shriveled up, as if it had been hollowed out. The Nine-Tails Fox is under the attack of the clone. Had to cast the Devil Fruit ability. Nine-Tails grew from the back of the butt. At the same time, a small illusion was created. Advertisement. While the clone was trapped by the illusion, the Nine-Tails Fox was ready to escape. However, the Nine-Tails Fox fruit is really a good ability. If it is well developed, it may also be a powerful top-quality fruit. Zhou's body appeared beside Nine-Tails Fox at some unknown time. What? Why are you here? Those 2 trash. Nine-Tails Fox originally wanted to say, why didn't those 2 wastes delay Zhou? As a result, He looked in another direction and found that Sanwan Hungry Wolf and another person were dead at this moment. Wait, don't kill me, I can be your woman, Nine-Tails Fox said suddenly. Zhou looked up and down the Nine-Tails Fox with disgust and even disdain. Then he punched her in the head. Forget it, my aesthetics are not so BT. So far, all the criminals on the 6th floor turned into Zhou's nutrients and poured into his body. Zhou stood where he was, feeling the surging life energy in his body. Most of them flow into the dense fruit at the heart. A small part is to nourish the body. The burden on the body caused by the injection of hormones is gradually repaired and relieved at this time. It feels like a layer of window paper is about to be pierced. Zhou pressed his heart. Feel the gradually surging power of the dense fruit. I thought in my heart, Paramecia awakening requires development. Zone awakening requires dying. The awakening of sense and fruit is quite special, as long as it absorbs enough nutrients, it can awaken. At this moment in Zhou's mind, he had already begun to look forward to the ability after awakening. After all, in the original book, the Green Bull did not show the ability after awakening. Time passed by every minute and every second. Magellan sighed. Report to the warden. The intruder has appeared on the 6th floor. The jailer reported. Magellan was taken aback. What? The 6th floor? Terrible. There are very dangerous criminals imprisoned there. Once they are released, the consequences will be disastrous. Magellan set off immediately and rushed to the 6th floor. Just as Magellan was on his way to the 6th floor, the life energy in Zhou's body was gradually absorbed by his body in the dense fruit. The dense growth of the fruit is like a plant, with roots growing into his internal organs, limbs, and every blood vessel. Zhou gradually discovered that he could control the original power of the dense fruit. This is indeed as the system said, it will not be harmful to oneself. It's like an arm, or a heart, has become a brand new organ for him. Only, the function of the arm is to grab things and make a fist to beat people. The function of the heart is to pump blood to provide nutrients to the whole body. And the origin of the sense and fruit is to make him a Logia-capable user, who can use the ability of the sense and fruit. It seems that we are about to break through, Zhou murmured. Chapter 55 Sense and Fruit Awakens, Terrifying Awakening Ability. In the elevator of the submarine prison, it's not good, Warden, all the monitoring phone bugs on the 6th floor have failed. Said the phone bug. Magellan looked at the phone bug in his hand and said, Nani, how did this guy manage to destroy all the phone bugs in an instant? Even the phone bug hidden in the dark was destroyed? The phone bug hesitated for a moment, and then continued. Well, the secret phone bug is actually fine, but it didn't capture any valuable clues, and only heard some voices. Magellan's expression became gloomy. Well, it seems that this guy is difficult to deal with. Until now, we don't know all the information about the other party. When the elevator stops on the 6th floor, Magellan suddenly found that the elevator could not be opened. It seems to be entangled by an extremely tough vine. Is this guy also an ability user? Or, is this done by a certain ability user on the 6th floor? Magellan didn't even know that Zhou was the only living person left on the 6th floor. He guessed that Zhou probably released the criminals from the 6th floor. Planning to escape with the criminals from the 6th floor. Yes. According to the right way of thinking, Zhou's break into the submarine prison may have only one purpose. That is to rescue someone inside. I will never let you get what you want. A purple liquid gradually emerged from Magellan's body. Bubbles appeared from the liquid. The moment the bubbles burst, a corrosive gas was released. Gurgling, more and more purple liquid filled the elevator. The elevator was also destroyed by the corrosive liquid. But Magellan didn't fall down the elevator shaft. The purple liquid gripped the walls like tentacles. Let his body suspend in the air. Dragon. As soon as he raised his hand, a poisonous dragon blasted towards the vine wall in front of him. Puff, advertisement puff 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 puff. The venom begins to corrode the vine walls. Oh, have you already found it here? Zhou opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the elevator. The vines he made were corroded, and he could naturally feel it. Forget it, anyway, the dense fruit has awakened. Zhou looked at his palm. At this moment, he had a feeling that he could dominate the whole world. Is this the power of the sensei fruit's awakening? Logia's awakening is really terrifying. Zhou muttered to himself, the corners of his mouth curled up. Zhou thought. In an instant, the entire submarine prison shook. Magellan seemed to sense it, and looked up to the upper floors. What happens? I always feel that there is an ominous premonition. At the same time, the 5.5th floor of the submarine prison is a fairyland. No, Comrade Ivankov, we can't eat all our food. What? Ivankov hurried to check the warehouse. It turned out that the apples and other fruits in Kang Curry have all germinated at this moment. Crazy growth has begun. Just a few breaths, the whole warehouse is already a paradise of green plants. This phenomenon is happening throughout the submarine prison. But any plant, whether it is food in a curry, a flower pot in a room, even a single seed, or even a small grass that is struggling to survive in the cracks in the wall. At this moment, everything grew wildly. The grass turned into a big tree, and the branches and leaves covered all the corridors where the rooms were located, and every inch of the exposed walls could not be spared. Advertisement: these plants, under Zhou's control, are like a part of him. As long as he wants, he can appear on these plants at any time and be reborn. So that's how it is. After awakening, Sensen fruit can control all the surrounding plants. As long as there are things related to plants within a certain range, even if it's just a wooden chair, it can reroute and revive me. This is the awakening of Logia. This is the fruit of invincibility. Zhou felt the feeling of being in control. He feels omnipotent, everywhere. I am the god in this plant field, with a thought. In an instant, all the plants in the submarine prison received his orders. All came alive, and started targeting all the jailers. Ah, the plant came alive, and I'm bound. In the corridor, the jailer who was walking was suddenly entangled by the vines on the wall and tied to the wall. Ah, my flower pot is alive, it dares to attack me. The apple I was eating actually took a bite out of me. Stool. The stool has sprouted, I can't stand up. Oops. I ate an apple for lunch, I ate the core. There's something growing in my 3 seconds. It only took 3 seconds. Zhou controls the entire submarine prison. All phone bugs are destroyed in an instant, just then. Boom. The vine wall on the 6th floor was blasted away. A liquid exuding a pungent smell rushed in. Magellan is here. Chapter 56 Sensei Fruit Awakening versus Poisonous Fruit. Who the hell are you? What is the purpose of breaking into the submarine prison? Why did you kill those criminals? Magellan walked towards Zhou step by step, with a low tone and cold eyes. He is the head of the submarine prison. Warden, there is such a big problem here, and it is his responsibility. As you can imagine, once things here are over, his career as a warden will also be over. However, before that, he still needs to send this B******** D in front of him to hell. Oh, you're finally here. Zhou looked at Magellan as if seeing an old friend he hadn't seen for a long time. You know me? Magellan hesitated, because he felt that the man in front of him seemed to be familiar with him. That's not important, Zhou chuckled. I know you want to kill me, but now I am invincible. Magellan narrowed his eyes. Arrogance, with a low drink. He suddenly activated the poisonous fruit ability, released a large amount of venom, and controlled the venom to create a poisonous dragon. The poisonous dragon stood up, like a cobra, suddenly attacked Zhou. However, in the next second, the walls on both sides suddenly cracked, and a large number of dark green vines grew, dancing and entangled, and finally formed a big net of green vines. The big net went down to the ground and went up to the ceiling of this floor, covering it all. Except for some small gaps, it almost completely divided Magellan and Zhou into 2 spaces. This, of course, is controlled by Zhou. The poisonous dragon slammed into the big vine net and rushed forward for a certain distance, but the big net made of green vines was extremely resilient, and it blocked the poisonous dragon abruptly. Bang! The poisonous dragon exploded directly. The corrosive and highly poisonous juice splashed everywhere, corroding even metals, but it was helpless to the green vines. Magellan was taken aback. His venom is actually ineffective against the opponent's vines. You know, he has done a lot of experiments with venom, and found that almost all metals can be corroded. And the plants are no problem, they will turn yellow and wither just after being contaminated. It even disappeared directly by corrosion. Advertisement. I've said it all, I'm invincible now. At this time, Zhou's voice came from the other side of the vine. Hear this. Magellan's expression finally became serious. Suga, it seems that I have to use some tricks. Before he finished speaking, the purple venom on his body suddenly changed color, from the original purple to an even more suffocating red. At the same time, as the venom dripped to the ground, even the ground made of stone was corroded with pits and depressions. A red poisonous dragon gradually formed, Poison Dragon. Boom. The red poisonous dragon blatantly charged towards the vine net. Wherever it passes, whether it is the ground or the cage, as long as it is not a seastone part, all have been corroded to form a passage. It was as if it had been erased, very terrifying. When the red poisonous dragon came to the front of the vine net, the poisonous dragon bumped into it without hesitation. Next moment, the vine melted directly, and a hole appeared. And the poisonous dragon just smashed ahead. Then, the poisonous dragon only used 2 breaths to repair the damaged head. Poison channel. Magellan moved quickly in the belly of the poisonous dragon, came to the belly of the poisonous dragon, and controlled the poisonous dragon to continue to attack. Let's go. The red poisonous dragon blasted towards Zhou. It's really quite strong. It seems that your poisonous fruit should be close to awakening. However, your ability has not yet awakened, otherwise, this entire prison might have turned into a sea of venom. Zhou looked at the red poisonous dragon, but his expression remained unchanged. He just raised his hand slightly. A huge vine suddenly grew on the ground beside it, and then the vine began to deform, becoming the shape of a thigh. Tempest kick. I saw that the vine suddenly kicked out quickly. There was a blue slash from the foot. Immediately afterwards, the vine kept kicking rapidly, lots of tempest kicks out. This is advertisement. Seeing this, Magellan's pupils shrank. He'd never seen anyone use the tempest kick this way. After the first blue slash hit the red poisonous dragon, a hole was cut in the neck of the poisonous dragon. Then the second blue slash came, followed by the third and the fourth. Gradually, the poisonous dragon was cut clean. Magellan had no choice but to use his ultimate nirvana. Giant Soldier of Poison. Judgment of Hell. A large amount of red venom surged out, forming a huge red giant soldier. And Magellan stood in the middle of the giant soldiers, as if controlling Susano. Yes, I admit that your strength is very strong. You are also very unique in the development of abilities, but, in the face of absolute strength, your abilities are simply vulnerable. Magellan said aloud. The poison giant slaps down a giant vine using Tempest Kick. Zhou also had to avoid his sharp edge and chose to jump back to avoid the blow. Haha. Absolute strength. Zhou looked at the poison giant soldier, suddenly raised his left hand, and stretched out his left hand towards the poison giant soldier. Ants, let me show you what is the real strength. Rumble. In an instant, a large number of huge vines grew from the walls on both sides and the ceiling, and the diameter of each vine was dozens of times that of the poison giant soldier. In just a few breaths, the area where the poison giant soldier was located was completely filled. The toxin of the poison giant soldier had no time to corrode, and was submerged by the huge vines. One thing Magellan was right about. In the face of absolute strength, any ability is useless. In the face of magma, even if you use flammable paper, as long as there are enough papers, the magma can be extinguished. Boom. Boom. After a burst of loud noise, the poison giant soldier completely disappeared among the vines. Zhou looked at the pierced ceiling above, and there was already a large dense and intricate vines there. These vines are all green and look full of vitality. At this moment, it seems that this is not an underground prison, but more like a virgin forest. Chapter 57 The undersea prison was destroyed, shocking the world. Chapter 57 The undersea prison was destroyed, shocking the world. Zhou eliminated his doppelganger in the office. In fact, the existence of the avatar is no longer necessary at this time. Now all the surveillance phone bugs in the submarine prison have been blown up. And the jailers here are either entangled in vines or fighting with vines. It is impossible for anyone to think of his existence. Even though I thought of it, I didn't have time to think about it. Ever since, Zhou easily left the submarine prison. Back at sea. It finally came out. Zhou took a breath of fresh air. This is the calm belt, no sea breeze. However, the endless sea, blue sky and warm sun still give people a very comfortable feeling. Zhou Vice Admiral, you are finally out. A small soldier ran over Pidian. Go back. He did not say what happened in the undersea prison. Anyway, once the investigation is done at that time, just pretend that you don't know. He said that when danger approached, he escaped directly. Even Magellan got screwed anyway. What can a little Vice Admiral do? The guards patrolling outside watched Zhou leave with an innocent face. I still don't know what kind of battle happened below. Although Zhou and Magellan played fiercely, but it was on the 6th floor. Even if it breaks the sky, it only cuts off one floor of the ceiling, and it doesn't even reach the 5th floor. Therefore, it is difficult for the people above to detect the abnormalities below. It was only when they changed shifts that they discovered the abnormal situation below. Or, after the jailers on other floors, after Zhou left, the vines gradually lost their vitality, and they could also report what happened here after they freed up their hands. However, those have nothing to do with Zhou. Advertisement. After a few hours, Magellan crawled out of the rubble. With serious injuries all over his body, he took out a phone bug with difficulty. Hey, Marshal Sengoku? There's something wrong here. Naval Headquarters. Nani? The undersea prison was invaded? After Sengoku got the news, he couldn't sit still. It is known as the strongest prison in the world, and it is also the most feared place for all criminals. Unexpectedly, it was breached by someone. Then what did the intruder do? What? Killed all the criminals, even you were defeated. What is the purpose of the other party? Wait, where's Fire Fist Ace? Sengoku suddenly remembered a very important criminal. In a sense, even if the entire undersea prison is smashed to pieces, it is actually not very important. But if something happens to Ace, it will be a big problem. The reason is simple, he's Roger's son. This meaning is too important. If the son of the One Piece is publicly executed, it will have quite extraordinary significance for the end of the era of the Great Pirate. He also reported this matter to 5 elders, and was approved by 5 elders. He could almost imagine how angry the 5 elders would be if Ace died. The other party is dead, Magellan said. Rumble. Sengoku is struck by lightning, sitting down on the chair. By the way, Marshal, the other party is an ability user, and the ability used is related to plants. Those who can. Plant. Advertisement in Sengoku's mind. A person suddenly came to mind. Green Bull. That's right. According to the Devil Fruit illustrated book, only the dense fruit of the green cow can achieve the exaggerated effect that Magellan said. Could it be that this intruder is actually a Green Bull? Green Bull's time in Marine was very short. Before that, he had been active all over the world as a pirate hunter. I also took a lot of risks to let him join Marine, and made an exception to list him as Admiral's substitute. Sengoku thought about it carefully. The suspicion of finding the Green Bull is very high. He's just joined the Marine, and he's probably here to be an undercover agent himself. Now, Magellan said with conclusive evidence that the invader is a powerful wood-type ability user. Isn't this almost locked? Think here. Sengoku's eyes instantly turned cold. Send the order down, summon Aokiji and Kizaru immediately, let them act, and arrest the Green Bull. Soon. The news of the destruction of the submarine prison was urgently printed and distributed as a newspaper. Spread all over the world. Its size is almost the same as when Akainu died. People were surprised to see this urgent report, shocked, almost speechless. Hi, the submarine prison has been destroyed. Isn't this the strongest place in the world? Yeah, and it's still on the comm belt. You can only enter through the gate of justice at the Enies lobby or Naval Headquarters. Didn't you say that Magellan, the warden inside, is quite powerful? It's terrible. The intruders actually killed all the criminals. Wait, isn't it a good thing to kill criminals? That's right. An intruder broke the strongest cage in the world and killed all the criminals inside. Is this a good guy or a bad guy? From my point of view, this person is simply an angel. Those criminals who can be put in the submarine prison must have committed a heinous crime and deserve to die. Now that they are killed, it is simply a joy. Chapter 58. Ace is dead. Whitebeard is crazy. New World. Moby DK aboard. Marco discovered that Ace's life card had been burned out. He was dumbfounded for a moment. The burning out of life means death. This shows that Ace is dead. No, it's impossible. Isn't he imprisoned in the undersea prison? Criminals who enter the undersea prison will only be executed unless they are due to die. He has just entered, so it is impossible to be executed. Margau's face was pale, and he said in disbelief. Moreover, the submarine prison is the strongest prison in the world. It is impossible for someone to enter and kill him. Ace is an important partner for the Whitebeard pirates. At the same time, he is also the captain of the second team. His death is undoubtedly a major blow to the Whitebeard pirates. Shortly after, Margot received a newspaper. It proves once again that Ace is dead. The submarine prison has been invaded. The criminals inside were all killed. Malcolm's fingers trembled, sweating profusely looking at the contents of the newspaper. He hurried to find Whitebeard. At this time, Whitebeard is drinking. Obviously in a good mood, however, when he saw Margot, who was sweating profusely and extremely anxious. Whitebeard's expression darkened. He understood that making Margot lose his composure like this meant that something serious must have happened. What's the matter? Margot, do you mean that you were afraid of the rescue of Ace in a few days' time? Whitebeard said. Yes. Whitebeard has decided to go to Marineford himself to prevent the execution of Ace. However, advertisement, Margot said with ashen face. No way, old man, Ace him, he is already dead. Bang. Immediately, the wine gourd in Whitebeard's hand fell to the ground. What did you say? Whitebeard stared at Malcolm with wide eyes. Margot smiled wryly. I just read in the newspaper that the submarine prison was invaded, the warden Magellan was seriously injured, and all the criminals were killed. Moreover, Ace's life card has also been burned out. Whitebeard, in a cold sweat, flicked for the Ace life card in his pocket. However, what the fingers touched was just a pile of ashes. This moment, Whitebeard's heart suddenly sank to the bottom. Ace, really dead. Roger's son, the man's son, is dead. Original. He wants Ace to be the new One Piece, however, it is too late now. Silence. The entire Moby DK fell into a deathly silence. Ace's charismatic personality has undoubtedly made the people on board have a deep bond with him. Now Ace is dead, making it impossible for everyone to accept this terrible reality. Obviously, not long ago, they discussed to rescue Ace together. However, in the blink of an eye, Ace was already dead. Irreparable death. Suddenly, a tsunami occurred on the sea in the distance. It's not good, Dad is angry, someone said in horror. It's over, Dad's shock fruit, but it can cause a terrifying tsunami. Father, calm down. We will also be attacked by the tsunami. The pirates lay on the side of the ship in horror, and found that the sea surface in the distance was flying up, and some places were sinking deeply. Complete mess. Hundreds of meters high waves beat down hard. Advertisement. The Moby DK was shaking with difficulty in the violent wind and waves. These New World pirates have already adapted to the changing weather of the New World. But at this moment, under the wrath of Whitebeard, the sudden change of weather caught them by surprise. Ah, be careful, another huge wave is coming. No, if this continues, the Moby DK will not be able to hold on, and will fall apart. This is already an old ship. Soon after, the unpredictable weather suddenly returned to normal. The pirates breathed a sigh of relief, immediately. Looking worriedly at Whitebeard. Father, are you all right? Margaret asked. Whitebeard raised his face, a few tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. Margot, is Ace our family? Marco was taken aback. Then he wiped the corners of his eyes, of course. Then our family is dead outside now, do we want him to bury him? Whitebeard asked again. Margot said. Of course not, Ace is our family, even if he dies, he will be buried on our site. The other pirates also shouted at this time. We must mourn Ace, and his body cannot be left outside. Good. Whitebeard glanced over every pirate present. I've decided, I'm going to ask Marine to get Ace's body back and ask him for an explanation. Little ones, are you willing to go with me? Willing? The pirates shouted in unison. Whitebeard said loudly, but there is Admiral in the headquarters, and there are countless Marines. We are the Whitebeard pirates, Margaret said proudly. Yes. They are the Whitebeard pirates. Chapter 59. Awakened Memory, The Anger of Sabo and Luffy. Revolutionary Army Headquarters. Baldigo. The members of the Revolutionary Army were busy as usual. Suddenly, a man came in with a stack of newspapers. Look, today's newspaper is really exciting. People circulated it curiously to watch. Immediately, I was deeply shocked by the above content. The submarine prison has been breached. Moreover, the people who broke into the prison didn't want to save the criminals inside, but to kill the criminals inside. Tisk tisk, what an anecdote. I've never heard of it. The purpose of breaking into a prison is to kill the criminals inside. What? Let me see. Wow Kaka, it's actually true. Someone really broke through the submarine prison to kill the criminals inside. Is this person a hero or a performance artist? Whether you are a hero or an artist, you have done a good thing for the people of the world anyway. People scrambled to travel through it, as if they had discovered a big melon, and they all put down their work and talked about it with gusto. Sabo, take a look too, today's newspaper is very interesting. One enthusiastically placed a newspaper on Sabo's desk. Wearing a top hat, with a scar on his forehead, the handsome blonde man is Luffy's sworn brother, Sabo. Sabo at this time. After being attacked by celestial dragons with cannonballs when I was young and lost my memory, I haven't recovered my memory until now. Now he is the second in command of the Revolutionary Army. He opened the newspaper and read it. I was taken aback immediately. Hiss. There is such a thing, however, this is also a good thing for our Revolutionary Army. After all, if the criminals inside are released by some idiot, the whole world will be in chaos. The newspaper deliverer Lian Sheng complimented and echoed. Yes, who knows what kind of big shots are imprisoned there, maybe even Shichibukai level combat power. Sabo nodded without saying a word, his attention was drawn to the newspaper. The newspaper deliverer was about to leave when he suddenly thought of something and slapped himself on the forehead. Hey, look at my memory, I forgot one thing. As he spoke, he pointed to the paper under the newspaper and said, our personnel inside the submarine prison have sent a list of important criminals. It's attached to the back of the newspaper. These important criminals all died in this big incident. Look, I'm leaving first. Advertisement, oh, is it so? Sabo curiously flipped over a piece of paper at the back. Above is a picture, and the name under the photo, the amount of the reward, and the crimes that have been committed. Shiliu of the Rain, a former staff member of the submarine prison, was imprisoned for killing criminals. San Juan Hungry Wolf, sunk the marine warship many times, was arrested. Fire Fist Ace, Whitebeard Pirates Second Squad. When seeing the photo of Ace, Sabo stopped for some reason. The more he looked, the more familiar the man in front of him seemed. Gradually, a dusty memory slowly awakened. Ah! Sabo covered his head in pain. There was a bang. He fell from his chair to the ground. Sabo, what's wrong with you, Sabo? The staff next to him looked over with concern. Sabo roared in pain for a while. Gradually calmed down. At this moment, he is already in tears. He remembered. I remembered it all. This dead man named Ace was not an unstable factor of the era at all, but rather, his younger brother. Ah! Ace. Grand Line. The Straw Hat Pirates. Luffy, it's bad. Nami took a newspaper and found Luffy in a panic. At the moment, Luffy is fishing on the bow of the sunshine. Hearing Nami's words, my heart skipped a beat. Then take the newspaper and read it. The undersea prison. Isn't this the prison where Ace was captured? Advertisement. Nami's face was pale, almost bloodless. The newspaper said that all the criminals in the submarine prison were killed. The newspaper in Luffy's hand slipped to the ground. He went to touch Ace's lifecard in his arms. However, the lifecard that Ace left for him has long since disappeared, leaving only some black ashes. Luffy's pupils shrank sharply, unable to accept this cruel reality. Instantly cried out in pain. He burst into tears, recalling scenes of memories with Ace in his mind. Blue. At this time, the phone bug in Nami's arms rang. She picked up the phone. Suddenly, a man's voice that made Luffy feel familiar appeared. Long time no see, Luffy. Who are you? Luffy asked, wiping away tears. He said to the other side, do you still remember that the three of us drank the sworn wine? Sworn wine? Luffy felt as if he had been hit by a bullet. It suddenly came to mind. It's not Ace, you're Sabo? Luffy was startled. Unexpectedly, Sabo is still alive. Ah, it's me, Luffy, said Sabo. Sabo, you are still alive, but Ace is dead. Luffy said, crying again. Listen, Luffy, Ace is our brother, he's dead, and we're going to avenge him. But we don't know who killed Ace, Nami shouted from the side. Sabo said, it was Marine. If Marine hadn't caught him, he wouldn't have died. Exactly, the goal of our Revolutionary Army is also to overthrow the Marine and world government and build a brand new world. Therefore, on the Revolutionary Army side, I will mobilize as many forces as possible to help us. When Luffy heard this, a flash of determination flashed in his eyes. Okay, since that's the case, I'll join in too. Even if I don't want to avenge Ace, I still want his body back. I want to see Ace again. Chapter 64 Emperor's Action, Target Naval Headquarters. New World. Around the Moby DK, there are a large number of pirate ships. These pirate ships, even in New World, are all great pirates, and the captains of every pirate ship are all famous New World great pirates. However, the captain of each ship was originally a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. It's just that, later, he went out independently and formed his own pirate group. But they all still admire Whitebeard. As long as Whitebeard gives an order, they will all follow Whitebeard through life and death. This is the appeal of Whitebeard. This is the powerful force of the Whitebeard Pirates. There was a sound of footsteps. Whitebeard himself was out. Standing on the bow of the Moby DK, facing the many pirate ships below. Little ones. This expedition is extremely dangerous, because what we are about to face is the Marine. It is the world government. It is the most powerful force in the world. You can quit at any time, you don't have to fight to the death with me. However, many pirate captains said in unison at this moment. Follow Daddy to the death. Whitebeard saw this, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Kulala, worthy of my Whitebeard sons. Set off, target, Marineford, Wanokuni. Kaido looked at the information in his hand. Suddenly he burst out laughing. On the side, Quinn asked curiously, Brother, why are you laughing for no reason? Kaido said, Lousy is happy. Lousy has been waiting for this opportunity for so many years, and now it finally appears. Advertisement, what chance? Jack asked aside. At this moment, Jack's skycap was sunken, looking very funny. This is the permanent scar left by Zhou. Although he has healed, his head has been fixed. Unable to revert to original. For this, he has a deep resentment towards Zhou in his heart, and has searched for Zhou's whereabouts many times. For this reason, he sank more than a dozen warships. As a result of the inquiry, Zhou has returned to Naval Headquarters and worked as an office Vice Admiral. Kaido said, a chance for us to change the world. Kaido was born in the Kingdom of Vodka. The Kingdom of Vodka is not protected by Marine because of its inability to pay the heavenly gold, and is often attacked by pirates. Therefore, Kaido has hated celestial dragons since he was a child, and at the same time hates Marine. Marine, who claims to be righteous, is actually doing things for money. In the end, he also said that he was the embodiment of justice. Isn't this right and wrong? Since he is already doing things for money, don't say that he is righteous, just say that he is a bodyguard. Just got word that Whitebeard is going to attack Naval Headquarters. Kaido pointed to a piece of paper in his hand and said, This is our chance. Quinn and Jack understood. Great. Big brother, I've long been displeased with it. Jack was gearing up for it. Quinn also said, Yes, as long as Marine is overthrown, and we will receive gold from the sky in the future, my research funding will be there. The corners of Kaido's mouth curled up, revealing a hint of heroic hockey. Gold in the sky? No, if I were to rule this world, there would be no gold in the sky. The whole world is in my hands, what more money do I need? Lousy is going to be the king of the world. King of the world. What a resounding and hockey title. Both Jack, Quinn and Jin's eyes are bright at this moment. If Kaido is the king of the world, aren't they the king's three martial seas? Advertisement, the boss is mighty, boss hockey. Boss knows. Kaido paused. Then calmly said, but don't underestimate Marine's strength. There are more than 3 admirals, Garp, Sengoku, and even Kong. And Momosagi, the 2 admiral substitutes. At the same time, some hidden masters should not be underestimated. Jack jumped out at this moment and said, Yes, that guy named Zhou is stronger than me. He has the courage of the 4 emperors. Looking at the displeased Kaido, he gave a dry cough, and then added, Ahem, no, it's the bravery of the 4 emperors. Kaido nodded in satisfaction. So, we alone are not enough. Fortunately, when I was in the Rocks Pirates, I had some trustworthy allies. Auntie, that's one of them, and the Golden Lion, Ochaku. These are all distasteful to Marine, Cake Island. Well, since it's Kaido's idea, let's have a big fight. 4 emperors. Big Mom hung up on the bug. There was an excited expression on his face. Well, the big era is coming. I have long had enough of being ruled by Marines, and the next will be the era of pirates. Katakuri hesitated at the moment. Mom, is Kaido really trustworthy? Don't forget, when the Valley of the Gods fought, he suddenly disappeared. Mom hesitated for a moment. Then he laughed and said, it's nothing more than when he finally fights for the king, he will rebel. But don't worry, at least until Marine is defeated, he won't make such a stupid move. Cracker said with a smile on the side, 800 years ago, 20 countries joined forces to rule the world, and their royal families formed celestial dragons, and their descendants enjoyed endless prosperity and wealth. Tisk tisk, when we win, we can also become celestial dragons. Chapter 61 Chasing Down the Green Bull. The 5 elders are dispatched. Holy Land, Mariajoy. What? The submarine prison was destroyed. Magellan is not the opponent of the other party? Just after Sengoku received the news that the undersea prison was destroyed. The matter was reported to the 5 elders shortly thereafter. When the 5 elders heard the news, they were shocked. You know, the submarine prison, Enies Lobby, and Naval Headquarters are the facades of the world government. Previously, the Straw Hat Crew ventured into Enies Lobby to fight the world government. Now, the submarine prison has been destroyed again. Isn't this Kai Guoguo hitting the world government, hitting their celestial dragons in the face? Celestial dragons with a knife in his hand said with a gloomy face, if the prison is destroyed, it will be destroyed. The point is, Porgas Diaz is dead. This is troublesome. Yes. I planned to execute him publicly to dispel the arrogance of pirates all over the world, but I didn't expect, he died. Could it be that this intruder is targeting this ace? Probably not, because it not only P***d off us, it P***d off Whitebeard. Wait, Whitebeard, the 5 elders glanced at each other. Ace is dead. Whitebeard, you're not going crazy, are you? It doesn't matter, anyway, Ace was originally going to be used as bait, and now the worst case is that he attacks Marineford. Isn't this just what we want? Just when the 5 elders were still arguing about the undersea prison, another message came. What? The intruder may be an admiral-level force found in the world conscript, Green Bull? The 5 elders were shocked. Kizaru and Aokiji have been sent to capture. 2 admirals should be safe against an admiral-level Green Bull. However, Green Bull defeated Magellan by himself. His strength cannot be underestimated. The point is, Kizaru, this guy, doesn't seem to be very positive. Yeah, ambiguous justice, I'm afraid he will let the Green Bull go. And Aokiji, Nico Robin ran away at the hands of O'Hara when he called Buster Call. Although there is no direct evidence to prove it, these 2 people are not 100% reliable. Hey, if only Akainu didn't die, this guy is a very obedient dog. At this time, an old man with a scar on his face, curly hair and a black hat stood up. Let me go oversee the army. Holy Garcia Satan, do we really need to act on this matter? Asked the old man with the knife. The old man in the black hat said, after staying in this red line for so many years, my body has already rusted, so I just happened to walk around in the lower realm. On a warship, Kizaru walked into a room with a plate of exquisite food in his hand. In the room, the old man in the black hat from 5 elders was sitting leisurely on the sofa. Kizaru respectfully put the food in his hands in front of the old man, and the waiter at the side immediately began to test the poison for the old man, and the old man began to eat after confirming that there was no poison. Advertisement, hey, I'm really sorry to trouble you. I didn't expect to ask you to help me just to kill a traitor. Kizaru said. The black hat 5 elders put down the knife and fork in his hand. Kizaru, this operation is very important. If the Green Bull escapes, then this matter will become a scandal for Marine, and you don't want you to be fired because of this Admiral 1 job? Forehead, Kizaru wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Feel threatened by the 5 elders. If the mission fails, will I be fired? Heh, heh. He smiled wryly in his heart. It seems that this time we must go all out. New World. An unnamed island. The Green Bull is exercising. Suddenly, a warship sailed in the distance. Huh? No one should appear here. The green cow was curious, but he didn't doubt it. He walked towards the warship without doubting him. Wait until the warship is still some distance away from the island. A ray of light suddenly flew over. With his hands in his pockets, Kizaru appeared in front of the Green Bull. Come with me, Green Bull. Kizaru came up and said. Green Bull was surprised. What's the matter? Kizaru put on his gloves and took out a pair of seastone handcuffs. In short, it's an organizational investigation of you. What expeditions require seastone handcuffs? The Green Bull suddenly became vigilant. What if I don't go? Said the Green Bull. Kizaru's sunglasses reflected the light in the sun, and he couldn't see his eyes clearly. Then you can only offend. Next moment, a laser blasted through the forehead of the Green Bull. But he in Logia, how could he die because of this? He instantly transformed into a big tree and shouted, What are you doing? Kizaru, I'm Vice Admiral. Kizaru said. Now you are not. 5 elders ordered you to be arrested and interrogated. The green cow yelled, Shit, the battle between the 2 sides is imminent. Far away. On the deck of the warship, the Black Hat 5 elders watched the battle leisurely. As an existence standing at the pinnacle of power in the world, with 1 word and 1 order from him, he can make the highest combat power of Marines kill each other. Aokiji, don't go up, just watch the 2 of them play. 5 elders said to Aokiji beside him, Allah, I see. Advertisement. Aokiji stood aside with his hands in his pockets, no one could see his eyes under the sunglasses. Boom. The Green Bull is fighting with all its strength. The vegetation on the island rose up 1 by 1, forming towering trees. Some roots clawed towards Kizaru, 8-foot Chonguyu. Kizaru's whole body glowed, and light bullets burst out one after another, sweeping away a large area of vegetation in an instant. Kizaru, you really won't let me go? After a fight? Cried the Green Bull. Kizaru pointed to the warship in the distance. This time 5 elders personally supervised the battle. Even if you die here, I can't let you escape. In that case, the green cow pondered, then go all out. At this time, the phone bug in Kizaru's arms suddenly rang. Blue blue blue, blue blue blue, blue blue blue. Kizaru made a pause gesture. The Green Bull was stunned, watching Kizaru take out the phone bug from his arms, and began to speak in front of him. Marshal Sengoku, it's me, Kizaru. Oh, I see. Immediately, Kizaru hangs up the bug. You're lucky today, let me let you go, we have something to do, so let's go first. After speaking, Kizaru left without looking back. Only the bewildered Green Bull remained, on the warship. 5 elders and Aokiji have also received information from Sengoku. Soga, Whitebeard, has he finally acted? Black Hat 5 elders murmured. Aokiji said, Allah, we are in big trouble now, we are about to meet the wrath of the 4 emperors. New World. The large fleet formed by the Whitebeard pirates has set off. Goal, Naval Headquarters. At the same time, 4 emperors Kaido, 4 emperors Big Mom, have also gathered their hands and are ready to go to sea. This is an unprecedented war. Chapter 62 Summit War, start. Naval Headquarters. People suddenly became busy. Quick. Contact East Blue. See if everyone from East Blue is here? West Blue. Everyone from West Blue is here. Where's North Blue? North Blue has the least number of people. Look at East Blue. The weakest sea has sent so many people. Everyone from South Blue is here. Very good. Where's the nearby Vice Admiral? Are they all recalled? What? Encountered pirates. Let them come back quickly. The headquarters is about to be attacked. Don't care about the pirates outside. Everyone from New World is also withdrawn. The troops there are meaningless, except to protect Dr. Vegapunk's base. All are withdrawn. Attention is all. This is an unprecedented war, and our preparations are simply insufficient. This time, the battle will be broadcast live. We will show the world how Marine defeated the 4 emperors. Yes, Marine will win. There was a sound of hurried footsteps. Garp broke into Sengoku's office. Sengoku, Whitebeard him, really coming? Garp's face was very bad. After Ace died, he was in pain for a while. But now, Whitebeard is here, and he must put aside his personal emotions to join the battle. Sengoku was already too busy. Don't bother me. Go do what you have to do. I'm setting up a defensive array. As he spoke, he yelled at the phone bug. Is the seastone wall ready? This is a big killer to catch Whitebeard in the urn. Don't go wrong. And seastone bullets, seastone weapons, after giving a series of orders. Sengoku saw that Garp was still standing leisurely, and immediately shouted, if you really have nothing to do, go mobilize the Vice Admirals and boost their morale. Garp looked ugly. Ace is his raised grandson. Although there is no blood relationship, it is better than biological. But now it is dead. It's all about the red hair, because of Whitebeard. If it weren't for the red hair, Ace and Luffy wouldn't be going to sea to be pirates. Ace wouldn't have been caught by Blackbeard if it wasn't for Whitebeard. Garp's heart is full of resentment towards Whitebeard. Leave this matter to me. If Whitebeard really dares to come, I will lead the charge. Zhou lay in the office and yawned. The sun was shining today. He opened the window, and the sea breeze blew into the room slowly. Gives a soft and warm feeling. Advertisement makes people drowsy. Zhou took the nail clippers and trimmed his nails little by little. I cut my toenails again. Sitting in the office every day, you don't need to do anything, you can enjoy full treatment. Zhou didn't even dare to think about this job in his previous life. Sure enough, life lying down is the most pleasant life. The old man is already middle-aged, and his body still looks like he is in his 20s. Hey, it's really boring. Ace has been dealt with, and Luffy can be dealt with immediately, and then I can live my peaceful life leisurely. I, Zhou, just want to live a peaceful life at this time. There was a knock on the door, then Momoshage barged in. You guy, you are really impolite. You entered my room at will, and then went out at will. Did you ask my permission for this coming in and out? Zhou said. Momoshage is not in the mood to argue with Zhou at the moment. She looks serious. Vice Admiral is being summoned now. A big battle is about to happen. When Zhou heard this, his heart skipped a beat. War? Wouldn't it be that war? But, isn't Ace already killed by himself? Get up. Headquarters is calling all Vice Admirals for a meeting. Do the mobilization before the station, all right. Zhou stood up. He followed Momoshage helplessly. The two came to a hall. Here, it's all Marine Vice Admiral. Standing on stage was Vice Admiral Garp. Seeing that the crowd was almost here, he began to speak. Presumably, you should already know what happened in the submarine prison some time ago. And in the submarine prison incident, an important criminal died. That's Fire Fist Ace. He's the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Whitebeard is furious at this time. Now he is leading the fleet to take revenge on our Marine. Vice Admirals, listen up, but Zhou was already stupid. Ace is dead, and Whitebeard wants revenge. What the hell? He was speechless. You Whitebeard wants revenge, just for a small captain. You actually want to drag the entire Whitebeard pirate group to death? Moreover, in his impression, although Whitebeard is not a good person, he is not a bad person either. At least one Fang Ping was guarded. Advertisement. However, now in Zhou's heart, his impression was completely defeated. Hey. The so-called pirates who do whatever they want can actually be said to be reckless and self-willed. They only care about their own comfort and don't care about the life or death of others at all. There was a coldness in his eyes. However, in this world, Blackbeard is dead, and he won't come to catch up after the Summit War. It can be regarded as getting rid of a serious problem for Marine in disguise. I have killed all the criminals in the submarine prison. It is impossible for Luffy to bring a group of criminals to the Summit War to get mixed up. This can be regarded as eliminating a variable. Only the old Whitebeard and the Whitebeard pirates are left. What are the chances of winning against Marine? Zhou's recent actions. In fact, they're eliminating variables. The layout of Sengoku in Summit War is actually correct, but the appearance of Luffy, the appearance of criminals in the submarine prison, etc. were not expected. If it's just the Whitebeard pirates alone, Marine will win. Well, but after my adjustments in this world, it shouldn't be a big problem. Zhou immediately thought, without the criminals, without Luffy, Summit War, there shouldn't be any mods. And Marine even recruited 2 admirals, Fujitora and Green Bull, ahead of the global conscription. This time, Marine won for sure. Zhou's heart suddenly felt at ease. Time flies by. Soon, on the square outside Naval Headquarters, 100,000 troops gathered. These are the Marine elites summoned from East Blue, West Blue, South Blue, North Blue. Further back, dozens of Marine Vice Admirals, Almost all of these vice admirals are veteran vice admirals, each with rich combat experience. After that, there is Shichibukai. Gecko Lock Doll, Gecko Moria, and Blackbeard were all absent. The first two, defeated by Luffy, have been kicked out of the Shichibukai ranks. As for Blackbeard, who just joined Shichibukai, he was killed by Zhou. But he didn't come, so Marine thought he had run away. But the people who come here are all heavyweights. The first place is Bartholomew the Bear with the title of Tyrant, Meatball Fruit Ability User. Able to eject pain and even memories out of the body. You can also take a photo of a person to the end of the world. The second place is Haishia Jinbei, Whale Sharkman, joined Shichibukai in order to protect the Fishman Island. The third place is the Empress, the most beautiful woman in the world, Boa Hancock. A person with sweet fruit ability. As long as a man or woman is conquered by her beauty, she will be turned into a stone, and an attack can also turn the enemy into a terrifying existence of stone. The fourth, once a member of the Celestial Dragons, later quit the Celestial Dragons, is now the king of the kingdom of Darius Rosa. Doflamingo, String Fruit Ability User. The fifth place, the world's #1 swordsman, friend of the red-haired Shanks, once had a duel with the red-haired Hawkeye, Mahawk. After, it is the highest combat power of Marine. 3 admirals. Frozen Fruit Ability User, Aokiji. Sparkling Fruit User, Kizaru, a person with many fruit abilities, Fujitora. At last, standing at the top is the Marine's Supreme Commander, Marshal Sengoku. Chapter 63 by Tuan appears. Zhou takes the shot. Marineford. At this moment, in every corner of Naval Headquarters, there are live phone bugs. Once the war starts, the pictures here will be broadcast live in real time. At that time, people all over the world can see the battle here. Seeing the scene of Marine defeating the 4 emperors, let the pirates all over the world know how powerful Marine is. Cue at Vice Admiral. Zhou folded his arms on his chest, spinning around in boredom. Some vice admirals who haven't seen him before, look down on him when they see him so leisurely. Some of them, all vice admirals of East Blue, South Blue, West Blue, North Blue, have not been to the headquarters for several years, and some have never been to the headquarters. I have never heard of Zhou. I've never seen such an unruly vice admiral, said an elderly vice admiral. Ah, it seems that the muscles in the whole body have not been exercised, so the strength should not be very good, another person said. Look at his nonchalant appearance. It seems that he is not here to participate in the battle, but more like he is here for vacation. At first glance, he looks like a young man, so his strength must not be very good. Boy, if you're really scared, it's too late to quit now. Yeah, Whitebeard hasn't come yet. If you quit Marine now, you might save your life, ha ha ha. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Does he look like that kind of person? He must have waited for the war to start before slipping away quietly, ha ha ha. Zhou quietly watched a group of veteran vice admirals taunting him. But he was indifferent. These people will soon know how terrible the 4 emperors are. I'm afraid that when the time comes, they wish to escape first. However, although Zhou could hold back, others couldn't. Momoshage on the side couldn't help but said, "What are you doing? Zhou Vice Admiral is very strong. He is even more unlikely to run away. You will know in a while." The T-Dolphin was also a little angry at the moment. What a joke. Zhou's strength is above him. These rubbish dare to say that Zhou is weak. Doesn't that mean that he is weaker? Immediately, he also opened his mouth and choked. That's right, don't show off your quick tongue now, it won't look good when you get slapped in the face. The words of the two, it was immediately heard by a group of vice admirals. They subconsciously looked at the two of them. Some people said in a slightly mocking tone, You are so young, the ignorant are fearless. I was as crazy as you when I was young, who hasn't been young? Boy, don't think that your strength is great. If you defeat a few famous pirates, you will think that you are already great. What we have to deal with is the 4 emperors. Do you know what 4 emperors are? The 4 emperors are the emperors of the sea. In the New World, even the forces of the Marines cannot get their hands on them. 4 emperors are no longer within the scope of normal humans. They are simply monster-like existences. Their strength is unfathomable, and they are simply unattainable existences for us vice admirals. In front of them, we can only look up. The one who can really deal with the 4 emperors is the general-level combat power. Yeah, fighting the 4 emperors is no joke. What's the point of slapping your face? When I see the 4 emperors, I hope you don't pee out of fear. Facing the ridicule of a group of people, Momoshage got even more irritable. But, there are still people who know the goods. Some vice admiral don't know Zhou though. But I've heard about Momoshage and T-Dolphins. These two are both admiral-level combat strength and are admiral substitutes. The two of them can be regarded as admirals' general existence. And now, both of them are actually protecting Zhou. This can fully explain some problems. At least, Zhou's strength will definitely not be as unbearable as others said. He may very well be a young talent. Young in appearance but strong in strength and fast-growing, he is a promising new star in Marine. Only in this way, will Momoshage and T-Dolphin like them. Suddenly, the sea surface in the distance swelled high, and then 4 white whale-like ships appeared. The outside of the big ship is covered with coating, like a model ship in 4 huge soap bubbles. Just after the 4 large ships surfaced, the coating on the surface also shattered. It reveals the big ship inside, and a large number of pirates on the ship. This is a group of great pirates from New World. and the legendary character, Whitebeard. Look. What a big ship. It's almost bigger than our warships. Look at the flying pirate flag, Whitebeard. This is Whitebeard's pirate flag. 4 emperors. Whitebeard. It looks like a white whale, you can't be wrong. This is Whitebeard's pirate ship, Moby DK. But, how come there is a 4th sister-in-law on the Moby DK? After all, they are 4 emperors. Even if they are rich and powerful, it is not surprising that they have 4 ships, right? Hiss. Horrible. Is this still a pirate? It can already be compared with the regular army. The oppressive feeling of 4 emperors is really strong. It is so shocking just to appear on the stage. The Marines were shocked by the Whitebeard pirates. They were dumbfounded. He even forgot that he was here to participate in the war. Immediately afterwards, a more shocking scene appeared. I saw the biggest ship. At the bow of the ship, a huge figure suddenly came. A burly figure, wearing a cloak, holding a treasured sword in his hand. Exactly, 4 emperors Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. Kulala Sengoku, we haven't seen each other in decades, have we? Whitebeard is now looking at Marine's coach, Sengoku. Advertisement Sengoku looked at Whitebeard sullenly. You're not dead, Whitebeard. Under Whitebeard's smile, there's a volcano about to erupt. A vein popped up on his forehead. My son was only entrusted to you to take care of for a few days, but he was killed unexpectedly. I'm here to seek justice. Sengoku said. We are Marine, and Firefist is a pirate. Marine kills pirates. This is a matter of course. Yeah? 2 more veins appeared on Whitebeard's forehead. He suddenly put Kong Yunki in his hand aside, then opened his arms and slammed into the air on both sides. Suddenly, both sides of him are like 2 mirrors, being smashed into cracks. However, if you look carefully, you will find that it is not a mirror at all, but the atmosphere. It's the atmosphere that was smashed into cracks. At the same time, the sea surface on both sides of the Moby DK suddenly climbed up crazily like a demon. In just an instant, 2 huge waves were formed that were dozens of meters taller than the tallest building in Naval Headquarters. Marine's largest warships are like floating leaves in front of the waves. No, it's impossible. What kind of power is this? The sea was lifted up directly. Is this the power of the 4 emperors? It's terrifying. It's over. The battle hasn't even started yet. Are we already about to die from the tsunami? How can it be repaired? I am so unwilling. Even though it hasn't started yet, it's already over. Ice time. At this time, Aokiji, one of the 3 admirals, suddenly jumped up and came to the middle of the tsunami. The 2 arms emitted 2 white chills, and the moment it touched the tsunami began to freeze into ice sculptures at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just a few breaths passed, and the huge tsunami that was originally enough to destroy the entire naval headquarters suddenly turned into a spectacle of ice sculptures. Get up motionless. It's Admiral Aokiji. It's amazing. Such a huge tsunami is actually frozen. Unbelievable. Is this the strength of Admiral? Heh. So the power of the 4 emperors is not invincible. Marine must win. Whitebeard looked at the frozen sea. But there was a burst of laughter. Kulala la 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 la. Let Marine feel our wrath. The sea surface around the Moby DK had turned into a flat ice surface at this moment. The pirates jumped off the boat one by one and ran directly on the ice. Sengoku also gave an order at this moment, go to war. In an instant, all the Marine soldiers rushed onto the ice. Start fighting with pirates. Hey, it looks like the war has begun. I can't just sit here all the time, or I'll be called sabotage. Seeing that the fight had started, Zhou stood up. He patted the dust off his clothes. However, the veteran vice admirals on the side looked at him with contempt. HMPH, playing tricks, I want to see, what kind of strength do you have? Boy, if you can't do it, don't go up. The opponent is the 4 emperors group. One careless will lose your life. There's no need to be brave, I promise I won't laugh at you. Face and life are, of course, small things. If I were you, I'd be hiding behind everyone right now. That's the smart thing to do. Tisk tisk, you may become the first ever vice admiral deserter. At this time, from the camp of the pirates, a person rushed out suddenly. This person is dressed in shining colors, as if wearing a diamond dress. He suddenly stopped on an open space, and then inserted his hands into the ice, and began to exert strength. There was a low growl. A large crack suddenly appeared on the ice surface. Immediately, a large block of ice was lifted up. How big is this ice cube? Twice as big as the Titan Vice Admiral present. A large block of ice can almost sweep half a square. It can directly reduce Marine's staff by 1/3. This moment, the Marines were all shocked. Where is this block of ice? It is simply a mountain, including the veteran Marine Vice Admirals. They all looked at this scene in shock at the moment. They boast that they do not have such great power. At this time, a veteran Vice Admiral recognized the person's identity. Can't help but exclaimed, it's Diamond Josie, a diamond fruit-capable person. You can turn your body into a diamond. Captain of the 3rd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. His strength is terrifying. Oops. He's probably trying to attack with an ice cube that's bigger than a Titan. It's over. No one can stop this ice cube. No one can stop this blow but Admiral. Get out of the way. Standing still will only get smashed. The veteran Vice Admirals looked ugly, thinking that they would make contributions in the Summit War. As a result, every time the pirates attacked, they slapped them in the face, telling them that they were just a bunch of trash. Advertisement. The veins on Chaozi's forehead popped out, and the ice cube in his hand was lifted off the ice. At this time, a figure suddenly appeared on the ice. He just stomped his feet, and the ice immediately fell down. Immediately, this person kicked up and kicked Chaozi fiercely on the lower abdomen, kicking him flying in an instant. At this time, people nearby looked at the man. Suddenly, the pupils of some people shrank. So fast! You actually kicked down such a big ice cube with one kick, what a powerful force. He actually kicked Josie away. Josie is the captain of the third team of the Whitebeard pirates. It is equivalent to a big board-level existence. Who is this person? It's Zhou Vice Admiral. Zhou Vice Admiral? Is it the fishing Vice Admiral? Is he that powerful? Have you forgotten? Some time ago, he had a duel with the T-Porpoise Vice Admiral. Although he didn't win, the strength he showed should not be underestimated. He even surpassed the average Vice Admiral. Now, those veteran Vice Admirals who looked down on Zhou at all and were still mocking Zhou just now. Everyone was dumbfounded. Just now, Zhou was still in front of them, talking to them. It was just a blink of an eye, and he ran so far away. More importantly, he actually kicked Diamond Josie away with one kick. Diamond Josie, captain of the 3rd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. No, it's impossible, it's just a coincidence, right? Yeah, Josie was carrying ice cubes just now, so he couldn't dodge at all. It must be like this. Have you noticed? Josie is already struggling to lift the ice cube. At that time, an ant crawling on top of the ice cube may be able to kick the ice cube down. I see. It turned out to be like this, and, at that time, Josie was in a state of exhaustion, unable to guard against other people's sneak attacks at all. Yes, it's a sneak attack. Winning by sneak attack is nothing at all. I can do it too. Veteran Vice Admirals, keep your word. Belittle Zhou's contribution to nothing, to be honest. They still look down on Zhou. The reason is simple. He's too young. Good Zhou. Also, it's too sloppy. It doesn't look like a Marine Vice Admiral with a heart of justice. More like a guy who dawdles, eats and waits to die. But, compared to these guys, the others noticed Zhou. Sengoku is the supreme coach. Take control. Naturally, it polluted Zhou's performance. Josie lifted such a big ice cube just now, its volume is bigger than Titan. If it really falls, I'm afraid Admiral will have to take the shot. In this way, it seems that Admiral is too worthless. Clearly Admiral was reserved for Whitebeard, but just a small captain forced Admiral to take action. Looks like Admiral is cheap, except for Sengoku. Note to Zhou. And Whitebeard. Huh, isn't this the guy from that day? Whitebeard naturally recognized Zhou. That was the day, ran to his boat, and warned him not to touch Blackbeard. As a result, he did not heed Zhou's warning. This led to a series of consequences behind. However, Whitebeard didn't appreciate Zhou for that. Instead, it is resentment. Yes, just resentment. If you hadn't beaten Ace seriously that day, Ace would not have lost to Blackbeard. However, this guy's strength is indeed strong. Margot, test Zhou's strength for me. Whitebeard said. When Margot heard this, he immediately spread his wings and flew up. Goal, Zhou. At the same time, Diamond Josie also stood up. He looked at Zhou with unkind eyes. Almost at the same time, the two captains of the Whitebeard pirates, with the same goal, started to attack Zhou. Drink. Chaozi was covered in diamonds, like a bull crashing towards Zhou. Margot is planning like a falcon in the sky, always ready to strike. This moment, Chapter 64 Punch Chaozi, step on Marco. Diamond Josie is rampaging like a wild bull. Although he is huge in size, his speed is unbelievably fast. A veteran Vice Admiral was slashing and killing pirates, but Josie suddenly popped up and hit his head on the lower back. At this moment, almost everyone nearby heard a crisp click. At this moment, both pirates and Marines felt a chill down their backs. The veteran Vice Admiral flew straight into the sky, spitting blood out of his mouth. Josie, on the other hand, didn't even look at this person. In his eyes, only Zhou, suffered death. The rest of the Vice Admirals were shocked. This Chaozi is too powerful. He even directly hit a Vice Admiral level fighter. Yeah, such a big body, but the speed, so fast. His diamonds are too hard. It is estimated that the armed color bully Chi can't cut it. Invincible. This person is no match for Vice Admiral. We can only fight with Admiral or Vice Admiral Garp. Get out of the way. Don't be hit by him. Boom boom boom. Every time Josie took a step, the ground shook. His goal from beginning to end is one, Zhou. When he passed by those old Vice Admirals, they stepped aside. However, it was soon discovered that Josie's goal did not seem to be himself. Immediately, their gazes turned to the direction Josie crashed into. Zhou. Their pupils shrank immediately. Josie's target turned out to be Zhou. It's not their veteran Vice Admiral at all, but just ignore them. But they didn't care. I just think that Zhou attacked Chaozi by surprise just now, so now I still have a grudge against Zhou. It's over. Just now Zhou won with a sneak attack, now Josie is playing for real, he's over. It can't be dodged. No matter how fast Zhou is, it can't be faster than Josie's. It's not Admiral level strength, it's just cannon fodder after all. Hey, a vice admiral is about to fall. It's a pity that you were just about to leave just now, but you actually tried to be brave. Now it's all right, you're dead. Don't you claim to be strong? I want to see how strong you are. Brush. After Chaozi charged for a certain distance, his speed suddenly accelerated again. In just a split second, he was in front of Zhou. Then, fiercely, Jian Li slammed into Zhou. To this, Zhou just looked at Josie blankly. No, he wasn't even looking at Zhou's. His eyes were on Margot in the sky. Brother Ma, your hairstyle really looks like a pineapple. Hiss. Speaking of it, I really think it's been a long time since I ate pineapple. It seems like I'll take a bite. He just walked like a god, standing in place in a daze. The vice admirals were dumbfounded. Zhou, didn't he realize that the danger was approaching at all? It's over. This guy has lost his mind on the battlefield. He is dead. Some people have closed their eyes, not wanting to see the picture of Zhou being beaten to death. Others looked at them with indifferent eyes. Although Zhou is a member of Marine, they are very dissatisfied, because Zhou does not have a heart of justice like them, but is very loose, not like a Marine at all, so even if he fights for Marine death won't win their sympathy at all. The moment Zhou was about to bump into Zhou's body became erratic. It's like you slapped a Kakin with all your strength, but the Kakin flew away as if it knew you wanted to hit it. Zhou's body dodged Zhou's attack so easily. Boom. Josie slams headfirst into the port behind Zhou. A large amount of dust flew up like a cannonball exploding. The scene is very shocking, however, in contrast, Zhou put his hands in his pockets and looked at the sky as if nothing had happened. It was as if nothing had happened just now. People froze. Can't believe what I saw. How did he do it? He didn't seem to do anything, he just twisted his body and escaped Zhou's attack? No, it's impossible, this is too incredible. Is Chaozi blind? Didn't you see Zhou standing there? I see, it must be a coincidence. Josie can't control the accuracy because the speed is too fast. Veteran vice admirals have started hypnosis again. Think that Zhou must have escaped Josie's attack because of good luck. However, some people couldn't bear it. Shut up. A group of frogs in a well. It was an elderly vice admiral who spoke. He stared at Zhou's figure with deep eyes. If I'm not mistaken, it wasn't luck that Zhou escaped just now, but real strength. What he used just now was exactly one of the 6 forms of paper. Paper arts. Everyone was shocked. Zhou actually used paper arts to avoid Josie's attack. Someone wondered. But is the low-level ability of paper arts really useful in this kind of battlefield where observation hockey is not necessarily useful? Yes. In front of a top-level powerhouse like Zhou's, even with observation hockey, the opponent's knowledge must be stronger than yours. How do you hide if Zhou wants to kill you? You won't be able to escape. As for paper arts, is such a low-level thing still useful? At this time, Momosagi suddenly said indifferently, who said the 6 forms are useless? If the 6 forms are cultivated to a high level, they are also very strong. I remember that even if Vice Admiral Garp doesn't use the weapon color, it can blow up some of the weapon colors that are just getting started. Advertisement just when people were amazed at the profundity of Zhou paper arts. Suddenly there was a chirp in the sky. Margot suddenly swooped down and kicked Zhou. Followed by a low drink. Phoenix Seal. Seeing this, Zhou suddenly said, Ling. Nani? Marco was taken aback. I don't know what Zhou suddenly said about pineapple. But it was just this moment of bewilderment. Zhou suddenly dodged and appeared beside Margot. The speed was so fast that Margot was dumbfounded. Then, with his hands in his pockets, Zhou kicked him lightly in the face. Boom. Margot, who was using his ultimate move, Phoenix Seal. Being kicked directly by this kick, he lost his balance, rolled and flew out like a wheel. Just when the Summit War was in full swing, numerous phone bugs located in Naval Headquarters also activated at the same time. Almost at the same time, on the big screen located in the bottom islands of Sabaody, a live broadcast appeared. At the same time, the images from Saboody's bottom islands were broadcast to the whole world. The moment the screen appears, the people waiting for the live broadcast were dumbfounded. What happened? Why are there so many Marines and pirates? Look at that building. The place in the picture, if I guessed correctly, should be the legendary Naval Headquarters. What? Naval Headquarters. Pirates actually broke into Naval Headquarters. What kind of pirate is this? Why are they so powerful? Look quickly. That big ship looks like a white whale. It seems to be the ship of pirates. What a big ship. It's even bigger than Marine's warship. Wait, a boat like a white whale, could it be? That's right, it's the ship of the Whitebeard pirates. That's right, this is Whitebeard's Moby DK. According to legend, it is made of the wood of the precious tree Adam. It is so strong that it can withstand the wind and waves of the New World. Hiss, horrible. But how did Whitebeard end up at Naval Headquarters? I get it. This is Marine fighting the 4 emperors. This turned out to be a war between the Whitebeard pirates and Marine. Incredible. Incredible. Marine, why on earth are you going to war with Whitebeard? People don't know, but the scale of this war has far exceeded people's imagination. When Diamond Jazzy appeared, Yin lifted the huge ice cube. All the people who were watching the live broadcast were shocked. How much strength should this be, to lift such a large ice cube? And He was going to hit Marine with that ice cube. If it really hits, Marine's casualties are unimaginable. People are desperate. Is this really a human? It's over, Marine is going to die a lot. Woo LKL. What about Admiral? Why didn't Admiral make a move? I don't know. Why hasn't Admiral made a move yet? At this time, in the middle of the screen, Zhou made a move suddenly. He stomped the ice down with one foot, and then kicked Josie away with one foot. Immediately, the desperate people cheered. Hang on, this Vice Admiral is too strong. Stomp off the ice with one foot, and look like you were lifting weights lightly, so handsome. This monster was defeated by Vice Admiral. Vice Admiral is too strong. No, the only one that is powerful is this Vice Admiral. Look at the other Vice Admirals, and avoid them all. Ah, it seems to be. Marine Hidden Dragon Crouching Tiger, even Vice Admiral has some powerful existences. Woo. Immediately, in the screen, Chaozi and Margao attacked Zhou in unison. People are getting nervous again. When people saw, Zhou didn't even look at Josie. All anxious. Look in front of you, that guy came over again just now. I'm in a hurry. Why don't you look at the situation on the battlefield? Hiss, I can't, my heart can't take it anymore. Such a powerful Vice Admiral, is it about to fall? People were anxious and even stomped their feet. Some people even couldn't bear to close their eyes, unwilling to see the bloody picture. However, Zhou was light and fluffy, dodging Jose's attack. Ask for flowers, people are stunned again, powerful. Too strong. Even people who don't know how to fight can see that Zhou. It is too strong. He didn't pay attention to the opponent at all, just like walking in the garden, he avoided the enemy's attack. Advertisement, this is simply Kai Guoguo's contempt. Immediately, Zhou dodges Margao's kick, then, after kicking Margao out with one kick. People are boiling, it's so handsome, amazing. My god, isn't this Vice Admiral too strong? This bird looks more powerful than that monster just now, but it was easily kicked away by this Vice Admiral with his hands in his pockets. Yeah, it's not on the same level as these two pirates at all. Hiss. Is this the real strong man? Brothers, I just took a look at the list of Vice Admiral, this very awesome Vice Admiral, his name is Zhou. Zhou Vice Admiral. I haven't heard of it, but starting today, I've heard of it. Some reporters seem to have grasped the news material at this time. Quickly picked up the camera and started shooting. At the same time, he told his assistant, hurry up, tell the newspaper that this is the focus of this war. Naval Headquarters. Zhou dodges Joes and kicks Margao flying. The show turned the audience directly. At this time, those Vice Admirals who were previously indifferent to Zhou also began to pay attention. If it is a coincidence to say once or twice, but 3 or 4 times is the embodiment of strength. They have to face the fact, Zhou is very strong. At least not as weak as they thought. Furoforfer, interesting guy came out. On Shichibukai's seat, Doflamingo adjusted his glasses, squatted halfway on the chair, and looked at Zhou with interest. Seeing this, the Empress at the side just said indifferently, smelly men are all the same. It was Jinbei who said, Margao and Chaozi are very strong, and Zhou Vice Admiral can compete with them, which shows that he is no longer an ordinary Vice Admiral. At this moment, Hawkeye spoke, interesting guy. He stood up suddenly. Shichibukai next to him looked at him at the moment. What are you going to do, Hawkeye? Doflamingo asked in surprise. Hawkeye pulled out the black knife, and the blade of the black knife suddenly buzzed, as if it was shouting excitedly. I just want to take a look, the gap between us and the world's sleepiest smile. As he said that, Hawkeye held the knife in both hands, aimed at Whitebeard in the distance without hesitation, and waved it. A green saber aura emanated from the black knife, heading straight for Whitebeard. All Marines and pirates along the way had to avoid their sharp edge. Everyone's eyes are focused on this knife at the moment. The world's greatest swordsman challenged the world's strongest man, Whitebeard. At this time, a figure suddenly stopped in front of Whitebeard. Foil Vista. The double swords crossed and stood in front of him. Boom. Hawkeye's slash collided with Vista's twin swords. Vista struggled to resist for a while, and then suddenly flew into the sky. Interesting. I heard about you. Hawkeye charged at Vista with a knife. The two sides are fighting together. It's really an honor to be remembered by the world's #1 swordsman. Furoforfer. Doflamingo pushed his glasses, looking at Jinbei. Jinbei, don't you plan to end? Jinbei was struggling at this moment. He's a huge admirer of Whitebeard. However, in order to protect the Fishmen Island, he must become a Shichibukai. This is very tangled. However, Brother Ming didn't ask much. He has already rushed to the field, started to slaughter pirates frantically. Well, let me warm up too. The Empress stood up at this moment. He made a gesture of blowing a kiss, then pulled out a heart-shaped balloon, and then sent out a lot of arrows. Those who were hit by these arrows were all turned into stones. However, this move is an indiscriminate attack. Whether it is Marine or pirates, all of them have been recruited. At this time, Jinbei finally stood up. Speaking of which, Ace was a very good person, but it's a pity that he died. He murmured, if you can't live for your own heart, then what's the point of life? He suddenly looked in the direction of the Fishmen Island. Sorry everyone, I might be quitting Shichibukai. Talking, he suddenly jumped onto the battlefield. But not in the Marine camp, instead, stand on Whitebeard's side. See this scenario. The Marines were all amazed. The pirates cheered collectively. It's Jinbei, he's coming to help us, ha ha ha, we have another admiral. Jinbei, knock down that guy named Zhou. Yeah, if it's you, it should be fine. Chapter 65 1 against 3, Zhou exerts his strength. On the battlefield, Jinbei walked towards Zhou step by step. At this moment, the pirates and Marines subconsciously avoided the two of them. There was an open space for the two of them. Seeing this scene, Sengoku's face darkened. Shichibukai turned traitor on the spot. It was Chihuahua who slapped Marine in the face. Within digging, Shichibukai are really unreliable. Kizaru crossed his legs and looked at the backs of Jinbei and Zhou. Jinbei. Margao stood up from the ground and looked at Jinbei with a complicated expression. For their Whitebeard pirates, Jinbei sacrificed his identity as a Shichibukai, and he felt very sorry. This is the old man's own decision, you don't need to think about it. Jinbei said to the White Group's pirate group. He looked at Zhou firmly. What's more, Ace is a very bold man. If I make a move for him, even if I die, I will have no complaints. Clap, sudden. Someone applauds. Zhou slapped his hands and sighed. It's really touching, there is such a touching moment among the pirates, I can't help but shed tears. Paused. He suddenly changed the subject. However, for one dead person, you launched a war of hundreds of thousands of people, resulting in tens of thousands of families being torn apart, and countless people becoming disabled or even losing their lives. The world of pirates is really hard to understand. Could it be that the life of the dead ace is his life, and the lives of those unknown pirates who are dying are not their lives? A speech by Zhou. Immediately, the pirates who were attacking were stunned. Because Zhou's words not only are not heresy, but they speak into their hearts. Yes, Ace's life is life, but their life is not life? For the self-movement of Whitebeard alone, for the so-called revenge, tens of thousands of them will sacrifice their lives. Then they died. Who, 760, can remember? Who will start a summer war for them? Even, will they have their own cemetery? All of a sudden. The pirates hesitated and hesitated, this moment. The morale of the entire Whitebeard pirate group has been greatly shaken. Jinbei sensed this wavering, he immediately stepped forward. Maybe you Marines will never feel it, this is the morality of our pirates. Talking. He didn't allow Zhou to continue talking. The attack was launched. Murloc Karate, 4,000 Wajung fists. Murlocs are born with 10 times the strength of human arms, but after training, this strength becomes even more terrifying and desperate. A fist that can crush 4,000 tiles in an instant, contains domineering power, and strikes towards Zhou. Paper arts. However, Zhou just used paper arts lightly, dodging Jinbei's punch with softness. Boom. Jinbei's fist passed Zhou and hit the ground directly. A wide crack was smashed into the ice surface, revealing an abyss. A large amount of seawater gushes out from the crack. Jinbei watched Zhou dodge his own attack, immediately make another move. Murloc Karate Gunwave. Jinbei pumps large volumes of seawater from cracks in the ice. The seawater is like magic, it is incomparably obedient in Jinbei's hands, and it gathers together. In an instant, a spiral waterflow was formed, like a knight's spear piercing towards Zhou. Boom boom boom. The marine along the way was directly hit by the sea and flew out. Even the solid ice surface has been cut away with a gully. This blow is terrifyingly powerful. Zhou remembers that Jinbei once used this trick to directly penetrate a warship. Seeing the gun wave approaching, Zhou suddenly raised his foot. Tempest kick, eagle wave. Puff a blue slash collided with the gun wave. The two sides wrestled a lot, and finally, Tempest kick cut the gun wave from the middle. The gun wave instantly exploded into a large amount of seawater. Clatter. The seawater poured down and rained on Jinbei's body. Tempest kick. Jinbei's eyes moved, and his expression became serious. And the nearby marine, they were all surprised from ear to ear. Unexpectedly, Zhou Vice Admiral is not only using paper arts perfectly, but even Tempest kick is superb. Yeah, such a big slash. I feel that the attacks of these two people can completely destroy a warship. So strong. Zhou Vice Admiral, it turns out that he is a hidden master. I don't even know how to use the normal Tempest kick, but I didn't expect Zhou Vice Admiral's Tempest kick to be so powerful. Such a big slash, I can't even imagine how hard it takes to practice it. Jinbei suddenly dodges in front of Zhou. Stretch out your posture and punch Zhou to the door. Murloc Karate. 5,000 Wajung fists. Paper arts, air travel. Zhou turned sideways lightly. Jinbei's fist scraped against his clothes and hit him. Boom. With a punch, the air was directly bombarded and hummed. Suga, have you practiced paper arts to this level? Jinbei didn't rush. Since that's the case, let's make it impossible for you to avoid it. Suddenly he strikes again. Advertisement, Murloc Karate. Tang Kawa Jungchuan. This is a 360-degree move with no dead angle. It can instantly blow the surrounding air away, and the air wave will instantly hit the enemy and cause damage. Iron Body. Jade. Zhou didn't move at all, and launched Iron Body directly. Boom. Jinbei hit with one blow, but Zhou was indifferent, and didn't even move half a point. Murloc Karate. Gunwave, Group Rain. Jinbei picked up a pinch of seawater and threw it out. Immediately, all the seawater turned into sharp water thorns, blasting towards Zhou. In this intensive attack, Zhou is like leaves in a storm, fluttering and unpredictable. However, but none of the gun waves could accurately hit Zhou. All of them were avoided by him. The seemingly fierce attack has no effect at all. Seeing that all his attacks had no effect, Jinbei had already started to feel a little anxious. He wasted his energy in vain, but the attack didn't do any damage to Zhou. It can't go on like this. He suddenly accelerated, exerting all his strength, and flashed in front of Zhou with his fastest speed. A roundhouse kick, kick Zhou, Murloc Karate, 7,000-watt roundhouse kick. Whoosh. Zhou simply used shaving, not only dodged Jinbei, but came to his side. Nani? Jinbei was startled. Immediately, Zhou took out his hand and slowly pointed to Jinbei's chest with his fingers. Finger pistol. Thunder pistol. Puff. Jinbei's pupils shrank. Too fast. Can't react at all. He felt a pain in his chest. Looking down, a transparent blood hole has appeared, and the blood is flowing out from the buttocks. This moment, his scalp felt numb. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. What if Zhou hit the heart instead of here? I'm afraid I'm already dead. Jinbei covered his wound. Take 2 hard steps back. Zhou didn't pursue either. Instead, he looked at Jinbei playfully, as if waiting for his next attack. It gives people a sense of ease of playing cat and mouse. Sabaody Bottom Islands. Who is this ugly monster? It seems to be Shichibukai's Murloc. Jinbei. A Murloc? Isn't the wrist strength 10 times that of a human? Why is it not a match for a human? This can only show that this Murloc is trash, or this Vice Admiral is very strong. So strong. I'll go. Hang, Zhou Vice Admiral. A rebellious Shichibukai has the face to help pirates, how shameless. FK him. Zhou Vice Admiral. These pirates even sent undercover agents to the marine, but no matter what, in the face of absolute strength, any bells and whistles are useless. Zhou Vice Admiral is like cat and mouse, even Shichibukai can't get enough of it. 6 styles can also be used so brilliantly, it is indeed you, because of Zhou Zhongyao. Go. Defeat this Murloc. The people who are watching the live broadcast are excited. They were all watching Zhou slap and beat Jinbei. However, at this time, one person suddenly said in a terrified voice, "Wait, look. It's not good, it's over, Zhou Vice Admiral is in danger. Zhou Vice Admiral run, it's unfair to bully the few with the more." It turned out that it was after Zhou jokingly injured Jinbei. Margao and Josie all started to walk towards Zhou. Jinbei, we're here to help you, don't talk about martial arts. It's too disrespectful of martial arts, pirates don't talk about martial arts. Use more to bully the less, or is it a man? Didn't you see that they were one-on-one? You are wrong, this is a pirate, and he will not reason with you at all. How can it be repaired? If you can kill people with your eyes, I have killed these guys 10,000 times. If you can't beat one, just fight a group of people? What are the other Marines doing? Why not help Zhou Vice Admiral? At this moment, let alone other people, even Bai Tuan himself was a little shocked. It's just a Vice Admiral, but it actually requires 3 captain-level battle forces to fight together. If we do this, isn't it a bit more people bullying less people? What are you thinking? We are pirates, we should use tricks. I mean, it's a bit of a waste of combat power if we do this. That's right. Isn't it a waste of combat power to use all 3 captain-level masters against one opponent? Marine still has 3 admirals left. Zhou stood in the middle. In the front is Jinbei, behind is Chaozi, and above the head is Margao hovering. 0. At this moment, the 3 of them attacked Zhou. Hey. 3 strikes 1. Advertisement. Zhou put his hands in his pockets, his eyes gradually became excited. Fight at last, it's starting to get interesting. Jinbei let out a low voice, speak out loud, immediately, attacked. The mystery of Murloc Karate, Wu Guanlai. Jinbei gathered a water polo in his palm and pushed towards Zhou. Boom. A shockwave more terrifying than the gun wave radiated out, directly smashing Zhou to pieces. However, what? It's just an afterimage. Jinbei was taken aback. When reacting, Zhou actually appeared behind him. Finger pistol, change moves, elbow gun. He raised his right arm and slammed his elbow at Jinbei's back. Boom. In an instant, a terrifying shockwave directly shook the flesh and blood of Keeping's whole body. A bulge suddenly appeared on his front chest, his clothes burst instantly, and the bones in his body made a crackling sound. Tweet Margao flew down at this time and kicked Zhou. Crane claw. At the same time, Chaozi also ran into him, at a speed no less than that of Margao. The razor, the wind. Zhou suddenly kicked the ground rapidly and continuously, and disappeared in an instant when the 2 attacked. The 2 hit only one of his afterimages. Hurry up. Zhou's speed is incredible. He appeared in the sky in an instant, looked at the 2 people below, and kicked out suddenly. Tempest kick. Profound meaning. Foot jade. A huge incomparable slash came out. Almost comparable to Hawkeye's slash. Under this slash, the faint blue light emitted is more eye-catching than the sun. Chaozi and Margao had just hit the air at this moment, and there was no time to mobilize their bodies to avoid this attack. He could only watch helplessly as the attack fell. The ground instantly splashed ice dust tens of meters high. Silence. This moment, there was silence. Margao, Chaozi, Jinbei, three masters, besieged Zhou from day one. In this kind of situation, except for Admiral, the General Vice Admiral can only wait to die. However, Su Zhou, on the other hand, was more than capable, using all kinds of flexible skills and moves, not only easily defusing the attack of the three of them. Even completed a counterattack. He didn't attack head-on, but avoided the enemy's edge flexibly and cleverly. This fighting style is amazing, 1 against 3. After a short silence, on Marine's side, cheers burst out suddenly. Strong. Su Zhou Vice Admiral, 1 against 3 and still won, that's amazing. 666, it's so beautiful, you don't dare to write like that in novels, do you? Not only paper arts, but also Tempest Kick, Finger Pistol, Iron Body, Shaving, Moonwalk, and 6 styles are all grandmasters, and all of them have practiced to advanced levels, it's really amazing. You have become my idol. In the past, I only admired Vice Admiral Garp, but you are the one I admire the most. Sabaody Bottom Islands, people are also cheering. 0.9 inches woohoo, survived. 1 hit 3, unexpectedly unscathed, and severely wounded the enemy. Incomparable fighting skills, easy fighting style, this psychological quality, this strength, too strong. A Vice Admiral of this level can already be an Admiral, right? Sure enough, there are many people in Marine who are hiding their secrets. Among the cheering crowd, there was one person who was very calm. This person has silver hair, wears round glasses, and looks handsome. It can be seen that he was a handsome guy when he was young. He held the jug in one hand and poured it for himself one mouthful at a time. This person is the Vice Captain of One Piece, Pluton, Rayleigh. Rayleigh looked at Su Zhou in the frame, eyes flicker. Really a great guy. It is estimated that his knowledge should have reached the point of predicting the future? At this time, Rayleigh's expression changed. Then he murmured, however, you have stopped here. Because, you have angered the real monster, a Marine soldier, inspired by Su Zhou. Immediately excitedly slashed and killed a pirate in front of him. When I am proud, suddenly, it felt a little dark. He looked up, suddenly, a black shadow descended from the sky. Boom. The shadow fell. This is a burly existence, looking down on the Marine soldier from above. Thump, when the Marine soldier saw the face of the black shadow, he suddenly showed a look of horror and sat down on the ground. Whitebeard. Whitebeard looked down at the soldiers, and suddenly swung the supreme sharp knife Kong Yunki, splitting the Marine soldier in half with one blow. Blood was dripping down. He looked at Su Zhou in the field. Su Zhou, let the old man come and meet you for a while. Chapter 66 4 Emperors Coerce, Stun Vice Admirals Conquerors. Whitebeard is dispatched. Immediately attracted the audience's attention. Sengoku, the 3 admirals, and all the vice admirals, can't ignore Whitebeard's every move. This is the strongest man in the world. Sengoku reminded loudly. Be careful, the strongest man in the world is about to go crazy. Whitebeard couldn't stand the reaction. Holding the supreme sharp knife Kong Yunki, a group of shock fruit energy is attached to the blade. Slashed towards Su Zhou. Rumbling, the white energy cluster swept towards Su Zhou like a destructive force. All obstacles along the way were swept away, and the ice surface instantly disintegrated into powder. Boom. Su Zhou's figure was shattered into nothingness by this blow. Everyone was shocked. Then I realized that it was not Su Zhou's body at all, but the afterimage of Su Zhou. Really? People saw that the figure of Su Zhou appeared beside Whitebeard at some unknown time. Old guy, don't stay in your new world. What kind of plane are you here? Su Zhou kicked at Whitebeard's face. Boom. Whitebeard reached out to block, and Su Zhou kicked his fist. Who? How dare to kick Whitebeard? Okay, what a fierce man. Too strong. Whitebeard's attack was dodged. Ava. Su Zhou Vice Admiral, you are so awesome. 4 emperors. The opponent is 4 emperors. How dare you attack the 4 emperors, it's too much. I declare that this is the first injury Whitebeard has suffered since the Summit War began. People watching live. All were dumbfounded by Su Zhou's bold move. A Vice Admiral, without hesitation, attacks the 4 emperors. This kind of courage is truly undeniable. At this moment, Su Zhou's figure was deeply imprinted in the hearts of people all over the world. So handsome. Su Zhou Vice Admiral, my role model. My idol. From the beginning of Summit War to the present, we have been making practical contributions. Looking at other Marines, what are they doing? Yeah, it can be said that he is the #1 hero of the Summit War. On the battlefield. With Su Zhou's kick, Whitebeard's arm suddenly exerted force, and he was thrown flying. Immediately afterwards, it was time to punch Su Zhou. On his fist, 10 energy light clusters of shock fruit have condensed. I can't let you bully our Vice Admiral. A lazy voice suddenly appeared above the battlefield. Huh? Whitebeard looked in the direction of the voice. Wearing a yellow suit and cloak of justice, it's Admiral Kizaru. 8-foot Chong Guyu. A large number of light bullets hit Whitebeard. The punch that was aimed at Su Zhou originally had to block Kizaru's attack at this time. Boom. Click, 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 Click Whitebeard's fist shattered the atmosphere, and Kizaru's light bullets stagnated for an instant. A large number of light bullets gathered in front of Whitebeard's fist, constantly accumulating and consuming. Whitebeard's shock fruit is also getting stronger. When the strength of both parties reaches a certain critical value. Suddenly, an energy shockwave exploded. Whitebeard took a step back. Kizaru's light bullets are all scattered in the air. Worthy of being Whitebeard, within the scope of digging. Kizaru still had that lazy demeanor. Immediately, he clenched a fist with one hand and drew a lightsaber from his fist with the other. Slash at Whitebeard. Whitebeard lifted Kong Yunkiri and slashed at Kizaru. Boom. Kong Yunki and the lightsaber burst out terrifying energy fluctuations. Shock fruit and sparkling fruit shone so brightly that people couldn't open their eyes, making the whole world eclipsed. The powerful aura directly sent Fang Yuan flying 100 meters away. All pirates and marines within range. The corners of Whitebeard's mouth curled up, staring at Kizaru. Boy, your strength is not bad. Kizaru's sunglasses reflected an inexplicable light, but he didn't say a word. Boom. A terrifying energy explosion occurred, like a small nuclear bomb explosion. Whitebeard and Kizaru each backed away. As soon as Whitebeard stood still, his face immediately changed. He quickly covered his chest, his face turned red, and then his Adam's apple rolled, and he spit out a mouthful of blood. He is already very old, and his body is no longer as good as it was at its peak. What's more, when he was young, he left a lot of old wounds and hidden wounds. He was not Zhou. He had systematic help and repaired the old wounds. The accumulation of such old wounds was fatal to a person of his age. Originally, with his current physical condition, it is no longer easy to fight. But he still fought Kizaru with all his might. This caused his vitality to be consumed rapidly. Daddy. The pirates of the Whitebeard pirates saw Whitebeard's weak appearance and the movement of vomiting blood. They all shouted anxiously. However, the Marines will not stand by and take advantage of this opportunity to desperately kill the pirates. Advertisement. The captains of the White team had no choice but to look away, starting with Marine desperately. Margao and the others had already stood up at this time. Zhou's attack did not cause fatal injuries to them. Margao's phoenix fruit has taken full advantage at this moment, and fatal injuries can be recovered within a few breaths. And Diamond Chaozi has a body as hard as a diamond to resist Zhou's attack, so it's no problem. As for Jinbei, although he was seriously injured, he could barely stand up and continue fighting. Murloc's strong physique and vitality make him more capable of hand pain than humans. If you want to interfere with Dad, talk to me first. Margot flapped his wings and flew into the air, just about to attack Kizaru from behind. Suddenly, he felt a chill behind his back. Allah, I can't stand it anymore. Let Zhou deal with the three of you alone, and let the world think that there is no one in our marine. Aokiji's cold palm touched Margao's shoulder. Margao's burning undead flame, in front of Aokiji, was directly tied by Dongji. Like a beautiful work of art in crystal, the white frost quickly spread to Margao's whole body at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just 3 breaths, Margao's body was covered in white frost. Frozen into an ice sculpture, Aokiji just let go lightly. Margot's ice sculpture fell to the ground in free fall. The person I freeze will die if it breaks, Aokiji said, the most creepy sentence in the calmest tone. Margot. Zhou rushed over, trying to catch Margao. However, get out. Suddenly, a beautiful figure flashed in front of Chaozi, and kicked Chaozi away. Everyone looked at it, and the Marines were pleasantly surprised. It's Momosagi Vice Admiral. She's an Admiral level force, seeing that Margao was about to fall to the ground. Jinbei had no choice but to make a move, and a stream of water gently caught Margao. Boom. However, at this time, suddenly, a foot stepped heavily on him. Trample him to the ground. The T-Dolphin had a cigarette in its mouth, with a displeased look on its face. Really, Summit War actually let this guy Zhou steal the limelight. Don't we want to lose face? The situation on the battlefield is instantly reversed. The Marine side is working hard. At this moment, the crowd screamed. There it is. It's Admiral Aokiji and Kizaru. There are 2 more powerful Vice Admirals. Don't you know? These 2 Vice Admirals are Admiral substitutes. Strictly speaking, the 2 of them also have Admiral level strength. Admiral Kizaru stopped Whitebeard in one move, and Admiral Aokiji, that phoenix, Margot, I've hated him for a long time, and now he's frozen into an ice sculpture, ha ha ha. Zhou's was also kicked away. That woman Vice Admiral is really beautiful and sassy. What a role model for my generation. That ugly Vice Admiral doesn't look very good, but he is very strong. He suppressed Jinbei with one kick. It's really awesome. I came to help my comrades in an instant, and this friendship made people cry. Woo. Zhou Vice Admiral is not fighting alone. He has Admiral behind him, and he has reliable Vice Admiral comrades. 666. Admiral's strength is really extraordinary. Only the 4 emperors can compete with Admiral. Once Admiral goes out, the rest of them will all have to leave. Seeing the changes in the scene, Sengoku immediately relaxed from his worried face. It seems that there is no need to use Marine's whole card. As the resourceful general, he naturally prepared a lot of cards. For use in times of crisis, now, it is not needed. At the same time, he looked down at Garp. This old guy is reserved for Marine. In case Whitebeard goes crazy, don't die, or something else happens. The existence of Garp can minimize all risks. Fortunately, Ace is dead. If Ace is publicly executed here, maybe the B********D Garp will turn his back on the spot like Jinbei. When Sengoku thought of this, his face became very ugly. The dignified Shichibukai turned his back on the spot. This will definitely be the laughing stock of the world. At this time, on the battlefield, Kizaru, Aokiji, Momosagi, Shoppo. At this moment, they all shot, and easily suppressed Whitebeard's offensive. The three besieging Zhou were subdued in an instant. Margot was frozen into a brittle ice sculpture about to fall and be smashed to pieces. Josie is pursued by Momosagi. Jinbei was also seriously injured and was trampled under by a T-dolphin. The three of them were about to die in danger, however. Whitebeard seems to have no more reinforcements left. This moment, Whitebeard glanced over. A terrible coercion descended instantly. Don't ignore my existence. Boom. The Conqueror's Haki of the Four Emperors class opens instantly. Advertisement Haki, who seemed to be substantial, instantly turned the light in this field into purple. All the marine soldiers in this area lost consciousness instantly, their eyes rolled white, foam at the mouth, and they fell powerlessly to the ground. Even Vice Admiral couldn't hold it anymore, and even lost consciousness. Only some Vice Admirals with extraordinary strength, as well as Admiral-level existences, can barely keep their consciousness clear. Kizaru, Aokiji, Momosagi, T-Pork all have cold sweat on their foreheads. Overwhelmed by Whitebeard's boldness, this Haki has surpassed the Four Emperors level. This is a more advanced Conqueror's Haki, so strong. Aokiji said. Kizaru wiped off his cold sweat, dig it inside. Both Momosagi and the T-Dolphin avoided subconsciously and withdrew from the field. What kind of power is this, people watching live? For Haki's appearance, I was a little stunned and at a loss. This is completely beyond their cognition. But, through the pictures of the scene, they can see a thing or two. This seems to be the coercion of the strong. Is this still a category that humans can do? It's scary. Even the Vice Admiral level existence fainted. It's so scary. For the strong, there's no need to be afraid of crowd tactics. You only need to release your own coercion, and you will naturally be able to defeat me. Hey, this is a realm that us mortals can never dream of reaching. Whitebeard's coercion is so strong, does it mean that his strength is actually stronger than Admiral? To be called the strongest man in the world, he must not even be able to defeat Vice Admiral Garp. Wait, look, there's another person standing, and it's very close to Whitebeard. How is he all right? This is Zhou Vice Admiral. However, people quickly found out, in this hockey field that even Vice Admiral can't handle. There is a person, but still standing. Zhou folded his arms on his chest, even though hockey made his clothes flutter, but his body was as stable as a mountain, standing still. Poker-faced, with no sense of Whitebeard's hockey menace. He even yawned. Yawn. This moment, people watching live. Suddenly 523 laughed. Hockey, who saw the terror of Whitebeard, was all dumbfounded and speechless. However, seeing that Zhou was not only fine, but also looked at by Z with pain on his face. This relaxed and even arrogant demeanor give them a sense of security. Zhou. It's Zhou again. Comparable to Admiral in strength, he is indifferent to Four Emperors Haki. Sengoku's pupils shrank suddenly at this moment. Zhou's will is so strong, even Whitebeard's Haki can't shake it. It can only tell two things. Either he's used to the mighty Conqueror's coercion. Either he has a powerful Haki himself, so there is no fear of the Four Emperors Haki. Sengoku's face became more serious than ever before. No matter what the situation is, it shows that Zhou is definitely not simple. Can grow to this extent under his sight. Sengoku looked at Garp. Suddenly, even Garp, who has always been indifferent to the fierceness of war, is looking at Zhou's back seriously, as if thinking about something. Far away, Doflamingo has already been hiding far away. His complexion had long since lost his previous calmness, but was rather ugly. Hey, are you kidding me? Zhou, is he really human? That's Haki from Four Emperors. Hawkeye, who was fighting Foil Vista, sensed Haki from Whitebeard and looked in that direction. When he saw the calm Zhou, he was also quite surprised. What a man, he doesn't even care about the Four Emperors. The Empress, who was not interested in men, couldn't help but look at Zhou more at this moment. Even from this distance, she could feel the terror of Whitebeard. Not to mention Zhou, who is so close to Whitebeard. But Zhou was able to remain calm, without even the slightest weakness in his legs. This demeanor was deeply engraved in her mind. Within digging, this Zhou is really not right. Kizaru wiped the cold sweat from his brow, and looked in the direction of Zhou. Allah, it seems that Zhou is really a hidden guy. It seems that the last time he fought with the T-Dolphin, did he let the water go? Aokiji also thought in his heart. Whitebeard is still releasing Haki. Like a sun undergoing crazy nuclear fusion, it is constantly releasing heat and light. Destroy all life within the range. He looked at Zhou, who was indifferent to his Haki. He spoke. You kid, do you also want to be the king of a certain place? Zhou said. Your Haki can only destroy the fighting spirit of those with weak hearts, and it is meaningless to your opponents. Talking. He suddenly activated the razor, dashed to Whitebeard's side. The speed was so fast that even Whitebeard was surprised. I'm feeling a bit tired, let's end the fight, Whitebeard. Bye now. Zhou pointed his finger at Whitebeard's forehead. A black line appeared on Whitebeard's head. 8.83. Chapter 67 The Three Emperors Come, the End of the World. Goodbye, Whitebeard. Zhou's finger pistol aimed at Whitebeard's forehead. At this moment, a black line appeared and ran through Whitebeard's head. In less than half a second, Whitebeard's head will be pierced by Zhou's finger pistol. The legendary man, the strongest existence in the world, will also die. However, who do you think I am? Whitebeard suddenly spoke at this moment. In an instant, a halo of shock fruit suddenly appeared on his forehead. This is... Zhou was taken aback. Having read the original book, he never thought that Whitebeard's shock fruit can be used with the head. Boom. His fingers were instantly exploded. At the same time, the body was blown out. Zhou! Cried Momoshage. Many eyes were also looking at Zhou at this moment, with worries, gloating, and rejoicing. Thump! Zhou fell to the ground. The pirates on the side rushed towards him in an instant. Knives, fists, feet, all want to kill Zhou, however. Tempest kick, Zhou Duan. Puff Zhou suddenly turned over from the ground. A tempest kick directly cut off all the pirates who came to kill. The pirates looked at Zhou, who jumped up in disbelief. It's hard to imagine that this guy has already taken a blow from his father. How can he still stand up and launch such a powerful attack? This guy is it a monster? A pirate landed on the ground, looked at his legs in the distance, and said desperately. It's not a monster, it's almost like a monster. Another pirate closed his eyes. His lower body has been separated, and it seems that he can't survive. Now, these pirates who were waiting to die recalled what Zhou said at the beginning. Is it really worth risking their lives for Ace, who is already dead? Will anyone remember them? Will someone start a war for them? Or, most basically, after they die, will there be a tombstone? I'm afraid I can't even collect their corpses. Zhou looked at his broken finger. If it is repaired with sense and fruit, then the fact that he is a capable person will be exposed. Forget it, because of the so-called. He put his hands in his pockets. After it was fixed, I took it out again, when seeing fingers that have grown. Whitebeard's pupils shrank. Is it Logia? Not just him. Sengoku also found this out. Zhou has already eaten devil fruit, but he has never reported it. This guy is really hiding something. Think here. Sengoku's face turned gloomy. However, he doesn't trust Marine too much, right? There are so many hole cards hidden, and we haven't let us know for so many years. This is to protect us. However, after this war is over, he can't hide it even if he wants to. Yes, can't hide anymore. Zhou's performance at Summit War. It has far exceeded the strength of the General Vice Admiral. After the war, he doesn't want to be Admiral's understudy, and he can't. Zhou. As long as you are fine. Momoshage looked at Zhou's back with concern. This guy is really tenacious, the T-Dolphin said with some displeasure. Fufurfurfur. That's interesting, it's a Logia. Doflamingo crouched on a raised stone and pushed his glasses. For Logia, then his strength should be far more than that, and he should still have the ability of fruit. This man is really unfathomable. Hawkeye looked at Zhou's direction and thought in his heart. Won't let you, come close, daddy, thump thump. At this time, suddenly the earth trembled. A gigantic figure walked towards Zhou step by step. When the nearby Marine saw this person, he immediately raised his head and looked at him from an almost upward-looking perspective. It's little Ozzy. What a terrifying height. The body is several times larger than the average Titan. This is the Titan family in the Titan family. Is it a descendant of the legendary Youngguo Oz? It's really a terrifying figure. This is simply a monster. That's right. He was walking towards Zhou at the moment. It's little Ozzy from the Whitebeard Pirates. Just in size, without any exercise, you already have the strength of Vice Admiral level. It even surpassed the strength of the Vice Admiral class. Advertisement because ordinary Titans don't do any exercise, just join Marine, they will become Vice Admiral directly. And little Ozzy is even bigger than the average Titan. How dare you attack your father, it is unforgivable. Little Ozzy stopped in front of Whitebeard, facing Zhou. Suddenly, he punched Zhou hard in front of him. His fist is too big, it is equivalent to a small piece of land, smashing it down overwhelmingly, it has a feeling of destroying the world and the end of the world. Quickly dodge, existences of this level cannot be resisted at all. Zhou Vice Admiral, don't just stand there and say, you are not your opponent. Dangerous, run. No, the range is too large, and the shockwave from the fist can kill us. It's over, someone will save me. How can I repair it? I still want to be an admiral, how can I die here? If you can't run anymore, forget it, just die. The nearby Marine. At this moment, Kaido was affected. Little Ozzy just attacked Zhou. But it indirectly killed them, fist down. However, as people imagined, the situation where the ice surface shattered and the shockwave killed the Marine within a kilometer of Fang Yuan did not happen. One hand firmly blocked Lil Ozzy's fist. Zhou's fist touched Lil Ozzy's fist, making his fist hard to enter. Finger pistol, changing moves, fist gun, sky-shattering cone. His fist hit Lil Ozzy's in an instant. A terrifying shockwave spread to Lil Ozzy's entire arm at a speed visible to the naked eye. His muscles rippled like water waves, and then the shockwave reached his torso. In an instant, little Ozzy felt as if he had been punched hard by someone. He flew upside down hundreds of meters away. Then he slammed into a pirate ship, smashing the pirate ship to pieces. Spike. Kill in one hit. Little Ozzy, who was even more titan than a titan, was killed by Zhou in one blow. People looked at Zhou in horror. I can't believe how such a powerful force burst out from such a small body. Ava. So strong, so incredible. Yeah, a titan with the size of a punch was killed. Amazing. It's so powerful, I'm completely convinced. Is this god of war? Zhou Vice Admiral is an invincible existence, to be able to single out the existence of the third captain level, to instantly kill the Titan clan in the Titan clan, and to fight against Whitebeard, it is simply invincible. Zhou is the marine god of war. The civilians who were watching the live broadcast looked at Zhou in the screen with the eyes of gods. Some people have decided to set up a statue of Zhou at home after the live broadcast is over, to look at it every day, to worship, and to protect their own safety. Before going out to sea, pay homage to Zhou and bless yourself for a safe return. It seems that the outcome of this summit war is already doomed. Yes. As long as 2 admirals are needed, Whitebeard can be dealt with. Zhou Vice Admiral can kill the rest of the captain and other messy things by himself. Ha. Don't worry. I originally thought that the 4 emperors might threaten world peace, but now it seems that the worry is unfounded. The strength of Marine is beyond our imagination. Pirates are thieves after all, how could they be opponents of the regular army? Even this is not the full combat power of Marine. On top of this there is the world government, and celestial dragons. It is impossible for any powerful pirates to appear in this world. Tisk. Today's situation, even if it was the One Piece back then, it is probably impossible to reverse it. Naval Headquarters. Sengoku's expression became very exciting. He never dreamed that Zhou's strength was so terrifying. Seeing how easily he defeated Little Ozzy, he must have possessed quasi-admiral or even admiral level strength. Well, the T-Dolphin has already said it before, Zhou's strength, now that I have seen it with my own eyes, it is indeed so. Not bad, no matter how you say it, Zhou is from Marine, as long as he is from Marine, he must fight for Marine, that is the fighting power of Marine. He's hiding his strength, I don't know why, but now he's showing his strength, and he's fighting for Marine, that's enough. What else can I take care of? After this war is over, he has the qualifications to become admiral. At that time, I can completely retire. Let Kizaru or Aokiji do the marshal position, and Zhou can be the admiral. Crane Vice Admiral said to Garp, who also had a wonderful expression. Unexpectedly, Zhou's strength is so amazing, right? Garp stumbled and said, this guy is really an all-around fighter. For some reason, he should be happy to see a powerful fighter from Marine. But for some reason, he couldn't develop any liking for Zhou. From the bottom of his soul, he seems to be full of disgust for Zhou. A vice admiral suddenly shouted at this time. Hey, Whitebeard, you have no chance of winning, you should surrender quickly. The rest of the vice admirals also swelled up at this time. Yes, if you surrender, you can save yourself from suffering. But you can't let them all go, you have to be locked up in prison. Some main criminals, such as Whitebeard, etc., need to be executed, but the rest of the little pirates can be released after a period of time. Whitebeard, you don't want all your sons to die because of you? Surrender, Whitebeard, you can't win anymore. Surrender. Vote. Sengoku sees these vice admirals who have gotten carried away. His complexion change. Because, in fact, Whitebeard now has another way to go besides surrendering. That is escape. That's right. There are too many pirates in the Whitebeard pirates. Besides, just resisting has already consumed a lot of troops. If they run, Marine won't be able to stop them, just watch them run away. But, Sengoku cannot allow this to happen. Finally, Whitebeard himself went out. Advertisement, how could you let him go back so easily? Slashing at the 4 emperors is what even the 5 elders want. No, if this continues, if Whitebeard really wants to escape, we won't be able to stop them. Think here. Sengoku has decided to activate Seastone Walls. Once started, the Whitebeard pirates are the turtle in the urn. Don't let them escape from here. Sengoku glanced around the battlefield. Whitebeard's 43 Grand Fleet, still out, was blocked. From the beginning of the Summit War, these pirate ships were stopped by the outer marine. Use long-range attacks such as shells to prevent them from approaching. Otherwise, the number of pirates will only increase. Located in the inner bay, there are only 4 main ships in the main force of the Whitebeard pirates. To be honest, it is difficult to swallow all these pirates. However, it is still possible to just swallow these main forces. Forget it, so be it. Kill Whitebeard and destroy the main force of the Whitebeard pirate group. In the long history of Marine, let the future generations admire. Moreover, this will also be the first to kill the 4 emperors, and the next 4 emperors can be solved one by one. Think here. Sengoku is about to activate the Seastone Walls. However, at this time, look, what's that? Sudden. Someone pointed to the distant sea and shouted. Sengoku followed the prestige. It was discovered that a ship appeared on the sea in the distance. This is a huge ship. The hull of the ship seems to be made of food such as biscuits, and the buildings on it also have desserts such as cakes. It looks like an exquisite work of art, but it is sailing on the sea. And the bow is a biscuit like a flower, with eyes and mouth. However, The most incredible thing is that this boat can talk and is alive. Still singing, I am a ship, I am a ship, I am a ship. Above the mast, blowing with the sea breeze, a frightening pirate flag is flying over the pirate ship. A skull with black lips, very distinctive, yes, it is 4 emperors, Big Mom pirates. The Marines outside shouted in horror. Thump, a Marine sat down on the ground, watching the ships of the Big Mom pirates leaning against the frozen sea. A group of pirates appeared on the deck. The 4 people in the lead are the main cadres of Qian Zhaohao, Big Mom pirates, with a bounty of about 1 billion combat power. Dessert 4 stars. Charlotte, Katakuri, Charlotte, Cat. Charlotte, Cracker, Charlotte, Snug. Behind them are many powerful cadres. All in the blood of the 4 emperors Big Mom, a big pirate with a bounty of hundreds of millions or even hundreds of millions. Well, it's a lively place, there are pirates and Marines, I really want to make a big fuss. Auntie was sitting on a chair, lying leisurely, but the sense of oppression exuded was more terrifying than the sum of the 4 generals. 4 emperors, Big Mom himself is here too. Some Marine soldiers nearly collapsed, 4 emperors is fine. Now there is a second 4 emperors, how to fight this battle? Crunch crunch one at this time. In the thick fog in the distance, there was a sudden sound of wood creaking. Immediately, out of the thick fog, the second ship rushed out. A bright pirate flag, fluttering in the wind, Marine, which had already collapsed, was completely desperate. 4 emperors, beasts pirates, Kaido is coming too. Deck. 3 burly figures, 3 big cannons of beasts pirates, Jin, Quinn, Jack. Jin, a pterosaur fruit-capable person. Quinn, a brachiosaurus fruit-capable user. Jack, a mammoth fruit-capable user. Standing behind is Fei Liubao. As for the chair sitting in the back, it is naturally the strongest creature, Kaido. Sengoku, you're safe and well, after all, we haven't seen each other for decades, right? Kaido shouted from the air. Well, Kaido, let alone you, even I haven't seen you for a long time. Ant agreed. Now, 4 emperors appear in Naval Headquarters. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin. The strongest creature, Kaido of the Beasts, Chapter 68 3 Emperors vs 3 Admirals. Chapter 68 3 Emperors vs 3 Admirals, 4 Emperors attack Naval Headquarters. This scene, for the whole world, is like the end of the world. First came the 4 Emperors Whitebeard. Just fighting with the Whitebeard pirates, Whitebeard didn't even take a single shot, already caused Marine heavy casualties. Now, 4 Emperors, Kaido and Big Mom, appeared again. The 2 pirates are in perfect condition, how should this be played? Why did Kaido and Big Mom appear here? That's right, shouldn't they be in Zinchi? It's over, 4 Emperors, no, together they're 4 Emperors, how should we fight this battle? It's so desperate, 4 Emperors is already difficult enough, and now there are 2. I can't accept why the 4 Emperors Kaido and the 4 Emperors Ant appear in this kind of place. The aura of the 4 Emperors doesn't need Whitebeard to be weak at all, and it seems that the 4 Emperors are younger than Whitebeard, and their strength should be stronger than Whitebeard. Whitebeard actually invited the other 4 Emperors to fight together, not talking about martial arts. I'm not convinced. Why can the 4 Emperors not follow the routine? The civilians who were watching the live broadcast were extremely desperate. Can't believe what I see. Some people wiped their eyes, saw that there were still 4 Emperors in the picture, and immediately sat on the ground and cried loudly. It feels like the sky is falling down. It's over, Marine is about to be destroyed, and the world will be ruled by pirates from now on. No, I have to quickly find an uninhabited island to live in seclusion and never appear again. We are in the 4 seas. Even if the 4 Emperors win the final victory, their territory will only expand from New World to the Grand Line. It is not the turn of the 4 seas yet, right? There are no eggs under the overturned nest. Yeah, if Marine is gone, and the whole world is ruled by pirates from now on, then pirates all over the world will be rampant and lawless, then where will be safe? Pirates are human too. I think they will form a new Marine, re-rule the world. Naive, they will definitely become celestial dragons, replace them by themselves, and start a new round of reincarnation. Sabadi Bottom Islands. Rayleigh, who was watching the live broadcast, saw Kaido and Big Mom appear. His expression also changed. Unexpectedly, these 2 guys also came. He calculated in his mind. If Garp deals with 1, Sengoku deals with 1, and the remaining 1 is dealt with by 2 admirals, the chances of winning are quite high, but what about the subordinates of the 4 emperors? The 3 big boards are all 243 billion level combat power, none of the 4 generals can be dealt with by Vice Admiral, not to mention, none of the captains of the Whitebeard pirates has died in battle, although they are injured, they still have combat strength, and they will recover after a while. Marine is really in danger this time, even if you can make it through, I'm afraid it will hurt your vitality. Who is Rayleigh? The vice captain of One Piece. With his knowledge and experience, he easily calculated the trend of the battle situation. Now, the only variable is how much strength that Zhou has hidden. Rayleigh's eyes were burning, he stopped drinking, and just stared at the screen. I want to see how this world-renowned battle will unfold. Naval Headquarters. Within the excavation, 4 emperors came here at the same time, which is really a rare visitor. Kizaru can no longer stay out of it. Aokiji also walked to his side. Allah. It looks like the next one will be a hard fight. Tuck tuck, suddenly, there was a sound of wooden sticks hitting the ground. Immediately, because he stood beside the two of them. He said in a helpless tone, I didn't expect that the old man would start working hard just a few months after he joined the Marine. Hey, I really want to eat another bowl of ramen before one die. 3 admirals, standing at the forefront of the battlefield. Opposite, is Whitebeard, Kaido and Big Mom, boom boom boom. At this time, on the opposite deck, Kaido stood up and walked steadily towards the bow. Bang. He jumped down. A nearby Marine soldier was directly blown away by the blast for more than 10 meters. Boom. The mace in his hand hit the ground heavily. Forehead, Kaido spit out a smell of alcohol. I haven't met such a decent opponent for a long time, it's time to move your body. Well. And me, Kaido, do you know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of the time when I was on Captain Rock's ship. Well, remember that time in Golden Lion, Ochaku? The past is like smoke, and there are very few people who can fight side by side. Big Mom appeared next to Kaido. Kaido suddenly looked at Whitebeard not far away. Edward, you are also a member of the Rock's ship. This is the first time we have fought side by side again after many years? Advertisement. Whitebeard laughed. Kulala. You two brats, no matter what, if that's the case, then let's fight. The battle is on the verge of firing. Suddenly, Kaido and Big Mom took a stance at the same time, as if they were playing baseball. Kaido held a mace in his hand, and Big Mom had a hat that turned into a Napoleon with a long knife in his hand. At this moment, the two of them exuded the horror hockey of the 4 emperors level. The terrifying energy made hockey seem like substance, and the air became heavy, when these two strands of hockey gradually converged on the weapons of the two. Overlord. The invincible hockey erupted by the 4 emperors gathered together in astonishing energy in an instant, rushing towards the 3 admirals with overwhelming momentum. This energy exudes amazing light, like a slowly rising magic star from the ground. All the substances along the way, ice, water, and iron, are all turned into dust, and once any object touches the energy light cluster, it will cease to exist. 3 Admiral, needless to say at this time, raised his hand tacitly, and also released hockey in his body. Boom. The hockey of the 3 came together in one mass, keeping the sea out. The terrifying energy collided, and the monstrous weather waves formed immediately blew away all objects within a few kilometers of Fang Yuan. Whether it's people or weapons, they are like weeds in the face of a tornado, fluttering in the air weakly. Boom. The ground shook non-stop, as if a terrifying magnitude 18 earthquake had occurred. Even the sea in the distance has set off cliffs and waves, and it is far away. Buzz. The energies of the two sides come and go, but they are equal to each other, and neither can destroy the other. At this moment, the terror of the 4 emperors and the energy of the 3 admirals shocked the world. This has long been a battle beyond the scope of human beings. Some Marines just sat down on the ground, their legs trembling and unable to stand up. Okay, it's scary, this energy, I'm afraid it can directly destroy a mountain. Is this the power of the 4 emperors? It's terrifying, it takes 3 admirals to resist it. It's unbelievable that hockey can be sent out directly and used as a weapon. I used to think that hockey can only be attached to the surface of the body. What do you know? This is to release Conqueror's hockey, armament hockey, as weapons, and it is a high-level usage of hockey. What? Can Conquerors be released? Not only can it be released, it can also be wrapped around fists and weapons. It's more powerful than armed weapons. Hiss. It's so terrifying. No wonder people say that Conqueror's hockey is a 1 in a million aptitude. Only a king can have this aptitude. It turns out that to become a top-notch powerhouse, one must have Conqueror's hockey. No, there is actually one exception. Who? Vice Admiral Garp. His armament hockey has the same or even greater power than Conqueror's rap. Hiss. It's so strong? Then Vice Admiral Garp is stronger than 4 emperors? Don't know, but Vice Admiral Garp's ability to use armament hockey against Conqueror's entanglement is pretty impressive. He is a real genius. Using his limited aptitude to fight against opponents with real aptitude for a king, he has already surpassed most of the aptitudes. That's right, so Vice Admiral Garp is a hero. At this time, 4 emperors and admirals hockey collided, and suddenly there was a slight advantage, and the 3 admirals shouted in unison. Then, unexpectedly abruptly, hockey of the 4 emperors was sent flying into the sky. Rumble. A terrible big explosion happened. The first sun appeared in the sky. Bafai Day is hundreds of times bigger than the original sun. Under the dazzling light, the whole world is as bright as day, and everything is white. At this time, Kizaru suddenly looked at the white light in the sky, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Good chance. He suddenly turned into a ray of light and rushed into the white light, blending with the white light. Then, in the white light, a large amount of white laser light burst out suddenly. Shish! The white laser hits in the direction of Whitebeard, Kaido and Big Mom. Whitebeard had to hold up his armor for protection, while Kaido and Big Mom blocked it with their hands. The laser hit the two of them, but it still left some red spots for their strong bodies. Well, what an annoying mosquito. The ant suddenly pulled the clouds and the sun beside her. Prometheus, Zeus, Napoleon, shoot him down. Prometheus bites Napoleon's handle, and the top is Zeus, who has turned into a dark cloud. In this way, the 3 formed a long-range weapon. Winning light cannon. Boom! A terrifying energy laser burst out, and at the same time, the white light in the sky sent out a huge laser beam that collided with the light cannon, and the two sides had a big energy collision. The white light is constantly being consumed, and the power of Zeus Prometheus is also being consumed. Whitebeard suddenly put on a posture at this moment, and punched the remaining two admirals in the direction. Advertisement boom. Kacha, 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 atmospheric fragmentation. The distorted atmosphere instantly approached the two admirals. Base. Fujitora drew his sword suddenly, pointing at the invisible atmospheric attack. Boom. In an instant, the ground in front of him collapsed into a terrifying deep pit. And the shattered atmosphere was pulled down in an instant. The atmosphere itself is also air, a kind of matter. When the atmosphere was pulled down, a terrifying vacuum was formed on the spot. The surrounding atmosphere roared and surged in. Whitebeard's attack was immediately resolved. Kaido at this time also moved. The body quickly grows scales, forming a green dragon. Stepping on the flame cloud, mighty and extraordinary. Hot interest. He opened his mouth to spit out, and a group of terrifying high-temperature flames sprayed towards the two admirals in an instant. Aokiji flashes forward in an instant. Sea time. The terrifying cold air instantly froze the flames, forming a large ice sculpture, and all subsequent flame sprays on the ice sculptures were blocked. The battle of the three admirals and the four emperors completely overturned the stability of the war situation. At this moment, ordinary pirates and marines can only be cannon fodder, not even cannon fodder, because as long as one of them rubs the edge, they will die immediately. And the death is unclear, without the slightest value. Just the aftermath of the battle between the two sides can kill people. So the pirates and marine had to stay far away from the central battlefield. Even marine who has long been used to ability users. At this moment, I couldn't suppress the fear and shock in my heart. Anti can control thunderclouds and flames. A hat can become a knife. Kaido turned out to be a green dragon. He can breathe fire. He can breathe out wind. He can even fly. I thought three admirals would be invincible, but I didn't expect anyone to be braver than them. Before I thought that the natural disaster ability of three admirals was too terrifying. It was much more powerful than that of Paramecia's own. Now it is compared with four emperors, it's actually nothing. Four emperors are the existences that bring fruit ability, hockey, and body functions to the ultimate level. Even if it is just an ordinary fruit, they can play flowers for you, and they can also destroy the undestroyed world. Yeah, it's the people who are powerful, not the fruit itself. Sure enough, there is no most powerful fruit, only the most powerful ability user. The Marines are so stunning. Then the people who watched the live broadcast were naturally even more shocked. Is this still human? Devil fruit really has the power of demons. Not only can it control wind, rain, thunder and lightning, but it can also turn into terrifying monsters, just like sea kings. It turns out that we have been living in such a terrible world. It seems that we are able to live to such a great age. It is simply a miracle. No, it cannot be called a miracle. It can only be regarded as a miracle. These monster-like existences, four emperors, admiral, they call the wind and rain, they control the thunder, they are like characters who came out of myths and legends. Well, from today onwards, I will also work hard to become stronger, and then become a dazzling figure like them. Impossible, don't think about it. These monsters are all about bloodline inheritance. Even if you work hard all your life, you can only barely become stronger, and then keep getting stronger from generation to generation, to be able to accumulated to this extent. Hiss. Then we ordinary people, can't we just be reduced to ants and be trampled on the head by these powerful people forever? Well, but one thing is certain, that is, the strength of the three admirals is strong enough, they should not lose. Marine will not lose, and our world will remain the same. So, we are worried, anyway, even if we win or lose, we can't intervene, earning a salary of 3,000 yuan, and worrying about the heart of Martial Marine. The clown is actually me, Naval Headquarters. Beasts Pirates. Sanka stood at the bow of the ship, watching the battle below. This is no longer a battle they can intervene in. Seeing Big Brother and the others fight, all the muscles in my body are itching, Jack said suddenly. Quinn said, since we're here, let's go down and play with them. Flames were already burning on Jin's back, and at the same time, pterosaur wings grew like devil's wings. The other side. Big Mom Pirates. The four desert generals are also ready to move. Katakuri looked towards the direction of Zhou in the battlefield. My instinct tells me that this guy will be a good opponent. Cracker let out a wretched laugh. Big brother, you can go at ease, leave your back to me to protect. My biscuit knight is not something these shrimp soldiers and crabs can destroy. Clap. As he clapped his hands, biscuit puppets with 800 million battle strength appeared around him continuously, forming a terrifying army. Chapter 69 Zhou's Desert 4 Stars. Chapter 69 Zhou's Desert 4 Stars. It seems that we are no longer needed on this battlefield. Zhou sat on a block of ice and yawned. The battle is over just after warming up, it's really boring. Momosagi on the side has rolled his eyes. Zhou Vice Admiral, you are obviously so strong, but why do you have to hide your true nature? If you had shown your true strength in advance, I'm afraid you would already be Admiral by now? She suddenly said in a meaningful tone, I think your strength is above mine. Zhou waved his hand. Do not make jokes, just a Vice Admiral and it's busy enough. Go to sea once a month on average to deal with pirates. That's it, the little pirate is the solution, if you become an Admiral. Although the number of trips to sea may be reduced. But every time the enemy he faces is a big pirate with a bounty of 1 billion or more. The risk is greater. More tired. the loss outweighs the gain. Once encountering a disaster like the Summit War, you have to fight the enemy desperately. For example, the 3 admirals are fighting the 4 emperors now. Fujitora is a person who just joined Marine not long ago, and now he is desperate. Is it worth it? Not worth it. In Zhou's opinion, it's not worth it at all. Speaking of which, Zhou suddenly looked in the direction of Big Mom pirates. We seem to be alive. Boom, Katakuri jumped off the boat. Then, he walked towards Zhou's direction step by step. Momoshage stood up at this moment and consciously moved out of the way. She believes that Zhou alone is enough to deal with Katakuri. Zhou looked at Katakuri helplessly. There are so many Marines here, why did you find me for Mao? Katakuri had already walked in front of Zhou, because I feel that only you are qualified to fight me. Zhou pointed to Momoshage behind her and said, she also has admiral level strength. Katakuri stomped his feet suddenly and charged at Zhou, let's do it. Zhou was helpless. A kick to Katakuri, boom. His feet were covered with armament haki, and Katakuri's fist was also attached to haki. The moment the two sides collided, it bounced off instantly. Katakuri glanced at his fist, sure enough, a master, such a powerful haki. Cracker came over at this moment. Cookie soldiers are constantly being made. Big brother, how'd I feel? I can kill this guy too. Katakuri nodded slightly. I gestured. Cracker immediately understood. Immediately, he showed a wretched smile and clapped his hands. Immediately, a group of biscuit soldiers formed an array and approached Zhou step by step. Boom, boom, boom. Rows of biscuit soldiers walked neatly and imposingly. Marine soldiers nearby saw this, but he said subconsciously, this soldier looks like it's just made of biscuits, what kind of lethal power can it have? However, the slap happened quickly. A soldier rushed forward recklessly. As a result, he was directly turned into candied haws by a biscuit soldier with the spear in his hand. Boom, boom, boom. At this time, behind Zhou, there was a sudden sound of huge footsteps. A Titan Vice Admiral with an axe was walking quickly. Let me. A deep voice exploded in the sky. Titan Vice Admiral raised the giant axe in his hand, and swung it fiercely towards the row of biscuit soldiers below. It seems that they want to beat all the biscuit soldiers to pieces with an axe. At this moment, Cracker smiled. He. Ignorant people are really fearless, things that don't know how to live or die, forget it, let you learn a lesson. The moment the axe was about to hit the biscuit soldier, the biscuit soldier raised the biscuit shield in his hand. Boom. Titan Vice Admiral swung the axe with all his strength, and slammed hard on the biscuit soldier's biscuit shield. However, a terrible scene happened. The axe didn't even break a single biscuit crumb off the biscuit shield. The axe is like hitting a shield made of alloy. The shield made of Cracker's biscuits is extremely strong. Nani? The Titan Vice Admiral let out an incredible cry. Immediately, the biscuit soldier kicked the shield fiercely and immediately bounced the axe away. Advertisement: a biscuit soldier jumped up and jumped to the same height as the Titan Vice Admiral's head. Under the gaze of Titan Vice Admiral's staring bloodshot eyes, he slapped the Titan soldier's face fiercely with his shield. Boom. It was just a slap from the shield, and the Titan Vice Admiral was swollen from the blow and flew upside down. Rumbling, the body of Titan Vice Admiral slid a certain distance on the ground, unable to stand up again. Silence. The audience was silent. One of Cracker's biscuit soldiers actually has an overwhelming advantage, able to instantly kill a Titan Vice Admiral. And this kind of soldiers, there are dozens or even hundreds of them. Even just clapping your hands together can make several. And this is not Cracker's own strength. If he did it himself, how terrifying would that power be? And such a powerful Cracker is just one of the 4 desert generals. This kind of desert has 4 stars, and there are 3 more. As for Kaido's 3 disasters, there are still 3 more. Boom boom boom. The biscuit soldiers continued to march towards Zhou. Zhou, right? I watched the live broadcast before. You can fight against Margao, Chaozi and Jinbei by yourself, but your strength is pretty good. Said here. He paused. Then he continued. But, that's just a trick, you can't do it in a one-on-one confrontation with the strong. Let me see you now, the terror from the New World. Boom boom boom. The biscuit soldiers lined up. Zhou was alone, and suddenly looked a little thin. I have seen the power of biscuit soldiers. At the moment no one thinks that Zhou can win. Ah, I'm so sleepy, I'm about to fall asleep, however. Zhou yawned. Standing there defenseless. Watching Cracker is like watching AR***D. Cracker suddenly felt insulted. Zhou's disapproving attitude is obviously looking down on himself. Maid. Give Lousy a lifeless thing, and chop him into meat paste. Cracker pointed at Zhou, and suddenly a biscuit soldier stood up. Go fast to Zhou. At this time, Zhou suddenly looked at the biscuit soldier in front of him. Well, it does look like a good puppet, and it's really thanks to you for making these rubbish. Razor. Zhou suddenly disappeared in place. Boom. Almost at the same time, he appeared in front of the biscuit soldier, and kicked the biscuit soldier away. The biscuit soldier directly broke through the supersonic speed, hit a row of soldiers behind him, smashed the bodies of the 2 biscuit soldiers in an instant, and continued to fly back. The body of the battered biscuit soldier was like supersonic shells, heading straight for Cracker's body. This moment, Cracker didn't have time to think too much, so he could only subconsciously shield himself with the long knife in his hand. Don't want. Later Katakuri shrank his pupils when he saw this, but it was too late to stop him. In an instant, Cracker was hit by the wreckage of the biscuit soldier, and the terrifying kinetic energy instantly hit the long knife in his hand on his stomach. The terrifying power instantly bent his back into the shape of a prawn. His eyes turned white, blood spit out from his mouth, and flew out backwards. Boom! Cracker crashed into Big Mom's boat, leaving a huge spiderweb-like crack in an instant. Katakuri looked at Cracker, who was clearly unconscious. Immediately, the look in his eyes towards Zhou changed. I didn't expect to underestimate you just now, your strength is very strong. Zhou crossed his arms and looked at Katakuri with contempt or even ignorance. Oh, you mean, my strength is still your opponent, Lu? Katakuri snorted coldly. HMPH, I am invincible. Katakuri stomped on the ground. Immediately, the ground began to move like rice cakes. Paramecia awakens. It can assimilate the surrounding environment and change it into its own fruit shape. Suddenly, two donut-like things floated up, floating in front of Katakuri. With his sudden punch, a square arm attached to armament hockey popped out of a donut in an instant, hitting Zhou fiercely. To this, Zhou still kept his arms crossed, said lightly, Iron body, Jade. Boom. Next moment, Katakuri's fist smashed into Zhou's body. However, something amazing happened. Zhou didn't move at all. Katakuri's pupils suddenly shrank. Impossible. How could you not even use the armed color? You know, his attack just now was armed with weapons. Moreover, his armament hockey is stronger than the armament hockey of ordinary people, even the armament hockey of generals like Cracker. If it is Cracker, even if you use armament hockey to defend, you will be beaten to the point where you can't take care of yourself. However, Zhou not only didn't use armament hockey, he didn't even do anything at all. This simply overturned Katakuri's cognition, advertisement. At the same time, someone obviously noticed the situation here. Oh Yuri. Such a powerful biscuit soldier. He could easily kill a titan with one shot, but he was crippled by Zhou Vice Admiral. It's a group of biscuit soldiers, not as good as Zhou Vice Admiral's kick. It's like cutting melons and vegetables and defeating it. There is also this tall guy, who seems to be the boss of the biscuit B***** just now, but he is not the opponent of Zhou Vice Admiral either. Zero looking for flowers. Yeah, he looks so arrogant and pretends so much, but when he punches him, Zhou Vice Admiral can't even move him. Zhou Vice Admiral. Lousy is standing here for you to fight. If you can beat Lousy, I will lose. Ha ha ha. It's so interesting. Look at the expression of this pirate, his face is green. At the beginning, I pretended so much, thinking that I was great and invincible, but it turned out that I was a piece of trash. He must have started to suspect the thief, ha ha ha. I suspect a thief, ha ha ha. The pirates of the Big Mom Pirates saw Cracker and were immediately killed. Katakuri was deflated, they were all taken aback. Who is this Vice Admiral? So fierce. General Star Cracker has a power of 1 billion. He even hides in the biscuit soldier's body on weekdays, and the biscuit soldier alone already has a reward of 800 million. But he was still caught in seconds. One kick in seconds, it's outrageous, it's outrageous. I cannot accept. Unbelievable. That's fine with Cracker, but Brother Katakuri, he's also deflated. Brother Katakuri is so strong, hockey alone is several times stronger than us. In the end, the opponent didn't even use hockey, so he directly resisted. This should be the iron body of Marine 6 styles, but it's unbelievable, even outrageous, to use him so strong. Katakuri's face was very ugly, unable to accept this reality. Come again. He gave a low drink, and the strength of his whole body surged, and he poured it into the two donuts in front of him. Then he swung his fist at Zhou, and at the same time, a bigger fist was punched in the donut, and hockey was attached. 0. Boom. Zhou still looked indifferent, facing Katakuri's attack. He didn't even dodge for a moment, just stood still. However, Katakuri's attack cannot break his defense at all. Seeing this scene, the corners of Zhou's mouth were only slightly raised. Of course Katakuri couldn't impress him. In fact, the current strength of his body is beyond the reach of ordinary people. Now it is completely possible to compare his physical strength with Kaido's physical strength. Others can't see the tricks in it, but Garp, a master of physical body cultivation, suddenly noticed the situation here. Huh? Zhou didn't use armament hockey. Garp can guess the strength of Katakuri's hockey and the force of his attack just by looking at it with his naked eyes. However, with such a powerful force and such a powerful hockey, Zhou actually resisted directly without even the slightest bit of hockey. This is no longer the category of whether Iron Body is strong or not, but Zhou himself, which is beyond the scope of people's cognition. Garp's expression became serious. This Zhou is absolutely astonishingly strong. Even, comparable to 4 emperors, Garp thought silently in his heart. He was immediately taken aback by his guess, comparable to 4 emperors. Zhou, is it possible? Such a powerful person is actually so quiet on weekdays that he is even considered a vice admiral? What is the purpose of Zhou joining Marine? He is so powerful, but he has the ability to hide himself. He definitely did not join Marine for justice. Garp thought to himself, if you join Marine for justice, then Zhou will not hide his strength. Instead, show off your abilities and catch more pirates. What's the purpose of this guy? Garp felt that he couldn't see through Zhou. He looked at Sengoku. It was found that Sengoku's attention was drawn to the battle between Admiral and the four emperors. He didn't notice Zhou's abnormality at all. He sighed inwardly. Immediately, with a more serious expression, he looked in Zhou's direction. He decided not to tell others about this moment, but to observe Zhou's movements first. Bang 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 bang. Katakori's fist almost formed an afterimage. Ah! Katakori roared, releasing all his energy, punching desperately, similar to Luffy's rubber gun punching, but faster than Luffy, more accurate. And each punch is attached to armament hockey, and Katakori's strongest power is released. However, these fists hit Zhou's body, but it was like tickling. Have you had enough fun? Just when Katakori was swaying profusely. Zhou spoke suddenly. What? Katakori was taken aback. Because Zhou had withstood so many attacks from himself, not only was he not injured, but he also acted as if he was fine. Impossible. He gritted his teeth, ready to take a blow. But at this moment, Zhou put down his hand suddenly and clenched his fist, which was covered with a layer of black armament hockey. Let you see, what is the real Hokiboo? Chapter 70 Beating the Four Generals Violently, Big Mom Goes Crazy. Chapter 70 Beating Four Generals Violently, Big Mom Goes Crazy. Zhou clenched his fist, which was painted with armed colors. Let's see, what is the real hockey? Razor, hurry up. Zhou arrived in front of Katakori in less than a blink of an eye, so fast that even Katakori had no time to react even if he had the top knowledge of meeting the 3-second future. Then, his armed colored fist hit Katakori straight in the face. Katakori only had time to attach his face with the armor color. Boom! Immediately, Katakori's face was dented with Zhou's fist. His figure flew upside down in an instant. Katakori. The scene of Katakori being beaten into the air immediately attracted the attention of four emperors' Big Mom. Although the aunt doesn't care about the life and death of her children. However, Katakori is her strongest child, and she naturally devotes more attention to it than other children. In the past years, Katakori's strength can be said to be invincible among her many sons and daughters. But now, he was beaten down by a vice admiral. This made my aunt unbelievable, and at the same time it was a little hard to accept. Many people know the power of the general star Katakori. Seeing him at this moment was actually defeated by Zhou. It immediately attracted people's attention. Even the four emperors Kaido paid attention at this time. If Katakori is the first among generals, then, the target should be Jin among his three big cannons. To actually give Katakori, who is about the same strength as Jin. Kaido was shocked. Doesn't this mean that this person's strength is definitely at the admiral level? A hidden admiral level combat power, Sengoku, is this your whole card? It's really hidden. Kaido took a deep look at Sengoku at 607, in the distance. However, this glance made Sengoku a little confused. In fact, he himself was very confused. As a marshal, he has naturally read a lot of information about Katakori. For his intelligence, very understanding. Simply put, this is the strongest existence under Admiral. However, but he was easily beaten by Zhou. This shows what? It shows that Zhou's strength is definitely Admiral level. It's really hidden, Zhou. Sengoku's eyes were already somewhat resentful. Such a powerful combat power is usually hidden in the dark, and it is not obvious at all. If he had known that Zhou was so strong earlier, why would he have started the world conscription, and why had he asked Fujitora to be the new admiral? Letting Zhou replace the dead Akainu as one of the three admirals is obviously safer. Perhaps according to the general thinking, Zhou has been hiding in the marine for so many years, not revealing his strength, so he should be more on guard against him and be alert to his purpose. However, in Sengoku's view, Zhou's ability to hide for so many years shows that he will not leave marine easily, or do things that are not good for marine. Therefore, if you let him do admiral, maybe the effect will be twice the result with half the effort. For the stability and growth of marine, he will contribute his strength. Garp, what do you think of this guy? Sengoku suddenly asked Garp below. Garp froze for a moment, immediately said, this guy, the strength is not bad. Snort. Sengoku snorted coldly, this Garp is such an idiot, that's not what he asked. However, in Garp's eyes, only Zhou has the strength. How dare you give my general to? The ant went crazy, and said, waving Napoleon was about to attack Zhou. Boom. However, the next moment Kizaru kicked Big Mom on the back of the head. Don't ignore my existence, Kizaru said flatly. He immediately looked at Zhou. Don't worry, I will control her. Zhou didn't bother to talk to Kizaru. Anyway, if this guy dared to lie flat and fish at this time, he couldn't directly start to fish too. Who is afraid of whom? It's unbelievable that the invincible Katakori was given to. Smoothie, one of the four dessert stars, walked towards Zhou. A drop of cold sweat hung on his forehead. Zhou looked at this woman, and the ability of this person had already appeared in his mind. Among the four stars, Smoothie ranks second in strength. She is the most powerful of all Big Mom's daughters. The fruit ability is to squeeze the fruit, which can squeeze out the water in the human body, and can also squeeze out the toxins in the body. And you can inject the squeezed water into your body, making yourself bigger like a sea surface and becoming a titan. And you can also inject water into your own weapons, making your weapons bigger and longer, and you can even shoot dozens of miles away. The fleet was completely destroyed with a single sweep of the sword. However, this woman's attack is only strong in range and damage, and her strength is not as good as Katakuri's one-on-one. Thinking of this, Zhou's eyes moved slightly. Do you want to see my fist too? The surface of Smoothie's body suddenly began to glow, and then her body suddenly began to swell, reaching the height of a titan. Even the long sword in his hand swelled accordingly, becoming a handy weapon. Another fruit ability user. Can you actually transform into a titan? I'm really envious. Yeah, as long as you eat this fruit, you can transform from an ordinary person into a powerful titan, which is equivalent to taking a shortcut. If it was already very strong, it would be almost invincible now. I don't understand, are these guys monsters, now? Advertisement. The swelling of Smoothie directly attracted the attention of the audience. The faces of the Titan Vice Admirals changed even more, because they were proud of their Titan identity. However, now seeing an opponent who can use fruit to transform into a Titan, he naturally feels a little uncomfortable. However, no one cares about these small things in their hearts. Smoothie raised the long sword in his hand and swung it violently. Zhou suddenly launched Moonwalk and flew into the sky. At this time, people still don't know what Zhou is doing. I thought that Smoothie's attack was in vain. Boom. The long sword in Smoothie's hand suddenly soared hundreds of times in an instant. It directly became a big sword that traversed most of the battlefield, and wiped out most of the marines and pirates with one sword. Some unlucky marines and pirates were cut in half by the terrifying sword. Even the lucky ones were swept away, their bodies were wounded, a lot of blood flowed out, and they couldn't even stand up. Ah, what a pain, my leg, my god, someone help me. Woo. It hurts, my arm is gone. Ah, whose head is this? Ouch, it's disgusting. Suddenly, the entire battlefield became extremely chaotic and miserable, and full of bloody smell. It's scary. What kind of monster is this? It's just one sword. It directly killed nearly 1/3 of the troops. But the other party attacks indiscriminately. What do you know? The pirates she attacked were from the Whitebeard pirates, not from the Big Mom pirates at all, so if you kill them, you will kill them. It turns out that the pirates are not united. It should be said that this pirate is too insidious. The marine who survived didn't have the slightest resentment towards Smoothie at the moment, but only the fear and the surprise of the rest of his life. And, of course, the fear of Smoothies. Yes, that is fear. When the enemy is strong enough to a certain level, there is only fear left. Zhou dodged Smoothie's attack instead of parrying it, directly lead to a large number of marine downsizing. This made Sengoku look very ugly, but can't say anything. After all, it would be difficult for someone to forcibly block the attack just now. Smoothie looked at Zhou in the sky, the long sword in his hand shrank suddenly, and then stabbed at Zhou fiercely. While stabbing, the long sword was like the sea surface that swelled after absorbing water, stretched and swelled rapidly, and turned into a big sword again. This was another overbearing blow. The power is not inferior to the sweep of the sword just now. Zhou kicked out a Tempest Kick in midair, Tempest Kick profound meaning, foot jade. A huge slash was issued from the soles of Zhou's feet, like a bright moon, falling to the ground at high speed. Seeing this, Smoothie's pupils suddenly shrank. As a strong person, she instinctively felt the horror of this blow. If you don't resist, I'm afraid you will be very dangerous. Smoothie's stabbing sword immediately changed to a block. With a bang, it was like a metal collided with Smoothie's long sword. The powerful force caused Smoothie's long sword to retreat continuously. She let out a coquettish cry and burst out. The long sword in his hand suddenly pierced into the blue slashing energy, and the slashing energy instantly became unstable and collapsed into blue light spots, dissipated in the air. She broke up Zhou's Tempest Kick abruptly. Those who have seen the power of Zhou Tempest Kick's profound meaning are a little shocked when they see this scene. I didn't expect that this woman who can grow and shrink is so powerful, scattered Zhou's huge Tempest Kick. However, just when people thought that this woman was stronger than Katakuri just now and could last a few more rounds in front of Zhou. Occupy a steep change, Smoothie felt as if he was hallucinating. Because she actually saw Zhou showing a dangerous smile. Next moment, Zhou kicks in a row, Tempest Kick profound meaning, foot jade, rain. Puff puff, a dozen huge slashes were sent out, carrying overwhelming power towards Smoothie. Smoothie's pupils shrank suddenly. He resolutely blocked the long sword in front of him. Because the ship of the Big Mom pirates is behind her, if she escapes, it will be her brothers and sisters who will suffer. Bang 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 bang. All the slashes landed on Smoothie's long sword one after another. The terrifying force caused her to collapse instantly. 0. His figure shrank to normal size all of a sudden, and his limbs were cut off by several slashes at the same time. The aftermath of the slash continued to rush towards the Big Mom pirates. Boom 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 boom. The big ship of the Big Mom pirates was instantly cut into countless big holes, and the whole ship was scrapped in an instant. The children of the ant above, some of the stronger ones, dodged or barely blocked it. Did not die, however, some young ones, or those with low strength. He was directly chopped into corpses. Massacre. This is Chihuahua's revenge. Advertisement: Smoothie killed tens of thousands of marine soldiers with a single sword. And Zhou's revenge is coming soon. He scrapped the pirate ship of the Big Mom pirates and killed more than a dozen children of Big Mom at the same time. At this moment, the smell of blood wafted over the entire battlefield. Some people feel a little cold in their hearts, because the situation has exceeded their expectations. The ant glanced at this moment. It was just one glance, which made the pupils of the ant shrink suddenly. Immediately, her huge eyeballs were suddenly bloodshot. "You, what have you done?" On the deck, Ant's own children, their body parts are everywhere. Even those who survived were already pale from fright, and their spirits were a little abnormal. The originally good pirate ship is gradually sinking into the sea at this time. The people above had to jump off and stand on the ice, or they would all be drowned. It can be said, the loss of the Big Mom pirates was instantly higher than that of the Whitebeard pirates. The Whitebeard pirates have been fighting since the start of the war, but the casualties are not as serious as the Big Mom pirates. And 4 stars for dessert. Cracker passed out due to loss of consciousness. Katakuri was knocked down. Smoothie was even worse, his limbs were cut off directly, and he was crawling on the ground now. There is only one Snug, hiding in the distance, not daring to move. These are the mother's own children. It turned out like this. This moment. Mom is angry. Suddenly she let out a sharp growl. Mixed with the cry of Conqueror's Haki, it spread to the entire battlefield in an instant like a magic sound. Some people with weak willpower fainted directly. Even the combat strength of the Vice Admiral level is unbearable at this time. They all covered their ears, but some people with weak willpower still passed out. Linlin, don't be distracted, Kaido reminded suddenly. However, it was too late. How could Kizaru miss this opportunity to sneak up on Big Mom? 8-foot Chong Guyu. He immediately released his big move, and a large number of light bullets flew towards the direction of Ant. However, the Ant is still in an emotional breakdown at the moment, and has no intention of defending at all. But, I won't let you succeed. A flying figure suddenly appeared and stood in front of the Ant. A large number of undead flames burst out from Margot, forming a shield to intercept all of Kizaru's light bullets. Margot. Kizaru's face was very ugly. You, a pirate of the Whitebeard pirates, actually protect Big Mom like this? Margot said coldly. Pirates are also moral. Whoosh 2.7. Suddenly, a figure approached rapidly. Margaret had no time to react. Boom. Diamond Joe's body slammed into Margot's body fiercely, knocking him into the air. Momosagi withdrew his legs and looked at Margot coldly. How dare you interfere in other battlefields? You really don't know how to live or die. The T-Dolphin also came over at this time. This is our dereliction of duty. As he said that, he activated the razor, leaving afterimages of his figure, and kicked Margot and Josie back to the original battlefield. Both of them are of Admiral level strength. Although they are not as good as the veteran Admiral, they can still deal with Margot and Joe's. What's more, Margot and Josie had consumed a lot of physical strength in the previous battle with Zhou. The two of them are in an intact state, which is considered to be a great advantage. After the Ant went crazy, the figure is actually a little rickety. Kaido sees this. His face darkened a little. Jin, you 3, to Su Duan. Don't let him continue killing Linlin's children. If she has a nervous breakdown, we won't be able to fight this battle. When he said this, he glanced in the direction of Garp and Sengoku, seemingly intentionally or unintentionally. A few of them have been entangled with Admiral for too long. 2 Marines that can really fight haven't fought yet. Garp, Sengoku, you have a good plan. Let Admiral consume our physical strength, but the moment Admiral's physical strength is exhausted is also the time when they are defeated. Boom boom boom. Jack, Quinn, and the two walked towards Suzhou's direction. In the sky, a pterosaur hovered, waiting for an opportunity to move. Zhou looked at the 3 of them. The 3 plagues of the beast group? Hey, interesting. Chapter 71. Stop pretending, it's a showdown, I'm invincible. 666. Too strong, Zhou Vice Admiral. What kind of star, what kind of big pirate, in front of Zhou Vice Admiral, it is rubbish. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? This is, people don't call it Zhou Vice Admiral, they call it Zhou God of War. Does Marine God of War understand? Yoshi. Understood, Zhou God of War, DK, kick Cracker with 1 kick, beat Katakuri with 2 punches, and wipe out Smoothie with 3 legs. These terrifying existences that dominated the New World in the past are like ants in front of the God of War. That's it, War God hasn't finished warming up yet. Didn't you see the dull expression on War God's face? He just wants to finish work quickly and go back to eat. Sabaody Bottom Islands. People watching the live broadcast have recovered from the oppression of 4 emperors. Healed by Zhou's strength. At this moment, no one is depressed, and everyone is excited. Knowing that with Zhou, and 3 admirals and other powerful forces, Marine will not be defeated. Someone even started popping champagne at halftime. Brothers, it's open, Whitebeard, bah. No, who will win, Pirates or Marine? First beat Marine to win. I beat the Pirates and I win. How could you beat the Pirates to win? Is there something wrong with your brain? Didn't you see that Marine is now invincible? What do you know? When most people win by betting on Marine, I bet on Pirates to win. How high are the odds? Hiss. That sounds reasonable, then I'll beat the Pirates to win. But, all this was seen by Rayleigh from the back of the crowd. He scoffed at the mood change of the crowd. Just a bunch of rabble. However, Zhou's strength really surprised him a lot. Judging by the appearance alone, Zhou's age is really too young. It's a pity, it's a marine. If it's a pirate, maybe the captain's wish can come true. Rayleigh took a sip of his wine and found the flagon was empty. Then he smiled wryly and stuffed it into his arms. However, since it is marine, it will definitely protect the celestial dragons. By then, the resistance to overthrowing the celestial dragons will be even greater. Thinking in his heart, Rayleigh's eyes darkened. Naval Headquarters. With Kaido's order, 3 plagues come together to deal with Zhou. At this moment, even the battle between 4 emperors and admirals slowed down, and more attention was paid to this side. 10 people discovered that without knowing it, Zhou had become the eye of the storm in this war. It is the focus of the audience. Sengoku looked at Zhou with piercing eyes. He just wanted to know where the limit of Zhou's strength was. At the beginning, he only showed quasi-admiral level combat power. But as the war progressed, there were constantly stronger enemies and more severe situations challenging Zhou. Forced Zhou to reveal more strength. Speaking of which, if it wasn't for the Summit War, Zhou would have been hiding forever. HMPH, I want to see where Zhou's limit is. Sengoku snorted coldly in his heart. Garp crossed his arms and looked at Zhou's figure expressionlessly, but he didn't know what he was thinking. In fact, Garp himself felt strange. With Zhou's performance, it was clearly the hope and future of Marine. Even talented enough to be admiral, but he doesn't like it at all. I don't know why, but he just feels that way, as if Zhou had done something that was too much for him. Zhou, who are you and why are you so special? Momoshage wanted to help Zhou very much at this moment. But Diamond Chaozi has been pestering her all the time, leaving her no time to take care of Zhou. Although Chaozi's strength is slightly weaker than hers, she really can't do anything to Chaozi for a while. No way, Zhou's ability is to turn his body into a diamond. If he doesn't want to get hurt, he can directly turn himself into an invincible diamond shell like a turtle, so that no one can cause any substantial damage to him. From this point of view his ability is similar to Barolomew's barrier fruit. As for the T-Dolphin, he was dealing with Margao and Jinbei. Jinbei has basically recovered from his injury now. As a Murloc, he was already very physically fit, and after resting for a while, his injuries were no longer serious. As for Margao, as long as it is not a fatal injury, his Phoenix fruit can restore him to his original state. The only things he consumes are stamina and hockey, but as the veteran of the Whitebeard pirates, his stamina is also very fishy. As for the normal marine, I can only support Zhou from my heart. Although they were in a hurry, it was impossible for them to help Zhou. Although Zhou Vice Admiral is powerful, he has been fighting with top powerhouses like Margao and Josie for a long time, so his stamina should be exhausted. Damn it, if I were stronger, I would be able to help Zhou Vice Admiral. Hey, I can't help it, the pirates are too powerful. This is the aggregate of the combat power of the 3-4 Emperor's regiments, and Zhou Vice Admiral is facing the cadres of the 3-4 Emperor's regiments. First I fought the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, then the general of the Big Moms, and now the 3 disasters of the 100 Beasts. This is simply a battle of wheels, who can stand it? Pirates, you don't talk about martial arts. You keep saying that pirates also have to be moral, but you are duplicity and duplicity. You are trying to consume Zhou Vice Admiral with wheel wars. It is shameful, worse than shameful. No matter how strong Zhou Vice Admiral is, he won't be able to withstand the wheel battle. His physical strength is limited. Faced with Marine's questioning, the pirates collectively chose to be deaf. Boom boom boom. Jack walked towards Zhou step by step. Zone, the ancient species, activated by the mammoth fruit. His body quickly became larger, from a standing posture to a state of 4 limbs, from a person to an elephant covered with spears. 2 long tusks grow out. Jack let out a loud cry and ran, aiming at Zhou. Zhou, last time you fought against each other, you got an advantage. This time, I won't be careless. Advertisement on the top of his head was the depression that Zhou kicked down, making his eyeballs bulge out, making his eyes look very dull. At this time, a calm voice came out. Find the enemy and destroy it. Zhou looked away from Jack, and looked at the bear who appeared beside him. Shichibukai, Bartholomew the Great Bear. Only then did he remember that Wu Hai was a force on his side. Leave this guy to me, Zhou Vice Admiral, Shang said. Fufurfurfur. It seems that we have to make a move. Doflamingo also appeared beside Zhou, as if he was about to make a move. Da da da, there was a sound of high heels. Behind Su Chen, the Empress Boa Hancock also came. It's just that when Zhou looked at her, she dodged Zhou's gaze a little bit. It seems that he is a little shy in front of Zhou. My concubine, yes, also come to help you. Zhou's attitude towards the Empress was a bit inexplicable, since he was not Luffy. Could it be that the other party had some affection for him? However, he didn't care. Now that Shichibukai is out, he wants to see how big these guys are. Now, the only Shichibukai who didn't come, it's Hawkeye. It's just that Hawkeye seems to be paddling too, and doesn't want to fight these pirates at all. Instead, fight against Vesta, a master of swords. Get out of the way, Laozi's opponent is Zhou. Faced with the bear blocking the way, Jack was very impatient and didn't pay attention to the bear. What kind of threat can a Bartholomew bear with a bounty of only a few 100 million Baileys and no sense of existence be? However, Zhou opened his mouth as if he didn't hear Jack's words. Boom. A yellow laser beam instantly swept over Jack's body. There was a terrible explosion. Jack's body suddenly became scorched black. Aang, you've angered Lousy. Jack was silent for a while, then charged suddenly. The ground trembled, he lowered his head, and rammed the big bear with his tusks. However, Big Bear did not panic, raised his hand, and pointed his palm like a bear's paw at Jack. Pressure cannon. Pop! A group of air shockwaves flew out and slammed into Jack's body, leaving a bear paw-shaped depression. Jack let out a loud cry, but then continued to slam into the bear as if nothing happened. Zhou saw this scene. Suddenly he opened his posture, and quickly fired a large number of pressure cannons with both hands. Shove the pressure cannon, boo, boo, boo. A large number of bear's paw shockwaves hit Jack's body, and the terrifying shockwave passed through Jack's back like a mountain hitting a cow. Hold head high. Jack finally felt a tinge of pain. There was a long loud cry, and he stopped in his tracks. At this time, the bear suddenly opened his arms and looked to the sky. Then, a huge transparent bubble in the shape of a bear's paw appeared in Jingchen. The volume of the bubbles is even bigger than that of Lil Laws. Buzz, buzz, there was a sound like an air defense siren. The huge bear paw-shaped transparent bubbles began to shrink slightly. Jack shook his body at this time and looked at Zhou, as if he could see that Zhou was saving a huge move. But there was a gloomy look in his eyes. Impossible to make your wish come true. He sped up and charged at the bear. However, the speed at which the bear compressed the air was getting faster and faster, and when Jack approached, the speed increased sharply again. From the size of a house to the size of a palm. Nani? Jack's eyes were bloodshot. Zhou lightly pushed the compressed air cannon in his hand towards Jack's body. At this time, this large group of compressed air has already shrunk to an extremely small point, shining brightly. Open black lens bracket bear paw impact close black lens bracket boom. A terrible explosion happened. The place where Jack touched the compressed air cannon instantly bent, his back swelled up, and his flesh and blood rushed upwards crazily. It was like being hit by a small nuclear bomb in an instant. The other side. Quinn activates the Brachiosaurus fruit ability, and his body becomes a Brachiosaurus. He also walked towards Zhou, but, advertisement. Just let the concubine bear the danger for you, Zhou Vice Admiral. The Empress stood in front of Zhou very attentively. Quinn faced one of the three plagues alone, actually. As early as the Summit War, the Empress has been paying attention to Zhou. Zhou's various performances surprised the Empress. Let her discover that this man is not simple, even though she hates most men like Zhou can't be hated by her. Especially when seeing Zhou facing Haki of 4 Emperors Whitebeard alone without changing his expression, the Empress's affection for Zhou also reached its peak. Gradually, whenever the Empress looked at Zhou's figure, her heartbeat would speed up unconsciously, and even her face felt a little hot. She didn't know what was wrong with her, but she doesn't want to see Zhou being deflated, and she doesn't want to see Zhou get injured. Zhou Vice Admiral, guarded by my concubine. The Empress is very happy, and Haki puts on a posture, quite a posture that one man is in charge of the other. Quinn stared at the Empress, stunned for a second, and then her eyeballs suddenly protruded, forming a heart-shaped pattern. Next moment, Quinn turned directly into stone. Yes. It just turned into stone. To this, Zhou was not surprised. In the original book, after Blackbeard became the 4 Emperors, he took his 2 subordinates, that is, the cadres of the 4 Emperors, to find trouble with the Empress. As a result, his 2 subordinates were petrified the moment they saw the Empress. On the same level, it is not surprising that Quinn can be petrified by the Empress. After all, the Empress's ability belongs to the category of causality, and has nothing to do with the strength of 180, but has to do with the degree of coveting beauty. The more irresistible an existence is to the Empress's beauty, the higher the degree of petrification it receives. However, Haki can resolve the impact of the fruit's ability. With Quinn's Haki strength, it should recover after a while. Zhou thought to himself. Zhou, watch out, in ancient times, pterosaurs fought like this. Suddenly, Jin in the air spoke. He suddenly grabbed the sharp back of his pterosaur's head and pulled it suddenly, elongating the back of his head like a rubber band, and even his face was deformed. Then, just let go. Collapse, Jin's sharp pterosaur stabs down like a spear in an instant. Furofurfur. I can only face the strongest one. Doflamingo made a shot at this time, and the ground instantly turned into a sea of lines, but the next moment. The sea of threads suddenly entangled Zhou, the Empress and the 3 of them. Shichibukai Doflamingo, instant rebellion. 6. At the same time, Jin's attack also arrived. However, Zhou dodged Jin's attack just by tilting his head. Immediately, stepping on the moonwalk, he flew into the sky. The Empress also dodged in time, avoiding the entanglement of the thread. Only the bear reacted the slowest and got entangled in the thread. Doflamingo, why are you helping the pirates? The Empress shouted coquettishly in the air. Doflamingo raised his eyes and let out a wretched laugh. Furfurfurfur, why can't you help me? I was originally a subordinate of Lord Kaido, don't you know? Zhou was not surprised by this. It's just that Sengoku's heart felt like being pricked by a needle again. Another Shichibukai, betrayed. This is simply slapping Marine in the face of Chigogo. Jinbei, betrayed to Whitebeard. Doflamingo, defected to Kaido's camp. So, are the few remaining Shichibukai still credible? Zhou people are in the air. Put your hands in your pockets. Look down. He had already expected Brother Ming's betrayal. This guy was already giving Kaido artificial devil fruit. Perhaps his original position was vague, but when Kaido appeared, and the pirates had a high probability of defeating Marine. Brother Ming is such a fool, he will naturally choose the one with the most wrist. Join only Whitebeard, then he will definitely continue to be Shichibukai. But now, not necessarily, there really is no end to it. When is this battle going to end? At this moment, Zhou became a little impatient. Since this is the case, I have no choice but to expose some of my strength. End this ridiculous farce as soon as possible. Think about it. Zhou stood in the air with his arms raised horizontally, forming a 10 shape. First of all, let's clear up the guys who are in the way. Open black lens bracket conquerors Haki, King's Realm. Close black lens bracket in an instant, an extremely strong aura spread to the entire battlefield at the speed of light. Chapter 72. 1 hit 7. The world is boiling. Zhou stood in midair, raised both hands, and cast Conqueror's Haki. In an instant, an extremely strong aura spread to the entire battlefield at the speed of light. From a distance, a blue ball of light can be seen, covering the main battlefield of the Summit War almost instantly. This moment. In this terrifying field, light, sound, touch, etc., all disappeared. Everyone felt as if their hearts had stopped beating, their breathing had stopped, and some were just trembling and fearful. People with weak willpower instantly lose consciousness and enter a state of suspended animation. Plop plop plop. At first, it was just a large area of ordinary marines and pirates fainting. Then, among the people who fell to the ground, Vice Admiral appeared. In the 4 Emperor's Regiment, some weak cadres also fell to the ground one after another. In the field of Haki, the light turns a dull blue, like a solar eclipse. Brother Ming looked up at Zhou in the sky, but his expression was incomparably shocked. What a powerful Haki this is. He felt that his body had no strength. No, it's impossible. I'm going to surrender. Brother Ming resisted desperately, however this is of no use. He only persisted for 3 breaths before his vision went dark and he lost consciousness. Jin originally wanted to attack Zhou, but in Zhou's Haki domain, his wings were unable to flap, like an ant appearing on a spider's web. All he had was fear and despair. Thump, he simply fell to the ground, completely powerless. Although he did not lose consciousness, he could no longer move. The Empress is by Zhou's side. At this time, I also feel powerless. An inexplicable feeling hit my heart. Like a wave finding a rock, there is a feeling of wanting to surrender to Zhou. The concubine. The concubine has no strength. Farther away. Whitebeard, Kaido, Big Mom. They all looked at Zhou at the same time, their expressions suddenly changed. Is this? Conquerors? What a strong Haki. Does this kid also want to be the king of a certain place? The level of conquerors has surpassed that of Admiral, right? Within digging, I didn't expect Zhou to hide so deeply, even this old man feels ashamed. Allah, does Zhou also have conquerors? It's still such a strong conquerors. Kizaru, Aokiji, and Fujitora also looked in Zhou's direction, with a few drops of cold sweat on their foreheads. They pride themselves on their conquerors, which is not as good as Zhou. How is it possible? This guy actually owns conquerors. It still has such a large range, such a strong strength. Sengoku groaned out of composure. His expression had long since lost the calmness and composure of being a marine marshal. Only he knows what this level of conquerors really means. Conquerors cannot be cultivated. You can only keep improving in the battle with the strong, but that's just desperate. Of course, if one's own qualifications are high enough, it is also possible. At the same time, we must meet the standards in terms of courage and other aspects. It is very difficult, but once Conquerors progresses, the overall strength will undergo a qualitative change. Because Conqueror's Haki can attack with wrapped weapons or fists just like armament Haki. That power is explosive. If Zhou also masters the Conqueror's winding, his strength. Sengoku murmured, but his eyes were a little lost. Garp's face was also extremely stiff at the moment. Conquerors is still such a strong Conquerors, what kind of qualification is this? He doesn't have Conquerors, and it's a lie to say he doesn't desire Conquerors. Now seeing Zhou, a guy younger than himself, has extraordinary strength and also owns Conquerors. And qualifications, because he doesn't have Conqueror's Haki, he can't use Haki, so the speed and difficulty of strength improvement are far more than sad for those who have Conquerors. Hawkeye slashed a vista and took the time to look at Zhou's direction. After noticing Zhou's powerful Haki, he was a little unbelievable. This man is incredible, always able to create all kinds of miracles. Foil Vista also looked at Zhou's Haki field with some shame at this time, and blurted out, I'm afraid Dad's Haki is nothing more than that. Hawkeye suddenly withdrew his black knife. Vista asked him, you don't want to fight? Hawkeye said, compared to competing with you, I feel that watching Zhou's battle can give me more inspiration. However, Huajian didn't have such a carefree attitude. He smiled wryly. No wonder you can become the world's #1 swordsman. I can't be as free and easy as you. I have to help my father. Hawkeye nodded slightly, indicating that he would not stop him. Upon seeing this, Huajian was grateful and said, thank you so much, Hawkeye. As he spoke, he rushed into the marine and began to kill marine. Suzhou's haki gathered. Deterrence is over. He stood in midair, looking at the battlefield below. Basically, the little guys have all fallen down. The rest, there are only 3 disasters, and desert 4 stars. He falls to the ground. He said loudly, "Is there anything else you want to fight? Let's go together." Arrogant. Advertisement extremely arrogant words. He is alone, and he wants to single out a group of people. At this time, Jin barely stood up from the ground, retracted his wings in pterosaur form, and turned into a normal human form. Pulling out his saber, he approached Suzhou step by step. Quinn also used haki to release the petrified state, transformed from Brachiosaurus into human beast form, and strode towards Suzhou in a big stride. Jack was badly injured, but his brute physique kept him moving. He also walked towards Suzhou. At this time, Katakuri came over. Our battle is not over yet. Cracker came over. He looked a little embarrassed with a missing tooth. There was also some fear in the eyes looking at Suzhou. Next came Snug and Smoothie. Smoothie had already had his limbs cut off by Suzhou. But, at this time, her wound has healed, and her hands and feet have recovered. I used the awakening ability of squeezing fruit to squeeze out the injury, but it also consumed nearly half of my energy. Smoothie explained to Katakuri. Katakuri said, "Enough is enough, let's make it quick." Now, the 4 generals and the 3 disasters all confronted Suzhou. 1 hit 7, 7, they actually went up together. This is 4 generals and 3 disasters. The main cadre level combat power of the 2-4 Emperor's regiments are all joined together. This power is too terrifying. These guys, several of them are billion-level fighters, and their bounties together already don't know how much. Oh, do you want to talk about martial arts? Pirates can hit 7 at once? Pirates can do whatever they want? Shameless. It's shameless. Knowing that 1, 2, or even 3 or 4 together can't defeat our big marine god of war, why don't we just fight with 7? What a bunch of scum. Pirates are indeed scum. I originally wanted to go out to sea and become a pirate, but now I just want to say that I am. The god of war destroyed them. Let them know what real despair is. I, Suzhou, god of war, can blow you up once and blow you up a second time. Even if you fight together, it's useless. Pirates must be destroyed today. I said it. No one can stop it. Pirate 7's move directly angered the audience watching the live broadcast. Some people can't wait to appear on the scene immediately and slap these shameless pirates in person. Hey. You're really ignorant. This world is like this, winners and losers. Do you think you're just playing pirates? At this time, an inappropriate voice sounded. People looked angrily. Just about to accuse something, immediately froze. Because, the speaker himself is a big pirate, Supernova, Kid. The rookie pirate who has been in the limelight recently, because he likes to slaughter civilians and torture, has a terrifying bounty of 200 million. Taller than Luffy who braved the Enies lobby and declared war on the world government. He glanced at these stunned civilians with contempt. Then looked to the screen. This is the 4 Emperors Pirate Group. The pirates in the 4 Emperors Pirate Group are real pirates, and they will do everything they can to destroy their enemies. Because of this, they can have such high rewards. Gold. Do you think that a person with a higher bounty will look like a good person? What a joke. We are pirates. Pirates. As he spoke, he shot suddenly, controlled some metal, and beat the civilian in front of him into a sieve. Plop plop plop. The body fell in one piece. The crowd suddenly moved out of the way in horror. Didn't you see that Lousy is watching the live broadcast? Something that doesn't have eyes? Kid stepped on the corpses all over the ground disdainfully. He was too lazy to kill such a commoner guy. He sat on a pile of corpses and said in an evaluation tone, "Don't worry, Marine won't win. Garp is old, Sengoku is old, and Kaido and Big Mom, they're 2 horrible monsters, and now it is them at their peak. With the strength of the 2 of them, it is enough to flatten the Marine headquarters." As he spoke, he looked at Suzhou seriously, with interest. A guy who is not even admiral, no matter what, he is not the opponent of 4 emperors, just a minion, not worth mentioning. Like a commentary, he explained to the people around. Don't you understand? The main point of this war is the battle between 4 emperors, Garp and Sengoku, and the rest of the battle is not worth mentioning. Looking at people's astonished and puzzled eyes, he snorted and shook his head. I feel like I'm playing the piano a little bit. At this time, the friends and relatives of the person killed by Kid came over crying. Want to get the body back? Huh? Who do you think I am? A good person? Kid looked at each other with idiot eyes. He moved his fingers, intending to kill this unsightly guy. Seeing Kid ready to kill again, all the civilians around were afraid and ran away. Hey, is it really good to kill innocent people in front of me? Suddenly, an old voice sounded. Kid looked at the speaker. The person came with silver hair, round glasses, and a saber in his hand. Pluton. Really? Kid snorted coldly. Does it matter if you're a Pluton or A4 emperors? Lousy is not afraid. Advertisement coincidentally, he was going to New World to kill the 4 emperors redhead and replace him himself. Take this so-called Pluton for a spin. I thought about it. His original target suddenly shifted to Rayleigh. Call, a large amount of metal aggregated into a huge metal arm in a few breaths. Kid smiled grimly. The old thing is looking for death. As he spoke, he activated his fruit ability and controlled the metal arm to slap Rayleigh's face. Ah. Seeing this, the nearby crowd hurriedly hid further away, for fear of being affected. However, Rayleigh just raised his foot and kicked it on the palm of his arm. The huge arm was like a plastic toy, and it was kicked to pieces. Immediately, under Kid's astonished gaze, Rayleigh appeared in front of him in an instant. The frog at the bottom of the well let you see the vastness of the sea. One knife. The terrifying sword energy instantly chopped the mangrove tree of Sabaody behind Kid into 2 pieces. As a result, Kid's arm fell to the ground, and the section was as smooth as a mirror. His eyes widened, his heart almost stopped beating. So strong, too strong. At this moment, Kid feels that what he is looking at is a mountain. Rayleigh's offensive is like a deep ocean, it's too terrifying. But his moves, on the contrary, seem too weak, petty, and simply rubbish. Now, he finally realized what kind of gap existed between himself and these top-notch beings. Hula, it wasn't until then that the blood gushed out. Rayleigh sheathed the knife and left without looking back. Kid's face was pale and ugly, and he fled here in embarrassment. Look. The battle has begun. Among the crowd, the civilians who were gloating suddenly noticed something. Naval Headquarters. Zhou faced 7-4 Emperor's cadres. But he said, "You go up together, come one by one, because it's a waste of time." The 7 cadres didn't say a word, but they had a tacit understanding and launched an offensive at the same time. Katakuri, Smoothie, Cracker, Snug, Jin, Quinn, Jack. All attack Zhou. Big 7. The battle here made Kaido and others unable to hold back. They really want to know, what kind of confidence does Zhou have for making such wild words? At this time, Zhou suddenly put his hands on the ground, and kicked out a few times with his feet quickly. Tempest kick profound meaning, Chaotenlian, chop chop chop. The 7 cone-shaped Tempest kick flew to the 7 cadres in an instant, and was sent out in an instant, like a blooming lotus. Nani? What? So fast? The speed of Tempest kick was too fast. The 7, by Leela, wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Can only watch Tempest kick hit himself. Katakuri's future sight can be dodged, but even though he can see the future, he is still hit by Tempest kick. Bang bang bang, all 7 of them were hit, and instantly bowed their backs, like a prawn, being knocked out instantly by the force of the bully. And the power of Tempest kick is beyond their imagination. They obviously used armament hockey to defend, but armament hockey didn't seem to exist. The strength of Tempest kick directly penetrated their whole body, just like the Murloc's water-hitting stunt, it belonged to the move of fighting cows across mountains. Puff, at the same time, a mouthful of blood spit out from the mouths of the 7 people at the same time. No, it's impossible. At the moment just now, Katakuri had a thought in his mind. You must know that he has the top observation hockey who can predict the future. In the unpredictable future, he also escaped Zhou's attack. But the reality hit him hard in the face. In the future predicted by observation hockey, he dodged the attack, but in reality, his prediction went wrong. This has never happened before, unless it's his mom, Big Mom. But that's impossible. That's 4 Emperor's level knowledgeable color. Bang bang bang. 7-4 Emperor's cadres landed one after another. Zhou's attack did not stop. He walked to Jack, who was closest to him. Jack was lying on the ground at this time, with a huge depression on his stomach, which was caused by the Tempest kick just now. He spit out blood from his mouth, he couldn't move his body, he could only stare at Zhou with his eyes. Zhou looked indifferently. I planned to kill you all in one go, but at the last moment, I pulled back. A cruel smile instantly appeared on his face. Compared to letting you die happily, I want to see the despair in your dying eyes. He licked his lips. I really want to see how you look in despair before you die. It must be wonderful. Chapter 73 Zhou eats me with a fire dragon torch. 666. What ADK? Zhou, God of War. With one hit to 7, to kill 7 people in an instant, this strength, this ability, nothing to say. I thought Zhou Vice Admiral wasn't their opponent, but I didn't expect it to be my fault for being too superficial, ha ha ha. 7 guys who don't talk about martial arts, bullied more and lost in the end, ha ha ha, I laughed to death. Ha ha ha. It can't be done. My abs are about to burst out laughing. I didn't expect that the cadres of the 4 emperors would become the laughing stock of the whole world, it's really ridiculous. Who is Big Tooth? Big teeth are not important, what is important is that these 7-4 emperors' cadres will soon lose their teeth. I'm going. Zhou Vice Admiral is going to kill them all? It's cruel, but I like it so much. Yeah, the pirates are so cruel, they killed so many innocent people, now they're killed, will anyone feel sorry for them? The poor pirates are all the virgins, right? I suggest they experience that their family members were killed, and all the female relatives were abused to death, or in front of their own faces, and finally they themselves were made human pigs, and their lives would be worse than death. Actually, most pirates are not so cruel, but there are still such evil pirates, such as Supernova Kid. The civilians who watched the live broadcast were all relieved when they saw the end of the pirates. To be honest, they were not really worried at all. Worried that something will happen to Zhou. Impossible, this guy, how could his strength be so terrifying? Kaido stared at the cadres on the ground with bloodshot eyeballs. Unable to accept this reality. These are his strongest subordinates, 3 big kanbans, with terrifying physiques, possessing inexhaustible physical ability to fight the enemy for 3 days and 3 nights without closing their eyes. At the same time, their own defensive power is also amazing. Although they don't have an invulnerable body like his, the armed forces of ordinary people can't even penetrate their defenses. However, in front of Zhou, he was like a chicken and a dog. Even people don't have one-on-one, direct AoE skills, directly hit 7 in seconds. What the hell, is this still a human? No, this combat power, even Admiral, is probably very difficult to achieve, right? Now, Kaido seriously doubts how much strength Zhou is hiding. Is this his limit? Zhou walked up to Jack. He licked his lips and said, "The reason why I didn't kill you is just to appreciate your desperate expression before you die." Jack stared at Zhou with wide eyes. However, Zhou couldn't see the slightest trace of fear in his eyes at all. "Oh, so you're an idiot, can't even show the emotion of fear?" Zhou snorted coldly. He suddenly stretched out a finger. Points to one of Jack's legs, finger pistol, puff. Jack's thigh 533 was directly pierced with a blood hole. However, Jack, a tough man, just snorted, still kept his mouth shut, staring at Zhou. Puff this time, yin pierced Jack's other thigh. Blood flowed wantonly, forming 2 bright red streams on the ground. However, Jack was still stubborn and didn't ask for mercy at all. There wasn't even a trace of fear in his eyes. "Well, it seems that you are really an idiot, but even an idiot has a limit." Zhou stretched out all his fingers, finger pistol, rain. Puff 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 puff. In an instant, countless finger pistols beat Jack crazily. His legs, arms, shoulders, and other non-critical places were directly pierced through countless holes. Zhou deliberately avoided large blood vessels. Just for Jack's life. When he stops attacking, Jack has been deposed. Became a sieve. He couldn't even move because his legs and feet had been smashed. At this moment, Jack's eyes finally showed a trace of despair. However, there is more resentment. Zhou laughed. Jack the Drow, one of the 3 plagues of the 4 emperors Kaido. It is rumored that wherever he goes, the vegetation will wither, and the land will become open and cracked. In the original book, Jack climbed on the back of the elephant owner and fought with the fur tribe, but in the end he couldn't win, so he used gas bomb weapons and almost wiped out the fur tribe directly. This is a naked scum and scum. Staying in this world will only create more misfortunes. Zhou claimed that he was not a good person or a gentleman, but he didn't feel the slightest burden in his heart to kill this kind of guy. Let me go. Finally, Jack spoke, started begging. However, Zhou's finger pointed to Jack's forehead. A cruel smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "I don't." Finger pistol. Puff. A blood hole appeared on Jack's forehead in an instant. Immediately, red and white things flowed out. His eyes instantly lost their luster, and the expression of fear and pleading on his face froze instantly. He died. Zhou made an announcement to the audience at this time. He raised his hands high and said loudly, as if singing, "Jack, die." At this moment, the pirates all felt a little timid. A feeling of sorrow for the death of a rabbit and a fox came to my heart inexplicably. As for the marine side, although they felt surprised. But then there was a burst of great joy. "Babe, finally a big pirate died. The big pirate with a bounty of 1 billion, it's so cool to die like this." Advertisement, yeah, a big villain is out. Zhou Vice Admiral is still amazing. Since the war started, he has killed the biggest pirate. Solved a serious problem. 1 less enemy. If it wasn't for the Summit War, Marine would never have had a chance to fire Jack. Amazing. Zhou Vice Admiral, you are our god of war. Hero, long live at this time. Kaido is angry. B********, D, you actually killed my subordinates. He is really angry. Jack has Murloc blood, can breathe underwater, and has eaten mammoth fruit, Murloc blood plus the addition of Zone ancient species, making his physique extremely strong. This is one strong man. Now he was killed just like that, like slaughtering chickens and dogs. From now on, he will lose a member of Admiral. This is worse than killing all Fei Liubao. Damn B*******, D, lousy killed you. Kaido opened his mouth, and spit out a mouthful of dragon's breath. Ice time. But how could Aokiji let him succeed? Block his attack directly. Damn, I want to kill you, Aokiji. Kaido roared and rushed towards Aokiji frantically. Aokiji suddenly felt pressure doubled. He knows that he is not as strong as Kaido, and now he is just entangled with him, exhausting his energy. Under Kaido's anger, his physical exertion suddenly increased sharply. It won't last long. Aokiji's heart sank. Da. In the footsteps of Zhou, he came to the second person. This man, Snug. Dessert 4 will star the last one. He is the only one among the 7 who is not a capable person, but a master at using knives. But this person is also the most trash. In the original book, Yorogue, the strange monk in the supernova, killed this man with the fruit of karma. And was kicked out of the 4 generals, and since then the 4 generals have become 3 generals. Are you desperate? Zhou walked up to Snag and looked down at him condescendingly. Snug saw Jack's death. He naturally understood that Zhou was here to kill him. He didn't have Jack's toughness, and fear immediately crawled all over his face. What a waste, kill you, dirty my hands. Zhou didn't talk nonsense with him. Launch the finger pistol directly, piercing the person's heart. This person suddenly revealed a look of resentment, but soon this expression also froze. The second 4 Emperor's cadre, Dai, Grandma is still having an emotional breakdown. He didn't pay attention to his son and died again. Or one of her most important 4 generals died. Otherwise, her emotions will collapse again, or even go berserk. Let me see, the next is you. Zhou then came to the third person. It's Cracker. Old and unlucky, in the original book. The man meets Luffy. Originally, his biscuits were hard, and the biscuit soldiers were also very strong. Luffy crushed Mingo's 4th gear, which was not enough to look at in front of the biscuit soldiers. His armament haki is also on top of Luffy. It can be said that it beat Luffy in all directions. However, his biscuits have a weakness, that is, they are afraid of water. Once wet, it becomes soft immediately. Then again, Luffy is a foodie. Eating while fighting, replenishing physical strength and recovering from injuries. Brutally consumed Cracker to death. Cracker was now in tears. He was desperate and looked at Zhou with tears in his eyes. I'm afraid of pain, he said. Zhou nodded. I know. It is precisely because Cracker is afraid of pain that he makes armor like biscuit soldiers to protect himself. He suddenly showed a cruel smile. That's why I can't let you die easily. Puff puff, a shot of finger pistol pierced Cracker's hands and feet. The severe pain made him howl in pain. There was almost no sound at the back. Then Zhou gave him a happy one. 3. He raised his right hand and raised 3 fingers. Announces to everyone the number of 4 Emperor's cadres killed. He's like a general. It's just that the person who hits the spot is not the general who went to the expedition, but the enemy general who is about to be sentenced to death. Zhou points out General's actions, instantly became the focus of the audience. Whether it's the pirates and marines who just woke up from a coma, or the senior management of pirates and marines. At this time, they all stared at Zhou. Advertisement. The marine executives all stared indifferently, because it was the pirates who were killed. No matter how innocent and pitiful the pirates were before they died, they were indifferent. Only they know what kind of outrageous things these innocent and pitiful pirates can do when they are not innocent and pitiful. When they made others innocent and pitiful, they never thought that their own. There will be such a day. And the pirates. Most of them are the sad mentality of the rabbit dying and the fox. I feel like I'm going to die here too, especially those lying on the ground, the remaining 4 cadres. They're the ones who will be targeted by Zhou. Good job. Kill them all, pirate, damn it all. It's so cool to watch a big man who used to be so high and mighty be slaughtered like a dog. Look at their desperate eyes, it's really funny, ha ha ha. Unexpectedly, Zhou Vice Admiral understands me so well and knows what I like to watch. Hey, it's a pity that the 4 emperors like Kaido and Big Mom won't be killed easily. Otherwise, watching the live broadcast of the execution of the 4 emperors, tisk tisk, I guess I can brag for the rest of my life. It is estimated that the 4 emperors will not be able to beat them in the end, and they will run away, but it doesn't matter. Seeing the 4 emperors suffer is more comfortable than myself getting rich. Actually, not all pirates are bad, there are still good people. Do you want to hear what you were talking about? Think about it, some pirates, he may have offended some scum in Marine, and was maliciously wanted by Marine. Very well, here comes the question, since those people were wronged, why do they still draw their own pirate flag? Azzy. That's right, since he was wronged and a good person, why does Mao have the pirate flag? Isn't this committing suicide? So, those who hang the pirate flag and say they are good people are not good things in their bones. But having said that, if he is really a good person, he can be accused of being a wanted criminal, and the bounty is getting higher and higher. This is also a miracle. Whoever is a decent person makes trouble everywhere when he has nothing to do. Next, oh, it's you, lucky you. Zhou looked around, and suddenly saw a person with eyes like discovering a treasure. Smoothie. The only L****** N is you. He walked towards Smoothie with a smile on his face. There was very little fear on Smoothie's face, but there are. She is human after all. Also afraid of death, but as a heroine, she does not allow herself to do things without dignity. Just when Zhou was preparing, he also opened it to him. She jumped up suddenly, shouted coquettishly, and stabbed Zhou's stomach fiercely with the long sword in her hand. However, Zhou seemed to have expected it, easily dodged. Smoothie gritted his teeth, one after another shot. Constantly attacking Zhou. However, Zhou is like a cat playing with a mouse. Easily dodged every attack of hers. He was even very rampant, deliberately dodging when he was about to hit him, and the sword edge slashed against his skin. But he couldn't hurt a hair on him. This is the most rampant provocation. This is the most ruthless contempt. Smoothie suddenly fell into a deeper level of despair. This kind of enemy crushes itself in all directions and teases itself in a playful way. What a huge shame. She suddenly drew the sword, put it directly on her neck, and cut her neck open in one breath. She killed herself. Zhou was a little surprised. But without even looking at Smoothie's body, move on to the next one. Everyone was silent. Zhou's behavior, it's simply murder. Not only to kill, but also to completely destroy the opponent's spiritual will. Let him die without dignity. But in Marine, someone suddenly cheered. Good job. That's how it should be, these bastards should die like this. Pirates should be damned. They should be killed. They will only get something for nothing and plunder everything from others. They don't deserve to die with dignity. You say you're a big pirate, do you really think you're a big shot? What kind of general is there? You really have no shame, pooh? Hee. Why didn't we think of this method of killing pirates before? If all pirates are executed like this, I want to see who dares to go to sea to be a pirate. At this time, there are only 3 people left on the field. Katakuri, Jin, Quinn. Kaido couldn't bear to lose 2 more of his men. He roared. Fire Dragon Torch. He spewed flames from his mouth, and the flames revolved around his body as if alive. Finally, a protective layer is formed to wrap him in it. His powerful body is completely immune to flames. In the end, a large number of flames wrapped its body, forming an extremely huge long dragon. The main body is inside, but it looks small. Kaido in the form of the Fire Dragon Torch is high above the naval headquarters like a luminous sun. The blazing high temperature made the ice surface begin to melt. Some people were in a trance, feeling that Akainu was back. Kaido's long eyes looked at Zhou, and his big mouth opened, making a roaring sound. Zhou, give me a move. Tianju. Chapter 74 Aokiji Awakens. Garp vs Kaido. The terrifying Fire Dragon Torch makes Kaido look like a god. He is high above, suspended in the sky, as dazzling as the sun god. Now, he is the symbol of invincibility, no one can stop his will. In terms of volume alone, it is an existence even bigger than a titan. Just by looking at it, you will feel desperate and unable to develop the fighting spirit to fight Kaido. This is the absolute dominance of the 4 emperors. This is the strongest creature, 100 beasts guy, many. What is this? It's so terrifying, it's brighter than the sun. A dragon has turned into a dragon of flames, and its size has swelled hundreds of times. How can we fight this? If you don't talk about martial ethics, you really don't talk about martial ethics. I can't understand. Is this the oppressive force of the 4 emperors? It's terrifying. You can see that the ice made by Admiral Aokiji on the ground has begun to sublimate, turning into a large amount of white mist. Hiss. It's the fruit of Zone, but it can create flames that are stronger than Mara fruit. This, Mara fruit, lava fruit, X won't eat it. Isn't Haki the strongest of the 4 emperors? Why is Kaido's ultimate move the fruit ability? Haki is Bojin Yishao, the real power depends on the fruit. Until the critical moment, these 4 emperors are unwilling to use their ability to suppress the bottom of the box. They will only go all out if their interests are endangered. Don't even think about it. These 4 emperors are so smart people. If you work hard and wait until the end of the war, others will directly beat you to death and steal the fruits of victory. Will you cry? You're right. If it was me, I would keep my hand. If it wasn't for life-threatening, I wouldn't expose my strongest hole card. Seeing Kaido's Fire Dragon Torch form, people's faces were stunned. Even despair. Previously, 4 emperors and admiral fought evenly, making people naively think that admiral can resist 4 emperors. However, when the 4 emperors truly showed their overwhelming strength, that's when people break down. High in the air, Fire Dragon Kaido blatantly rushes towards Zhou. At this moment, Zhou frowned slightly, and he sighed. It seems that I can't hide my last hole card. He was about to make a move. Expose your true strength. However, a white figure appeared in an instant. He looked at this figure and immediately recognized that this person was Aokiji. Aokiji stood in front of Kaido in dragon form, like an ant facing a big tree. Incomparably small, it seems to evaporate in an instant. However, his expression was extremely serious. He stretched his arms, and strength surged in his body. The power of frozen fruit is urged to ultimate at this moment. Rumble. At this time, the huge ice-covered waves on both sides of Naval Headquarters suddenly turned into a large amount of ice dust and rushed towards Aokiji. At the same time, an astonishing coldness quickly spread from Aokiji's body, and countless ice blocks wrapped him in it out of nothing. In just 3 breaths, Aokiji turned into a gigantic icy bird. The size of the Asuka is almost the same as that of the dragon Kaido. Boldly slammed into the fire dragon. Boom, endless terror. The collision of ice and fire instantly created a boundless white mist. This moment, it's like the real end of the world is coming. The entire naval headquarters was dark, half the sky was white, and half the sky was fiery red. On one side is ultimate chill, one side is the ultimate heat. The sea on the left was suddenly frozen. Both marine and pirate were trembling and their noses were streaming out. The marine and pirates on the right instantly felt like they were in the desert. The extremely hot and dry almost squeezed out all the water in the body. Boom. Sudden. A gust of wind blows. The fog was blown away. It revealed the real battlefield in the sky. The frostbird lost a wing. The color of the fire dragon is also much darker. The fire dragon suddenly swiped its tail and slapped on the body of the icebird. Immediately, the icebird was sent flying. There was a violent reaction between the terrifying moment and the terrifying ice moment. A large amount of fog shrouded the sky like white clouds, covering the sky and blocking out the sun. I do not know how long it has been. A figure fell from the sky. It was Aokiji who was covered in burns. Then Kaido swooped down on the flame cloud. He seemed to be unharmed, but the frozen part of the scales indicated that he didn't seem to be easy. But he still won. Look in Zhou's direction, make a deafening sound. Zhou, today is your death day, Admiral's battle with the 4 emperors. Admiral was defeated. This is a scene that many people cannot accept. No, it's impossible. How? How is it possible? Admiral Aokiji, lost against Kaido. I don't understand. Woo. Advertisement, how could Admiral lose? Admiral is Marine's highest combat power. If Admiral loses, then Marine, is there any hope? It's too terrifying, too desperate. The power of the four emperors is so powerful, even Admiral is no match. Is there anyone else who can stop Kaido? Zhou Vice Admiral? No, he should not be the opponent of the four emperors. God of War is still young, if you give him some time to grow up, maybe he can defeat Kaido, but now. No, run away, don't be killed. Yes, we should keep our combat power. If we fail this time, it doesn't matter. We can't let Marine be completely destroyed. Many have despaired. First, don't think Marine is a match for four emperors. Even some people have started to flee for their lives. It is believed that once the Summit War is over, the pirates will run around, wantonly plundering and massacring civilians. However, among the crowd, Rayleigh remained calm. He knows. Among the Marines, the truly top combat power has not yet been shot. Garp, Sengoku. I wonder if all these years have passed, you two old bones, can you still fight? Lien Po is old, can he still eat? Rayleigh was looking at the screen projected by the phone bug with eyes piercing at the moment. Looking forward to the next fight, Naval Headquarters. Kaido steps on the flame cloud and kills Zhou. Just then, a person suddenly moved. Garp mobilized all his strength and jumped suddenly. In the next instant, he appeared directly in front of Kaido. With a clenched right fist, a layer of black armament hockey is attached. A hard punch, right on Kaido's head. Boom. A muffled sound resounded through the sky. There was a very clear sound of bones colliding with bones, which made people feel scalp numb after hearing it. People felt as if they could hear Garp punching Kaido's skull, and his skull resonated. Call out. Kaido immediately fell to the ground. Boom. A cloud of dust splashed on the ground. In the sky, Garp still maintains an attacking posture. This scene is deeply engraved in the hearts of many people and will never be forgotten. Punch. It only took one punch. Just now, the invincible and invincible Kaido was sent flying. What a terrible punch, what a powerful punch. At this moment, the world was shocked. But, when people see that it was Garp who made the shot, they take it for granted. Yes. Hero Garp. Only he can fight Kaido. Clatter. Garp falls to the ground. In front is Kaido, who just stood up. He has returned to his human beast form. Holding a mace in his hand, he looked at Garp with a gloomy face. Garp. You old B********, you're willing to do it. Kaido's tone was low, obviously the punch just now didn't cause him much serious damage. Garp folded his arms on his chest, showing 2 rows of white teeth. Although the old man is old, I still feel a little annoyed to be underestimated by you juniors. But I remember, when I was attacking rocks, you were still a kid next to rocks. Ha 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 ha. A hearty laugh gives a great sense of security. As soon as Garp appeared, the desperate people immediately seemed to see the dawn of hope. Hero Garp. It's him, appeared. So, I actually forgot the existence of this character. If there is anyone in this world who can stop Kaido, it should be him, right? A legendary man with combat power above Admiral has appeared. In the legend, Vice Admiral Garp was the one who chased Roger the One Piece all over the world. In the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, he even led Marine to defeat the then Overlord of the Sea, Rocks. That's right, speaking of it, Whitebeard, Kaido, Big Mom and the others are all members of the Rocks crew. Hiss. Is there such a secret? It's so terrifying, there are 3-4 emperors on the same boat, it's so terrifying. Originally there was Ochaku, he was also a member of the Rocks Pirates, but he was defeated by the later star Red Hair. Is that Ochaku from Hive Island? That guy is a brutal guy, any pirate can join him, that's why he was wiped out by the Red Hair. Speaking of which, in Summit War, Red Hair didn't appear. Well, maybe this is the only 4 emperors that is not bad? People all over the world, after seeing the appearance of Garp. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Now you can rest assured, with Vice Admiral Garp around, Kaido will definitely not be able to defeat Marine. Don't talk too much, just in case, after all, Vice Admiral Garp is old. With just this old man's angry voice, he will definitely be able to fight for another 10 years. Don't forget, there's Marshal Sengoku too. Yeah, how did you forget him? It's stable now, it's open, brothers, Kaido or Garp, which one is it? 7-3, this ratio, tisk tisk, it's all tricky here. 0 for flowers. 0, aren't you two drifting? Are you opening champagne at halftime again? Don't worry, this time it's really time to lie down. Veteran players like Garp have appeared. The background of Marine that can exist for 800 years is beyond our imagination. Indeed, even if Marine falls, there is still world government, according to advertisement. It is said that the commander-in-chief of the world government is the previous Marine Marshal. Then isn't this more stable? Garp, you old B*******, D, bad for me. Kaido's eyes are dark, and the mace in his hand is already hungry and thirsty. Garp is still full of air, with his arms folded, facing Kaido without any fear. Kaido, I really don't understand, Whitebeard came here to avenge Ace, but what's the reason for you and Big Mom? Don't tell me you were on the boat, we must help each other, do you believe this yourself? Kaido smiled. Your plan to sow dissension is really clumsy, so it's okay to tell you. As he spoke, he suddenly showed a crazy smile, who said that we pirates must have a reason for doing things. I think, I am willing, can't I? Don't forget, old. The sun is the four emperors, it is Kaido, four emperors. Kaido. Yes. This reason alone is enough. In this world, as long as you are strong, you can do whatever you want. Garp was at a loss for words. Immediately, there was a serious look in his eyes. In this case, the old man has no choice but to drive you back to New World. Garp was talking about rushing back. Obviously, he himself is not sure whether he can defeat Duo. Point zero after all, he has never fought against Kaido desperately, and he doesn't know what Kaido's real strength is. Come on, Garp, it's a joy to be able to fight with you. Kaido dragged the mace and ran wildly, but the haki on his body is overflowing. A streak of black lightning burst out from its mace. Open black lens bracket subduing the third generation, Yin Naraku. Close black lens bracket Garp also ran wildly, his right fist was as black as ink. Open black lens bracket Iron Fist. Close black lens bracket. The moment the attacks of the two sides touched, the world changed. The terrifying energy fluctuations are no less than the scene of the previous battle between the two emperors and the three generals. Look, their attack, no contact, shouted a sharp-eyed pirate. Yes, two attacks, no contact. Instead, a dark red mass formed in the middle, which seemed to explode at any time, a haki aggregate. At this moment, the two were purely fighting for physical strength, fighting for haki. Whoever has the strongest strength and the strongest haki wins. Similar to the internal force consumption in martial arts novels. That's when all eyes are on Garp's fight with Kaido. One person continued to act. Maid, you dared to attack Lousy. Zhou walked towards Quinn angrily. It was you who lured Kaido here. He looked at Quinn, who looked astonished. A finger pistol pierced through his head. Then, Zhou walked towards Jin. It's still you? Puff Jin is also dead. In an instant, the three big kanbans of the 100 beasts were all dead. Seeing this scene, Kaido was so angry that his eyes were tearing apart. Zhou. How dare you kill my brother? Lousy is sworn to death with you. In my lifetime, I will kill you. Zhou scoffed at Kaido's threats and roars, dismissed them, ignored them, and was fearless. He walked up to the last general of the ant group. Katakuri stood up now. Want to rebel, but Zhou flashed and appeared in front of him. A stunned expression froze on Katakuri's face. Puff. Finger pistol pierced his forehead. So far, the two strongest cadres of the four emperors are all executed. Zhou shook his hand. Ah, sudden. Mom suddenly screamed. She didn't know when she regained consciousness, but what he saw was the corpses of his four children, the four generals. She was completely stupefied. Standing up from the ground, he was so angry that his eyes were almost spitting fire. Zhou. I want to eat you. A lot of saliva dripped from the corner of the ant's mouth. The saliva corroded the ground like sulfuric acid, leaving holes one by one. What my aunt said to eat is really eating, she is out of anger. My own child, although I don't have much affection. But that's also a powerful tool people can use. After raising it for so many years, it was killed by Zhou in less than an hour. No one can resist it. She suddenly pulled out the 1-year lifespan in her body, and used the power of the soul fruit to strengthen her body, Napoleon, Prometheus and Zeus. In an instant, Yinma's aura soared a lot. She stepped on the thundercloud, left and right flames, and with a long knife in her right hand, she slashed towards Zhou. Oh, yes, kill, you, only, Chapter 75 Big Mom runs away, Generals battle 4 Emperors. Chapter 75 Big Mom runs away, Generals battle 4 Emperors. DK, Vice Admiral Garp, actually suppressed Kaido. The strength of the two is about the same. Vice Admiral Garp really deserves to be a marine hero. Even the mighty Kaido can be evenly matched. And Vice Admiral Garp is older than Kaido, but his strength is still not weak, it has to be admired. Look, the attacks from both sides didn't meet, the space is empty. What do you know? That's haki. Hiss. This level of fighting is really beyond the imagination of us mortals. The power of this level of existence is simply unimaginable. I'm so surprised at this time. That's right, a fire dragon the size of an island has already appeared, a person who can control lightning and flames. This is no different from a god descending to earth. But Vice Admiral Garp is more like a god in a mortal body. Really, at this time, on the battlefield of Naval Headquarters, there are not many people who can fight. However, there are more and more people watching the live broadcast of this war all over the world. More and more people come here especially, wanting to see the style of summit war. However, the battle situation suddenly changed, after Garp and Kaido were tied. The picture came to Zhou's body. Zhou cursed and casually killed the remaining 3-4 Emperor's cadres. It directly detonated the audience. DK, Zhou Vice Admiral is haki when he says he will do it, absolutely unequivocal. This Vice Admiral can deal with him, he is a true killer of pirates. D me off, I'll kill all your people right away, what a haki. The big pirates, Zhou Vice Admiral killed them without even looking at them, just as easily and casually as slaughtering chickens and dogs, it's really embarrassing. In the past, these high-ranking big pirates didn't even bother to look at me, but now they have become a dirty corpse. 080. This story tells us, don't be a pirate, or you will die without a place to die. It is estimated that Big Mom and Kaido are going crazy, this is their core personnel, but now they are all dead. After this battle, the 4 emperors will probably become polished commanders. After this battle, whether the 4 emperors will survive is still unknown. Vice Admiral Garp has made a move. Is Marshal Sengoku still far away? The 2 of them are fully capable of suppressing the 4 emperors? What's left is just an old and frail Whitebeard. Didn't you see that he has vomited blood several times? He is dying? The era of Whitebeard is long gone, Naval Headquarters. Big Mom pulled out 1 year of life from her body, and injected the power of the soul fruit into herself, as well as Prometheus, Zeus and Napoleon. In an instant, he strengthened himself in all directions. Immediately, Ant's aura suddenly rose to a very terrifying level. After spending 1 year of life, Big Mom's strength at this time, it can be said that even Kaido can't match it. The ant danced wildly, with a knife in one hand and a fire in the other, stepping on thunderclouds with her feet, like a god descending from the earth to punish the world. Hey, Big Mom, don't ignore me. Kizaru came to Big Mom in a flash. As a veteran admiral, although Kizaru is fishing for fish, he cannot let his guard down at this critical moment when the whole world is watching. Otherwise, it won't be worth it to be opened by Sengoku one day. Get out of the way, Kizaru. The ant's sharp voice was like an old witch, and she slashed at the yellow ape. Kizaru used the Amazono sword, and met Big Mom, boom. In less than a second, Kizaru was slashed and flew by the ant, and the incomparable strength of Kwangba was unstoppable. Kizaru also had a look of surprise on his face. Apparently he didn't expect Big Mom's strength to expand so many times all of a sudden. What a monster. Big Mom seems to have temporarily forgotten the existence of Zhou. Like a mad dog that bites anyone, it turns the corner and kills Kizaru. Boom. The flame in the left hand, smash it down. The terrifying flames hit the ground like a meteorite falling from the sky, forming a terrifying energy explosion in an instant. At the critical moment, Kizaru turned into light and escaped the attack, but Big Mom immediately slashed at the yellow monkey with agility. This time, Big Mom's speed was completely beyond Kizaru's imagination. He didn't even have time to resist with the Tiankongyun sword, and was directly thrown out, like a ball without the slightest resistance at all. This is what happens to you, little bugger. Ant stepped on the thundercloud and caught up with Kizaru at lightning speed. Her face was extremely horrifying, like a ghost. She attached the Prometheus in her left hand to the Napoleon in her right hand, and immediately made a more powerful Emperor sword. Slash at the yellow ape from top to bottom, hurry up. This time the attack was incredibly fast, even Kizaru, who is known for his speed, couldn't dodge it. Can only subconsciously defend with haki, unstoppable. However, in Kizaru's heart, there was already some despair. Big Mom's attack is fast and powerful. A 1 year lifespan is no joke. The lifespan of 4 emperors is much stronger than that of ordinary people. Suddenly, a huge shockwave slammed into the back of the ant. The ant's attack was stopped in an instant, her eyes turned white, and it was obvious that the injury was serious. A huge golden figure appeared beside Kizaru at some unknown time. The resourceful general, Sengoku of Buddha. Sengoku turned into a golden Buddha, and at a critical moment, he saved Kizaru. The battle situation is changing rapidly. The ant who was originally suppressed suddenly became stronger, and even needed the marshal to suppress it. This surprised many people. What's going on? Why did Big Mom become so powerful all of a sudden? Advertisement, she seemed to have ripped something out of herself. That kind of thing seems to be transparent, very similar to Big Mom. Could it be? The soul, hiss. But, after she pulled out her own soul, she injected it into her own body. What is this doing? Wait, after she injected her soul into her body, her physique became bigger, and the flame, the knife, etc., were all strengthened. Is this burning the soul and increasing combat power? It's terrifying. The methods of the 4 emperors are really unimaginable. Are you all right? Sengoku asked. Kizaru stood up and patted the dirt on his body. Ah, I still can't die. Sengoku said, that's fine. Then he said, leave it to me. However, Kizaru shook his head. How can this be done? This old hag has been beating me, but I haven't fought back yet. Talking, he suddenly turned into a streamer and flew into the air. At this moment, the sun in the sky suddenly overlapped with Kizaru's figure. Gradually, people discovered that Kizaru himself turned into the sun. There are 2 suns in the sky. A cluster of light suddenly condensed from the first sun and poured into the sun made by Kizaru. Then, the ball of light was instantly magnified, like a giant pillar that towered above the sky, blasting on the ant's body brazenly. At the same time, Big Mom had already anticipated the danger approaching, and the Emperor's sword in her hand was attached to haki, and the originally burning red flame instantly turned black. Towards the huge and incomparable laser beam, the plague room is tense. Strong move against strong move. Boom. In an instant, a frightening wave of energy spread in all directions. Some buildings on Naval Headquarters were directly leveled, and trees fell to the ground. An incomparably blazing light illuminated Fang Yuan Bailey. From a distance, just like the position of Naval Headquarters, a brand new sun was born suddenly. The sun rises slowly, but then it slowly sets, and then it rises again. It's actually a power struggle between Big Mom and Kizaru. Zhou squinted his eyes, feeling the energy fluctuations of both sides. He knew that the power Kizaru was using came from the awakened sparkling fruit, just like Aokiji's frozen fruit and his own sensen fruit. After Logia's fruit was awakened, he could control the power of the fruit with the same attribute in a large area around him. Sensen fruit control plants. Frozen fruit controls the ice. Sparkling fruit controls the light. As long as there are more and more fruit-related elements in the environment, the stronger the power that can be mobilized. Of course, the energy consumed by the ability user will also increase exponentially. But no matter what, as long as the element is stronger, it can burst out several times the terrifying power in a short period of time, and even defeat enemies stronger than itself. Zhou called this, element field. From the very beginning, Aokiji's behavior of freezing the waves was creating an environment favorable to himself. As for Kizaru, it is daytime itself and there is plenty of light, so he is very advantageous. I don't know if Big Mom, Kaido and Whitebeard know about Logia's secret. Zhou estimated that they didn't know. Those strong men of the old era, few of them eat the fruit, and few of them have the ability to become the top strong. Logia's awakening is almost non-existent, so there is a high probability that they have not mastered this secret. And they suffered a great loss because of this, rumbling. The battle continues. Kizaru's light did not weaken, but Big Mom showed signs of being unable to hold on. Big Mom encouraged her to support her, and slashed upwards with the Emperor Sword in her hand. The power of the Emperor Sword superimposed the armed color emission, and the conquerors entwined, confronting Kizaru's huge laser beam. At this moment, there are no fancy moves, only a competition of pure strength. The weak lose, however, the ant couldn't hold it anymore. The result of her burning a year of life was wiped out by Kizaru's daytime advantage. The terrifying laser beam burned the ant's hair until it smelled burnt. She felt that what she was fighting against was not the illusory light, but a mountain. It's still a big mountain like the master. Rattling, crunching, ant's body joints began to population zero. The teeth were almost gnawed and cracked, fingers trembled. She roared furiously, burning her little physical energy and haki. Boom! She suddenly fell to one knee. Then get down on your knees. Then, she will be completely unable to hold on, at this time. The light suddenly disappeared. The moment it disappeared, the whole world was pitch black. Advertisement people quickly realized that it was not that the world became darker, but that after the dazzling light disappeared, they could not adapt to the original light and darkness of the world for a short time. Zhou is one of the rare people who can clearly see the battle situation. He opened his eyes wide to see Kizaru flashing behind Yin. Then he sat down on the ground, lying on the ground without any image. He's clearly exhausted, his whole body was soaked in sweat and he didn't even want to move his fingers. Yes, his physical strength was exhausted by the ant first. This battle. In the end it was Mom who won, it's an opportunity. Sudden. Sengoku suddenly appeared above Big Mom's head. Slap it hard with one hand, shockwave, boom. This is Sengoku's all-out attack. The scope of the shockwave instantly covered Big Mom's body. It made her lose consciousness in an instant, have to say. Sengoku is one of the resourceful general. There is still a mastery of the control of the battle situation and the grasp of the last knife. Know that the physical strength of the four emperors is pervert, which is monster level. Maybe resting for a few seconds can restore most of the vitality, so I immediately make up the knife, without giving the ant the slightest chance to breathe. Finished Sengoku with CS. Scan the battlefield. Ant, at the moment lost consciousness, but not dead yet. But Sengoku has no intention of continuing to make up the knife. It's too ugly to look like that, he's the Marines' marshal after all. And Kaido is fighting Garp. For a moment, it was hard to tell the winner. The last one is Whitebeard. Whitebeard is old and frail. But the fighting power is really fierce. Now Fujitora has been somewhat unable to support. But Sengoku ignored it, putting Whitebeard aside for now. He then looked in other directions. The cadres of the four emperors, Big Mom's four generals, district. Kaido's three disasters are all wiped out. Whitebeard's captains were still there, but they were suppressed and could not make any waves. As for the little soldiers, Marine itself suffered heavy casualties, and with the strength of 3-4 emperors' regiments, Marine was in jeopardy. In the distance, Whitebeard's fleet of 43 ships is approaching. The outer line of defense is almost overwhelmed. It seems that it's time to use the last two whole cards. Sengoku thought to himself. As the resourceful general, he has planned a lot for this war. There are also many cards. A seastone wall designed to deal with ability users. And the new research result of Vegapunk, a scientist who claims to be leading the world in technology for hundreds of years, pacifist. Pacifists, when dealing with enemies below the Vice Admiral level, they are instant kills and crushes. And the seastone wall, because seastone is added in the metal, so the hardness is far beyond the alloy. Seastone itself has the hardness of diamond and the characteristics of stone, coupled with steel, it is simply indestructible. However, Sengoku, who was observing the battlefield, did not notice the danger coming. At this time, he has completely relaxed his vigilance. As a result, when danger is approaching, he has no defense at all. Hey quack quack. Sudden. A creepy laugh came from behind Sengoku. He suddenly felt his heart sink and his scalp tingle. Subconsciously, I have to look back to see what it is. Ito. Poo, a knife point suddenly protruded from his stomach. With blood on it, a face grew on it, and it gave out a hee grin. At this time, others can see what happened behind Sengoku. People's expressions became terrified. I saw that the ant who had lost consciousness originally stood up now. But the hair is gray. And the skin is full of moderate spots, loose, as if it has aged decades in an instant. She was almost like a real old hag now. A creepy, snarky grin came out of his mouth. In his hand is Napoleon. From behind, pierced Sengoku's body. Quack quack. Hey hey hey. Sengoku, I smell your fear, so I accept your soul, hey hey hey. Auntie's dry and thin hand claws that looked like dead branches suddenly grabbed somewhere above Sengoku's head, and a transparent shadow appeared there immediately. Sengoku's hair also turned white in an instant. Chapter 76 Emperor Level Strength. Zhou vs Whitebeard. How come? Sabaody Bottom Islands. People looked at Sengoku, who was stabbed in the back in despair. Extremely desperate. No matter how you look at it, Sengoku has been killed by Big Mom. The hair has turned white. Like Big Mom's hair, it seems that part of my lifespan has been taken away. After Aunt's hair turns white, she seems to be stronger. Is her ability to steal someone else's life? Damn it. Obviously she has already defeated Big Mom, how can she still stand up? Admiral Kizaru has tried his best. Just now, I almost defeated Big Mom. Yes, Aunt's physical strength has been exhausted and she fell to the ground. As a result, she is still like a monster with endless physical strength. Damn it. What are these 4 emperors one by one? Are they still humans? Are they still creatures? Don't they have limits? It's scary. I feel like my aunt sacrificed her own lifespan to recover. What kind of mentality is this? Don't these 4 emperors cherish their own lives? Why are they willing to burn their own lifespan? It is precisely because of this that the 4 emperors are terrifying. Their minds cannot be guessed, and they will do anything for great power, and it is precisely because of this that they are the 4 emperors. Naval Headquarters. Sengoku rolled his eyes, gritted his teeth, and trembled violently. Big Mom was like an old hag, piercing his stomach with a knife, grabbing Sengoku's soul with one hand, and pulling it out forcefully. There was also a creepy laugh in his mouth. Gia gia gia. Quack quack. Ha ha ha. Hee hee, hee hee. As if she wasn't pulling Sengoku's soul, but his spine. Sengoku's face was twisted and deformed. At this time, Garp, who was fighting Kaido, saw the situation here and his heart sank. Ruined. Big Mom's soul fruit can take away a person's lifespan, but there is a prerequisite that you need to be afraid of Big Mom, or have a psychological weakness. Big Mom took advantage of Sengoku's distraction and attacked him just now. The moment anyone gets hurt, their psychological defenses will collapse. And she seized this opportunity and grabbed Sengoku's soul. Garp's face was very ugly. He had seen that Sengoku was very slavishly resisting the pull of Big Mom's soul. However, Big Mom is a soul fruit capable person. 10 has the increase of devil fruit. And Sengoku's soul is just an ordinary powerful soul. This is like a fisherman who is fishing. As long as the fish bites the hook, he can slowly catch the fish. Sengoku is no match for Big Mom at all, but once the soul is taken away by the ant, the lifespan will also disappear. Sengoku's life is coming to an end. Damn it, stop it, Garp growled. Want to block. However, Hia. Garp, I didn't expect you to have a rush day. Kaido stopped Garp meanly, with a triumphant smile on his face. Just now, he wanted to save the 3 disasters, but was stopped by Garp. As a result, the 3 plagues were killed by Zhou. Now, Sengoku is going to die. Garp also wants to save. He treated his body in his own way. Get out of the way, Kaido. Sengoku, he's dying. Garp was furious. Use all your strength to attack Kaido desperately. Boom boom boom. This moment, Garp's fists are like bombs exploding one by one. Each punch triggers a sonic boom. Kaido's whole body ached from the beating. Depend on. He cursed in his heart. This old thing just kept a hand. Didn't try my best. Now see that Sengoku is going to die. Finally, he stopped hiding his strength and broke out with all his strength. Boom boom boom. Garp starts beating Kaido. Kaido was beaten and screamed. The scales on his body exploded and the blood of hemorrhoids flowed out. Finally, Garp found a gap. Want to save Garp, however. Crunching, Kaido was like a dog. He was about to bite Garp's lap. Garp was furious. This guy has it all. Do you really want to die? A fierce light flashed in his eyes. He clenched his fist and hit Kaido hard on the head. Bang 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 boom boom boom. Kaido casts all hockey, defense. Temporarily withstood Garp's attack. Although this is a bad tactic, he consumes more air and energy than Garp. But, it's all worth it. Heh. As long as I can make you feel deflated, it's more satisfying than being deflated myself. Ha ha ha. Kaido laughed. Garp was furious, but it was no use. He won't be able to kill Kaido for a while. Kaido is famous for his thick blood and high defense. It is not something that ordinary people can easily kill. No one came to rescue Sengoku. About half of Sengoku's soul has been pulled out by Big Mom. His skin instantly relaxed again. Advertisement, it's like being 10 years older. Became an octogenarian. Ant smiled strangely. The lifespan of others, especially the lifespan of the strong, is very useful. Napoleon, Prometheus, Zeus, all made with their own lifespan. If only Sengoku's entire lifespan had been ripped out. Then I don't know what brand new equipment can be made. She is very much looking forward to it. It's acceptable for the 4 generals to die. If you can get your soul from Sengoku, well, my strength will take a leap forward. Ant grinned grimly. Ah, Sengoku's soul struggled desperately. Incomparable pain. Seeing, Sengoku's soul was about to be completely pulled out of his body. Many people are desperate at this time. At this point, there is no one who can stop Big Mom. And the Marshal of the Marine is to win the first dead Marine executive. At this time, Zhou walked towards the ant. It's really helpless. If this guy dies, it will be very difficult for me. Big Mom looked at Zhou. Little b*******, d, don't worry, it's your turn next. Without saying a word, Zhou suddenly activated the razor. Get in front of Ant. Auntie looked at Zhou brazenly with the Emperor sword in her hand. Seems to have been waiting for a long time, however. The corners of Zhou's mouth curled up. With a sudden acceleration, he directly avoided the attack of the Emperor's sword. Nani? Ant's pupils shrank. My own knowledge and knowledge have gone wrong. Zhou kicked Big Mom hard in the face. In an instant, the face of the ant was sunken. Boom. In an instant, Big Mom flew upside down like a rubber ball. The soul of Sengoku in the hand naturally returned to Sengoku's body. Clatter. Zhou landed. With his hands in his pockets, he yawned nonchalantly. Now, the whole world fell silent, when everyone thought that Sengoku was doomed. When people all over the world think that no one can stop Big Mom. Zhou made a move. Anyone can make a move at this time. But, the key is that the ant is on guard. With the Emperor sword in one hand, it can cut Admiral-level opponents. That is to say, even if Admiral comes at this time, Big Mom can't be stopped. 4 Emperors, after a short silence, moment. The world is boiling. I go, what just happened? Zhou Vice Admiral, kick Big Mom. AVV, Auntie is an enemy that even Admiral Kizaru can't defeat, unexpectedly, was kicked by Zhou Vice Admiral. Kicked, yes. When I saw Dama take out the Emperor sword, I was worried that Zhou Vice Admiral would fall. However, I never expected it. Big Mom's attack actually failed. Auntie, with her knowledge and knowledge, didn't she predict that her attack would fail? Or, Zhou's sense of knowledge is stronger, he foresaw Big Mom's prediction, and then dodged ahead of time? No nesting dolls. It should be said that Ant just underestimated the enemy and underestimated Zhou Vice Admiral, so she was careless, but this also shows that the strength of Zhou Vice Admiral is higher than that of Admiral. Yes, at least one notch better than Kizaru, isn't that the 4 Emperors? Zhou God of War. Marine was also all excited at the moment. Momosagi, the T-Dolphin, wanted to rescue him, but was entangled by Margao and Zhou's. Can't get out. Seeing Zhou make a move now, he succeeded once and repelled Big Mom. Let both of them be extremely excited. Zhou is so strong. Momosagi clenched her fists tightly, her little face was flushed, and she was extremely excited. At this time, the T-Dolphin no longer had any resentment towards Zhou before, and instead looked at Zhou with admiration. This B*******, D, the real strength is so strong, he said with a wry smile. Not far away, on a rock, Hawkeye sat at this time, the corners of his mouth turned up, and he said to himself, interesting man. I don't know why, seeing Zhou Vice Admiral's stalwart figure, my heart beats faster. At this time, the Empress' face was flushed, and she looked at Zhou with an info. Hey, why is this guy so strong? Could it be that Laozi is on the wrong team? Brother Ming's face was already darkened to the point of ultimate. Before that, he turned his back instantly, choosing to help Kaido instead of continuing to be Shichibukai. Now, however, Yinzhou is showing strength at the 4 Emperors level. It made him regret it a little. If so, on the Marine side, there are 3 forces that can withstand the 4 Emperors. The balance of this war will once again tilt towards Marine. Numerous Marine soldiers, Vice Admirals, at this time. They all looked at Zhou as if they were heroes. Zhou Vice Admiral, we are gods. It should be said to be the god of war. Always turn the tide in times of crisis. If you don't make a move, it's fine. If you make a move, you'll give Marine the bottom line. Advertisement, I usually don't show off the mountains and don't leak water, but I didn't expect the strength to be so strong. This is amazing. Why do you hide your strength? It turns out that Marine has not yet encountered a devastating blow. Is this the legendary sweeping monk? Brothers, we won, kill, Marine middle and lower floors. All cheered up. The little physical strength that was originally left has also been restored. The injury doesn't hurt anymore. All of them screamed and killed the pirates like they had been injected with chicken blood. On the other hand, pirates, one by one, like frost-beaten eggplants, listless. All of a sudden, Marine began to slash and kill pirates in large numbers. The situation on the battlefield has begun to reverse. Kaido, why do you have such an ugly expression? Did you not sleep well last night? With a smug smile on Garp's face, he laughed and mocked Kaido. Kaido's face was ugly, as if he had eaten Ollie, extremely depressed. Sengoku is not dead. Linlin, this trash, was actually kicked by a Vice Admiral. You know, you were an invincible existence in the New World back then, and you are not as good as a rising star. Cheer up. Kill Zhou. Sengoku stood where he was. There was a long silence, finally opened his eyes. The original old appearance has recovered, but the hair is already white and cannot be restored. He glanced at Zhou gratefully. If Zhou hadn't made the move just now, he would be finished by now. However, he would not say thank you so easily. Big Mom, leave it to me. He turned his back to Zhou and turned to Dama. Give your back to Zhou, this is absolute trust in Zhou. However, Zhou said with a displeased face. Can you do it? Don't stretch your hips again later and let me save you. Sengoku's mouth twitched violently. Then he said seriously. I won't make any more problems, and I won't make the same mistakes again. Talking. His body has regained the state of the Golden Light Buddha. The wound on the stomach was simply wrapped with a bandage and 507 was done. As a Marine Marshal, his physique is beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. An injury of this degree did not hurt the internal organs, which is almost equal to nothing. It just hurts. Zhou has nothing else to do, now that Sengoku has said he can. Then he was too lazy to intervene in the battle between the two. Hey, I just exposed my strength, and the next life will be difficult. Zhou clicked his tongue and shook his head, at this time. On the other side of the battlefield, the situation is starting to get a little bad. Boom. Kacha, kacha, kacha. Whitebeard shattered the atmosphere with a punch. Fujitora couldn't resist such a terrifying force, and instantly flew backwards out of the doctor. Hoo. Whitebeard was breathing heavily, his body is very old. But, his strong willpower has allowed him to persevere until now. As Whitebeard, his physique is also monster level. As for Fujitora, Whitebeard didn't use his full strength at all, and Fujitora couldn't do it anymore. It seems that the practice of this old man is still not enough. Rise from the ruins. Fujitora was a little embarrassed, and said to himself a little ashamed. Actually, he has done well. His ability just has a strong blocking effect on Whitebeard's ability. Otherwise, the intense battle just now, even the aftermath of the Whitebeard battle was enough to destroy Naval Headquarters several times. I admit that even if you look at all the opponents you have met in the past, you are the most difficult one. Whitebeard took a few deep breaths, he straightened up again. A confident smile appeared on his face. But, you've already stopped here, smile. Fujitora gave a wry smile. Suddenly his legs went limp and he fell to the ground with a plop. His physical strength has been exhausted. Whitebeard saw this. He exhaled heavily, immediately, looked to the battlefield. On the battlefield at this time, Tien Fen is brutal. But, the situation is also very obvious, Marine advantage. Kulala la 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 la. It was really a wonderful battle. I have already prepared to end my life here, but who can be my gravedigger? Whitebeard exudes a sense of death, which makes his strength suddenly rise to an unprecedented peak. He suddenly looked at Zhou. It's you, Zhou Vice Admiral, your strength should be stronger than Yishao, right? Thump thump, Whitebeard walked towards Zhou. The momentum on my body is getting stronger and stronger. The flashback before his death allows him to display his power without any scruples. Stamina, hockey, it's all back now, although not yet at its peak. But, it is enough to beat a 4 Emperors level powerhouse violently. Moment. Whitebeard unleashes the incomparably terrifying hockey. At the same time, Zhou also felt threatened. He stood where he was, his momentum rising. The same extremely strong hockey burst out instantly. Chapter 77 Destruction. Zhou's Whitebeard. Whitebeard explodes his strongest Conqueror's hockey. Zhou also responded with Conquerors. The hockey of the two sides collided together in an instant. At this moment, the color of the world changed, and a big crack appeared in the sky instantly. Ah, Whitebeard growled. It seems to be venting the anger in my heart. The corners of Zhou's mouth turned up slightly, he danced wildly, and his cloak fluttered. But the hockey that emanates is thick and long, with a powerful follow-up. Rumble. At this moment, the area where the two are located has become a restricted area for life. The existence below Admiral can only look up at the two of them like a mayfly looking up at a towering tree. They seem to have evolved into higher gods, and the breath they emit is enough to break one's mind. Powerful, too strong. This is the portrayal of many people's hearts. This level exists. Only look up, it cannot be coveted, pursued, or surpassed. If you try to become an equally powerful existence, you are delusional. This is the strongest in the world. Hawkeye watched the battle between Whitebeard and Zhou at this time, his eyes were full of shock. As the #1 swordsman in the world, he has always wanted to fight against the strongest in the world. But after seeing the world's strongest combat power with his own eyes, he finally realized that there is still a gap between himself and the legendary world's strongest. Garp couldn't help but look sideways at this time, and Kaido also looked this way. Sensing the terrifying hockey of Zhou and Whitebeard, both of them looked serious. Hockey of this strength can't be wrong. Zhou's strength is definitely at the 4 Emperors level. Among Conqueror's hockey, only Conqueror's is upgraded with the improvement of strength, that is to say, only the stronger the Conqueror's hockey, the stronger the Conqueror's hockey. Zhou's Conqueror's has reached the 4 Emperors level, so his strength must also be at the 4 Emperors level. Sengoku and Big Mom looked this way too. The aunt's expression was a bit stunned. She obviously didn't expect that Zhou, a boy with such a young appearance, was already at the 4 Emperors level in strength. What's ridiculous is that she thought that Zhou's strength was only admiral level at most, and she wanted to hunt down Zhou to avenge her 4 generals. If she had really chased after Zhou at that time, there would have been only one end. That is to be beaten by Zhou under the underestimation of the enemy. With Zhou's strength, he can obviously be crushed. But it has been concealed. It is necessary to rely on skills and ingenuity to make the effect of 4 or 2. If you don't put in an extra effort, you will never waste a little effort. This kind of ultimate control over power is rare even among 4 Emperors level powerhouses. Sengoku looked at Zhou with a complicated expression. He admitted that he still underestimated Zhou. At first, he thought that this guy was just the best in Vice Admiral, but later he exploded with Admiral level strength. He thought that Admiral was his limit, but unexpectedly, he hid the terrifying power of 4 Emperors level. It also has the unique top qualification, Conqueror's Haki. Collide with the legendary man, the world's strongest Whitebeard, the Conquerors without losing a beat. The point is, he is younger than himself and Garp. Although Zhou's real age is dozens of years old, Garp and Sengoku have already reached the age of retirement. Zhou is the future of Marine, Admiral, or Field Marshal, or even the Commander-in-Chief of the entire army of the world government. It could all be Zhou's location. He not only has great strength, but also possesses precious qualities such as forbearance. The only downside was that it was tender. Zhou and Whitebeard's Haki kept colliding. Finally, a certain moment. Dissipated in an instant, Whitebeard jumped suddenly, and a large crack appeared on the ground under his feet. But his people had already appeared in the sky above Zhou in an instant. Kong Yunki swung the supreme sharp knife in his hand, making a whistling sound. He suddenly grabbed Kong Yunki with both hands, and slashed at Zhou viciously from top to bottom. Chop off. At the same time, Shock Fruit's power exploded, yinli. Boom, kacha, 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 atmospheric vibrations. The space around Zhou seemed to be distorted, and the whole person turned into a spiral shape. But, boom! Zhou stomped his foot on the ground, and immediately, Zhou lifted his foot. Armament Haki is attached to the right foot, wrapped around Conqueror's Haki, and emission is cast at the same time. Boom! Zhou's foot and Whitebeard's knife collided instantly. His feet, together with Whitebeard's knife, instantly exploded with incomparably terrifying energy fluctuations. Once again, Conqueror's collision. Rumble. The sky split open again. This time a terrifying big Uzumaki was formed. The strong wind picked up suddenly, and the terrifying energy fluctuations spread to within a few kilometers of Fang Yuan. Some weak people couldn't stand at all and were blown away directly. Boom boom boom. Zhou and Whitebeard kept exerting their strength. Every time the force is exerted, terrifying energy fluctuations are produced. Spread out to all around. At this moment, suddenly, at the position where Zhou and Whitebeard's knife touched, the space was distorted. This surprised both Whitebeard and Zhou, immediately. Realizing that the strength that the two of them erupted at this time is really amazing. If it is not a collision, but attacking towards the feet separately. In an instant, the entire island of Naval Headquarters will be completely disintegrated. Destroying an island is simply a drizzle, however. This kind of record. Advertisement, but it didn't satisfy Whitebeard. Whitebeard drank violently, the muscles all over his body swelled, the terrifying strength and the extremely powerful Haki burst out with unparalleled destructive power. In an instant, on his long knife, Shock Fruit's area doubled. Zhou also shot with all his strength at this time. Sign in 30 years, the power of continuous improvement and Haki. At this moment, everything blooms, terrifying Haki and his strength abruptly reversed Whitebeard's attack. Point 2. From a distance. Zhou's normal size and Whitebeard's huge size are a bit asymmetrical. However, even in Zhou's small size, unparalleled power burst out. 2. Because of it, Zhou Vice Admiral, unexpectedly has the strength to fight against Whitebeard. I just want to say now, 666, Zhou Vice Admiral is a real sweeping monk. Punch the star, kick the 4 emperors, Zhou Vice Admiral is 2-6. In the beginning, we just thought it was a hidden Vice Admiral. But gradually, he showed quasi-admiral strength. When we thought that he had stopped here, he surprised us again. Admiral, 4 emperors, call you all, Zhou Vice Admiral, the title of Marine God of War, well deserved. The last Marine who was so eye-catching was Garp, who was called a hero when he was still in the Valley of the Gods. No, the era of Garp is over. This era is called Marine God of War. With Zhou Vice Admiral here, Marine is invincible. Zhou is the god who walks in the world. People all over the world are excited at this time. The person who brought people back from despair time and time again, Zhou, showed the power of the 4 emperors level at this moment. This made the originally unpredictable battle situation clear in an instant. Marine wins. This has become a foregone conclusion. All the worries turned into a dream bubble. Don't worry, just wait and wait for the moment when Marine wins. Now, Zhou is no longer simply a hero, it is the belief in people's hearts. If there is the power of faith in this world, Zhou can become a god in an instant. A lot of people seem to be surprised by your strength, Whitebeard said to Zhou. Zhou snorted coldly. Fortunately you still have the extra strength to chat, Whitebeard, it seems that your body is not as bad as you show. Whitebeard had been coughing up blood. but now Whitebeard's combat power is suddenly a batch. Zhou had to wonder if Whitebeard was faking it. Whitebeard snorted too. The body is really failing, but it is more than enough to defeat you. I'm afraid you won't live to that time, man, Zhou Dao. Who do you think I am? The corner of Whitebeard's mouth showed a hint of ferocity. I am Whitebeard. The voice did not fall, he exerted himself suddenly. Zhou immediately flew backwards. However, Whitebeard immediately discovered that Zhou was not sent flying by himself. Instead, he retreated on his own initiative, just as Zhou withdrew for a distance. Unleash the Tempest Kick. Tempest Kick profound meaning, foot jade, rain. Whoosh whoosh. A large number of Tempest Kick erupted, forming dense raindrops. Each Tempest Kick slash is as big as a house, and when gathered together, it looks like a sky full of stars. Whitebeard launched the shock fruit, directly vibrating the atmosphere, forming an air barrier in front of him. Bang bang bang, the Tempest Kick slashed some directly annihilated, and died together with the vibrating atmosphere, depleting Whitebeard's strength. Some were directly ejected. Boom. A Tempest Kick was inadvertently bounced and flew across a group of buildings. Raze this place to the ground in an instant. Seeing this scene, people realized that Zhou's so many slashes, so many Tempest Kicks that seem to cost nothing, any one of them can raise a building to the ground. So many words. Raising the entire naval headquarters is no problem at all. See this scenario. People's expressions froze, only horrified. Immediately, I felt that the gap between myself and the 4 emperors and Zhou was like a gap. Razor. Zhou then switched positions. Activate the razor and dodge behind Whitebeard. All fingers out. Finger pistol mysteries, armored spear, rain. At the same time, 10 jet black lines ran through Whitebeard's body. At this moment, Whitebeard caught a whiff of death. The power of this move is more concentrated once it is hit. The body is likely to be the end of being penetrated. Whitebeard, who sensed this, reacted quickly. He elbowed directly, launching shock fruit. Peefed. But at the same time, Whitebeard's internal organs couldn't bear the side effect of forcing the fruit, and he spit out a big mouthful of blood. Boom, kacha, kacha, kacha. Advertisement almost at the same time, Zhou's finger pistol mystery was also activated. Puff 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 puff. A large number of finger pistol afterimages burst out instantly, piercing through the vibrating atmosphere, leaving a large number of blood holes directly on Whitebeard's back. Already using shock fruit's Whitebeard, it is no longer possible to continue using the armament hockey defense. It can only be said that Whitebeard's body is too old at this time. Hockey cannot be used with fruit ability. With hockey, there is no fruit calendar. It is really desolate for a generation of strong men to end up in such a tragic end in their later years. Backquote Daddy. The pirates of the White Group became anxious when they saw that Whitebeard was injured. I'm fine, Whitebeard growled, turn around abruptly. Kong Yunki, the supreme sharp knife in his hand, slashed fiercely at Zhou. Boom. Zhou raised his leg and kicked Kong Yunki flying. Whoosh. Kong Yunki flew out of Whitebeard's hand, fell into the ground far away, and directly inserted into the ground. The ground of Naval Headquarters is extremely solid, but Kong Yunki just fell into it freely, which shows the sharpness of this knife. It is worthy of being one of the supreme sharp knives. Whitebeard, who had lost his weapon, didn't panic, he just opened his eyes slightly, and was only surprised for a moment. Immediately, his excellent fighting qualities made him respond immediately. Drink. There was a loud drink. He turned around abruptly, and pulled down firmly. The originally transparent and empty air, like a real thing, was directly pulled out with traces. At the same time, rumble, a magnitude 18 earthquake shook the entire naval headquarters. The earth shook, buildings collapsed, and in the distant sea, the seawater floated up like solid pieces, falling apart like building blocks thrown by an urchin. But each piece is almost the size of an island. At this moment, the entire sea area around naval headquarters staged a scene of destruction. Ah! Help! The ground is cracked. Suddenly, a large number of pirates were swallowed by the cracks that suddenly appeared on the ground. Into the sea below. The warship staying on the sea was overturned directly, smashed to pieces by the seawater, and the marine on it was naturally also seriously damaged. Zhou felt that the space around him was about to shatter. At this moment, as calm as he was surprised by Whitebeard's power. Could it be that shock fruit has cultivated to ultimate? Can it shatter the void? He cursed in his heart. Okay, I thought about it. Zhou's movements were not slow. Feeling that the space was unstable, he immediately activated the razor and dodged behind Whitebeard. Iron body profound truth, Jade Mountain, this moment. Zhou's body swelled up visibly, at the same time, his skin also turned into a color as smooth as jade. In this form, the hardness of his skin directly increased by several orders of magnitude. It is equivalent to increasing the hardness of jade on the basis of the original. At the same time, he made a fist and punched Whitebeard in the back. Boom. This punch directly hit Whitebeard's back. There was a solid sound, Whitebeard's bones crunched. At the same time, Whitebeard paled. Then he opened his mouth and spit out a big mouthful of blood. His eyes widened. I feel black in front of my eyes. But then, he took a deep breath, suddenly turned around and punched. Boom. Kacha, kacha, kacha. The shattered atmosphere did not hit Zhou. The power instantly pierced a hole in the naval headquarters building in the distance. As for Zhou, after he hit a punch, he didn't want to fight and chose to retreat. Now it seems that his choice is wise, and Whitebeard's back. In addition to dozens of blood holes, at this time, there was a clear fist mark. Thump, Whitebeard suddenly fell to his knees, he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. It seems that it is no longer possible. Zhou did not continue to attack. Instead wait. Let's see if Whitebeard just dies. Ahem. Kulala. Whitebeard suddenly smiled at the dragon. You remind me of someone, he has that speed too. Roger, it's been a long time, he suddenly raised his head. Stand up again. This moment. Zhou feels like Whitebeard is carrying a mountain on his shoulders. Chapter 78 One Piece is real. At this moment, Zhou felt like Whitebeard was carrying a mountain on his shoulders. Whitebeard seemed to have suddenly released some sort of shackles. It felt like a lot easier in an instant, it was as if he wasn't injured at all. There was even a relaxed smile on his face. Kula. Zhou is really happy to fight with you. How? He seems to be fine. I was vomiting 3 liters of blood just now, but now I seem to have slept, very relaxed. I don't know the FK. I thought Whitebeard was cheating. No, it's impossible. Zhou Vice Admiral's attack is actually useless? Woo. Is this 2BT? The 4 emperors are all monsters, none of them are human, only we are ordinary people, and we are bullied. Marine is too difficult. 4 emperors are all monsters with thick blood and high defense. No matter how you fight, they will be immune to death, it's outrageous. I'm speechless. The audience are a little tired. Those soldiers, fighting the 4 emperors in person, aren't they tired? Is this the horror of 4 emperors? It's really oppressive, but I feel that Zhou Vice Admiral can fight again. Yes, I choose to believe in the god of war. Whitebeard is full of energy, and the god of war looks okay. I think they can continue to fight. The war was too tragic. So many people died. After this time, the power of the entire sea will probably be reshuffled. If the 4 emperors don't die, New World will still be the 4 emperors, and the rest of the pirates will never be able to defeat the 4 emperors. I think Whitebeard is going to die. He's not an immortal old monster. He's dying now. Even if he does come back alive, he won't live for long. The terror of Whitebeard. Let people all over the world despair. At first, he thought that he was about to die with such a sick appearance. But I didn't expect it to be so fierce. 4 emperors has proved with facts that even if someone is about to die, they can kill you. This is 4 emperors, absolute dominance, oppression. Sabadi Bottom Islands. Kid, who had already bandaged the wound and was hiding in the crowd, watched this scene. His expression was already livid. The terror of the 4 emperors can be seen with the naked eye at this moment. It's not something a so-called supernova like him can deal with. Maybe 4 emperors is just a look, which can make him nervous. What made him even more unacceptable was Zhou's strength. He still looked down on Zhou before. It is believed that with Zhou's strength, it is impossible to participate in the 4 emperors battle. However, the reality is that his face was slapped and swollen. Zhou not only has the strength of the 4 emperors, but also fought back and forth with the strongest Whitebeard. Zhou is also the mountain that Kid can look up to but not 500 years away. Now, not just kids. The rest of the supernovae are also gathered on the Sabadi Bottom Islands at this moment. Look at this war that has attracted worldwide attention. Trafalgar Law, Kira, Pawnee and more, in the original book. Kid and Luo teamed up to kill Big Mom, get 3 billion rewards. But in the world Zhou lives in, they haven't grown up yet. The bounty is not even a pitiful 500 million, it's the real garbage of garbage. Pick any pirate minion from New World, chances are the bounty will be higher than any of them. The so-called supernova is just a title given by Marine. But they are still proud of it, which is really ridiculous. Naval Headquarters. Looking at the relaxed Whitebeard. Zhou frowned. Others do not know, but he could feel it. If Whitebeard, who was still vomiting blood just now, is a bonfire that is about to go out. The Whitebeard, then, is now extinguished, but only the ashes of some red charcoal remain. Now, Zhou thinks. Whitebeard's state is best described in one word. Open black lens bracket. The oil is exhausted and the lamp is dry. Close black lens bracket. Yes. Whitebeard, he was dead. However, in this state, Whitebeard can still fight. And even more carefree. Now, Sengoku and Garp see this too. They all exclaimed. Be careful Zhou, sudden. Whitebeard is in trouble. He stomped his feet suddenly, approaching Zhou with an overwhelming speed. Hurry up. Whitebeard instantly appeared above Zhou's head. Stomp hard. Boom. Ka-cha ka-cha ka-cha. The space Zhou was in instantly distorted, and his body was crushed into a very thin piece. Zhou shouted violently. Throw a punch in the air. He spit out a mouthful of blood instantly. The old Whitebeard really went crazy, and his strength has increased by several % compared to before. Whoosh. Sudden. Whitebeard retracted his feet and came to Zhou's side in an instant. The huge body brings unparalleled pressure. He suddenly pulled the space next to Zhou. His advertisement. The space was pulled like a tablecloth, and Zhou felt that his waist was about to be condensed into twists. He gritted his teeth, and his pupils shrank instantly. The terrifying hockey erupted instantly, and the distorted space immediately returned to its original position. Haki can restrain the effect of the fruit. Similarly, the space that has been distorted by shock fruit can naturally be restored by anger. Zhou is well aware of this. Whitebeard was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, Zhou could achieve this step. An imperceptible look of horror flashed across the bottom of his eyes. To know, he can forcibly use Haki to reverse the space that has already been distorted by himself, which he himself cannot do. Even for Roger back then, it was difficult to do it. But Zhou did it. This shows one thing, a terrible thing. That is, Zhou is still hiding his strength, yes. Even now, Zhou is still hiding his strength. I have already worked hard. Zhou is still hiding his strength. What exactly does he want to do? But Whitebeard didn't tell anyone else about his discovery. This is a secret that only he, the client, can discover. And Zhou didn't intend to give him a chance to speak. After instantly restoring the distorted space with Haki, his body suddenly swelled up. Iron Body, Profound Truth, Jade Mountain. Then, in the state of Iron Body, the next attack started. Finger Pistol Secrets, Changing Moves, Fist Gun. He clenched his fist, aimed at Whitebeard's chest, and punched hard. Boom. This punch, incomparably domineering and super fast. Incredibly fast. With just one punch, Whitebeard's chest was instantly pierced. Ah poof. Whitebeard had an incredulous look on his face, and then his face turned red, and he suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. Immediately, his face became extremely pale again, like white paper. The strongest man in the world had his chest pierced with a fist. This scene almost caused the eyeballs of many people to pop out. Dad, Margot, who was fighting Momosagi, could no longer care about saving his stamina. After defeating Momosagi with all my strength, at the fastest speed, fly to this side. Crane Claw immediately launched the strongest blow. To this, Zhou didn't even look at Margot. He directly raised his left arm, after a bang. His body is motionless. On the other hand, Margot's feet were severely twisted and deformed. He looked incredible. I used Haki myself, but Zhou didn't use any Haki. As a result, Zhou remained motionless, but his own leg was directly broken. Zhou is in the state of Iron Body, Profound Jade Mountain at this moment. Coupled with the strength of his body that was originally called Kaido, now his body hardness has surpassed that of Kaido. Even without Haki, you can penetrate other people's ki protection. Zhou drew out his fist. Whitebeard spat out another mouthful of blood. On his chest, there was also a black hole the size of a fist. Daddy. Margot looked at Whitebeard with great distress. Whitebeard glanced at Margot with an unprecedented calmness in his eyes. Come on, Margot. What? Margot felt that he might have heard wrong. Go, take everyone, leave here, we can't win this war. Whitebeard's eyes were fixed on Zhou. He knew that as long as Zhou was still in Marine, then the pirates would not be able to win this war. No, I won't go. If you want to go, go together. Malcolm shook his head. His bade is not hypocritical. But the heart, he could die instantly for Whitebeard. The rest of the White Group members also shouted at this time. Father, let's go back together. Father, we will not abandon you and leave alone. You're not telling us to run for our lives, are you, Father? Yes, we are the Whitebeard pirates, old. Whitebeard looked at his sons with a complicated expression. He sighed heavily in his heart. At this time, he was already hard to return. The reason will not be explained clearly for a while, and there is no chance to explain it. Can only give up the explanation. He looked at Zhou again. I admit that you are a genius, to be so convincing. It was the first time he said such words. Praise the strength of others. Whitebeard said, walking towards Zhou, but for the future of my sons, I have to keep fighting. Advertisement. This scene. Through the eyes of the phone bug, it spreads across the world at the speed of light. People all over the world are watching Whitebeard die. People stare. Some are looking at the number of wounds on Whitebeard. Especially the fatal wound, the black blood hole the size of a fist. Some speculated that the punch alone was enough to kill Whitebeard. But he was still standing, still talking, and acting as if nothing had happened. It's F***G unscientific. Others saw that, except for Zhou. In addition, Whitebeard's back is smooth without any other scars, which means that in all the battles in his past life, he has never been surrounded by the enemy behind him. Hurt yourself. What an honor is this for a soldier, what a victory. Others noticed the bloody holes behind Whitebeard. It feels a little unbelievable. Zhou was able to inflict dozens of wounds in an instant. And it still wounded Whitebeard's monster-like body. Some people tried to quickly P*K the air in front of them with their fingers, but found that they could only P*K 2 or 3 times a second at most. And the fingers are bent, and the movements are very wretched. And without any strength, I'm afraid it's very difficult to pierce a piece of paper, and if you pierce something harder, it will break your bones. This kind of power can be seen with the naked eye. Once again shocked the civilians all over the world. They couldn't imagine how Zhou, and these 4 emperors, admirals cultivated, from the physique of ordinary people to the current height little by little. Hey, 4 emperors. Whitebeard is dying. Finally dying? The battle has lasted for so long, and finally one of the 4 emperors will fall. It's not easy. Marine's victory is already ahead. Wait, Zhou Vice Admiral, you can't be careless. If this old guy Whitebeard suddenly exploded with potential when he was about to die, it would be dangerous if you wanted to pull someone back. You must pay attention. Damn it, it's really possible. Whitebeard is a pirate after all, and the Emperor of Pirates. I'll go. Isn't Vice Admiral definitely in danger that week? I guess it's impossible. Zhou Vice Admiral was able to kill Whitebeard, how could he be killed by Whitebeard again? However, Zhou Vice Admiral is really strong. In terms of size, he and Whitebeard are not in the same weight class. Summit War, just reminding me time and time again that I may waste. Me too. Naval Headquarters. Zhou looked at Whitebeard with a complicated expression. This is a strong man that he has to admire. In terms of force alone, Whitebeard once ruled an era. But, now is the time for him to end. Whitebeard punched Zhou. However, this time, Zhou directly blocked Whitebeard's fist with one finger. Immediately, Whitebeard realized something too. He looked at his hands with a wry smile. It seems, he really has reached his limit. I didn't even have the strength, and I haven't found it yet. Immediately, he doesn't attack anymore either. Instead, stand where you are. Looking at the entire battlefield. Now, all eyes, all over the world, are on Whitebeard. I want to see what the former strongest man in the world looked like in the last moments of his life. Whitebeard was silent for a long time, finally he spoke. One Piece. As his words sounded, Zhou's eyes widened in front of him. Want to stop, but it's too late, at the same time. People all over the world looked at Whitebeard curiously. I don't know why he suddenly mentioned One Piece when he was dying. The one who had the same reaction as Zhou was Sengoku. As the resourceful general and the marine marshal, Sengoku can naturally think of more. Hearing Whitebeard say, One Piece, at this time, I felt a very bad feeling in my heart. However, he also had no chance of stopping Whitebeard. Whitebeard went on to say, One Piece is real. The voice did not fall. Zhou heaved a long sigh. After all, let this guy say this? At this time, Sengoku was also quite surprised. As for people all over the world, at this moment, they all froze. Immediately, pirates all over the world are boiling. Oh, Whitebeard said it himself, the big secret treasure is real, and Lousy is going to see. Guys, what Whitebeard said, the One Piece is real. It's a pity, Whitebeard has not found the existence of the big secret treasure for so many years, but Lousy will inherit your will and find the big secret treasure for you, ha ha ha. Tisk tisk, when Roger died, he revealed the existence of the great secret treasure, and when Whitebeard died, he confirmed this again. It's really interesting. Just when people cheered fiercely, Zhou has also noticed that Whitebeard's breath of life has been extinguished. This existence who dominated the New World for decades during his lifetime, unexpectedly maintained a standing posture when he died. But, just when Zhou thought that there was finally no suspense in this war, his observation hockey with a very wide range suddenly noticed that there seemed to be a ship approaching on the sea in the distance.